Please be careful.
Flashing lights mean move over.
Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Pros don't just show up, they prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job
What is happening? Bay Area, let's go. It's a hump day. We got Spadoni, we got Shasky, we got Lovin, we got Cam filling in for Carter in the back. Cam is cooling, baby. Let's go. Good morning to all you boys and girls just waking up. If you're just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school, we appreciate you. And you know the number, it's 888-957-9570. We got a star-studded show today. Yesterday, it's a Tuesday, which usually means we got Baldy and Bonte. We had Bonte 8 to 10. Great stuff there. But Baldy had to push to today. So we got Brian freaking Baldinger joining us 7:30. Baldy's breakdowns, preview, Niners, Titans, get the lay of the land in the NFC playoff picture. It is popping right now. It is December, so that means playoff football. We're stoked about it. Plus, get this, Joe. We got a Hall of Famer joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. He might be one of, if not your favorite player of all time. It's Patrick freaking Willis, baby, joining us at 9:10, courtesy of River Islands. Let's go.
Absolute legend. Just an absolute legend. I love Patrick Willis. And, I mean, he's just a perfect 49er, all class. Can't wait to talk to him.
I mean, he's a perfect just defensive football player. Just football, but just for the defensive part. Guy shows up, balls out every time, consummate professional, never a bad word I've ever heard about the guy.
No.
And you know what? I do want to get his thoughts on everything taking place with this 49ers team, because I'm sure he is, like a parent, he's proud of what he's seen. He's proud. I mean, how could you not be proud of what this team has been able to accomplish this season so far? And you know, you ask them, we haven't accomplished anything. You know, our ultimate goal is to win the Super Bowl. I get it. But taking a step back, if they were really telling themselves, and Kittle's actually been pretty, you know, in his bag when it comes to his post-game quotes this year, if you will. He's like, yeah, man, I don't know how many teams could overcome what we've overcome so far. And we'll talk to Patrick Willis about that. We'll talk to Baldy about it. And I kind of want to open up this morning here, Joe. John Lynch sat down with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard, did a nice little podcast, little interview. And I usually don't play sound in the first segment. I like to feel each other out. We talk about whatever, talk about the Diddy doc, all of that. But we're going to do this first. I know you
I can talk about the Diddy doc.
I know you
forever.
can. I watched the first 2 episodes. So far, there's 4. I watched the first 2. I'm already sucked in. It's probably why I was a little late showing up this morning. Sorry, not to you again. But I was watching that till late last night. I was like, I can't get enough. It
validates, for those that haven't seen it, I was always a Tupac guy. I grew up a Tupac guy. And you have to understand, from my POV, because I was a formidable young teenager when all Juicy came out, when Bad Boy came out, when all of that came out, I always looked at Puffy with a side eye.
Yeah.
Always.
All in the video.
And this video that everyone is circulating and recreating all over the internet with him dancing in all white with Sting on stage, from that moment on, every one of me and my boys was like, who does that with their friend passing away? Who catapults and trampolines their own career and is dancing in that fashion when their friend died? Again, that's just my personal opinion.
His friend that he foot the bill for his biggest funeral ever. Actually, Biggie posthumously can pay for it. I'm not going to.
It's the biggest thing in sport. It's the biggest thing in sports and pop culture right now is this Diddy doc.
No, it is.
And the equivalent would be for a sports fan if you found out that Franco Harris admitted that the Immaculate Reception, the ball hit the ground. And every single one of the Pittsburgh Steelers came out and said that. And I don't mean to like twist the knife, but like something along those lines. And we all knew it. We just needed you guys to admit it.
Immaculate Deception is what it's called. Yeah.
Like pick whatever the conspiracy is. If Bonds came out, I was like, yeah, I did the cream in the clear. It's like, yeah, Barry, we know. Like we're just getting the final, invitations here. Honest to God, I truly believe this. Diddy's going straight to hell, and he deserves to.
Oh, well, that goes without saying. By the way, it's more of a history lesson for me, people my age, Cam, Sam, because we were like 2, 3, 4, 5 years old when all this stuff was happening. We didn't really know. Like, we kind of knew, but we kind of didn't. Like, I know who Tupac was, I know who Biggie was, I know who Puff Daddy at the time was, knew all that. I just didn't know the person and how he came up through Harlem and all of that.
Nothing surprises me.
No.
When I watched all those Making the Bands and you see Dave Chappelle do the skit, because Dave Chappelle,
Chappelle Show, oh yeah.
I know we've got a little sideways here, but just give me a minute.
The finest Cambodian breast milk.
You don't understand how spot on. I mean, it was so spot on. It's unbelievable. And man, I would say this. Thank you, 50 Cent.
Fitty.
Thank you, 50 Cent.
You know what he had to say too? I think it was it was on ABC yesterday.
I watched all his interviews.
No,
He did
his
one on
interview. No, he
MSNBC.
specifically said he's like, yeah, one of the reasons why I wanted to be on ABC because it's one of the few channels you can watch in prison. I was like, this guy's just not stopping right now.
I love him. His petty is my favorite level of petty of all time.
You know who I also love?
Besides Tom.
As we saw, thank you. Rest in peace. I love John Lynch. Talking about being professional with Patrick Willis as we circle back because Patrick Willis is going to be joining us at 9:10. Just the consummate professional. I think that same way about John Lynch, another Hall of Famer.
Sure.
The guy's just been a professional since he's been here. Bonte spoke about it yesterday. He's just so presidential. Him, Bob Myers. That's the kind of guy you want as a face of an organization, right? The business side, the guy that's out there kissing the babies, shaking the hands, cutting the ribbons, all of that. This is what he had to say about his 9 years. Joe, 9 years him and Shanahan have been here. Isn't that, before we get to the sign, isn't that kind of crazy?
Oh,
it's insane.
Absolutely insane. I mean, the longest tenured coach since Bill Walsh is Kyle Shanahan.
That's nuts. That's nuts. Bill Walsh.
I know.
Not George Seifert.
No.
Not George Seifert. That won Super Bowls.
I know.
Jim Harbaugh got to one, and we know he's a hard to work with guy. But that's the one for me, which is insane.
He is 8-4 in the playoffs. So, I mean, look, it makes a ton of sense. It's just, it is. Time flies. Time definitely flies.
Well, in today's NFL, who is the longest tenured guy right now?
Tomlin.
That hasn't won, though. It has to be Shanahan.
He's one of them.
McDermott, he might be the only other one.
Yeah, I think he was 17 or 18.
And let's be honest, if he's one and done, I think he's gone.
Yeah.
In Buffalo. These guys, if you don't win, the case study is probably Marvin Lewis and how he lasted so long in Cincinnati. That's probably the one where it's just huh? How did that happen? Outside of that, Andy Reid for a while. Very similar to Shanahan as we talk about Andy Reid in his Philadelphia days, and now Philadelphia wants to, blow everything up after winning a Super Bowl. We'll get into to them and their fan base a little bit later. I promise you that. But it's just to reflect on 9 years is pretty insane, and this is what John Lynch had to say about it with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard.
I came here to get something done, and that was kind of to help a really proud organization get back on track and win championships, compete and win championships. We've done the compete part. We haven't won it. And so I'm when I get my mindset on something, I really want to see it come to fruition. I'm having a really good time doing this right now. I will tell you the conclusion I have is I never thought I'd be here this long. I probably thought I don't think I thought it'd be easier, but I probably thought we'd have a couple in our hip pocket by now. And that hasn't happened. We've had good chances, but we haven't paid them off. And so I'm committed to trying to pay this thing off, having a good time. I feel, excited about where our organization is at. I think the arrow is pointing up.
The arrow is pointing up for the San Francisco 49ers. Do you agree with that? You think the arrow's pointing up right now, Joe? I know.
Are you talking about if I zoom out and go big picture beyond this year?
I think that's what he is referring to. Yes.
I'm not sure if I would say that.
Wow. They're 9-4 after all the stuff that's taken place.
This year's been unbelievable.
But you're looking a couple years down the road here.
Do you have one player under 25 years old who would be considered all-pro worthy?
Under 25, that's all-pro worthy? Probably not.
Right? I think...
I like Alfred Collins, not an all-pro. He's 24.
Yeah, I mean... And look,
no, I'm just going through the young guys right now.
I also didn't think DeForest Buckner would be an all-pro after 1 year.
That's true.
And so, I have to step back and say, hey, there might be something that happens. Look, they have a quarterback. I really like the quarterback. I think there are, legitimate questions about him. I think we would all agree. He's really good. We got to see him stay healthy throughout an entire season. That's something it's been difficult for him to do. Then I look at the core of this team, right? Because they're big on the core. Well, Christian McCaffrey, man, if I told you he doesn't have a year that even comes close to this year, would you be that surprised?
Well, I mean, he would have two of the best years ever as a running back in a San Francisco 49ers uniform. I don't think he can replicate again what he's doing this season. No, I don't.
I mean, I don't want to doubt someone as talented as him.
I also don't want him to with all these touches,
right?
As we keep talking about it.
I mean, so I'm a little skeptical on him. He would be your quote-unquote best player, right?
Yes.
Right now?
Offensive. George Kittle.
Okay.
Yeah, Kittle.
I'm glad you brought up Kittle.
Yeah.
Kittle's 33.
Is he really?
He's 33. You know,
He's sneaky, way older than I thought.
I know.
Thought like 31.
Now you can be good as a tight end later on in your career, but even he's had some injuries this year, and I think he's been excellent. Right? I think all things considered, he's been excellent, but he is 33. So I'm trying 32. To acknowledge, like who are the best players on this team?
Yeah.
Just if you zoom out of this season, Joe, just zoom out of this season, which I never like to do in the middle of the year. But if you take a big picture approach and just think about next year, the best players on the team, well, CMC. All right. Well, I mean, running backs at 30 years old, we kind of know.
Yeah, it's not good.
Right? Because he'll be 30 next year.
Yes, he will.
Turning 31. George Kittle, who you referenced, 33.
32, actually. Just looked it up.
I know, but I'm saying for next year.
Next year. My bad. Yes.
And then I look at who are your other best players. Well, Nick Bosa would be entering his 29-year-old season.
Coming off a torn ACL. Yeah.
Not his first.
Not his first. Not his second either, technically. He had a partially torn one, so really his third.
You know, that sucks.
Yeah.
We don't know. I mean, I would assume he can come back, but you have to be a little, up in the air on that.
You have to have some reservations.
Exactly. And then I look at Fred Warner. Linebacker is a very physically demanding position. As we're going to hopefully talk to, Patrick Willis today.
Yeah.
After 7 years, his body was shot.
Yeah.
Now, there are guys like Bobby Wagner who play at a high level deep into their career, but we would all acknowledge those are very difficult things to accomplish in your 30s as a linebacker.
And Bobby Wagner, like Fred Warner, one of the greatest of all time.
Absolutely.
So, yes.
Absolutely. So if he slowed down a little and was still a very, very, very good player, that I don't think would surprise many people coming off of this injury. But if he was still excellent, I wouldn't be surprised there either. I don't want to doubt him. So Fred Warner, I kind of put above Nick Bosa in terms of I think he'll be closer to what he was before. And that's just me going off the heart of the champion that is Fred Warner. Not to diminish Nick Bosa. It's just, man, those knees, your explosion, your get off, your leverage, getting low. And then I go, well, who's the next best player? All right, well, Trent Williams.
Yeah.
Trent's 37.
He's up there.
How many 38-year-olds, play at an elite level?
Well, I mean, we got grandpas joining back NFL teams like the Colts, so anything's possible, I guess. No, but to your point, that position, it's few and far between. I always reference Jason Peters is the one guy that I could always think of that's always available, 40, 41, 42. But again, another guy that's a borderline, probably Hall of Famer. That it usually doesn't happen. I'll say this, though, with Trent, I've been pleasantly surprised about his availability all season long. He's been a stud.
I think he's gotten better as the years gone on.
I agree.
Okay? And then I get to Brock Purdy. Now, again, I think Brock is a really good player. There are specific question marks on durability. Maybe people have question marks on how good is he? Okay, I think he's good. How good is he? Is he great? Can he carry your team? Can he do X, Y, and Z, down multiple scores in the playoffs? All right, those are fair questions. I think we'd all agree. Really good player. Is he the kind of guy that can weather the type of roster that's not elite around him? Because there's not a lot of guys that can. Most quarterbacks around the league, even the really good ones, need really good playmakers around them. Is Ricky Pearsall really, really, really good?
No. He's shown some flashes that he could be good, but he is not consistent enough for me to put him with that label.
Okay,
no.
Jawan Jennings, we'll see if he comes back.
He had a good year last year with him, and he's playing better the last couple of weeks.
Right? Yeah. And so, I'm looking at the core of this team, and I'm asking myself as I step back, this year's been great, and I'm thrilled. I still think they have a chance to win the Super Bowl. I really do.
Wow.
But I look about next year, and I'm saying to myself, arrow up for next year. I don't know. I think they need to make some inroads in free agency and in the draft beyond this year for me to be saying, arrows pointing way, way up. A couple of years ago? Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? I have, Brandon Ayuk in his prime, and he's never hurt. And I got Deebo Samuel, and even if he's, diminished a little, I can move him for something of significance. You moved him for a guy you're not even playing.
Yeah.
A fifth rounder. All right? I love CMC. I don't know if he can be CMC of years past or even of this year, next year. And then I look at that other defense. Dialmino Lenore is a guy who I really like. Can he be the centerpiece of a defense for multiple years? I don't know. Now, maybe I'm too harsh. Maybe I'm sitting here and I'm looking at it and I'm saying Joe, you're too harsh. What do the Rams have? Well, they have Jared Verse. That's a really good starting point. But other than him, are there any other guys under 25 that I'm losing my minds over? Well, Puka.
Mm-hmm. I like Braden Fisk. I like Blake Corum. I like
those guys.
Yeah.
I don't love some of those other guys.
No, sure.
Puka and Jared Versus are two nice building
Parkinson.
blocks. What?
Parkinson?
I like
Yeah.
him.
Landman.
Landman, that's a good
Landman is
one.
a very nice player.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
And they extended him on a pretty cheap contract, too.
Whose
relatively.
future for next year looks brighter, the Rams or the Niners?
I'd still go with the Rams right now.
I probably would too.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, and they've also, let's keep it a buck, they've hit on more of their picks so far than the Niners the last couple of years. They just have.
You know, I know, I agree.
Yeah.
And then I look like someone like Seattle, like, God, I don't love Sam Darnold at all. They've got two ascending players on both sides of the ball in JSN.
Oh, he's so good.
Right?
He's so
under 25. And then you have Witherspoon on the other side of the field, under 25.
And I trust McDonald to just mix and match that defense, kind of like Shanahan does with the offense.
So I look at the 49ers and I say to myself, like, could Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, or any of the guys you drafted this year catapult themselves into a position of being one of those under 25 potential All-Pros? I don't know. Then I look at the offensive side of the ball and I say, all right, can Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing, Jordan James, any of the other young players that maybe you want, Jordan Watkins, Brock Purdy, could they catapult themselves into this under 25 All-Pro status? I don't know.
Is the arrow pointing up with the San Francisco 49ers? And we're not just talking about this season. We're talking about next season and the seasons after it. Is that arrow pointed up, Niner fans? 888-957-9570.
We'll get to the Titans tomorrow, and we'll get to this year and get back.
Can I just keep it a buck? The Titans stink. They're awful.
Well, it does nothing for
They are
anyone.
the hardest.
Yeah.
You want me to sell you on the Titans? I can't. I'm selling you on the Niners and why they need to beat this. Just beat the team. I don't care. 12.5-point spread. Like, you want to be taken for. You're saying you think they could get to the Super Bowl?
I do.
You got to take care of business this Sunday.
Well,
come on.
I think it's kind of a reflection of where the league is this year. For this year, step back, look at Detroit just for a second. I'll allow you to look at Detroit. Yeah, I got questions on Jared Goff. I think he's good.
Huge.
But I got questions. Boy, Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, I think everyone would die to have him.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
That might be the best running back tandem, him and Montgomery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Laporta. They're all under 25 right now. Right. And then I didn't even get to their defense where you got Hutchinson and other players. And now the big Achilles injury is going to do them.
Laporta's out for the season, I'm pretty sure.
I look at Green Bay. They've got some players on both sides of the ball under contract in their primes. That's why when I go back to this year's deadline, why I was so disappointed, your core isn't that young.
No.
You're kind of sneaky old.
It kind of sucks that a lot of these young guys, like Alfred Collins is one of them, but they need more guys to step up. We'll continue this conversation on the other side. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, where we are streaming, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we are always coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, you guys got to be locked in today. You got to be locked in today. Not only are we giving out our keyword for this hour, because we're doing the keyword every hour, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., for your chance to qualify to win either a Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the Town jersey. Every hour, new keyword. That'll be happening this hour. Plus, you got to be locked into our show between 7:45 and 8:15. And you got to listen for this sounder.
Pat is that mother. That became clear.
That's right, because you got to be caller number 5, and you're going to score an awesome Pat Spencer jersey. All right? So you got to be listening between 7:45 and 8:15 for that one. So we're doing everything today. All right? What other station show is giving you all these opportunities? I'll tell you. No one else. It's brought to you by Safeway.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Steph, come back. We miss you. Friday, hopefully, against the Minnesota Timberwolves at Chase Center. He will make his return. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, joined Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Had some very interesting thoughts on Jonathan Kaminga, Pat Spencer, rotation, how it's all going to work out when all the guys are back. If you missed any of that, you can find it on YouTube where we are streaming. You can see my lovely face, Shasky's lovely jacket and hat, looking very nice. His little vest, very San Francisco of you. I appreciate that. You can also find it on the Odyssey app where we are streaming. And if you haven't downloaded that, what are you doing? It's free. It's easy to use. Do it all the time. When I'm out there, putting together a bunk bed, I'm listening to Willard and Dibbs or Steiny and Goo. It's great. Download the Odyssey app. It's awesome.
Why do Niner fans feel slightly conflicted this morning regarding the big picture view of the 49ers? You have a quarterback locked up. You have your head coach under contract. He's young. Both of them are very young. Shouldn't things be all rosy? And yet I feel uneasy about it, big picture.
Well, I think there's Niner fans, and I'm going to try to peel this onion back. By the way, the next 9 minutes, your keyword for this hour, I'm going to give it away for your chance to qualify for either a Jimmy Butler, Stephen Curry, or Draymond Green, the town jersey. 9 minutes. I'm going to give you that keyword for this hour to text in. All right? Be locked in. I think they're conflicted right now because they're just trying to enjoy this season. I think they're just really trying to stay in the mindset and live in the now. And I'm a big believer in that, Joe. Like, I can't worry about the future. I got to worry about the present. Try to live in the present. That's a very, philosophical, very religious type of mindset. Live in the now. It's why they call it a gift, because it's the present, right? Is that what they say? Something like that? I'm butchering it, but you get what I'm saying.
I'll take your word for it.
Sure, thank you. So you're trying to live in the now. But there is a part of Niner fans saying, is this all kind of fugazi? Is this all kind of smoke and mirrors? Like, are we playing above our skis a little bit with all these injuries? Like, we're overcoming them, and it's great, and it's fun. But, like, is this sustainable year in and year out? Like, is what CMC's doing right now sustainable? No, probably not. I mean, you still can't run the ball. Like, you're one of the worst rushing teams in the NFL. That's not sustainable. Like, as we've seen in the NFL playoffs, you got to be able to run the ball to have a chance to win these games. So that's going to have to change. That being said, we played that John Lynch sound. Is the arrow pointing up right here? He believes it is.
I think the arrow is pointing up.
What does that mean? Is it this season? Is it seasons to come? Because if it is seasons to come, I believe in Kyle Shanahan. So, like, when I take a step back, I do believe John Lynch is right here. I believe the arrow is pointing up for the future because of that head coach and because of that GM and their tandem. Now, it's been 9 years. John Lynch even said, Joe, I don't know how I've been here this long. I couldn't even envision being here this long. And it's pretty crazy that they've been here this long. And, we had the conversation yesterday, and it was a great conversation. If you had the opportunity to extend Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch right now, Niner fans, would you do it? It was almost unanimous for the head coach. It felt like, 90% of people calling and texting were like, yeah, Lynch's got to go. Lynch has got to go.
Well, I think the reason that people feel that way is because, let's say the 4 of the 6 best players on this team were drafted in the 2010s, meaning like 2017, 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
Like, let's think about this. Who are the best players on the team?
George Kittle,
Fred
drafted
Warner in 2017.
Yep, Fred Warner,
drafted in 2018.
Nick Bosa,
drafted in 2019.
And then you got some trades. You got CMC,
drafted in 2017.
Trent Williams, drafted 2010, 2011, whatever it is.
Right?
Yeah.
So, you have to have some guys that were great, drafted in the 2020s. And I think that's where the well runs dry regarding, like, revamping talent. And look, you can hit me with as many Keon Whites as you want. And I love Keon White. I'm excited that they got him. He's been a nice addition. But you need all pros that are in their prime making little money on a first contract. Like, that's how you sustain things. And I look at this team right now, and I question the number one part of John Lynch's job, which is loading up the roster. Like, you got to nail these draft picks or trade those guys and get something back in return. And I think the last 2 years, they've done a really poor job managing assets. Deebo Samuel was an asset. You got rid of him for nothing. You paid him and got rid of him for nothing.
He's not doing much.
No, but you didn't get anything in return. Like, the guy that you got in return is doing what for you?
Nothing.
Okay. Right? And you could say, oh, he scored a lot of touchdowns for you for a long time.
He did.
Even in a down year last year.
I think we all saw the writing on the wall with him,
Sure.
though. Yeah. And the leadership qualities towards the end there. He was a great Niner.
Who was set to replace him?
Well, he's so unique. I don't think you can replace Deebo Samuel. So that was another conversation. I don't think you can replace his type of production of what he meant as a wide back, if you will, right?
2 years ago and last year.
But Ricky Pearsall was supposed to be, no, for sure. Ricky Pearsall was supposed to be the next wide receiver, right? But I would argue, when we had a conversation about this, you don't replace a Deebo Samuel, that type of play. You just don't. He's too unique.
But you went from having Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk under contract to
just Brandon Ayuk, and then
in a walk year, Juwan Jennings, now in his second full season, Ricky Pearsall. You got to make a decision the year after next on, do you pick up the 5th-year option on Ricky Pearsall? And right now the answer is no.
Speaking of that, you brought this up, the trade deadline. John Lynch, Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, looking back on the trade. Oh, yeah.
I'm not
please.
Like, you said Deebo hasn't had a great year. I would agree with you. I want you to pull up Ricky Pearsall's numbers, okay?
He's been so hurt. So, yes.
For the record, the draft pick that the Niners got...
Marquise Siegel.
No, it was Jordan James was the draft pick.
Oh, it's even worse.
Yeah, so it was the 5th rounder pick 147 that ended up being Jordan James was the pick that the Niners used in return for Deebo Samuel.
Now,
thank you, Sam.
I would agree with you. Hey, Deebo hasn't done a lot this year, right? Like, what are you really accomplishing? He's got 62 catches, 550 yards receiving, 5 touchdowns, another 50 yards running. So basically 600 all-purpose yards.
How many games has he played?
And 6 touchdowns. He's played 12 games.
Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ricky Pearsall's played 7. One of those games he left early. Yep. And he has 25 receptions, 347 yards, 0 touchdowns.
So he's got half the yards, half the catches, half the yards from scrimmage, and none of the touchdowns.
No.
So, I'm not trying to hate on him. It's like, I was really excited with Ricky the first couple of weeks. But the reality is that, even if he was going to offset Ayuk's production, we're not even close to Ayuk's production. Just look at Deebo's production this year, who, again, you and I are in agreement. Yeah. He's not what he was a couple of years ago. I mean, Ricky's falling so short of that. It's sad.
Is the arrow pointing up with the San Francisco 49ers? The question we're asking. 888-957-9570. You can call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And I'm going to give you the key word right now for this hour, because I teased it and I promised it, and I deliver on my promises, people. You ready? For your chance to qualify to win either a Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler the Town jersey, text this key word, Guru, to 20357. That's Guru to 20357 for your chance to win one of the 3 jerseys right now. Again, every new hour, new keyword, be locked in between 6 a.m. 6 p.m. today for the final day that we are doing this. Did it the last 2 days, the last day. Plus, get this, Joe, be locked in between 7:45 and 8:15 and listen for this sounder.
Pat is that mother. That became clear.
And you got to be, that's so good. And B, I'm just going to leave that on my board. And be caller number 5, and you will score an awesome Pat Spencer jersey. Again, that's between 7:45 and 8:15. Got to be locked in for that.
We're in a weird spot in Bay sports right now. There are very few young, ascending studs.
Yeah. I mean, if we're doing the big 3 sports, we have one young.
The Sharks have
I know. But that is that's probably the team.
Yes.
But if we're going big 3 here,
Purdy's
baseball, basketball,
probably
football,
the best drafted young ascending stud in all the land. And I think a lot. I think he's really good, but I also have some serious questions about him.
Ascending, yeah. because I think we may have already seen the peak, or maybe he's still in his peak and prime is Logan Webb.
We'll see.
Logan
Webb.
Logan Webb's been really good.
All right,
I don't want to give him his flowers.
What is he, 28?
Yeah, I want to say he's around 28. Yeah, exactly.
You know what? You're right.
I'll throw Logan Webb in there, but again, that's a pitcher. Can I have it be an everyday guy? I like for that to happen. Not throwing any shade at Logan. He's incredible. Thank God they have him.
But the Niners were the saving grace when I looked at the other two teams, the Warriors and the Giants, and I would say like the Niners were good at finding talent. You know, like the last good draft pick, Brock. The year before that, Diamond
Lenore. Yeah, I'll go Lenore there. Who else? I mean, Alfred Collins been nice. He's
okay.
Yeah.
How many deep tackles around the league?
I know.
Are you gonna get to?
I know.
You know, I'm not trying to pick on him because he got hurt, but like, was Mike Hill gonna blow your socks off?
No. This is why we're having the question: is the arrow pointing up on the San Francisco 49ers?
That's why I'm so in on this year.
You should be.
That's why I'm so in on this year. Like I look at big picture, and not that it makes me sad. It's just I think they have a lot of work to do this year. Everybody's in their prime. Let's roll. Let's go.
I want to explore more of what John Lynch said on the other side with Tim Kawakami. Is the arrow pointing up for the San Francisco 49ers even after this season? Obviously, this season looks like they're going to be a playoff lock, but after this season, what's going to take place? 888-957-9570. Plus, what's Baldy about it? He's going to be frank. He'll be curt. He'll tell us how it is. 7:30, Brian Baldinger, plus the Hall of Famer in the 9 o'clock hour, P. Willie, Patrick Willis. You know it's all brought to you by. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, and it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Robert from Fresno. I had a good experience with Kim and Lauren when I scheduled the service. Plus, Marion explained the problem. He got it done in no time. Would recommend RNS Erection Tri-County Incorporated to everyone that has any problems with their roll-up doors.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Day-Day? It's our teammate, Odyssey, baby. The Draymond Green Show. Spadoni, Shasky, we're rolling. Talking some 49ers football because right now it feels good to be a 49ers fan. 9-4, in the thick of it in the NFC. Hey, a win here, a win there, a loss from another team. You could mess around and be the number 1 seed in the conference. How the hell did that happen? How the hell is that even a possibility? It's a wide open year. Usually you know in the NFL. Usually the last decade, 2 decades, you kind of knew. You don't know anything this year. And that's why it's fun. We like the parody. We do. But also, I'm going to be honest, I kind of like a juggernaut here and there. I kind of like having an Oklahoma City Thunder, either to root for or against. I like having a Patrick Mahomes or a Tom Brady-led Patriots or a Chiefs team, like the evil empire, right? The Death Star, the Stormtroopers. I want to blow that up. I kind of like having that. Well, it's wide open. It's a bunch of rebels out there, Joe. No one knows what's going to happen. The freaking Denver Broncos and Bo Nix are 11-2, and so are the Patriots with Drake May. Who saw that coming in the AFC? I didn't. Now, the Rams, they've won in the past. Like Stafford, McVay, Puka Nacua, Devontae. Dude, there's Hall of Famers everywhere on that team. They're stacked. They've won. Okay, I can understand that. Packers, they've been knocking at the door. You know, they were 1-done in the playoffs last year, but they're a good team. 9-3-1, but even the Packers had 9-3-1. I can't get that Carolina Panthers loss out of my head from a couple weeks ago, where Carolina, who we saw up close and personal on Monday Night Football, went into Lambeau and won. How do they do that? By the way, the Panthers, who are outside of the playoff picture, 7-6. You can make the argument they might have 2 of the most impressive wins this season, beating the Rams and beating the Packers, the top 2 seeds in the NFC. Then you got the defending champs. I haven't even mentioned the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles, Joe. They're 8-5. I still think they're going to win the division, but now the Cowboys are they're back. They're right there. A couple wins here, a couple losses there for the Eagles. It's a possibility.
Are you baffled?
I am. I don't know how to feel about this season right now.
Well,
I don't know.
Ask you,
yeah.
So when the deadline came and went, you know what everyone said to me?
What?
This isn't our year. Why would you trade, future assets when this isn't our year? This isn't our year. This isn't our year.
Why did they say it wasn't their year?
Because you don't have Bosa and you don't have Warner.
Yeah. I get it. I get it from that aspect. I do.
But then how come when we ask the question, is the arrow pointing up, neutral, or down on this team, big picture, year over year, no one wants to respond?
Because I think
both theories cannot be true.
They're afraid.
Why?
They're afraid to accept the reality that potentially this is a one and done type of a season where it's just a one-off. Now, it could be an amazing one-off. You can win the whole damn thing, and then no one really gives a damn, right? If you suck next year, the year after that, because you won the Super Bowl.
That's why I would be, close to all in on any given year.
I understand.
Is it because of the revolving optimism, pessimism? And I call it revolving because it is. It sways back and forth regarding the quarterback. We all feel great about the coach. Most of us feel great about the coach.
I think, the exercise we did yesterday, most people were extending Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Most people were.
Yeah, I think most people would.
Yeah.
And look, even the biggest Brock hater would have to admit, hey, he's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
Yes.
Like, is he worth $53 million? What his AAV might end up being? Those are different conversations. But I think even the biggest Brock hater would be like, yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's being said, why are we so tentative, big picture on the Niners? You got the coach, you got the quarterback, all right?
Well,
yeah, the drafting's been a little suspect.
Yeah.
Right? The drafting's been a little suspect, but I don't see how you can hold two opinions that are so contrasting to each other simultaneously. Joe, they can't win this year. Not worth trading to be all in. Big picture, I'm a little worried because that's the feeling I get. I feel like both sentiments I get from Niner fans.
You know why there's a reason to be optimistic about this team as we're talking about the arrow pointing up?
Weird.
I agree with you.
It is very weird.
People don't know how to feel about this team right now. I think that we're learning that they're having a lot of fun, but the expectations are what still? Have they shifted at all from just making the playoffs to making noise? That's why I feel like fans are starting to slowly. It's the holiday season. Got the Titans. They're not really sexy. Then you got a Colts team that might have an old man grandpa starting a quarterback in Phillip Rivers. Then you got the Bears, and then you got the Seahawks. The last two games are massive for NFC playoff picture. So I just don't know if fans know where this team is at right now.
It's been a very rocky season,
yes,
in terms of up and down, right?
On the emotional scale, for sure.
So the pendulum has swung, and I get that. I don't understand why when we ask big picture, do you feel good? The same people that told me you can't trade for anyone at the deadline because Warner and Bosa are coming back for next year are the same ones afraid to be like, oh, no, our arrow is still pointing way, way up on this team big picture.
I'll tell you why there is a reason to be optimistic.
It's weird.
No, there's a reason to be optimistic about this team going forward, even past this season. It's because of the stability at head coach and now defensive coordinator. Saleh, I think Bonte said yesterday, assistant coach of the year, if that was a thing.
Yeah.
It'd be Saleh. He'd be he's the DC, the defensive coordinator of the year. How about that? You got your offensive coordinator already. That's Kyle Shanahan. He's just going to be that guy like Andy Reid. You got your OC, you got your DC. And now, I know you bring it up, and it's not the sexy thing to talk about. You have a legitimate special teams coordinator now. Brad Boyer is you have stability, which in today's NFL, I could name more teams without stability than teams with it. Raiders, Titans, Browns, Jets. You know what? The Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah.
I don't care. They got the quarter unstable. New York Giants. Kept the Commanders maybe. They've been nothing but they had maybe just a one-off year last year.
Can they keep that guy healthy?
Exactly.
Can he stay healthy?
Saints, Cardinals, Falcons. That's just 10. And you can make arguments for more. The Dolphins fired
dumpster fires.
11 Joe, that's a third of the league I just mentioned that are unstable. That there is a reason to be optimistic because of stability alone. That's allowed teams like, whether we want to say that they've come up short and not living up to expectations, teams like the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know we scoff at them a lot, and like they've been one and done. They've like, oh, the Steelers, they're not going to do anything. But there is something to be said about getting to the playoffs.
Okay, but you're painting this picture for the Niners. I agree with you.
Like optimistic because of stability.
I think one of the reasons why I'm a little like, big picture is because I'm afraid that Robert will go. I'm talking about Saleh. And you
got to make him an offer he can't refuse. Well, got to go Godfather on his ass.
Let's say Pittsburgh gets rid of Mike Tomlin. There's some sort of an amicable separation.
Sure.
Can't you see Robert Saleh being a great fit for Pittsburgh?
Get back to the defensive mindset, hard hitting.
I mean, he looks like he was from the Pittsburgh area.
He does. He looks like he played in the 70s with all those guys. Yes.
So I do worry about those kinds of things. And it's hard to replace someone who's that good at what they do. It just is.
I just named all those situations, though. Yes, if the Steelers' job came open, he would have a lot of interest. If the Buffalo Bills are one and done,
right,
that would be a spot where I would love to have Robert Saleh. He has familiarity with the AFC East, being the Jets' former head coach. But outside of those ones, and again, we don't even know if those are going to be available. I'm just telling you the ones I'm pretty confident are going to be available. That's going to be the Titans, which it's there. All right. I'm almost positive the Raiders are going to fire Pete Carroll. I'm just throwing that. So we got those two. All right. What else am I missing? We got the Giants that have already done that. I have a hard time seeing him go back to New York. Why would he want to do that? Just don't do that to yourself. All right. So we got 3 right there. Saints aren't going to fire Kellen Moore. I think the Cardinals might fire Gannon. So that'd be 4 openings. Do you want to go there? What are they?
But Joe, who knows?
I think what I'm saying is he's going to be more selective, though.
Oh, he should.
He doesn't want to go to a bad ownership.
Yeah.
Because that's what, again, going back to stability, it starts at the top.
No, I hear
always.
You. But when you've had a taste as a number one, and maybe you aspire to that,
And there's only 32 jobs. I know.
And that might not be available to you next year. You might be the persona non grata after a bad season as a DC. So. Again, you're asking for reasons to be pessimistic, big term, long term. It's like, hey, these guys coming back from major injuries, who we all love and think are great players, you just never know.
For sure.
Right? I mean, I thought we would be seeing Brandon Ayuk by now. What happened there at that relationship? I think a big part of their big picture pessimism, that injury, forget the relationship for a second. That injury, just a huge hit.
Yeah.
A huge hit to their big picture outlook.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And now we're going to visit with Adam in SF. What's up, Adam?
Hey, Adam.
You think the arrow's pointing up on the 49ers?
Good morning, guys. I think we're at a neutral point, and I'll explain why. Shasky, I'm very much on your side about the whole being weary of not making a move at the deadline that, next year is not guaranteed, right? And we have this great record with all the injuries. What do you do to kind of shore up this season that is proven that you're playing well, you're winning? You get some more pieces to kind of shore up, some further success this year. Everyone wants to point to next year, but it's a next year of our core guys being older, core guys who have injury history. So that's why I was kind of all dead set on going in on this year, especially at the trade deadline when the Niners were, 6 or 7 weeks into the season, so they were 4-2 at that point. And so I'd say it's neutral because, the last couple of years we have proven that we haven't really been hitting on draft picks like our other competitors have. Alfred Collins does look good, but I think we're kind of at a neutral spot, and that's why for this year, it's just let's I guess we'll just see what happens with this team. I still very much believe in them. They're winning football games. They're winning them in a gritty style. And I'm just holding out on some little prayer that Fred Warner comes back, because that man is a gladiator. So we'll see what happens. But that's my take, guys. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Adam. That's Adam in San Francisco. 888-957-9570 is the arrow pointing up with the 49ers. Even after this season, we got Brian Baldinger joining us here in less than 30 minutes. Baldy breakdowns. We'll ask him that same question as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. always live on the Free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as you know, Joe, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And I just read the legal, so you know what that means. It's a new hour. New hour means new keyword. Be listening this hour. And you know what? In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to give you an opportunity to hear that keyword for this hour to qualify for a chance to win either a Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the town jersey.
Look, I'm excited about Alfred Collins, right? Jalen Carter is younger than Alfred Collins.
Is he really? How?
Jalen Carter's been in the league for 3 years.
How old is he? 23?
Jalen Carter's 24.
Oh, my God.
So is Alfred Collins. Like, again, I'm not trying to hate on that. Like I like Alfred Collins.
Yeah.
I've been impressed with him. Jalen Carter's, and I'm not like, we're comparing him to one of the best players in the game, right? Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
But I'm just giving you perspective on like legitimately where they're at. You know, Ricky Pearsall is 25.
Yeah. He was one of those COVID guys that just bounced around a bunch. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Joe, I know. I'm telling you. The reason to be optimistic, I wasn't going with some of the players for a reason. I was going with the coaches.
Like a hater, though? Do I sound like a hater? Or do I sound like I'm being real?
No, you're being a realist. This is what I love about you. You're being a realist when it comes to this team, and I think that's where a lot of Niner fans are at.
This is why I lost my mind about the deadline. So, like, for example, Ricky is 25. Jackson Smith and Jigba is 23.
Yeah.
So not only is he significantly better, but he's also multiple years younger. You know, like, I'm just giving you like perspective, Niner fans.
This is what John Lynch had to say in a sit down with Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard on looking back at the aforementioned trade deadline.
We were in on some of the big names. I think it was kind of a seller's market, and there was, at the same position, we would probably be looking at D-line. There were a lot of teams looking. And so the asking prices were just crazy. And we weren't going to do that. We felt good enough about our team that we just weren't going to do something we didn't think was wise. And parents telling me sometimes the best deals you do are the ones you don't do. And, I think for our team, we did what we thought was right. And it seems to be working out pretty well. So, but we didn't have our mind closed to adding, some high-end players, and we feel like we did.
Does that make you feel any better that he tried? No, I'm like, this is like he told you. He's like, hey, like we were in on all the guys. We just a deal didn't happen. I know it sounds like, oh, congratulations, you tried to do something. Let me give you the medal for trying.
Well, that's what Yoda said. He's like, do or do not, but if you try, that's okay too.
It's a great point. Thank you, Master Loveman. Thank you. Joe, you're looking at me like you son of a, you know what?
You know what's funny? No.
Seriously?
It's a good point. Okay. So if I just bring up the name Mac Jones, right? Mac Jones. And I would say to most people, like, what do you do with Mac Jones? I think a part of what is baked into the conversation of Mac Jones is like, we're not really good at drafting. So, like, even if I do want to, like, sell you to the highest bidder, I'm a little skeptical on if you can actually make something out of that.
Right.
And that doesn't even factor into, well, who would you bring in to be, his replacement as a backup?
Like, let me keep the proven commodity because I know I've whiffed with a third or second round pick in the past. Let me just keep the guy because he's going to be at least beneficial to me. But at the same time, he's a backup quarterback. Maybe he doesn't play at all. Then it's just like, damn, well, we got nothing out of this guy.
I mean, but that's
you get a compensatory. You get a compensatory pick, right? If he just goes or signs
if he leaves the year after, you get a comp pick. So, like, I think that's metaphorically just kind of sums up kind of my belief. It's like, man, like, you nailed this Mac Jones signing. You got a 2-year deal. He was excellent. He was just what the doctor ordered when the franchise quarterback got hurt. And now you have an opportunity to maybe get something significant in return. And I'm like, like if Howie Roseman had this opportunity, we would all be like, oh, he's going to crush that draft pick.
Well, of course, he always
like
does.
When in the offseason, I know in my heart of hearts, A.J. Brown is getting dealt, and they are nailing the 2 picks that they're getting in return for A.J. Brown.
What do you think, real quick, what do you think he's in the net? Like a second and a third?
A first and a fourth.
You think he's getting a first round pick?
Second and a third, something like that.
How old is he? Like, that's the other thing. Like, I don't know if
I think he's getting you one of them late first. Maybe it's a high second. Something in that range.
He's 28. And he's going to be 29 next June.
Oh, such a great teammate.
Yeah, I'm out on that. Larry and SF. What's up, Larry?
Hey, Larry.
Joe. What's up, fellas? Hey, I got to tell you, man, this is one of the greatest football seasons I can remember, man. I'm watching superstars throw 3-4 interceptions, fumbling balls all over the place, kickers making 56-yard field goals, 60-yard field goals, and then missing 29-yard chip shots. You know, I'm watching the special teams just go crazy on every team, and I'm going, this is the craziest football season I've ever seen. And Mac Jones, man, I got to tell you, I love the guy coming out of the draft. I remember Joe. I remember when you guys were working and you guys were all high on Trey Lance. I told you, Mac Jones was going to be a way better quarterback. And I tell you, I tell you my proof. You're playing a quarterback with a broken hand, and Mac Jones is sitting on the sidelines. I mean, not Mac Jones, but
yes.
You're talking about Justin Herbert and Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Trey Lance sitting on the sideline, dude, without not even getting a nod, because I mean they said a broken hand on my quarterback that just had surgery is better than Trey Lance. When you start talking about draft picks and all this stuff, I think the Niners have done better on the draft picks. They just failed to use them and train them. Do you know what I mean? I'm watching this year. I'm watching all these rookies, no-name rookies. I'm talking rookies without no super pedigree from college. No-name rookies compete in the NFL like they've been there. And so all this time, I think the whole missing on these draft picks, other than the Reuben Foster ones, missing on all these draft picks were laziness, man. Shanahan and whoever was the DC didn't train them. They rather go with the old vet who's lost 3 or 4 steps.
Thanks, Larry. Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Well,
Mac Jones is just.
You have to hit on your picks.
Yeah.
They've actually done a better job in the later rounds than they have in the early rounds.
I mean, I understand what he said. Like, they did draft technically Brock Purdy. They did. It was the last pick. They get credit for that.
Yeah.
They do. So like they did draft him.
Think of their 7th round picks, okay, just over the years. Jawan Jennings, it's been a pretty good pick.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy, boy, that's been a great pick.
Yeah.
Tatum Bethune, it's a pretty good pick.
Yeah.
Now let's go to their 2nd and 3rd round picks. You know what I mean?
No, we don't talk about that, Jim. Don't talk about that.
I give credit where credit is due. And I think that they have hit some big. One guy that they've shined up this year who is eligible for an extension after this year is Jair Brown.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do with him? Is he a guy that you want to keep around? I don't even know. I've been all over the map on him. I've been like, oh my gosh, he's missing plays left and right. He can't play. To now all of a sudden I'm saying, all right, has he figured something out? Is he good? Is he a part of the core moving forward? Is Malik Mustafa and him, is that the combination in the secondary? Maybe. Legitimately, maybe. That's what I look at these next 4 games, and I want to make the playoffs. I want to win all these games. Could there be some growth from my 2 safety players? And that's a tandem that I view going into the future highly of. I'm open to hearing that argument. Sounds insane, but I'm open to listening to it.
All right. It's a new hour, which means a new key word. The key word for this hour to qualify for a chance to win either a Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the town jersey. Keyword is dribble. Text dribble to 20357. That's dribble 20357 for your chance to win one of those 3 jerseys that I just mentioned. We got Baldy coming up in 20 minutes. We'll ask all these same questions to him. Plus, got to be locked in on the other side as well, because not only are we doing that keyword, we're giving you an opportunity to win a Pat Spencer jersey. All that and more next, brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
In 2023, 1,355 people were killed in alcohol-related crashes throughout California. Driving under the influence of anything is dangerous, illegal, and has serious consequences. Don't be the I in DUI. Go safely, California.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom, with locations across the Bay Area, can supply your plan to customize your home and up to multi-million-dollar projects. Golden State Showrooms can deliver precision-crafted windows and doors that elevate any project. While they specialize in luxury and ultra-luxury upgrades, Golden State offers options for any budget, and their brands include Quantum, Western, Marvin, and Milgard. Golden State can manufacture custom orders that others won't attempt, like 15-foot doors, live edge designs, oversized pivot entries, and much more. You can count on their expert installation and support and specialized delivery, and because they've got trucks designed specifically for window and door transport as they partner with builders and homeowners to ensure project success. You'll also find options that can increase energy efficiency, as well as fireproof options for your home or business. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and scroll through their image gallery, and you'll realize Golden State Lumber on showroom makes the extraordinary possible. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Johnny Rinse tonight. And I need it more. My kick was so bad and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do. I'm always in the dark. The sweating dead short smells like a dog bar. And Johnny Rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu, the daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
What's up, Pilo? Pilo knows we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good. Just like Baldy. He's going to be joining us in about 13 minutes. Brian Baldinger, courtesy of River Islands, our Odyssey NFL Insider, Joe.
I have some questions I want to throw to you and to Niner fans.
Oh.
Is it exclusive to just the Niners? Because I would say it's not. That the majority of your optimism or pessimism on your football team is directly correlated to how you feel at a given time about your quarterback. Meaning, when I'm feeling good about my quarterback, sky's the limit. When I'm feeling down about my quarterback, no matter how well the personnel is around, or how good the personnel is around the quarterback, for whatever reason, big picture, I feel significantly less enthusiastic. Think about Philadelphia this morning, and we're going to get into them and how they treat their players and how the Bay Area treats their players.
As fans.
But they got a great team. Like, on paper. Big picture, shouldn't you feel great?
You should.
Yet, I think everyone's like, oh my God, did they pay the wrong guy? Even though he just won a Super Bowl?
I mean, he's been to two of them. He's won one. He was Super Bowl MVP.
Joe, you know what they're calling him?
What do they call?
They're in Philadelphia. I listened yesterday to some of their radio station. Early onset Russell Wilson.
Oh, my God.
Was what they were calling Jalen Hurts.
Like it's a disease?
He just won the Super Bowl less than a calendar year ago. Early onset Russell Wilson is what they're calling Jalen Hurts.
What a fall from grace from Russell Wilson. I mean, my God. Just how he's viewed around the league. I mean, he's by all accounts, like I don't think he's like a scandalous person by any means, but
okay.
Early onset Russell Wilson, they're saying?
Right.
What?
I know.
They're still first in their division.
If you were talking to Rams fans, as great as their roster is their optimism directly tied to how they feel about Matt Stafford?
Yeah, because if they don't win it this year, they're going to feel like, oh, well, our window's about to close.
I wonder how Rams fans, Seattle fans feel. Is their optimism directly tied to how they feel about Sam Darnold on a given game?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes, because I think they're viewing it as, can he win me a playoff game?
Okay.
That was what Geno couldn't do.
Yes.
Right? Geno could not win a playoff game. Or did he win one? I don't think he won any over in Seattle, if I'm not mistaken.
Are Giants fans optimistic this morning because of Jackson Dart?
I think so.
A little?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think that's part of what makes the Giants head coaching search interesting. They might be the top team to go for because they have a young quarterback that's shown promise.
Jaden Daniels, Washington, as down as this year's been, I think most people, big picture, who follow that team would be optimistic because of their belief in Jaden.
Yes.
Right?
Not in Dan Quinn, but in Jaden, for sure.
All right. Then I think of Minnesota.
Yeesh.
Is there pessimism about their organization, big picture, wrapped around how they believe about their quarterback right now? Even if you kind of like JJ, wouldn't you be pessimistic overall because of you can't unlock Addison and Jordan Jefferson if JJ's not good?
Can he stay healthy? Can he just stay healthy first and foremost? I don't know. He had a red shirt his rookie year.
So then I bring it back to the Niners.
Yeah.
Are Niner fans hesitant to answer this question that we're throwing out? Like, how are you feeling about your team big picture? Because they're kind of all over the place with Brock Purdy this morning. Not that they don't like him. Not that they don't think he's good. They just have a lot of questions. Is the entire optimism about the franchise or pessimism moving forward directly correlated to how you feel about Brock Purdy? I guess is the question I would ask.
I think that's the case for almost every NFL team, but I like how you phrase that. Is your fandom almost, whether good or bad, and how you feel positively or negatively about the team, directly tied to the quarterback? 888-957-9570. I think in almost all cases it is. And for this team in particular, yes, because we've seen some good, bad, and ugly from him. Just the other week, Monday Night Football, Carolina.
It's pretty bad.
They won the game. You wouldn't, if you listened to the show after, you wouldn't have known that. It was brutal for Brock that day. Absolute evisceration sensation. That's a buck. Thank you, Dibs. Like that's what it was. Like 3 picks in the first half. Like could have been more.
Don't we both agree that like this year is really difficult to evaluate because of the injury? Like the injury is it's a tough one.
I hate
it's not
that,
a cop out. I'm not making it a cop out. I'm just saying like
no, you're not. But
I'm trying to be fair.
I hate that that's the thing because you know what? He's telling us he's fine now.
Yeah, but I think maybe he feels better now than he did earlier. But I know he's dealing with something that is significant. Like Joe, what he's dealing with. That's what made the other day against Cleveland so remarkable. What he's dealing with is a very serious injury.
Correct. Well, we're going to talk to a guy at 9'10", Patrick Willis, P. Willie. That ended his career turf toe.
And so, like, I think as I step back and like, oh gosh, for like there's this year, there's the right now, and then there's like the big picture. If he can get fully recovered from the toe, I feel a lot better. Big picture about where this organization's at. Let's go to the airwaves. Let's go to the lines.
Let's go to the phones.
888-957-9570. I want to hear from Niner fans. Is your optimism about the Niners long-term directly correlated to how you feel about the quarterback on any given time?
I'll go to the phones here in a second. I do have to mention, be locked in this hour and next hour because between 7:45 and 8:15, you got to hear this sounder.
Pat is that mother. That became clear.
And be caller number 5, and you will score a Pat Spencer jersey. That's between 7:45 and 8:15, though. And when I play that sounder next, that's your opportunity to call and be caller number 5. All right, let's go to the phones. All right. Zaya, San Diego. What's up, Zaya?
Good morning, guys.
What you got?
Hello. Yeah, our arrow's trending up, man. We got a good core young defense, and I'm just curious to see what kind of Brock Purdy we're going to see when it comes to the playoffs. Is it going to be the elevating Brock Purdy that played against Seattle on the road when we played them and, just balled out of control on our way to a Super Bowl and a championship game? Or is he going to be restricted to, is our offense going to be restricted, in terms of, conservative or just trying to win games defensively? Also, we can't blame the toe injury because, Joe Burrow's balling. He came back and he's looking like Joe Burrow after this, basically the same injury that
his was worse, Zaya, so and he had surgery to repair it, though. So he did take a couple months off to repair it.
Yeah, I understand. I think we should all be rooting for Brock. Teams, Lamar, Jalen have been having terrible games. Quarterbacks are going to have bad games, but it's how we go moving forward when we get into the playoffs. I really hope that the 1 seed can come through Levi and somehow we make that push to get to the top of the seeding. That would be, huge. It would be huge to get that 1 seed.
I totally agree.
Thanks, Zaya.
Good
No,
call,
it's a great point because that's kind of what we were talking about this morning, Joe, before the show. Playoffs. What are you going to do in the playoffs, Brock? That seems like the overarching theme with all these guys in it. To be honest, that's, whether fair or not, that's how we talk about sports. What made Tom Brady special? Joe Montana. What made Patrick Mahomes special? Like, getting it done in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Having playoff moments.
Why is Lamar Jackson not universally beloved?
Playoffs.
Yeah.
Playoffs.
It sucks for the guy, but it's like it's one of the things he's got to check off his
even
list.
With Josh Allen, you go to the stats there, and I know you've read him. He's incredible there in the playoffs.
Oh, no, he's unbelievable in the playoffs.
Comes up short.
I know. Well,
the team
there's
comes,
a team argument.
The team
for
comes
both
up,
players, there's a team argument.
Yeah, and he's also had some bad turnovers at bad times or fumbles at the worst time. And it's funny because we're talking about Jalen Hurts, who has had playoff. He had the biggest playoff moment in the freaking Super Bowl against that Chiefs defense, shredding them on the running and throwing the ball. By the way, you mentioned it. Do you want to hear the sound now from the WIP on what they're talking about their quarterback? as juxtaposed how we talk about ours.
I would always love to taste the tears of Philly.
Jack Fritz from the afternoon show on our sister station in Philly.
Yeah,
there you go, Spike. Okay. From WIP. Just take a listen.
I think we're in the middle of the Jalen Hurts tailspin. I think it's already started. I think, I could have said that this is the beginning of the end of Jalen and Philly, but I actually think we're right in the middle of it. I think that it has already started, and last night was one we're going to look back on, just like we look back at Carson in 2020 and say that was one of those games where we knew. We're in the process of this happening, but when he doesn't have the best defense, the best offensive line, the best running back, he's just not a guy that you can put the game on and say, go win it.
That's fascinating because you would think if you look up his stats, he's god-awful. And he had a bad performance. He had 4 picks on Monday Night Football. 4. He has a 19-6 touchdown interception ratio. 19-6.
Yeah, but when you watch them play,
I understand, but you'd think the way we're talking about him, he's like Jameis Winston 30-30 season.
Yeah, but like when I watch them play, he can't throw over the middle. He just like it's bizarre.
Well, the chemistry, everything, it feels like a tick off.
Yeah.
Is that the coordinator?
He's not running.
It's not running.
When he was excellent, he was
rushed for
running. 337
yards this year, which isn't, for him, he's averaging 3.8 yards a carry. He's got the tush-push, 8 touchdowns. So total touchdowns to interceptions is 27 if you want to go on the ground too. But I'm with you. It just doesn't look right there. And they're in first place. And they're saying this, by the way.
And I think the difference with him and other quarterbacks, it feels like they all hate him.
Yeah.
Or some of them hate him. I don't know. Like, I'm talking about teammates. There's clearly a divide either amongst one or multiple guys on the team regarding Jalen.
By the way, we're going to have Brian Baldinger here joining us momentarily. I'm going to give you another opportunity. At some point in the next half hour, I'm going to give you another opportunity for the keyword. I gave it away once, but it's the season of giving. Joey Claus over here giving you another opportunity for that keyword to qualify to win either a Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the town jersey. Before that,
we are double dipping on Santa this weekend.
We do. Hey,
I'll
really?
explain it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's the caller, and I'll explain.
That's a tease right there. Yeah. Well, we have 2 Joes here. Why not a Jose in Oakland? Why not,
Jose?
Jose, what's up, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. The funny thing about that sound bit, if you had told me that they were talking about Brock Purdy without me knowing anything else, I would have believed it because I've heard the same narrative about Brock Purdy, that if he doesn't have the best defense and the best offensive players, he can't win the game by himself. At the end of the day, that's true about every single quarterback out there. As far as my outlook on the Niners, me personally, I don't base it on the quarterback, mainly because Mac Jones has already proved to me that he's capable of managing the team, to the best expectations of the coach. And Brock Purdy, unless he gets injured, unless, that injury that he has gets worse, I think that he can get us up there. Mine is more based on the defense. Can they maintain what they're doing right now? To be honest with you, I think they are outperforming themselves based on the fact that most of them are rookies and some of them are players either from the street or from the practice squad. My biggest thing right now is, I'm still hating the fact that they didn't trade for Quinn Williams. Okay, they could have 4 5th-round picks next year, and they still wouldn't be able to draft a player the caliber of Quinn Williams. But that's neither here nor there. With what they have right now, I think as long as we have Robert Saleh, directing the defense, we have a chance.
Thanks, Jose in Oakland.
Thanks, Jose. I'm with them on that. I do think as long as Robert Saleh is directing the defense, they have a chance. Well, that I agree with.
That's 100%. That's my optimism. If we're talking about like optimism, whether or not to be optimistic, pessimistic, it's because of Robert Saleh and his synergy with Kyle Shanahan, and now the special teams coordinator Brant Boyer. Like they got all the trio is set there at the top. Can we just get some draft picks in here that actually like hit like that? That's all we're asking. If we're Niner fans, can we just get some that hit? I just keep going back to that Jalen Hurts guy. It's just the way we talk about it is it's the beginning of the end. It's the beginning of the end. just won a Super Bowl this calendar year. He just won it back in February. And it's over now. It's done. What if he goes on a run here? What if the Eagles get into the playoffs? They get all the way to the conference title game. Oh, you got to get rid of him. It's like, oh my God.
Sports, bro.
I know. And you know what? We're going to do it here.
Joe,
and we
Joe.
think we're better. We think we're better than Eagles fans, Joe.
No, we're the same.
We're the same.
We're the same.
We always are. What do you do in the playoffs?
They have the label of being hardcore. We have the label of being soft, and I think it's
they
completely
booed Santa
bunk.
Claus. You can't boo Santa Claus. You just can't.
Joe, I watched us throw Barry Zito to the curb, run him over with the 18-wheeler 5 times, still wasn't dead, lift him up, run him over again, deactivate him from the World Series team, okay? He was not on the active roster.
He was in studio with us talking about it, yeah.
Then he's done. He's the GOAT for his handful of innings out of the bullpen, and then we're going to start him in the World Series, and he's going to fake slap a bunt down the line and win game 1 against Verlander. I mean, I've seen it all. Trust me, I've seen it all.
No, you haven't, because get this. I'm glad you mentioned the San Francisco Giants. You know who's joining us at 8:20 today? And shout out Sam Lemon for getting this guy.
I don't know, John McGraw.
Hall of Famer Jeff Kent.
Let's go.
Joining us at 8:20.
So we got Patrick Willis and Jeff Kent?
We got 2 Hall of Famers, brother.
And Baldy?
I guess we do get guests on this show.
Sam did have a point.
Lubman did do his job.
First time for everything.
There you go. Good job, Sammy. Great get right there. Can't wait to talk Jeff Kent. Might be, pound for pound, outside of my own and Pat Spencer's, greatest mustache in all sports. I mean, come on. Right?
A few years ago, I did this exercise as we're kind of efforting Baldy right now, where it
You grew
was
a mustache?
the wild, wild west of Bay Area sports athletes. And I had Jeff Kent being a part of Bruce Brochy's ranch and was one of his ranch hands.
Was this during the Yellowstone phenomenon?
Yes.
Okay.
And he would be like a regulator who had to take on the sheriff duty
Mount up.
because the posse of Don Nelson was taking over the town.
God.
Come on, this is pretty good.
Hey, I can picture
Admit it,
Don
this is
Nelson.
good.
Have you ever seen The Quick and the Dead with Leo DiCaprio? Who's my guy? God, I can't think of his name. Gene Hackman. He's the bad guy, right?
Okay.
All black, everything. Don Nelson in all black. He's got the trench coat on. He got like this the silver, like, what is Smith & Wesson? I don't know what a Colt 45.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm all in on this. I'm sure AI could actually make that picture for you too.
Well, no, I mean,
ask
like,
Grok to do it.
I could go real deep on this. Like part of Don Nelson's posse. I mean, it's an incredible posse.
He really thought about
Charles
this.
Haley.
Oh my God.
Draymond Green. Like think of this posse that's robbing stagecoaches. Bill Romanowski, right?
This is like Curly Bill's gang.
Tell me this is not great.
This is Curly Bill and
Well, they
and
jumped
Johnny
Jordan
Ringo.
Poole at the bar.
Oh, no.
Right? Like Randy Johnson is clearly a bartender at said Wild Wild West bar, wiping the glass.
Is he a bartender or is he a marshal?
No, I think he's a bartender.
Okay,
he's
fair
the
enough.
old bartender.
He's just the
he's
big
wiping
mug.
the glasses.
Okay.
What can I have for you?
Yeah.
Ron Wotus is also working at this particular saloon.
Of course he is.
Come on, it's funny.
Who else? Anyone on the Niners?
Well, Mike Holmgren would be sitting down playing the piano at said saloon.
Mike Holmgren.
I think he's a Bay Area guy.
Andy Reid, right?
Yeah, Andy Reid. You could throw him in there.
Sure, just
come on. That's pretty funny.
That's pretty good. You think Baldy would fit in on the Wild Wild West?
1,000%.
I don't have him yet. I just was saying that. Oh, it is. We do. So let's. We got the open. We'll find it. We got Cam in the back. He's filling in for
Just
Carter.
go right to Baldy.
No, it's fine. We have the open, Joe. We got to play the open because it's tremendous.
He breaks down plays better than anyone.
I mean, this is like Shark Week now. And you know what Baker Mayfield is? He's chum. Look at these sharks. You think you're getting away from those 4 angry sharks? It's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read. Urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
You're damn right. And he's joining us on the River Islands guest line. Brian Baldinger is presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Baldy, good morning. Spadoni, Shasky. We're rolling on the Niners this morning. We're kind of all over the place. Well, we were just, you want to go ahead, Joe?
I want to ask him, like, you do hits all across the country.
Yeah.
And just as I listen to Philly radio the last couple of days, and I think about Niner fans and how we lose our mind, is every fan base in America, is their optimism on their team, big picture, directly correlated to how they feel about their quarterback situation at a given time?
That's probably the focal point of the chatter. Is he playing, is he, I don't know, Drake May? Is he Matt Stafford? Or is he, at the bottom, the way Jalen throwing an interception at the end of the game in overtime to win the game? So there's probably a direct correlation right there, Joe. I listened to enough of it. Although, Dallas is struggling, but I don't know if anybody is saying their struggles are due to Dak Prescott's play. Like he's sort of he would be the outlier to that conversation.
We're talking about it, and it's a great point, like Brock Purdy and the season he's had. He's had a crazy couple weeks. He has that stinker against the Panthers, 3 picks the first half, could have been more. Then he plays very in control, very just calm, cool, collected against a very good Cleveland defense. Now we got a bye week. He gets more rest on that foot. But the sense I'm getting from a lot of Niner fans is they're waiting for the playoffs now. Now it's not set in stone. Take care of business against the Titans. You look like you're probably going to be a playoff team, but they got business to take care of. Is that fair to view the success of this season for Brock just through a playoff lens, Baldy? Has he gotten to that point now where it's just all about the play? He's been to a Super Bowl before.
I know. And a championship game.
Yeah.
It's not really fair, but that's just how these guys are evaluated. It just is. I mean, Peyton Manning wasn't Peyton Manning until he won a Super Bowl. Like, he had playoff losses. He was at the very top of any, measurement, analytics every year. And he had Hall of Famers all around him. But the narrative, I hate that word, but the narrative, going back to Tennessee, he couldn't win a national championship at Tennessee. He couldn't win playoff games in Indy. And that traveled with him until he finally broke through. And it's just, that's why Aaron Rodgers is still playing. Like, he's not happy with one Super Bowl. He wants to be, he wants to be measured like Eli and Peyton and others that have won multiple Super Bowls. And so it's not fair, but that's where it's come down to. And so the regular season, honestly, Joe Burrow could be the best quarterback in the regular season. In some years he is, but the playoff record isn't great. Lamar Jackson, like, I talked to Lamar about this summer. I talked to him about it. Like, it haunts him. It haunts him. Like, you can win MVPs in this league and be the best athlete, the best player, the best quarterback, and you're not winning playoff games. Like, you're just not in that upper echelon of players.
I'm glad you said that, because I was so encouraged with the way he was moving against Cleveland. I thought that was that missing element that we've been waiting for really since week 1 against Seattle. Yeah. And I'm starting, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but Eagles, Packers, Rams, Seahawks, Bucks, these are potential places that you might play. Are any of those teams a team that this offense should fear if they had to go on the road and play there?
Well, if they came to Philadelphia, I mean, nothing feels good in Philadelphia right now. Like, they look beatable. They lead the league in 3 and outs. They go through long stretches without scoring. Every quarterback wants to be able to take their team down the field to win the game, whether it's the regulation or whether it's overtime. And the Eagles couldn't do that, and they had a great opportunity to do it the other day. Dropped a touchdown pass in the end zone. A.J. Brown got the ball right in his hands. Cam Hart, pulls his arm, tugs at it, and ball comes out. They don't look like they have that type of confidence. I do have that confidence in Matt Stafford. I do have that confidence in Jordan Love right now. I don't have that confidence in Baker Mayfield. We got to see if they win that division. Carolina and Tampa, they play, a couple of times here. We'll find out who's going to win that division. But if it was Bryce Young, I wouldn't have confidence in him. I don't know if, as good as that Bear-Packer game was, I don't know that anybody feels like Caleb can come down and win a game for you the way we want these playoff games to come down to. We want to see that drama, suspense. We want to see all of that like that we saw, in Green Bay the other day.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of River Islands, our Odyssey NFL insider. And to that point, Baldy, what should Niner fans be feeling most confident when it comes to this team? Like, this is basically playoff football at this point in December. What should they be hanging their hat on and feel most confident in heading into Levi Stadium against the Titans?
I would say 2 things. One, I think they're very well coached. So I don't feel like that's a team that if they get to the playoffs, when they get to the playoffs, that they're going to beat themselves. We could say that in years past, especially about special teams. I don't think you can say that now. So I think, 1, they look very well coached. And 2, they play the game really hard. And you know that McCaffrey's going to – if he gets to the playoffs right now, like he's going to be at 400 plus 450 touches. Like you're still going to get the same effort from Christian. You might not get the breakaway runs that we saw 2 years ago, but I feel pretty good that he's going to get the ball a lot. And he's going to get over 100 catches this year. Like I feel those two things, well coached, and they're going to play the game hard. And they're not going to leave any playoff game, win or lose, where they're like, oh, we could have done this, we should have done that. I feel like they're going to leave it on the field.
You know, Baldy, you bring up Christian, and I'm glad you did. We have these sports debates now that aren't what they used to be 10 and 15 years ago. Everything's so data-driven, and we look up their stats, and it's like, well, what about my eyeballs? Because when I'm watching the game with my eyes, he's carrying them at times, even though the numbers aren't robust. How would you, Brian Baldinger, who watches film across the league, explain to a data nerd how important and how great Christian's been for the Niners this year?
Watch Christian McCaffrey get up off the ground after being tattooed on his 30th touch of a game. Like, he bounces up. Now, I know there's some running backs, Earl Campbell, some of these guys were just notoriously, like, it looked like it was going to be their last carry of the day. They got up slow. McCaffrey bounces up off the ground somehow. I don't know what he eats for breakfast, but, like, just that I think that wears on the psyche of defenses. When you think, okay, instead of, we're going to break this guy's sword, that guy is like bouncing up off the ground, ready to do it again. Like there's something about watching that guy's energy level that is very contagious to an entire team.
What has been the area that has most impressed you this year? Obviously, the amount of touches, especially the last couple of years, you and I going back and forth about how many he's received and wear and tear. And like, what's the most remarkable part of his season this year?
I guess he catches everything. Like he doesn't drop a ball. Like, I mean, I just watched A.J. Brown drop 2 the other day. They pay that guy a lot of money to catch the ball. I'd never see Christian drop a ball. Like his hands and his eye and his just the focus on the ball is as good as there is in this league. Like he can make any kind of a catch. He can run any kind of a route. Like he's an amazing receiver. And then I just think like they basically created a brand new position for him in this offense a couple years ago that now other teams are all copying, where he's not a running back, but he's not a slot receiver. He's somewhere out there in space. And you really don't know what he's going to do from that position. But I feel like that position is the McCaffrey position. Then now you see James Cook doing it. You're seeing other teams kind of copying that. And why? Because nobody, if you're in man coverage, all right, because you're blitzing, whatever you might be, if you're too deep, man under, you're trying to keep the ball in front of you, there's nobody in this league, like cornerback, safety, nobody wants to see McCaffrey in space. And that's why he's out there. Like, you got all that space to be able to, and you got to handle that guy. And I feel like now, like, I think Kyle's the first one to really do it. And now I see other teams copying it with similar type players.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Roast. And by the way, we are doing our Pat Spencer jersey giveaway. You got to be listening for the sounder. I played it a bunch this morning. So when you hear that sounder within the next 30 minutes, when you hear it, then you can be calling number 5 to the contest line. I'll give it out there. You will win a Pat Spencer jersey. Also, in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to give away another keyword for this hour for your chance to qualify to win either a Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the town jersey, Joey.
Yeah, Baldy, John Lynch came out the last week or two, and he's been talking about Brandon Ayuk. And obviously, there's been a lot made about the voiding of the contract and whatnot. Both the coach and the GM have said, hey, we would welcome him back. How does that land in the locker room? How does that land with the coaching staff? Would they accept him?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they would accept him. He's one of them. Now, I don't know, and I don't know if anybody knows Mike Silver, pick a guy. Like, what's the story here? What's the real story? I don't know it. But as a player, first of all, he's a dog. He's a warrior. He just is. He's a blocker. Like, he plays the game hard, plays the game the right way. Like, if any player thought, not just Ayuk, that a guy could come into the locker room and help them win a game, like roll out the red carpet, he'd be welcome back. Because, like when I was in Philadelphia, we practiced. Our locker room was in the Veteran Stadium, right? So we were in the basement where the roof leaked, and all the executives were on the top floor. So we always sort of looked at a franchise. I'm just using this as sort of a metaphor, but every franchise has, all right, all the suits are upstairs, but all the dogs are downstairs. Like, I mean, we sort of take everybody in. We take them all, and they can. If you're a bad guy and you can't help us win, see ya. But if you're Brandon Ayuk and you can help us win a playoff game or win a game down the stretch against Seattle, like, come on in. Here's the uniform. Here's your locker. There's, let me get you lunch. What do you want? I mean, there's just that sort of separation within an organization.
If he doesn't return and it's on his accord, at least by all sentiments, how does that land for his next location, or does it not matter at all?
I think talent always wins out. If he can still run routes the way he did and catch the ball the way he did, impact games the way he did, somebody will take him. Somebody, whether it's the 49ers or it's somebody else. Like, he's good. He's going to be in the league. I don't know how healthy he is. I don't know if that impacts some of the decisions that have been made and some of the comments that have been said. But it really is yesterday's news, I think, Joe.
Baldy, we had a sound from John Lynch earlier basically saying, like, he's been here for 9 years, which is crazy. Him and Shanahan, it's crazy that it's been 9 years already.
Yeah.
And, he feels like the franchise is, the arrow's pointed up is the words he used. It's pointing up. Would you agree that, like, the next 2-3 year window, the arrow is up with this squad? Because there's a lot of trepidation, it feels like, within the fan base that this might be like a one-off kind of a year.
I think they're rebuilding and restocking as they grow. We've seen the impact of a lot of the young players right now, whether it's offensive lineman Dominic Pooney or, whether it's, we got to see what Pearsall can become. But I feel like, defensively, you go draft 3 defensive linemen. I think they feel pretty good about it. Well, hopefully Michael comes back healthy. Nick and Fred are up there in years, but nobody thinks that, they've seen the best of those guys. They still have good years left. And so, we're seeing, linebackers step up right now and play. And so I feel like maybe they lose Robert Saleh in the coaching, carousel this year, but I feel like the staff is in good shape right now. And so I would agree with John. I'm going to be at the Senior Bowl this year, and I can bet that John will be down there looking at these guys. They had a good draft last year before. They need another really good draft with an elite, a couple elite players, whether it's receiver, whether it's a tight end, whatever it might be, a running back. Like, they need some top-level talent to come in and continue to grow this thing from the youth standpoint.
We're going to talk to Patrick Willis in a little bit here, Baldy. And, I'm sure you watched almost all of his games. I got the luxury of seeing his entire career firsthand. And he's just one of the all-time great gladiators I've ever seen. Never could come off the field. Broken hand, had a club. He's going sideline to sideline, taking on when they had fullbacks, blasting fullbacks, shedding blocks, and still making plays. If you were to explain to someone who never watched Patrick Willis play, how would you describe his style of play?
Well, what was amazing about Patrick is he comes in and he's first-team All-Pro as a rookie. Like, he's the best lineman. Like, he's wearing 52 to him because he wants to honor Ray Lewis. And he's basically better than Ray Lewis when he comes in. Like, it was all phases. Like, the one thing Fred was on talking to you right now, or Patrick, whatever. Like, the hard part about playing, like you can go find the ball. All right, there's guys that have instincts to go get the ball. Well, this game is a passing game. So if you're going to be an every down player, you got to impact the passing game. But you can't turn your head around to see what's going on behind you. You have to know the route combinations from the formations, from the releases, to know what's going on in the hook curl, out there in the curl flat, where the safety fits in. And that takes time to learn that stuff. Patrick came in and looked like he coached it. Like, how did he learn that so quickly to be able to understand the passing game and all the things that go on in the passing game? How did he learn it so quickly? And part of that is to get depth in your drops, to give yourself more space to be able to see. Like, he got depth. Like, most guys stop after 3 steps and just start settling. but he seemed like he understood that phase of the game the day he came in.
Where does he stack up for you all time? That's a tough question. Eras have changed so dramatically. Fred's perfect for this era. Patrick was perfect in his era. But just as someone who has like a keen history of the league, where would you stack him up?
Well, it's changed so much. Like, Butkus was the middle linebacker that we all remember. Dick Butkus ran a 5-flat 40. Like, he couldn't play in today's game. And that's not a knock on Dick Butkus. The game, you're running, these guys are running in the 4.4s. Patrick Queen came out of LSU running a 4.4. Like, it's just a completely different game. But I don't know, even if you said Singletary was, for a long time, that was the best defensive football, and he was the captain of that ship. At 5'10", he was the best middle linebacker in football. But I think you got to go back. I mean, if you're going to start the conversation right now with Ray Lewis, which is where you should start it, like Patrick, if you had to say, okay, who's your starting inside linebackers in today 2025's honor roll? You're going to go probably Patrick Willis and Ray Lewis. You're probably going to put those two guys side by side.
Oh, my God. I'm so happy we're talking to 9 and 10. We're going to play him all this, by the way. He's going to love every single second of it. No, it's true.
My jaw dropped.
And, that brings us, you brought up Fred Warner. Let's just say, hypothetically, Baldy, he gets back. Somehow, some way, second round of the playoffs, they're able to get Fred Warner back on the field.
Even if he's not 100%.
Even if he's not 100%. How big of a boost would that be for this defense?
Oh, that lift would be amazing. To see, it's like Willis Reed coming onto the court for the Knicks. It's just going to light everybody's hair on fire. First of all, just everything he does is contagious. So I think it takes everybody's play up. Playoff football is always different than the regular season to begin with. But if Fred stepped on the field in a playoff game and they're going against Seattle, honest to God, you can't get close enough to the TV to watch it. You want to go, if it's in Seattle, you're going to go buy plane tickets to go to Seattle. You're going to want to see it. You're going to want to remember the day that you saw Fred Warner come back from a shattered ankle and helped the 49ers to a playoff win. The impact, I think everybody, every secretary is going to walk a little faster in their step coming into that building if Fred comes back on the field.
If he were to come back in that first wild card round of the playoffs, are they the most dangerous team in the playoffs?
Well, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of dangerous teams in the NFC. I mean, the Rams are going to be dangerous. Seattle's going to be dangerous. Whoever wins the North is going to be dangerous. I mean, that was a playoff game the other night in Green Bay between Chicago, and it was played like a playoff game. He's going to add to it, though. They're going to be, and especially if Fred comes in there and punches a ball out, because every possession is so valuable, so important. If he comes in there and he does one of his punch outs and the ball's on the ground and they get it, or he gets his hands on it, they're going to be tough to beat if that happens, something like that.
All right. I teased it earlier. Got to give away the keyword for this hour for your chance to qualify to win either a Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the town jersey. The keyword this hour, dribble. Text dribble to 20357. That's dribble to 20357 for your chance to win one of the 3 jerseys right now. This is going to be not a random one, but it's outside of the 49ers realm. Phillip Rivers, Baldy? Phillip Rivers is coming. Your old man, Phillip. The guy's a grandpa. He's a grandpa, and he's coming back. Is there a possibility he's the starting quarterback for the Colts when they take on the Niners next week?
Well, I mean, Riley Leonard, if he's healthy, I don't know. I mean, he didn't play badly the other day.
I liked him at Notre Dame, Baldy. I liked him at Notre Dame. I know he's not a great passer, but he really grew on me as the year went on. I know he can't throw.
Well, he was at Duke before he went to Notre Dame. And the Blue, I'm friends with them, and we've gotten to know him a little bit at Senior Bowl, and then just doing some Colt games this year. But he had Duke at 6-0 before he shattered. I think he either broke an ankle or tore his knee. I forget what it was. And then he missed the rest of the season. Transferred took him all the way to the championship game. Like he's a great athlete. Like he's one of these guys. If you step on a basketball court, like he's dunking it backwards on you, like he's putting it in your face. He's a freak athlete. But the film really, like, first of all, when this was a 12 team, I'm at NFL Film, so the history of the league is right here, But there was a time when Sonny Jurgensen got traded because there wasn't enough good quarterbacks. There's never enough good starting quarterbacks. There isn't now. There's certainly not enough good backup quarterbacks. But if you're dipping into the pool of guys that have been retired for 5 years or 44 years old, you turn 44 on December 8th, Monday. It's not good. Like what happens is, it's like this. I know he can still throw football, and I know he still knows how to read a defense, and he can have all the conversations with Shane Steichen about his high school team. But what goes on a player, and it's just not quarterbacks, it's your reflexes. Your reflexes aren't the same. It's like that's what happens to boxers. They can't parry a punch the way they once did. They can't slip that punch in the middle of the ring. The reflexes go. And it goes by age 40, it definitely goes in all sports. But, when you get to 44 and you haven't played and your eyes haven't seen it, like I worry about him just from a health standpoint. Like if he has to play Houston in the last game of the season for a playoff spot against that defense, like I might go back and coach my high school team. To hell with it.
As someone who knows the league inside out, like the only guy I can think of who stepped away from the game and then came back, Ed Too Tall Jones, but that was kind of like he was more.
Yeah, but like I know Ed stepped away when he was 30.
Yes,
for 1 year.
Yes, okay.
And Ed will tell you that year of boxing actually helped him.
Really,
it actually with all the punching he did. He said he wasn't a weightlifter. He was just naturally a big guy. But it strengthened his shoulders, number one. It helped his conditioning immensely, number two. He never came off the field. They didn't rotate back then. He played the whole game. In fact, if you go back and watch Joe's touchdown in the back of the end zone to Dwight Clark, he's thrown it over too tall, right? But he'll tell you that his shoulders got stronger, his conditioning got better, and his overall athletic ability improved. But he was a young man when he came back, and so that's not.
Did Vinny Testaverde, was he out along? Because I remember Vinny as an old man getting that call on the couch. It felt like every year. But he didn't sit out multiple years, did he?
No. In fact, I did. I think he was in it. He might have been 42. I did maybe his last game. And maybe it was in Carolina. I forget where he was. But he came in with a bad back. Like he couldn't stand up straight. His back went out on him. Well, and he's like, I go, how are you going to play? We're from Long Island together. We know each other. Like, how are you going to play, Vinny? Like, you can't even sit down right now. Like it was just bad at the end. Your body, like, honestly, I like anybody that's played this game, you wake up and you're like, what did I do to my ankle yesterday? Why is it locked on me? And, 3 days later, you're walking normal. But this stuff just happens to football players. I can't imagine what it's going to feel like if he does have to play.
He beat the Niners at 44 years old in like 2007.
Oh, my God. Of course he did.
44 years old. Yeah.
He was 44.
Yeah.
Was he in Carolina?
Yeah, in Carolina. Yeah.
I think I might have done that game, Joe. Honestly. I remember. I remember when he walked into the meeting. Yeah. I remember when he walked into the meeting, I'm like he was hunched over. His back went out on him. Like, how are you going to play this? I don't know.
Here's the best part. Yeah. During the game, at the time, Testaverde threw to Dante Rosario, and it became the passer-receiver duo with the largest gap between them, 20 years, to connect for a touchdown at the time. That's incredible.
All right, so he might break that record if he throws one to Josh Downs, who's probably 22 years old. They're a slot receiver right now.
They all pale in comparison to George Blanda.
He throws to Ty Warren, 21.
Yeah,
that might shatter the record.
Yeah. Baldy, good stuff, man. We'll do it again next week.
Yeah, let's do it, guys. All right, man.
Let's go.
There he goes.
Yep.
There he goes. By the way, next 10 minutes, we're going to be playing that sounder. Got to be caller number 5 to win that Pat Spencer jersey. But before that, we got the injury report. And it is looking like the 49ers will have their kicker back this Sunday. The Niners released kicker Matt Gay yesterday and signed that Eddie Pinheiro will be ready to kick this Sunday against the Titans. Pinheiro has been out the last 2 weeks due to a hamstring strain. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And get this, not only that, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. I feel like Billy Mays, rest in peace. But wait, there's more. And yes, it's a new hour, Joe. And you know what that means? New hour, new keyword to qualify for your chance to win either Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the town jersey. Got to be listening to the new keyword for this hour. And in 18 minutes, we got Jeff Kent, the new Hall of Famer, joining us.
You know, I think
that was a lot.
I want to get into what Baldy said. And I think about this now with LeBron's career kind of coming to an end, whether it's this year, next year, you could see like we're getting to the end of the tunnel.
When the sciatica starts popping up, it might be time.
You know, Steph Curry, like, I don't know if we're as close to the end as we are with LeBron, but it's near. I mean, it's near. It's somewhere.
He is the third best player on a team now. I don't think he's never been
LeBron?
LeBron's the third best.
I meant Steph.
No, LeBron is the third best player on his team. He might not even be the second best.
But I guess where I'm going is that while watching LeBron, while watching Steph for so many years, I really felt like I was watching something unique and special from like the jump. And I remember the early on stuff with Steph Curry. It's like you're just shaking your head. Like I'd never seen anybody shoot from this distance at this proficiency. And then his handle got better and better and better. And just the style of play, everything about it was like, wow, I'm watching something unique and special. When I watched Patrick Willis, from day one, he was different. From day one, he was excellent. And from day one, I knew I was watching a Hall of Famer. And those things stick out to you. Like they just really do. And not everyone's Hall of Fame arc is the same. We're going to have on Jeff Kent in about 20 minutes. And his Hall of Fame arc is significantly different. In fact, he has probably the more unique Hall of Fame route, kind of bouncing around before settling in with the Giants. But when he said, Brian Baldinger, if I was creating the two inside linebackers in today's game, in 2025, it would be Ray Lewis and Patrick Willis. It just validated everything that a lot of Niner fans probably felt watching him in real time. And and the guy was just so special. And I think what he meant to that Candlestick crew at that time and how much negativity we were going through as a fan base, and then for him to finally win a couple years later into his career when Harbaugh showed up, I think he really appreciated that. And I always got the sense Willis played every snap like it could be his last game, and we just always appreciated him. And to hear Brian Baldinger, who, I mean, he's not going to lie to you. He's going to tell you the truth. For him to say that, I really want to play that sound
for him.
To Patrick Willis, and I just want to hear what his opinion is.
Can't wait for dude. Hey, Sam Lubman, this might be your greatest booking show like ever. It might be. You got two Hall of Famers joining us today: Jeff Kent, newly minted baseball Hall of Famer, and Patrick Willis. And then
you know what I'm going to say at 10:01. What are we doing tomorrow?
What have you done for me lately? Thank you.
What are we doing tomorrow?
What are we doing? More Diddy talk. No, we don't want that.
There's been so many great linebackers, you know, and we've been very blessed to see so many of them.
I mean, I love his answer about Fred Warner, by the way, too. If he does somehow come back, oh my God.
It'd be a huge lift.
Yes.
I mean, an absolutely huge lift, even if he's like a shell of what he used to be. His intellect alone on pre-snap alignments and things like that would be desperately needed. It's just wild. And then his interesting comment, Brian's about, we're going around the league and we're talking about, you know, is a fan's optimism or pessimism directly correlated to how they feel about their quarterback at a given time? And it sure feels that way, doesn't it?
Yes.
I mean, very few locations, maybe Cincinnati.
Maybe, but now there's question marks about his health. Well, I think that would be where I'm at.
Okay.
Like, can he suit up for a full season? Like that is the biggest question mark. That's a big one too.
Yeah. I mean, like, Why is Arizona feeling down in the dumps?
Because they don't know their quarterback, who's the future. Because it's not Kyler anymore.
Yeah.
It's not. Like, I think Charger fans are feeling pretty good right now. Like, Chargers, in a way, they are the Niners AFC equivalent, if you will, where the expectations for Super Bowl nationally aren't there. But you know what? I trust that head coach.
And that's a team you don't want to play.
No.
Pat is that mother. That became clear.
That's the sounder. You heard that? Be caller number 5 right now on the contest line, 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652 and win a Pat Spencer jersey. Unfortunately, the mustache is not included in that.
You know, we're going to have on Jeff Kent here in a little bit, and I'm pretty excited to talk to him because he has such an unconventional route to being a Hall of Famer. And, like, he really catapulted himself in the 6 years that he was a San Francisco Giant. I mean, does anyone remember that he was part of the big trade for David Cohn for the Toronto Blue Jays?
No.
Right? Like, he was
Joe, I wasn't born yet.
He was the piece that got traded for David Cohn. And then he was in the Baerga deal that sent him to the Indians. And then he was in one of the more like devastating trades for Giants fans. Like, I want to take Giants fans back for a second. There are 2 trades that, for me, I'm 43 years old, like that I think of all the time that like knocked me to my core. Kevin Mitchell getting traded to the Seattle Mariners and Matt Williams getting traded to the Cleveland Indians. And I remember coming home from school, we traded Matt Williams away?
Yeah.
What? What? Matt Williams? And it was Jose Vizcaíno, Julian Tavares, and Jeff Kent. Most people were like, Jeff Kent, what? Like a journeyman second baseman?
Right.
Really? And that was right when Brian Sabean had just shown up, and it was just like, it was a bizarre move. It was a very bizarre move. And it ended up being one of the greatest moves in Giants history because he had monster seasons. They won the division in 1997. They built up all of this momentum. They kind of had the buzz going with the stadium. But in that division series against the Marlins, Kent showed up big time. Bonds didn't. Bonds didn't.
There's a big difference there.
Young Renneria ended up hitting multiple walk-offs against the Giants in that 97 series.
Funny how things work out. Huh?
Yeah, it really is. And then the next year he goes on to win the Willie Mack Award. And so, like, I know it ended very bizarrely with the Giants. They lost the World Series. Him and Dusty left. It felt very, good riddance-ish. Time has really separated us from where we were with Jeff Kent. But for a lot of Giants fans my age, the Jeff Kent move is one of the greatest moves the Giants have ever pulled off. I know Hunter Pence because they won World Series and he was really good. Hunter Pence was really good. I mean, Kent was better, significantly better.
Do you think we don't talk about that 1-2 punch enough when it comes to lineups, when it comes to Kent and Bonds?
Because they didn't win at all.
I know, but in hindsight, it's it's so you kidding me? Joe, are you kidding me?
Joe, he won the MVP. And I want you to look at his numbers, and I want you to look at Barry's numbers that year, and you tell me if I put those guys in any lineup right now, that wouldn't be one of the top 1-2 punches in the game.
2000 NL MVP winner, and you just go to the walks alone for Barry, no matter what during that era.
He's unbelievable.
It's just insane. What are you most interested to add? Like the biggest question you want answered for Jeff Kent coming up here in about 10 minutes, the newly minted Hall of Famer, former Giants MVP.
Just how shocking was that trade to the Giants and the reception that you received upon coming here? How did you find a way to persevere through all that? Giants fans were not happy. They were pissed. And what's ironic about the 2 trades that I referenced, Kevin Mitchell was beloved, absolutely beloved. And that trading Kevin Mitchell to the Seattle Mariners, got them Billy Swift, got them Dave Burba and Mike Jackson. It was the core of what made the 93 team so great. The trade to get rid of Matt Williams, they traded him at the perfect time. And Jeff Kent had 6 incredible seasons. I think 5 of them were 100 RBI seasons.
And I think that ties into, it's a great question and point. what is his relationship with like Giants fans? Like what? Like how does he feel about like the organization? Giants,
know.
like all. I can't wait to ask him about all of this.
I always felt like I was like, because when I first got on air, 2017-ish, I felt like it was an uphill battle to win over Giants fans on pulling for Jeff Kent.
Why is that? Well, just because of the trade in general.
It was the way it ended.
Did it start? Well, the way it ended, not the way it started.
The way it ended. He was great in that game 5.
Yeah,
that's the other thing people don't forget. Like he was great in the game 5. They blew out the Angels, and he was phenomenal. Then he had 2 3-run home runs in that game. If they win the World Series and he leaves, I think it's viewed differently, like Pablo. But they lost. And then him and Dusty on the way out the door. And then there was all this animosity over the injury with the wrist injury to kind of start that season. I mean, he was really, if we were going back in time, he was way more clutch in the playoffs than Barry.
I was going to say, because
way more clutch.
I remember that walk-off for the Houston Astros in the NLCS against the Cardinals. Was that the second or first season after he left the Giants? Like, he was incredible.
He went to the Astros. Yeah. They bring in Pettit and Clemens, and then he goes to the Dodgers and has a good run with the Dodgers, you know, and it was like, I always wanted to be a Dodger. Like, I think
he grew up down there, didn't he? Like, so.
I know. But
I know, you can't. I know, it's the rivalry.
But it was him, you know, he liked to troll. I think he really did. And he liked to twist the knife. And I find it ironic that both him and Barry couldn't stand each other, and they're probably 1-2 in terms of teammate dislike at every stop that they had.
All right, Jeff Kent joining us on the other side, newly minted Hall of Famer. By the way, the kickoff show is this Sunday with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Starts at 11 a.m. live from the Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. All the early games are going to be on. Great food, drinks, and games in the parking lot as well. Plus your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game, so come on out. Plus, they have a free shuttle to and from the stadium from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. That's right, free. Sign up now at 957thegame.com. Jeff Kent next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Dan Dibley here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton Yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County, with over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget, building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Paseta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your visit.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Timmy? Come on. Spadoni, Shasky, we're rolling. We're going to be joined by the newly minted Hall of Famer, Jeff Kent, momentarily. 2000 NL MVP with the San Francisco Giants. 5-time All-Star, 4-time Silver Slugger, and a San Francisco Giants Wall of Fame as well. Also, as we were just talking about, Joe, he's a Cal Bear. Played at Cal Berkeley, baby. And we got him right now. We got him. Thumbs up. Sweet. All right, we'll go to him in a second. By the way, I do have to mention before we do get to Jeff, we have another keyword to give away this hour. Be listening for the next 10 minutes. Be listening for the next 10 minutes. I'm going to give you another opportunity for the keyword this hour to qualify for a chance to win either Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the Town Jersey. Plus, next hour, 9:10, we got another Hall of Famer, Patrick Willis, joining us. Dude, we got everyone today. Joe, we got Jeff. Thumbs up, Sam. All right, hey, Jeff, good morning. You're all Spadoni, Shasky here. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Like that, like, take me through it. Like, what was the call like when you got it, and how shocked were you by that announcement? Like, was it on your radar at all, being a Hall of Famer?
Well, I don't even know if you want to call it a radar. It was just a thought. Be pressured by my agent. Had called me. We talked about it a week or so ago and said, hey, this thing might happen. You might want to deal with it. I said, no. I don't want to deal with anything. I'm going to let it go. We're at my ranch here in Texas, hunting and fishing with some friends that had come in here for the week. So we were actually cooking dinner. I was putting the salt and garlic on bread and toast in the oven, and just happened to pick my phone up to set the timer so I wouldn't burn the toast. And I realized that somebody was calling me, and I picked the phone up and got the call. So I was overwhelmed, shocked, and just man, just a flood of emotion just came running at me, and it hit me like a freight train. I'm telling you, man, it was a shocker, absolute shocker.
You know what? We're all like, I speak for Giants fans in their 40s. We're all thrilled that you're in and that you're getting the recognition that was just due. I just saw you on the College World Series stage. You were sitting in the stands like a focused dad, and just watching your son play. And so I hadn't seen you in so long, but it was that same steely-eyed, focused look that you had there in the stands, watching your son go off. And he ended up getting drafted by the Yankees, and so that's pretty cool. So we're thrilled for you. And I want to go back to '97 because I know you got traded for David Cohn early in your career, from Toronto to the Mets. Then you go to Cleveland, and look, like I said, I was in going into high school at that time. Matt Williams was our guy. We loved Matt Williams, and it was a shocking trade for Giants fans. And you not only do they bring you in, they bring Vizcaino in. They also trade for JT Snow and bring in Darrell Hamilton that year. And you guys were the catalyst of winning over this area and taking the team to the playoffs that year. What was it about landing in San Francisco where it all clicked for you?
Well, Ned Colletti and Brian Sabian at the top, put that deal together with all those great players. They were good dudes. You talk about the fact that they were good players. Everybody on that was brought in were all good dudes, and we all gelled together. There were a lot of pieces that came together in that year that, in hopes, around Barry, in hopes that we would play well because the team, was struggling to stay in San Francisco. So, we got together with, I think, the best manager in the game, in Dusty Baker. Dusty Baker was able to manage all those different personalities that came in early, manage mine, manage Barry, two different spectrums. JT, Jose Vizcaino was the best middle infield partner that I ever had too. We double play a combination threat that was monstrous, and we ended up playing well because of Dusty Baker. He was for me personally, Dusty was that guy that took my game to the next level. He just didn't accept who I was. He wanted more from me. He wanted more that pushed great success for me. He wanted more of my energy. He wanted more talent out of my offensive game. He wouldn't let up. He kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and I was able to respond.
Your swing felt so perfect for both ballparks, but I want to go to Candlestick originally. That kind of middle away approach that you have. I mean, you drove the ball so well. What was it about Candlestick where it clicked? Because everyone looks at home run numbers. You hit a ton of doubles in both ballparks, and I think it was your approach, similar to the way Buster swings the bat or used to swing the bat, that middle away approach. Was Dusty a part of that, kind of tweaking that swing?
Well, when I came to San Francisco, I was more of a dead pull hitter. When I got to San Francisco, Candlestick, Dusty said, "Hey, stop hitting the ball to right field and drive it." He said, "There's a jet stream out there at Candlestick in that right center gap. That's a place where you can drive the ball and hit the ball to the wall." So he wouldn't take no for an answer. He said, "You want your batting average to increase? You got to go the other way, kid. You got to start driving the ball out there. Don't just hit it, drive it." So I got this mentality from him of just driving the ball, and use that jet stream out there to right center. And my batting average started to go from 250, 270, 280, 300. Just kept creeping up as I evolved as a hitter. And I took advantage of it. And I was kind of a mechanical type ball player too. You give me reasons why, or if I understand the reasoning behind things, it's more apt for me to do them rather than just accept it because I'm, this big tough guy. I'm just going to battle through it. But I wanted to play the mechanics of the game, and that was one of them there at Candlestick, and just carried it over to the new ballpark that they built for us in the in downtown area.
Incoming member of the National Baseball Hall of Fame, Jeff Kent, joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, NL MVP in 2000, 5-time All-Star, 4-time Silver Slugger Award winner. What's your favorite moment as a Giant, Jeff? Favorite moment or moments, if you have a couple of them?
Well, people have been asking me that question over the last 24 hours about what my favorite moment was. Let me better explain it to people. I'm a half-empty guy. I'm always looking at the bad side of things, always wanting to know what the problem is so I can fix it. And one thing that I could never fix was Game 7 World Series against the Angels. I'm a Game 7 loser, and Game 5 in San Francisco had to have been one of the most favorite games that I've ever played in my entire life. We just kicked the crap out of the Angels in Game 5. The fans were awesome. We had to tell everybody goodbye because we had to go back to Anaheim and play the Angels for 2 games. And we're winning Game 6, and then we lose Game 6, and then we turn around and lose Game 7. And those 3 games, but more specifically, Game 7, when you're taking your jersey off and you're going, I'm done. I just lost the last game. Those are the ones that burn your heart so bad you never forget. Now, yeah, they're great memories, but if you're asking me a question that's not specific to the positive side, what's my favorite memory? It's not a favorite, but it's my most memorable time is taking my jersey off after Game 7 losing. But if you go back just a couple days, Game 5 in San Francisco was freaking awesome.
What would you get, two-run homers in that game, if memory serves?
I don't know how many, but 2 home runs, yes, but I don't know how many ribbies came with it. But I remember just kicking the crap out of them, and I knew we had pushed them into the ground. And I don't know what the hell happened in the next 2 games, but we just didn't do it.
I know. Scott Spezio, don't even start me. It drives me nuts. The rally monkey. I mean,
Damn monkey.
Garrett Anderson, Troy Gloss. They were great, but you guys, so frustrating. I know. Do you guys ever, amongst yourselves, I don't know who you're texting or talking to on the team, did you maybe want Kirk Reeder to go Game 7? I don't know. LeVon was such a good playoff performer at that point. I don't know. The woulda, coulda, shouldas that you talk about, the losses stick with you forever, and is that something you ever considered?
That they burned me, and you wonder if Dusty wouldn't have taken the ball from Russ Ortiz at the end. That stupid little thing. Those things really didn't matter, but you play it over and over and over in your head, and it never ends. And when the Giants finally won their first, their first World Series with Posey, and then they won it again 2 more times, you're going, holy shit, why couldn't we do that?
Yeah, I know. I feel you on that. When was the last time you talked with Bonds? You referenced him a couple of times in this one. I think you're one of the great 1-2 punches of all time. You guys were incredible. The way that you would make teams pay for, walking him and putting him on. RBIs are a huge thing. And I know you know this. You're old school. Driving runs in is how you win games. And I think we've kind of devalued it, and it's ridiculous to me. And you were the ultimate clutch RBI guy from that era. When was the last time you guys had a talk?
I don't even remember. It's been so long.
Wow.
It probably maybe we saw each other at a reunion years ago for our team, 2000 team. But I'm trying to think as I'm looking off in the sky. Man, it's been a long time. Barry and I cross paths every now and then on phone call. Not personally talking, but through intermediaries. But I see him every now and then on TV talking. I watched him coach for a couple years in the big leagues, and it's not for any reason. It's just he lives in California, I live in Texas, and if you'd asked me how many times I talked to some of my other teammates, probably just as much as I talked to Barry. So it's not a Barry thing. It's just his life was stayed in California, and I left it and went back home.
Yeah, no, I get that. I was warmed to see so many Giants fans remember the great times and really they were standing ovations. It was great to see. And look, you go to the Dodgers, everyone's going to lose their minds. You know this. And there was a lot of love, no love lost. Let's just put it that way for a period of time. Has the reception, though, has the reception from Giants fans, has that warmed you a little? I mean, I know you said you're kind of a pessimist by nature, but I'm happy to see Giants fans give you your just due because we do still love you.
No, they always did, and I expected them to boo me. One of my favorite moments in Major League Baseball is I believe it was opening day where the Giants played the Dodgers, and I was in the opening day lineup for the Dodgers. And I got introduced out on the line, and they booed the piss out of me, and it was fun. I loved every minute of it because I knew all those people, if they were to come down on the field, they'd hug me. They'd probably rip my hat off and jersey off and then hug me. But that's what I appreciated about the San Francisco fans is they knew who the enemy was and they knew who their love was, and I had no problem with it. But all those people have been great. I haven't heard from many of them yet. I've stayed away from the media other than just talking and doing radio stuff in Orlando yesterday. But no, I imagine I have love for them. I know they got some love for me, but there may be a little bitterness there because I wore a couple other jerseys. But I tried to stay. No big deal. Going back to LA too was a thing. No, that's where I grew up. I grew up as a high school kid down there. And what I was trying to do is I went down to LA and I was trying to end my career in front of my parents. And that's what I got to do. It just so happened to play. I just so happened to play for 4 years down there.
That's really cool. I mean, I lost my dad a couple years ago, so doing stuff for your parents means a lot, and you get a chance to see your kids. Did you during any of the recruiting process cross paths with Tony Vitello with your son? I don't know, like the new Giants manager.
No, Tony, son of a bitch, Tony. The reason why I say that is because I'm sitting in the stands and my boy A&M lost to Tony's team, Tennessee, in the College World Series. Oh. That's the only reason why I have a problem with Tony. But let me tell you about Tony. I wanted my boy to play for Tony. Not at the beginning. Caden wanted to go to A&M, didn't want to play for UT, didn't want to go to Texas. He wanted to play for A&M. He went and played for Schlossnagle at A&M, and then they ended up going to the World Series in Tennessee. A&M won the first game, best of 3 series, won the first game in the College World Series in Omaha. And then Tennessee, Tony fired their team up, and he's such a firecracker. I was nervous, man, because I knew Tony would fire his players up, and he did. They beat A&M 2 games in a row. The boys lost. So I could tell my boy, you're a Game 7 loser too, brother. Tony did it. I'm happy for Tony. I would have bet my house he wasn't going to go to San Francisco. So Posey pulled this one out of his hat, which is impressive to me. But I got a feeling Tony is smart enough to know that he needs to make some professional adjustments, deal with these professional attitudes because we got them. And it won't surprise me if he's able to do that and get the best out of his players. Tony's got a lot of fire. He loves the game. I saw him the other day in Orlando. I actually hugged the guy. That's how much I appreciated him and wished him luck. He may need a haircut rather than a hair clip, but other than that, he's a good dude. I like him, and I think he's going to do well if he makes those adjustments. Because college baseball, SEC baseball is crazy. Now, you take that, which he knows well, you take that straight to the big leagues without any professional experience. It's a different animal, but it's still baseball, still got to coach the game. And I imagine he's smart enough. And this is what I appreciate about him. I imagine he's smart enough to make the adjustments.
I love that. You referenced Dusty a couple times in some of your answers. What was it about Dusty? I mean, I know he was a hitting coach prior to becoming the manager, and I've got a chance to meet him. He's just so down to earth. But what was it about Dusty for you that kind of unlocked things?
He knew how to communicate with me on my level. You can't talk to me and talk to Barry on the same level. Can't do it. JT Snow, Richard Will, you can't do it. Can't do it. Sorry. And he would tell you to your face, I can't treat you the same way I treat him. There's just no way. I can't do it. So look, this is what I'm going to do for you. And he knew how to do that. He knew how to bring you in. He knew how to make you feel like you owed him, and you owed him by giving him your best on the field. And he was able to do that for me. He was a friend. He was a commander. He was a guy that you didn't want to disappoint because of that friendship. And he was a guy that knew that, you're playing 162 games. You have a bad day today. He says, I'm going to still hug you, but I'm going to kick you in the ass because I know you can handle it. And I want you to go out there and do it again. Let's go. And he was that kind of guy for me that really allowed me to be fearless on the field because I didn't have to fear him because I knew he was on my side. And, those are some of the attributes that I think make him one of the best managers that I've ever saw.
Incoming member of the National Baseball Hall of Fame, Jeff Kent, joining us here on the Morning Roast. NL MVP with the Giants in 2000, 5-time All-Star, 4-time Silver Slugger Award winner. And real quick, I got to give out a keyword for this hour to qualify for your chance to win 3 Warriors jerseys, one of 3 jerseys, I should say. Text the keyword Steiny to 20357. That's Steiny to 20357. And Jeff, you're talking about Tony Vitello. Has Buster Posey reached out to you at all? About, a particular role with the team, coaching, front office, anything like that?
No, I gave him a rip yesterday as they were asking me about San Francisco. I said, hey, I'm a dad first, and my boy plays for the Yankees, so I wear a Yankees hat right now in support of my boy. And I asked Buster, who was sitting in the audience during the press conference, say, hey, man, you got a problem with me wearing a Yankees hat if you want me on the field? And anyway, we were just ripping on each other a little bit. I saw him and he shook his hand, and no, he knows I'm going through all this turmoil, this overwhelming moment there in the next day or two. So I imagine we'll talk. But I did some stuff for San Francisco. Don't mind it. Did some stuff for Larry Bear. Good man that controlled the Giants for a while, and he's turned the reins over to Buster. I appreciate Buster. He's a smart kid. I told Buster a long time ago. There's a little regret that I had watching Buster play that I didn't get a chance to play with Buster. I would have liked that. I think he and I are on the same kind of mental level, and I wish him the best. So I don't want to disrupt anything for him, but on down the road, if I got time, no problem. I'd love to. I told him to. I'd love to help him out any way that he wants.
There's a misnomer throughout your career when I watched you that you were a poor defender, and I thought that could not be farther from the truth. If anything, I had coaches say, hey, watch the way Jeff Kent hangs in there to turn 2. Watch it, his footwork. Watch it how he comes through that bag with a strong arm and fires over to first base. You made great strides defensively. What's the thing for you that bugs you about maybe a misnomer about your game? Is it the defense that bugs you? Because I think you were a really good defender, and I don't think you got the credit for it.
Yeah, that did always bug me. And when I started out in my career, the Gold Glove Awards were typically given out to the most, the fan favorite, if you will. The guy that was the most recognizable, not necessarily the best player. So they were giving out Gold Gloves like that. Back in the day, they give out a manager who was leaving at the end of the year. They give him a list of players to vote for, and they just write things on the paper. They kind of did that for the All-Star game too. So it's gotten better where they're giving players deserving Gold Gloves and things like that. So, I never got recognition when I was early in my career when I was with New York. Started to get more recognition later, but I don't think I ever lost that reputation for some reason. I was a big guy playing in the middle infield, so the stereotype of big guys playing in the middle infield is they're slow. And I could never fight against that. It bugged me because I really cared more about defense than offense. If I struck out 3 times in a game, yeah, that pissed me off. But if I made one error, man, that would really tick me off. And for me, I worked on it hard. I did the little things. I was in positions that other players weren't in position of. People would say, well, his first step, second step, he wasn't as fast. Well, yeah, my home to first time wasn't very fast, but you can't translate that out on the field. And then if you do, how do you really recognize it when you're in the field going to your backhand or your forehand? Can you really time the how fast one guy is compared to another? You really can't. So, it was a reputation that got started long ago, and I could never kick it.
Yeah, and if you got great instincts and a good first step, you can make up for not being straight line quick, and you had those things. And so, have you thought about who might introduce you into the Hall of Fame? And I hate to put you on the spot here, Jeff, because it's been a great interview, but
put him on the spot. Come on.
Are you going to wear a Giants cap? Giants fans are dying to know.
Well, people asked me that yesterday, and it's the most obvious spot in my career of when my career took off, and I had the most, the most amount of time spent on a team was in San Francisco. I loved it, did a lot of great things there. So, there's probably no doubt that they're going to give me a San Francisco cap, but I'm not worried about it. I think it's obvious. We could kind of keep quiet about it and let it go because it's not my choice. I don't care. But it's obvious because the San Francisco was so awesome, and I loved every minute that I played there. I haven't thought about anything. I'm worried about eating bacon and French toast here in about 20 minutes. So I'm not even thinking about July.
One last question about your boys, because they both played, and what's it like, being a dad from the stands? I mean, watching some of these coaches who think they know everything and the analytics and just where the game is going. And take me through, driving home back in the pickup truck when you're coming back from one of these youth games, you and one of your boys. Is it you just kind of let them do their thing, or that coach doesn't know what he's talking about? Give some of the parents here a little insight into Jeff Kent raising his boys to be ball players.
Well, let me tell you, when I retired, I swore to myself and to my wife, I will not be a Little League coach when I retire. Well, let me tell you, that promise took 2 years and it went out the window. Within 2 years of watching my boys play, I went, you got to be kidding me. There's got to be a better way than this. So for the last 15, 20 years of my boys' lives, I coached them until the last couple years. And, the high school coach used to say, when your son has a bad day, don't rip on him in the car. Just take him to go get an ice cream. I said, to hell with that. So I would rip on my boys all the time, too. So it made them tough. So my wife would have to tell me, too, you got to calm down. You can't do that. Now, I wouldn't beat my boys up, but, they'd probably get an earful from me. But my boys are awesome. Caden, my last son, A&M, plays, with New York right now. He's better prepared for it, I guarantee you. And, you do want to be a good parent. You don't want to live through your kids. I've always tried to understand that point. I don't want to live through my kids. But as a dad, you always want your kids to be better than you. There's only one instinct in the world that a man has of another man being better than you, and it's your kid, your boy. That's the only other man in this world that you want to be better than you, and that's tough trying to train them up. So I wish all the parents good luck out there with that.
I kind of so many ways we can go. Next time we see you, I'm thrilled for you, but I can't imagine how many moms and dads, my son should be playing shortstop and batting leadoff, Jeff. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but he's better than playing right field and batting ninth. I mean, I get that all the time, and I just go, okay, thanks. I can't imagine, though, when it's coming from a Hall of Famer like yourself.
Yeah, well, sitting your boy on the bench because he does something stupid, that's a hard thing to do, but I had to do it.
Hey, Jeff, great stuff, man. We really appreciate it. Congratulations. Incoming member of the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Induction is going to be next year. Thanks so much for the time this morning, man.
On behalf of all Giants fans, we're thrilled for you, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Appreciate it, man.
Have a great day.
There he goes. That's Jeff Kent, courtesy of the River Islands. This segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety in Caltrans.
In 2023, 1,355 people were killed in alcohol-related crashes throughout California. Driving under the influence of anything is dangerous, illegal, and has serious consequences. Don't be the I in DUI. Go safely, California.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just
trying to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers? Or the best fish and chips or around? 7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life? Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops? Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs. I knew he would. Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family fiestas.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Just 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, and that keeps you gaming in the fast lane. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Get more and spend less on groceries at Smart & Final this holiday season. Shop low prices on everything you need to eat, drink, and be merry. Smart & Final. Where else? For your chance to win a gift card courtesy of Smart & Final. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, is Moses Moody. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shashky on 95.7 The Game.
Just a banner day here on the Roast, Moses. I got to tell you, Sam Loveman, producer of the year potentially with that day. We still have another Hall of Famer because we just had a newly inducted Hall of Famer, or going to be inducted, I should say, Jeff Kent, join us. And if you missed any of that interview, really good stuff. YouTube, Odyssey app, all right there. Jeff Kent. Wow, what an interview.
Can we go back in time?
Let's do it. If I could turn back time.
Giants lore.
Oh.
There's the Giants attitude team, meaning the mid to late 80s team with Will Clark, a younger Matt Williams. He really didn't pop till like 1990 through 95. Kevin Mitchell, where they made the trade with the Padres and the Mets, and Mitchell was bouncing around.
Mm-hmm.
And like that version of the team, Robbie Thompson, Terry Kennedy. It was a very, very impactful team because they went from being a 100-loss team to going to the World Series. They lost to the A's. Then they traded away Kevin Mitchell, who I referenced, and they had a foot out the door. They were going to go to St. Petersburg. The team that you see now playing in Tampa would have been the San Francisco Giants. They would have moved to St. Petersburg, Tampa area, and they would have been the Tampa Bay Giants or St. Petersburg Giants or whatever it was. I remember opening up the Chronicle, and boom, there was the St. Petersburg jersey that they were literally...
Gross.
Yes, I know. That they were making... I mean, they had a foot out the door. And Peter McGowan, Larry Baer, the Safeway group ended up buying the Giants. And then in that same offseason, they signed Barry Bonds from the Yankees. He was going to go to the Yankees. I'll never forget coming home from, that day from school, and ESPN's on, and that's when SportsCenter was SportsCenter. It's like, Barry Bonds was rumored to go to the Yankees. He's going to sign a 7-year deal with the San Francisco Giants. It was like, what? And not only did they say goodbye to Roger Craig, Hum Baby, who was a great Giant manager, he brought in Dusty Baker. And you have to remember, there weren't a lot of black, managers in the game. Cito Gaston was around, but there weren't a lot. There just wasn't. And you really ushered into a completely new era. Bonds, Dusty, it was the final year or so of Will Clark. And Jeff Kent, that trade after the strike, because Matt Williams was going to break the home run record. The strike happens. The Expos are going to win the NL East. And, Matt Williams kind of gets lost in the shuffle. But at the time, Giants fans were in love with Matt Williams. He's a Gold Glove third baseman. He hits 30-plus home runs. He drives in 100 RBIs. You're trading him for Jeff Kent. They traded Alan Watson, a pitcher, for JT Snow. So they knew they were building the ballpark, and they were kind of like redoing the team on the fly. And they hadn't won the West since 89, right? They didn't make the playoffs in 93, even though they won 100-some-odd games. And so it wasn't just like bold. It was like out of this world.
Yeah.
I really, outside of the Monte Ellis trade, which I know it's hard to fathom now, it was a bigger trade than the Monte Ellis trade at the time. Matt Williams was a better player in his sport than what Monte Ellis was in his sport.
Yes. And he played on winning teams. There was a difference too. Like he played on actually what did Monte do? One winning season ever?
Yeah.
One.
And so not only was Matt Williams an all-star and recognized all around the world, as like one of the great third basemen in the game, I can make the argument Jeff Kent was way more impactful than even Andrew Bogut was for the Warriors. And I don't say that lightly. They won championships. And Andrew Bogut was a
beast.
Huge part of all of it. And it empowered Steph and blah, 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 blah. But that's the magnitude of this trade. The Matt Williams, Jeff Kent trade. And so when I hear Jeff Kent, talked about by the younger people that maybe didn't watch him play, I'm like, no, you don't understand how good he was.
Joe, I told you, remember we were talking about it because I was like 7 when he won the MVP for the Giants, so kind of paying attention. But I remember him more as like an Astro.
Yeah.
Because I get it. Well, my Little League team, I played on the Astros when I was in Little League. So, and it wasn't the new cool Astro jerseys. It was those, And maybe they're throwback. People thinking they're cool now. I hated them, the early 2000s Astros jerseys. I just couldn't stand the shooting star. I was like, now they're classics, but at the time I was like, eh. But then my dad's like, no, Jeff Kent's on there. He's cool. It's like, yeah, you can be like Jeff Kent. I was like, I just need to grow a mustache at 7 years old. But yeah, like, that's how I remember him. Yes.
And I think that
he was good there too.
One thing that I really do appreciate as I get older and older and older, just be yourself. And
he is.
Like him
he
or
is
not,
himself.
Kent is exactly who he is. And I think he's very unapologetic about it. And I think that's why it rubs so many people the wrong way.
Sure. Yeah.
So's Bonds.
Yeah.
So's Draymond.
And that's, listen, like, he is going to be who he is.
So's Richard Sherman.
So's Richard Sherman. Like,
right? There's a lot of great players that are just like, this is who I am, take it or leave it.
Exactly. And what I appreciated about Jeff Kent when I asked him, like, because it's, there's some soft serve questions you just got to ask straight up. Like, hey, favorite moment as a Giant. Just straight up. He's like, actually, I'm going to give you my least favorite moment. It sticks with me. But you know what? I love that answer because that's the mentality you need to be a Hall of Fame player.
100%. Tom
Brady, he's going to answer it the same way. Joe Montana and Steve Young and some of the great, they're going to answer it the same way. I actually remember the losses, like the horrible losses, than I do the wins. Tom's always going to remember that perfect team. That wasn't perfect because it lost to the New York Giants in 2007. That's the one that he's going to go to. Steve Young's going to remember all the shortcomings before winning that and getting the monkey off his back. Joe Montana, same thing. They're going to remember the ones they lost more than the ones that they won, and I appreciated that candor from him.
And let's call a spade a spade. Barry Bonds was known as being a playoff choker. You know how we talk about like Lamar Jackson and
Peyton Manning?
Barry was that times some.
Yeah.
A-Rod similar, but Barry as well. Like what he did with the Pirates before becoming a Giant, he's most known for the throw on Sid Bream.
Yeah.
But his bat was like what he hung his hat on, even though he was great defensively. His bat never showed up in the playoffs.
He has I can think of the one moment where the ball disappeared at Anaheim Stadium.
Well, no. 2002 erased his playoff shortcomings. But prior to that, he was a playoff dud. Kent was the opposite. He actually got better in the playoffs. And I'm just going to read you some of his playoffs. In the series against the Marlins, he batted .300. In the playoff series against the Mets in 2000, batted .375. En route to the World Series, so multiple rounds, .269. All right? .269. And the 2 home runs in that Game 5 that we were discussing. This guy was everything and then some in the playoffs. And what really defined him is that if you're going to walk the guy in front of me, which is Bonds, we're pointing, only in sports do we do this. We don't want you. We think you are too good. You go to first. We're going to that guy. We want to pitch to him instead of you. It's very mano a mano.
Yes, it is.
It's very gladiator-like.
Yeah.
And Kent always found a way to make teams pay. Always. I'm a believer in RBIs. I know the analytics nerds.
No, they matter. They matter.
They want to No. It's the end-all, be-all.
Yes.
You win the game by driving in runs.
Correct. Now, you have to have the runners on base to do that. So some guys get screwed if they're on a bad team.
Sure.
So, but yes, I agree with you.
So, like, I just will always hang my hat on RBIs. And as a Giant, I'm just going to read the RBI. And again, Bonds had a lot of RBIs too. As a Giant, 121. As a Giant, 128. As a Giant, 101. As a Giant, 125. As a Giant, 106. As a Giant, 108.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Hall of Fame.
I believe the last Giant to have over 100 RBIs as just a Giant before happening this year was Buster Posey in 2012. Is that correct, Sam?
I believe it is. And Jeff Kent, I mean, he would always say the money lies in the RBIs, and he was one of the best at collecting them.
It's
a great line.
We cannot talk about like most clutch Bay Area athletes of all time and not discuss this guy. Like this guy is. I know they didn't win it all, and that's the part. I go back to like Frank Gore and Willis, who we're going to talk to.
Patrick Willis, who we're going to talk to.
When they don't win it all, we kind of like devalue how great they were, and then we elevate others who maybe weren't even close to as great. Like I love Hunter Pence. Hunter Pence is a great player. He was a really good player. Yeah. He was not better than Jeff Kent. And I'm not saying that to disrespect Hunter Pence. It's to elevate Jeff Kent. Now, he said it. Had I had an opportunity to play with Buster Posey, could you imagine what he would have been like on those Giants teams?
Oh, my God. Can we Patrick Bailey. I don't know. It's hot stove. We're already in the talking Giants. Can they go after like a good hitting catcher, please? Can they do that? Can we please get someone that can hit at that position?
Like, think about this, Joe.
But he ended the season well.
What do we talk about with Oracle Park? Righties and lefties can't hit there.
Come on. I saw it happen. I saw him do it. By the way,
the first year there, I'm just going to read this. And I think the misnomer also is like home runs.
Right.
Okay. 41 doubles, 49 doubles, 42 doubles at Oracle Park on top of 33, 22, 37 home runs. Jeff Kent was an all-time player, and I'm glad that he got his recognition. It's a whole separate conversation regarding Barry. Honestly, I'm exhausted by the Barry conversation, and I wish the Giants would just build the statue and we could just move on. God, Jeff Kent is one of the great trades in Bay Area sports history, and he's one of the great clutch players of all time that we just forget about.
I think that's well said. You're listening to 95's in the Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And I just did the legal, so that means it's a new hour, which means there is a new key word to give away for your chance to qualify to win either a Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the town jersey. Be listening for the next 20 minutes, and I will be giving away that key word. Plus, if you didn't win the Pat Spencer jersey during our show, you have a couple more chances to do it today. In fact, you have 2 more chances to win a Pat Spencer jersey today. One during Steiny and Guru, and again during Willard and Dibbs.
If I was giving you like the all red ass squad.
Oh, he's up there.
It's Bumgarner.
Oh my God. Those guys got to be best friends, right? In the offseason, they're hunting, they're chilling. Come on.
I love that.
Oh, those must be some fun conversations.
Well, he's making some bacon and some French toast. First off, I didn't see Jeff Kent as a French toast kind of a guy. Or some like hot cakes, some flapjacks.
Great
it's a little bougie for him though. For Texas, I don't know.
I think
it's Texas French toast.
The other takeaway is
thick, 2 C's.
Like I saw people do this forever on Dusty, and similar to Kyle Shanahan, he can't win the big one. So let's just discredit everything he does. He can't win the big one. He's a choker. He's a playoff choker. That's what I used to hear all the. And yeah, like. Dude, he had some horrific playoff losses. I cannot. Yes, you're right. You're right. Dusty is also one of the greatest managers I've ever seen. Is he better than Bochy? I'm not going to say that because Bochy has the playoff hardware and a lot of regular season success. Dusty deserves to be a Hall of Famer, and Dusty deserves to be remembered as one of the great managers of all time. And I think the takeaway is not what he did in the playoffs. It's what he did for the individuals and their careers. When Kyle Shanahan's talked about by Trent Williams, it's what he's done for him in his career. When George Kittle is talking about, it's what he's done for him in his career. And CMC, what he's done for me in my career. It's the same thing with Dusty Baker.
How many people could have taken over that Houston Astros situation and navigated it? I get it. They were like they loaded roster-wise, but the drama
at his
and
age.
The scrutiny surrounding that team was all time.
Well, he brought a level of like credibility and legitimacy to an organization that had very, very little at the time.
They lost it.
And he had that
because of the cheating.
That chill. I mean, I
still
remember what he
ridiculous.
did with the
They never
Cubs.
got in trouble for any of that. A slap on the wrist, fine, please.
I mean, what did he do with the Cubs, the Reds?
Yes.
Like, there's so many different spots.
Oh my God, that Red Series.
Edison Volquez.
Jay Bruce.
I mean, Again, there's a million ways to take this, but like from 97, I would even go a little like earlier because like to me, like the 92, 93 versions of the Giants was when I was like 10 years old. Those were my teams. The 93 team was my team. But like 97 through 06, 7, 8, it's a forgotten era in Giants baseball, like disproportionate to the championships, and I get it. It was the greatest era of Giants baseball to that point, by far.
Yeah.
And it also signaled from Brian Sabian, we're all in every year. Every year. Every year I'm here, we're all in. And I love that mentality. I I die for those days.
You know what he said, too, in that interview? And if you missed any of it, Jeff Kent, future Hall of Famer, getting inducted next summer, joined us. Find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app. So what do you have to say about the new manager, Tony Vitello? And I loved this part most of all.
I got a feeling Tony is smart enough to know that he needs to make some professional adjustments, deal with these professional attitudes because we got them. It won't surprise me if he's able to do that and get the best out of his players. Tony's got a lot of fire. He loves the game. I saw him the other day in Orlando. I actually hugged the guy. That's how much I appreciated him and wished him luck. He may need a haircut rather than a hair clip, but other than that, he's a good dude. I like him, and I think he's going to do well if he makes those adjustments. Because college baseball, SEC baseball is crazy. Now, you take that, which he knows well, you take that straight to the big leagues without any professional experience. It's a different animal, but it's still baseball, still got to coach the game. And I imagine he's smart enough, and this is what I appreciate about him. I imagine he's smart enough to make the adjustments.
Smart. I keep smart. And you just heard from Jeff Kent in that interview, Joe, if you listen to it, what he appreciated about Dusty Baker, what you're talking about, his ability to get on the same level with different personalities. I'm not going to talk to Jeff the same way I talk to Barry, Rich Aurelia, all these other JT Snow he mentioned. You got to talk to the individual person. What makes you tick, Joe, is not the same thing that makes me tick, vice versa. So you got, I think that's what Tony Vitello is going to bring to this Giants team, which is refreshing.
The other thing you've heard me say it for like a year and a half, 2 years now. It's like, I don't think people realize the money in the SEC for baseball.
Oh, they love it.
No. Yeah. There are significantly better facilities in the SEC than there are in Major League Baseball.
You don't have to tell me. Sacramento 9-1.
I mean, forget Sacramento. I'm just talking about like just your basic like batting cage
like
stuff.
even like the Giants facilities.
No, it is. Yeah, like have you been? I've been down underneath in the Giants like hitting cage. It has nothing on the Arkansas baseball program like whole setup, and that's the Giants, and they're worth billions.
And that's Arkansas again, baseball, not even football, which is king in the South.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly. Even though it's a top 10 program, but
no, for sure. But but you think SEC
100%
baseball for sure, and that's a credit to what they've done. Mm-hmm. Football,
no doubt.
By the way, a guy that played in the SEC football, Patrick Willis, joining us in a couple minutes. Ole Miss Rebels.
It is a trip though, like
Lane Kiffin.
Hearing Jeff, he's just unapologetically himself. It is very interesting. And I'm happy that Giants fans have pivoted because there was so much animosity for so long, and I don't think we ever appreciated him enough. It's to a way more higher degree, but like we did this with Jeff Garcia too. Like we didn't really appreciate Jeff Garcia when he was here, and then after he left, it was like, oh, he was good. Like he was really good. Now Jeff's better in his sport. Kent.
He's more
Garcia.
a little local too, which was Gilroy, pretty close. Yeah, San Jose area.
But I think similarly, I just don't think we had a good framing of how great he was. And look, think about this. Like, if I took Bonds off the charts, Jeff's the best hitter you've had since Matt Williams. And that's better than Posey.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
that's a team.
Well, hopefully Rafi Devers can be that guy. That's what we're hoping. That's what we're hoping.
That's what you're hoping. That's what you're hoping. You know, and so I don't know. It's just Jeff Kent was just so badass, dude. He was so awesome.
You know, we're talking about that interview. We're going to have Patrick Willis joining us momentarily. Just Hall of Famer after Hall of Famer. And by the way, Brian Baldinger, eventually I think he should be a Hall of Famer for what he means to just the sport itself in football. And if you missed any of that interview, find that on YouTube or the Odyssey app as well. I just love what he had to say about Posey. And even when you asked him, because the elephant in the room, everyone's always going to bring up who? Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
Like you have to. Like those guys are fighting the dugout. Like you have to bring it up.
They're not the only teammates that didn't like each other.
And I loved what you just asked. I was okay. Last time you saw Barry or interacted with him, and it was the last time all those teammates got together. And like, he's just like, you know what, dude, you don't. And he's like, but honestly, he doesn't really hang out with any or talk to any of those players. He just doesn't. And also another thing of that interview. It was refreshing to hear him say, yeah, I play for the Dodgers. I get it. But you know what? I'm from LA, dude. And I wanted to play in front of my parents. Like, can you hate a guy for that reason? Sam, I know you're rolling your eyes. He's a Dodger, but he wanted to play in front of mom and dad. All right?
He's going in with the Giants cap, so it's forgiven.
I don't know if he sounded very happy that he was doing that, but he is doing that. It's just another thing. My he's like, yeah, you know, My best seasons were there.
I'm happy to be wearing a Giants cap.
That's kind of what it sounded like when he said it. Because I do think, knowing him, because you said he's a great troll guy, he might have wanted to wear the Dodgers one, but I can't fault him for wanting it. He's from the area. Like, it'd be the opposite, right? If some guy grew up in San Francisco, but he played for the Dodgers, like if it was, I don't know, freaking Kike Hernandez, who's from Puerto Rico, but he's like, yeah, I want to finish my career with the San Francisco Giants.
You're
mad at him?
My nephew is at Arkansas right now, pitching. Joey Lorenzini. He's a freshman.
Oh, Paisan, let's go.
If he gets drafted by the Dodgers, I will be wearing the Joey Lorenzini Dodger jersey.
Because it's family.
I will probably take the Dodger portion off the front of it.
Oh, man, come on.
Do something like that. But I would absolutely be rooting for him.
It's like Olive Garden. It's like Olive Garden when you hear your family, right? There you go.
I'm praying that doesn't happen.
No, well, that means it's a good thing. Hold on. He's getting drafted to the Dodgers. It means the guy is on fire. Yeah. He's really good. And now Jeff Kent has to wear a Yankees hat, and I love what he had to say about that because his son obviously is with the organization.
I know, it's so not fitting. Him in the pinstripes.
No, although he would rock the mustache pretty well there.
Yeah,
he would.
But he's just not a Yankee. He's not New York. And Randy Johnson went there, and how did that work?
He's a little older, Randy. If you produce and you hit home runs,
but they want you to do
Yankee.
it a certain way. And I don't think he's.
You don't think him and Jeter could have gotten along?
No.
Come on,
no.
They're all about winning and class and all that, right? No. Well, there's not really a lot of farms in New York City.
He just doesn't deal with the fake stuff. I don't think he'd be doing that.
I disagree. I think he would work well with the Yankees. I do, in a weird way.
He was a Met, and it didn't really work out.
Well, yeah, but the Mets are different. It's like the Mets.
Did you guys see, by the way, speaking of the Mets, did you see who's dating Mia Khalifa?
This was the weirdest transition I've ever heard in my entire life. Hey, Joe, who is Mia Khalifa? Who's it?
She's a female actress. And
what kind of films does she do?
Adult.
Settle down.
And Juan Soto is dating her.
Oh,
sorry, what?
Yeah,
Juan Soto?
It up. Juan Soto is dating Mia Khalifa.
Good for him. Good for him.
You guys didn't see that? It's all over the tabloids.
I don't judge what other people are going to do.
I didn't say I was judging. He's pulling a Jimmy G.
Good for you know what? And good for him. Good for him. How many millions is he making? 800, 900, 700?
Is it Cam? Am I wrong?
Well, you said that, and
she might be richer than him.
What did I say? What did I send earlier?
She's not richer than him.
No, not even close.
What are you talking about?
Come on, please. I sent earlier in the group thread because we're making all these documentaries, right?
OnlyFans isn't paying out like the New York Mets are.
The top 5% or whatever it is, top 0.5%. Shout out Barry Sanders.
It's all over the New York Post.
So they're making.
He's left.
They're making.
Right? Cam, what'd you see?
There's some rumors as of now.
Oh.
I mean, but there is a big photo of both of them together. They're walking out from somewhere. It looks like they're holding hands.
This was on the back of the Post. You got to be well versed. You gotta mix and match.
That's not on my algorithm. What do you like? See, this is the difference. Our algorithm's much different from what we're looking at.
It's still sports related, though. Following all these players, it trickles down into
Michelle,
other
I'm doing
subjects.
Sports research right now.
Do you hear that voice, by the way?
I know.
That guy, it's just beautiful. You kidding me? The voiceovers. It's coming from my job over here. Cam crushing it behind the glass.
Would you rather? I'm not
careful. Stop. Just stop. Hall of Famer Patrick Willis momentarily. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line. What would you want to ask Patrick Willis right now? What would be your number one question you want to ask one of your favorite players of all time? You just had another one on.
You dealt with turf toe. You're around the Niners a lot. Have you talked to Brock about what he's been going through? Share your experiences, just even in like a passing conversation, because he's around the team a lot.
He is around them a lot.
And I just, like when I think of turf toe, Patrick's one of the first people that I actually think of.
You think of him and like Dion, right? Like guys that fought this, and the amount of players we've talked to, not even defensive, just all around. Doesn't matter. Like quarterbacks, running backs, it doesn't go away. Offensive linemen, this is something you're dealing with. We had Jake Delhomme on, former Panthers quarterback, took him to the Super Bowl. He's like, yeah, I'm still dealing with that. And was Jake, 50, late 40s? It just doesn't go away. And I wonder if he's still dealing with it. I would like to ask him, because Jake Delhomme said he was. Hey, Patrick, you still dealing with something? And when I think of just gone too soon athletes, in that they retired and left you wanting more, and that's the ultimate thing you could say about, I think, an athlete, leaving you to want more. Like Barry Sanders, I think was that for a lot of people, right? He could have easily broken the record all time. He could have. He was that
Jim
good.
Brown before him.
Jim Brown just taking a play off and saying, you know what, I'm good.
Yeah.
Luke Kuechly more recently. He's up for the Hall of Fame. Very similar to Patrick Willis. I know you think Patrick Willis better. I'm not even getting that conversation. Luke Kuechly, a lot of people say the same. Andrew Luck, local, the GM over at Stanford now. Just
good call on that.
It's, I think of athletes that like left you wanting more. And 888-957-9570. He's a Hall of Famer, and I still wanted to see more of him. And I think that's the ultimate, thing you could say about Terrell Davis, right? Another guy, just leaving you wanting more is the ultimate thing you want. Because what you don't want is what you kind of said earlier. You don't want the Russell Wilson. That's the opposite. I don't want a guy that plays themselves out of the Hall of Fame. And that's kind of what we're seeing with Russ. Some of these guys are like, oh God, should he have just taken like Aaron Rodgers recently? Or like, come on, Aaron Rodgers. Like there's some of these guys where I was like, man, you probably should have walked away into the sunset. So we got him. No, thumbs up. We'll get him soon. Don't worry about it.
Still efforting.
It's great. And I do want to play what Baldy had to say to him because it was pretty. You asked it, like, dude, the linebackers he's starting with are Ray Lewis and Patrick Willis. You kidding me? And that's who Patrick Willis idolized wearing the 52 for Ray Lewis.
Can I ask you a random question?
Hashtag random.
Something I've been thinking about.
Hashtag.
Yeah. I've seen some people get upset that Jeff Kent got in. And they had nothing to do with Barry Bonds. But like maybe that he wasn't worthy, whatever. I disagree. That's fine. Who's a guy that we universally know will never get into the Hall of Fame, but should for Bay Area sports fans?
Oh, that's a good one.
Like we know that guy's resume is just not there. Because there's one that pops to my head that I would absolutely hammer for, and I have a second one I'll throw at you.
He's getting so much older now, and it might be posthumously, which sucks. And I know this is going to be like, it's not a player I'm actually going to coach. They should George Seifert. Okay. And I think it's a joke that
not Tom Flores?
Not Tom. Well, Tom's in.
That's where we're going.
No, but it's similar. Like, I think it's a joke that you win a couple Super Bowls and you're not in.
And he's was a great defensive coordinator.
Like that, and you're part of other Super Bowls. Like, that's a joke to me.
Yeah.
Like, and same goes for Mike Shanahan, Kyle's dad. Should also be in. Now, that happened in Denver, so it's not, you said Bay Area. Like, George Seifert, for me, should absolutely be in the Hall of Fame, and I think it's a crime that he's not.
So, I know you agree. I think it's Tim Lincecum.
Okay.
I think Lincecum will never get in. I think he you want to talk about first ballot Hall of Famer in people's hearts, and not on paper. Yeah, I think it's him. The other guy might be Justin Smith, to a lesser degree of Tim Lincecum. I never thought that he got his just due.
That's a good one. I'll also go, as you're bringing up Giants, and another A/Giant, Vida Blue.
Vida Blue,
rest in peace.
Vida Blue.
You look at he's
playing strikeouts. I used to do the Vida Blue left-handed, like trying to throw, like with the big leg kick and everything.
You look up his stats, like it's very Lincecum-esque, actually. The way
5-6 year run.
Exactly. Yeah. 6-time All-Star, 3-time World Series champion. By the way, he should get more
AL.
Was back to back to back. AL MVP.
And Cy Young, I think, in the same year.
And Cy Young, 1971, same year. Like, are you kidding me?
And he got the last base hit in the American League before the DH came in.
How cool is that?
Yeah. I got a lot of random Vida stats.
209 career wins. That's a lot.
It's a lot of wins.
3.27 ERA, 2,100 strikeouts. Like, I think it's a crime that he wasn't in. A's and Giants Hall of Famer. Like, for Bay Area, he should absolutely be in. And I think that's a joke. And yeah, we're going to get a lot of the steroid guys on here that were linked.
Well, I think Mark McGwire is a guy that, to me, Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa, and I know it'll never happen, but you can't write the history of the game without talking about those two.
No.
Come on, man. What are we doing?
No.
What are we doing? You guys want to say, he wasn't this, he wasn't that. He's one of the greatest home run hitters of all time. When I think of home runs, I think of Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa.
Another guy that's not going to get in, and I think he is, similar to Jeff Kent, Miguel Tejada. I think Miguel Tejada is a Hall of Famer. You can look up his numbers.
I'll listen to it.
300 home runs, 2,400 hits, 285 batting average.
I can't get past that he didn't want to bunt for Bochy.
I know.
Oh, we got the real Hall of Famer.
Well, let's go right now to the River Islands guest line. Joining us now, Hall of Famer with the San Francisco 49ers and Bay Area legend Patrick Willis, joining us now on the River Islands guest line. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Patrick, good morning. Before you say anything, I do got to mention that you are a part of the Bay Area host committee, and are going to be part of this panel because, Joe, I don't know if you know, 60 days until the Super Bowl at Levi Stadium. Patrick, can you talk about what you're doing with the Bay Area Host Committee? 60 days to the Super Bowl, man.
Yeah, we just, I'm excited about it. Excited to talk about the amazing events that are lined up for the Bay Area Super Bowl experience, which is NFL's Interactive Football Festival, which, it's a great place for families and communities to come together and have a good time and play some ball, play some sports.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Patrick, did you ever come across Brian Baldinger in your career? The guy who does all the film breakdowns?
I'm probably a little better with faces than I am names, but the name sounds familiar.
Yeah, so he's worked for the NFL Films forever. He's called games forever, and he breaks down film for not just 95.7 The Game, but for NFL films and studies all these players. And I asked him, where does Patrick Willis stack up in the history of the game at the linebacker position? This was his answer.
If you're going to start the conversation right now with Ray Lewis, which is where you should start it, like Patrick, if you had to say, okay, who's your starting inside linebackers in today 2025's honor roll? You're going to go probably Patrick Willis and Ray Lewis. You're probably going to put those two guys side by side.
When you hear that, how does that make you feel? I mean, you're put again with one of the greatest players of all time side by side. What do you think when you hear that?
Man, I get chills. I get chills just thinking about it. It was one of those things that I remember telling myself my rookie year. I said, man, people are always going to have opinions on who people think is the best to ever play a position or play the game. I was like, man, I don't want to psychologically get myself caught up in that to where I feel like if I didn't have a certain stat or if I didn't have a certain accolade that I would feel less than. So I told myself, I was like, man, just maybe one day when people are talking about linebackers, that one person will remember that Patrick Willis kid, that one person will say, hey, do you guys remember that Patrick Willis kid? That kid could play. And I said, if I could have that, someone say that about me, I said, I can say job well done. So to hear this, I'm truly, truly honored. I'm humbled because, man, there are so many great players that came before me, so many amazing players played during my time, and guys that will come after me. And so just to be considered, one of those top linebackers, it's truly special.
And then you got to play him in the Super Bowl. I don't want to talk about the outcome because it still makes me sad to this day. How special was that for you, though, as someone who looked up to Ray Lewis?
Man, it was awesome. It was awesome. It was the second time that I had been able to third time I've been able to share the field with him. I remember I shared the field with him in maybe early on in my career. I think it was at Candlestick, maybe 2007 or 2008. And then we played him again at the, in the they call it the Thanksgiving
Hardball, yeah, the Thursday night game.
Yeah, but he didn't play that game, and so to play across from him, to share the field with him in the Super Bowl, that was huge. I still remember, I can't feel my feet. I can't feel my feet. I feel like I'm light, but I got to go out here and I got to put on a show for so many reasons. And one, not just because we need to win, but two, you got Mufasa over there, he's watching and he's looking like, man, who's going to be the next in line? And so, just everything about Ray and his game was tremendous, and I'm just, again, just honored.
Talking to Patrick Willis here on the River Islands guest line, Hall of Famer and obviously one of the greatest in the history of the sport. Patrick, another guy that's up for the Hall of Fame, first ballot, your teammate Frank Gore. Have you talked to Frank about this process at all? And, what do you tell someone that's in the running for being a Hall of Famer? This whole process, does it mess with your mind at all?
Truthfully, Frank is one of those guys, he don't want to talk about it. He don't want to talk about it, which I completely understand because I was the same way. I'm like, man, if it's going to happen, it'll happen, but I don't want to, you don't want to get yourself all psychologically, feeling down and out. And so I know he hasn't talked about it a lot, but, man, shout out to Frank Gore and the career that he had. I say it again, as I said before, that it's one thing to watch a guy from afar but it's another thing to when you are teammates with a guy and you watch him in practice, to study him in practice, just to turn around and like be enamored with, what he does in the game. Not that it's surprising, but just, man, I gotta watch. We on the defensive sideline, and I'm over here like looking at the offense because I'm like, Frank finna bust the power. Oh, they playing against this defense. If they get in this, he finna go for one. So I mean, Frank had a tremendous career. It was amazing to be a part of it and watch it, and so I'm rooting for him.
What was the area of his game that I think people underrate? Because for me, and I'll let you think about it for a second, like I think his blocking was unreal. There was a play in the playoff game against the Packers in Lambeau. You're on the final drive. Kaepernick's in shotgun, and he comes across the formation, stops the blitzer. Kaepernick's able to rifle the ball down and tuck it and run for a first down. I feel like his blocking was even more underrated as an aspect of his game. What was it for you?
You know what? You absolutely hit it on the head. I mean, I was thinking maybe his eyes, his vision, the way his contact balance, but you hit it right on the head. That was a home run. The way Frank his pass pro was unbelievable. And shout out to Tom Rathman. But I remember in practice we had we couldn't hit Frank. We couldn't touch Frank. Touch Frank, it was like touching the quarterback. You couldn't really touch him. But man, we be in training camp. I remember he would tag off on our linebacker. They would come in on we doing pass pro blitz and protection or whatnot, and Frank would come through and pow. And I would say to myself, like early on, I'm like, okay, but then after a while, I'm like, all right, Frank, man, you can't keep doing this to our guys, man. Like, you go knock them out. And so Frank took great pride in being a well-rounded running back, and that's one of the things that, you have to give your hat off to him because not many running backs can pass pro like Frank stood in there and did. And so, again, just shout out to Frank.
You're around the team a lot right now, and I'm just curious, like, the toe injury is the thing I associate with you, the turf toe. It sucked, and you've actually talked a lot about it. Have you had a chance to talk to Purdy and just maybe share some of your experiences with it, or are you just letting him kind of do his own thing?
Yeah, I mean, early on we chopped it up a little bit, but it was just high level and just the talking about the discomfort. But saying that it will come back at some point, but it's going to be uncomfortable for a little while. But all in all, man, he's came back and he's been tremendous, and I hope it continues to go well for him.
Would you have liked to have played, even though you had Vic and Lord Vic was awesome? Would you have liked to have played for Robert Saleh the way he's so fired up on the sidelines?
Oh man, you're gonna hit me with that. That was a heck of a question. I would say being around it as I have been the last couple years, but really this year, and seeing how those guys played for him, back when they went to the championship before he left to go to the Jets, I was kind of like, man, they really like this guy, and they talk highly of him, and so this time him coming back, I've been able to be around the team this year from spring ball to training camp to some of the practices and meetings, and I can honestly say for myself, like, man, I see why they like this guy. I see why they willing to run through a brick wall, and not just for him, but for his defensive coaching staff as well. So I say all that to say, man, it'd have been nice. It'd have been nice. They are on point, and again, shout out to that whole defensive coaching staff for just keeping these guys ready with all the adversity that they've been through this year.
Patrick, really great stuff. We really appreciate your time this morning, man. And the event is the Bay Area Host Committee Host Speakers Series to celebrate the official 60-day countdown to the Super Bowl. And the event will feature the inaugural Bay Area Host Committee Impact Awards presented by PNC Bank, recognizing leaders and organizations driving meaningful change across sports, business, and community. Patrick, great stuff, man. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you all.
There he goes. That's Patrick Willis. On the other side, the key word for this hour, right as soon as we get back, I promise you have to be listening. As soon as we get back, we will be giving out that keyword for this hour for your chance to qualify to win one of the 3 jerseys, the town jerseys, that is. And it's all going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Mama Bear, I hear our old Fast Track tag won't be saving us money on bridge tolls anymore.
That's because bridge carpool rules are changing on January 1st. But don't worry, Papa Bear. I got a new Fast Track Flex tag. Huh? See?
Mama, what are the numbers for?
Well, Baby Bear, that tells the system how many people are in the car, so we can get a discount when there are 3 or more of us. We are 3 bears, and we're setting our tag to 3+. So it's just right.
So now we'll keep saving money on tolls?
Mm-hmm. You bet your cushy driver's seat, Papa.
That'll make up for this cold takeout porridge. Yeah.
My breakfast burrito is just right.
Starting January 1st, 3 or more people are required for carpool discounts on all bridges. A Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ is required for discounts on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite, too. Extra value meals are back.
The extra value meal is on at McDonald's. Get a sausage McMuffin with egg, hash browns, and a small hot coffee for just $6. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Promotion pricing may be lower than meal pricing.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Bay Area, get ready for Evanescence 2026 World Tour on July 20th at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View. Get your tickets at livenation.com for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Spreadsheets, clunky software,
100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Joe Shasky here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County, with over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steve? Hey, I heard him on our airwaves yesterday. Head coach of your Golden State Warriors, on with Willard and Dibbs. You can find him every single week on with that show. And if you missed that interview, find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app. I missed
that interview. Was it good?
It was really good.
Should I go back and listen to it?
Yeah, you got that rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Go back.
It's also on the YouTube page.
It certainly is. And he talked Pat Spencer. He talked Jonathan Kaminga. He talked Stephen Curry. And he's going to have to experiment, he said, with Patty Spence and Steph Curry on the floor together. Joe, I know you're so excited about that. Pat Spencer sharing the floor with Steph Curry.
As he should.
The
NBA, can we just for a second? Last night, college basketball dominated my television.
Hold on, because I promised to do something. I need to do it right now.
Okay.
You need to text the keyword to qualify for a chance to win a Steph. There's an awful lot of them. Every new hour is a new keyword. And I said right after the break, we were going to get to it, and I need to be a man of my word. And the keyword is bird. To text 20357, bird. 20357.
Like Birdman?
Like Larry Bird. Or Birdman, that's fine too. You could qualify for your chance to win one of the three jerseys, the town jerseys, Jimmy Butler, Stephen Curry, or Draymond Green. Good luck. Also, we mentioned Pat Spencer.
Bird is the word.
About a bird. Your opportunity to win a Pat Spencer jersey on Steiny and Goo or Willard and Dibbs. 2 opportunities still to go.
What happened to that boy?
Birdman.
You don't remember that song, do you?
Last, what was it?
I think it was Clips. I think it was Birdman. I don't even know who was in that song.
Birdman.
You have it?
What is it? Birdman of Alcatraz?
The Clips always had that sound. Pharrell.
Robert Stroud, known as the Birdman of Alcatraz. Convicted murderer, American federal prisoner.
Oh, the Birdman who escaped from Alcatraz? Yeah. I think he died of hypothermia in the water.
Is the documentary out on with him? Like the Diddy one?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Oh, I did send you guys something earlier that they're going to be doing a show on Stars. They're going to be doing the Shohei Ohtani gambling scandal.
Oh.
So they're going to be doing that.
Well, I mean.
Who do you think's going to play Shohei? What's the actor?
Pods, obviously.
Pods!
Loveman, oh my God, Loveman. Oh my God. Loveman.
Hey, you guys want to hear some slight...
You just hit a grand slam.
I know. You guys want to hear some slight news that just broke?
What's the slight news?
So Dwayne Kuiper, he was on the list for the Ford Frick winner, which is for broadcasters getting into the Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, he did not get in. Joe Buck got in over him instead. But yeah, Dwayne Kuiper, unfortunately, falling short of the Ford Frick Award winner per Susan Schlosser just now.
See,
There's layers of irony in that sentence. I'll tell you off air.
I think Joe Buck is a Hall of Famer, though. Like not even I think he is a Hall of Famer. He's going to go down as one of the greatest broadcasters in my lifetime. He is. Like whether that you want to agree or not, it's just a fact. He is him and Aikman, and I know it's football. They're the best broadcasting duo in the National Football League currently.
Major League Baseball.
Joe, I just said that.
Still a Hall of Fame broadcaster.
I literally said still a Hall of Fame broadcaster, and I loved him on baseball. I really like Joe Davis. I also still really like Joe Buck. I know a lot of Giants fans roll their eyes because, he loved the Cardinals.
No. His dad
Joe
was
Buck's
the Cardinals.
No, I know, but Joe Buck's favorite thing is, I am your favorite team's worst enemy.
I hate your favorite team.
I hate your favorite team.
As someone who used to be very anti-Joe Buck, I've come around on him. I enjoy his broadcast
no
more
one
for
is
football.
denying that.
Yeah.
But when he got the opportunity to be the national guy, it was Cardinals, Giants.
Okay. Joe Davis is doing all the Dodger stuff. He does the
and I don't like that either.
Why?
Because when you
can't we be professional? Can't we come on, guys? We could be grown-ups here. Joe Davis knows what he's doing.
I didn't say he didn't.
He would have still had a great call if it was the Blue Jays winning in the bottom of the ninth.
He didn't. I want you to go back. Pull up Kenny Lofton's base hit up the middle. Pull it up right now, which the team we were talking about, the 2002 Giants. Pull up Joe Buck's call on Kenny Lofton up the middle, and you tell me if it had the aura of what would be one of the great moments in San Francisco Giants history to that point, where they're going to the playoffs. And you contrast that. I know we don't own the radio rights. And it's Dwayne and Mike going, yeah, we're going to the World Series. It's like night and day. Like, and I'm not saying that Joe Buck hasn't grown on me and gotten better, but I'm just telling you, like, my formidable years listening to him in that moment, he should not have been the guy in that series. I don't think it was fair. I just don't.
I think the guy that I did not like at all paired with him was Tim McCarver.
McCarver's a jerk.
Well, no, it's not. He was not good.
Love that Dion poured the Gatorade on him. Real childish, Dion. You're a real man.
I did like his Giants win the pennant call with Travis Ishikawa. I thought that was all time.
No, that was good. That was really
That was
good.
literally the whole call. Giants win the pennant.
But
no, literally.
No, he said because it's a reference to
next series.
Russ Hodges, shot heard around the world. Giants won the pennant. Come on. History of the game.
No, it was a good call, but it's just that. Ishikawa hits one to right. Giants win the pennant. I mean, there's more excitement to it, but. Yeah.
I will say this, though. I do think Dwayne Kuiper deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, and Joe Buck could have waited his turn. And yeah, I don't think Joe Buck would have minded.
As we celebrate Stuart Scott tonight in a 30 for 30, my argument to you would be for, like, of my generation. I know things have changed and we just don't stick with broadcasters the way we used to, you know. Dwayne and Mike Krukow are as important to me loving the Giants as Bonds, as Lincecum, as all those guys. Like, they are as important. Like, and I know that sounds insane, but they're in my living room every day for the last 35 years.
You're hearing them speak sometimes as much as people in your own life, like family. You like they become not like to become sentimental here.
Yeah.
They become family.
Like, you know, like if you bring up the name Joe Starkey to me, like, I love Joe Starkey.
Yeah.
He is, like, when I think of Niner football, for me, it was late Lon Simmons, early on Joe Starkey, you know, and I love Ted Robinson. I know a lot of people don't. I love Ted Robinson. And Ted Robinson, though I have specific things that, you know, his has some stance on some stuff regarding the Giants that I don't necessarily love. Ted Robinson was a great broadcaster.
I thought he was a very underrated broadcaster, too. A lot of those, like, you know, growing up, I heard a lot of his calls, especially for the Bonds home run calls. I think he had 500, and I believe he had number 71 as well. I know he definitely had 500. He had some great home run calls.
Like, and I'm not trying to, like, dog anyone, all right? I just want to make this very clear, and especially given everything he's gone through. But, like, hey, Greg was a great play-by-play guy, just in general.
Yes.
But for me, it's very difficult for me to unsee the Raiders stuff.
Well, because he was.
And when I
Raider
hear his
first,
voice, I instantly
think Raiders.
Yeah, I don't think Niners at all, at all. And I know he's done a lot of hard work to try to ingratiate himself to Niner fans, and I'm sure for a segment of younger fans, he is their broad. He won't be for me, and that is no disrespect. I mean that with actually the highest respect of what he has done prior to that. With the Raiders, that's just when I hear his voice, I don't think of the Niners.
No,
that's not it for me. For me, the Niners is Ted Robinson before him, and then it's Joe Starkey before him. Starkey more so than anyone.
Yeah, he was like the Al Davis confidant. Like, he was close to Al, and he was, you know, like a father figure almost. He's talked about it, and you know how that whole thing went down. Him getting axed because, he had the audacity to call out, the fact that Mark Davis was interviewing Mike Shanahan, who Al could not stand at all. And Pop was like, yeah, I don't think that's what Al would have liked. And you know what? And he knew, because he knew him very well. And the rest is history. And I hated how it, I think we all agree, I hate how it ended.
No
it
doubt.
Sucked.
No
it
doubt.
Sucked.
Like, look, Tim Roy has been the voice of the Warriors my whole life. Bob Fitzgerald has been the voice of the Warriors on television my entire life. I have tremendous respect for him.
Size matters.
I warmed up to Azubuike. It's really hard replacing Jim Barnett.
Oh, I mean,
Jim Barnett's
you can't replace Jim Barnett.
He's a freaking legend, you know? And so it's who you came up with. Like Joe Angel. I remember when Joe Angel had, what was it, 2 years with the Giants? It never fit. McCarver was with the Giants for a minute. It didn't fit at all. Like, at all. It's really difficult to be the next. It really is. And it's an uphill battle.
John Miller. I mean, that guy.
John Miller's a legend.
Legend.
Absolutely.
Come on.
So you're talking about broadcasters on television. So I know you go to McCarver and Joe Buck, and you're not wrong. Like that's who.
Well, just because they've been doing they were doing the World Series for most of my life.
Agreed.
Yes.
But for me, Joe Morgan and John Miller were the voice of baseball.
That was Sunday Night Baseball, ESPN,
even though they never did World Series.
No, but I always thought they were doing ESPN radio, and they were doing Sunday Night Baseball.
And I don't even love Joe Morgan. I loved him as a broadcaster because he was salty.
His voice, though, was so...
Yeah, it was great.
Him and Miller, just the voices.
I got to tell you here.
Just so good. And then, but it's also synonymous because I played a lot of baseball games.
Yeah.
Video games. And they were always the voices on those. It was great.
I think Matt Vasgersian does a great job on the television show stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a great broadcaster.
Santa Maria!
I don't think he's great doing a game.
Right?
There's like a different... I don't know, like Carl Ravitch. I see doing a lot of games now. And I'm like, Carl Ravitch is great in studio. Yeah. I don't necessarily love him as much doing some of the play-by-play.
He's baseball tonight. That's what Carl Ravitch is, which is perfect for him.
It's like
baseball
Ernie Johnson.
Tonight.
He is to baseball's studio show what Ernie Johnson was to TNT.
Yep, I totally agree. Kurt in Oakland wants to join in the conversation about broadcasters here in the Bay. What's up, Kurt?
Hey, Kurt.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I remember when it was Greg Papa and Tom Tolbert calling Warrior games. And they even did college games. And Tom Tolbert, the only time he ever wore a suit for a college game was when Lute Olson was there coaching the Arizona Wildcats, and they were calling the game. That was the only time Tom Tolbert ever wore a suit, just for him.
Let me ask you, Kurt, because you follow a lot of this stuff. Does the broadcaster matter for you? Like, is it, or is it just now white noise at this point?
Absolutely, it matters. I don't care if they're a homer, as long as they call it fairly on both sides, but absolutely it matters. You could be a boring game where it's a baseball game where it's too big of a score, or a blowout in a basketball game. They still draw me in because I'll still enjoy listening and watching because they have great stories and they keep you interested even if the game itself is boring.
Totally agree.
You absolutely have to have that.
Totally agree.
Bob Fitzgerald and Jim Barnett were two of the best at that when the Warriors were getting blown out in the early 2000s and it was just a dogfight, and they were fantastic. John Miller is the greatest storyteller in Bay Area history. He's phenomenal, and he's perfect for those games. Dwayne and Mike, enough said.
Yeah.
You bring the people in, it's just that the broadcaster absolutely 180 million % matter.
Kurt, great call. I'll leave you guys with this one before we get to Fast Five. I love Dave Fleming. He does a great job, but he's done it with so many different pairings on television, right? Like on when he does television football games and basketball games.
I love him in so many sports.
The most underrated guy in the country right now, in my opinion, and I'm biased. I'm admitting this. Roxy Bernstein and Jason Williams, they've been paired together for the last couple of years. Phenomenal. It will not beat Bill Walton and Roxy Bernstein, but I truly believe Roxy is as good as it gets across the board in sports.
Good person, too.
A great person.
Yeah.
Like a legitimately great person and a great broadcaster. And I might be all alone on that one. Next time you tune into a Roxy Bernstein game, he cares. He does unbelievable work. He's in the moment. He's brilliant. I think Roxy is a throwback, and I think he is so undervalued. If I was running a team, the guy I would hire is Roxy Bernstein. I'm dead serious. Basketball, baseball, football, does not matter. I love Roxy.
I also love Fast Five. like the little makeshift broadcaster talk. Nice little nugget there, Sammy. So Joe Buck is going to get inducted as a Hall of Fame announcer for baseball alongside Jeff Kent, right? It's all the same ceremony. So Buck and Kent. There you go.
So if I were to just like boil it down to, the most impactful sports broadcasters for me as a young fan.
Sure.
Krug and Kipe's obviously high up there. I don't want to rank anyone one above the others because I don't think that's fair. Krug and Kipe just, man, Barnett and Fitz, like for so many years. God, they were so good for so many years. Going back, obviously, Papa on KICU was excellent. But I really do believe like the soundtrack of my childhood is Pat Summerall, John Madden. And it's really difficult for anyone to like uproot them because when I think of the biggest games that mean the most to the legacy of the league and the teams that I love more than any other, like, God, dude, how do you beat Summerall and Madden, dude? Like,
You don't.
It's just...
John Madden is a larger-than-life figure, and he might be the most important, like, football entity ever. Like, I don't say that lightly. And just what
Summerall
he meant
was
to
the
that.
perfect compliment. Touchdown, Cowboys. Like, he would let the crowd paint the picture, kind of like Dwayne does. God, he was so good. And he was a punter.
Well, he'd do that, and then you just hear afterwards just the giggling of John Madden. He's like, oh, my God. Like, I can't even do a John Madden. My voice can't just do that.
Now, the other one that Costas was great. I know I can rip Costas now in certain, ever since Pink Eye ain't been the same.
What was that, the Sochi Olympics?
That's exactly what I thought.
But as a young man, like in the 90s,
Pink Eye.
He was amazing. Marv Albert was amazing. Like, I love Tirico now to this day. There are certain guys that are a cut above. Vin Scully, I don't care what he did. He was amazing. It's freaking amazing. God, Billy Packer. I mean, there's just so many. So many.
We got some Al Michaels, obviously, in his heyday.
I just hate Al.
I know you did. Well, now he's just Dick Enberg.
Dick Enberg was great.
Kurt Gowdy. We got Howard Cosell.
See, I was too young for Howard. So I will take your word on it.
Keith Jackson.
Who I remember is Mr. C up in heaven calling into the Radnitz show, being in Vegas and Gary laughing at him.
We got his nephew on every week with Willard and Dibbs, Greg Cosell. So there you go.
Is that his real nephew?
Yes, that's his real life nephew.
I thought it was his son.
No, it's his nephew. Come on, guys.
I'm saying, okay, I was
It's a
obviously wrong on that.
We got Harry Carey. Have you heard Joe Cunningham's our sales guy? His Harry Carey.
I tell you,
It's all time. John Miller, Bill Stern, Chick Hearn, obviously.
Yes.
Jim Nance.
Jim Nance.
Golf, I mean.
Incredible.
He's synonymous with golf for me.
Well, Johnny Miller is also a guy that I think we miss.
Yeah.
Well, you know why?
Because he's critical.
Called people out.
He's critical.
Yeah.
That's why I love Troy Aikman.
I
Who
agree.
flirted, actually. I don't know if you guys saw the article, Sam. He flirted with retirement recently.
That is
Troy
crazy.
Aikman. Yeah. He's like, I don't know if I want to do it anymore because I think it was transitioning from Fox, going over to ESPN. Yeah. Am I going to do big games anymore? And as we know, next year it's going to be the ABC broadcast, and we'll hear Joe Buck and Troy Aikman again on there at SoFi Stadium.
Like, I love Herb Street on College. Thursday night, I just can't get down with.
No.
I think it's awful.
I loved him and Musburger together at a certain point, and then it wasn't. And Chris Fowler's okay.
You're looking live.
Chris Fowler's okay.
I like Chris Fowler.
He's more of a studio guy still for me. Yeah. I like Fowler more on, I don't know, you don't watch a lot of tennis, but on tennis, he does a lot of the majors. He's very good
Keith Jackson
alongside Patrick McEnroe. Keith Jackson's good.
Okay.
It's good.
Back in the day?
Back in the day, but I was really young for Keith Jackson.
Okay.
I was really young. It was more Musburger. Yeah. So, what do you got, Sammy?
Mayak doing Notre Dame games?
Oh, God.
My fault thought really quick. I want to give a special shout out to Matt Chisholm, who's the media relations guy for the Giants, who just won the Robert Official Award for Public Relations Excellence. I want to shout him out because Chisholm does a great job of taking care of the media for Giants games. He's helped me get interviews for Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. He's helped the show get interviews with various players over the last few years. Does a great job just with everything he does, making sure the media has what they need, getting access to players, taking good care of us. So shout out to you, Matt. Congratulations. A very well-earned award.
Are we fired up or not? We're going to cam in a second for the Stuart Scott thing tonight.
I got to finish the Diddy doc.
Okay.
And then I'll go to Stuart Scott.
Be careful saying that whole sentence. Pause. What you got, Cam?
I'm going to pivot from the broadcasters, but I'm going to shout out Quentin Post because, he's always delivering. He delivers twice, and he's handling business. That is our big man of the future, and he's going to work. He's going to work. A lot of people might not see it, but he's getting better, and he's just going to keep showing up for us. So shout out to Quentin Post.
Love that.
And you know how he knows that? Because he's broadcasting, or not, but he's the behind-the-scenes guy, making sure the broadcast is up here at 95.7 The Game for all your Warriors games. That's our network coordinator, correct? That's right.
This may not be a broadcaster in the sense of doing play-by-play, but for me, Pete Franklin, Gary Radnich,
there you go,
Damon Bruce, Ralph Barbieri helped formulate, and then I would throw Howard Stern in there as well, help formulate my sports radio love.
And how could I forget the king, Bonte Hill, who joined us yesterday. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Steiny and Goo next, and your chance to win a Pat Spencer jersey, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12. A new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days, or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation, all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Joe Shasky here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County, with over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jax.com.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family fiestas. Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole? It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with Los Tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. with 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes. $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Tell you how I'm going to start the show out today with one of the greatest lines I've heard in the last 24 hours. Guru was playing pickup basketball yesterday, and apparently an OG, about 5'9",
Evan, you didn't hear this
said
part.
to Darryl the Guru Johnson mid-game, "You're not a guard."
I said, the hell I am. Oh, man, the disdain on his face. But, Stardy, I had a good doctor's appointment.
Oh, it sounds
Guess what
like
it was?
I know what it was.
Wow. Balls of nuggets of wax.
Yeah.
And they got this mechanism. They go flush it, and it comes just...
It's called a skewer.
Yeah, look at you. Dude, I feel, forget R. Kelly, I can fly, and I took my ass to the gym and played hoop. Man, I'm back.
So you got your ears cleaned.
Basically. Dude, I thought some other stuff was going on. Stroke.
Let me tell you something about earwax.
And ear pressure, because that's what was bothering me.
Ooh. Now,
because the ear was bleeding.
Did you get the unmitigated satisfaction of actually looking at what came out of your ear?
I said, why? Why? And she, the nurse looked and we smiled. I said, that came out of my ear.
Yeah.
Let's just say I had an eargasm. How about that?
Yeah. I got that done to me once, and it is.
Were you having
it's
pain like
invigorating.
me?
No, I just couldn't hear. It was all just clogged up.
All right.
Now, if you really want to, get into recycling, you could use some of that wax to make a candle.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. What?
Let's stop. Let's get to it.
What are we getting to?
Just everything Bay Area sports. Jeff Kent, Patrick Willis hopped on the roast.
Jeff Kent was on with the morning roast, and
can I give you my takeaway? You talk. I'm interrupting.
And I think we're gonna play that.
Okay.
Because it was really good.
Yeah.
We're gonna play it at 10:48. But go ahead. Tell me what you think of Jeff Kent, because it feels to me like we like Jeff Kent more now than we liked him when he was here.
And that's the premise of what I was. Why is that in life, partner? I'm driving, gravitating to this dude that was once disliked, or we thought, or we're told he was a bad guy. But the bottom line is he's talking about his children, his kids, Stoney, in Major League Baseball, their experience in college, his experiences with the coaches, not doing too much, his issues with the wife. Wife said, you're being too hard on the kids. What is about humanity to where when guys step away or gals, we have a different view of them once the sun goes down?
I mean, I like Jeff Kent a lot when he was here playing for the Giants. I liked his no-nonsense approach. I liked that he didn't
give a damn. He was Jimmy Butler.
I mean, they do have a lot of similarities, I think. But no, I mean, I thought I liked Jeff Kent's whole act. He's not into the BS. He just wants to play the game. Wasn't really into the political stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't take a knee for Barry Bonds. All those kind of things. That's what I kind of like in my athletes, to tell you the truth. And I would like Jeff Kent to me represents the kind of athlete who wasn't exchanging jerseys after the game, wasn't hugging opponents before the game, and all the things that we like about competition.
How would you decipher a guy like, why do we gravitate to Steph so much, but yet you like Jeff Kent was attractive to you in his way? Just different people. Going about it different. Like, why do we love the chef? The person.
Why do we love the chef? Well, first of all, we would love the chef even if he weren't a great guy, because his play is just so elevated. But then when you combine his personality, who he is, I mean, he's just a total package. Steph Curry. He's one of the greatest players of all time, one of the greatest teammates of all time, one of the greatest pro athletes of all time in terms of, what kind of person he is. Kent was different. Takes all different kinds. But I just like Jeff Kent. I liked his red ass. I kind of like that.
The barbershops didn't like him,
Why?
They just felt like, it's wrong to do it, but you judge with your visuals sometimes. And him not liking Barry Bonds,
Well, nobody liked Bonds.
But some did. But, they had clashes and you pick sides. And sometimes it's not, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but sometimes in life, you pick sides. Duke and Michigan. I was a Michigan guy, Duke was preppy and all that stuff. But we could talk hours on this. But I was on the Barry Bonds side, and I thought I didn't like Jeff Kent, but I was in the car like, man, this dude's human. He's a father. He's showing his emotion. And Butch asked him about last time he talked to Barry. It's been about 20 years, but they ran into each other, Stoney, and I'm like, it is what. But he did specify, I ain't talked to none of my teammates as equal as I haven't talked to Barry,
I mean, and I thought he was going to be that kind of player, that after he was done playing, it was going to be all over. Kind of thought that way about Posey, too. Obviously, Posey's running the Giants right now.
It's kind of like what Radnich did. Like, I wish he would call in and we could get him for an hour.
He won't do that.
Yeah, why?
Because that's not who he is.
Right. But
see, you always want people to, to be your definition of who they are. And
that's heavy.
You got to stick to. I guarantee you, Goo, when I walk away, I'm not coming on as a guest.
I believe you'll be golfing.
Yeah, sure.
You'll be like, who won the game? I got some of it.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
No, I know.
I'm going to still be like with my cane and watching. Texting Evan.
How long do you think you're going to be doing this? I think you're coming to an end. I think it's winding down.
No, elaborate.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
I think you're one of those guys that you're going to get out on top. I can tell.
Well, let's hope.
I can tell you're gonna get out.
You know who I think Goo's going to be? Phillip Rivers.
Man,
Evan and I were talking.
And I like to be Mad Dog Russo. That dude's got as much energy as a 22-year-old. That's my goal. The Black Mad Dog. Still gambles.
Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that right now.
It's triggering for some people back here.
Exactly. We got
I'm sorry.
We got a lot going on today.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and
I'm calling him Honest Abe these days.
What do you mean?
He's letting it all out.
We'll get into some of that sound. We'll play the Jeff Kent interview at 10:48.
Okay.
And then we have some sound from Jimmy Butler. And there's just something about Butler. I did an interview with Monty Poole and Raj Mathai on NBC Sports Bay Area, and it was vintage Jimmy Butler talking about some of the stuff that's happened in other places. And I don't know, there's just a connection there. Something similar between Jeff Kent and Jimmy Butler that we can get into. But we'll talk Warriors on the other side. Kerr with more comments on what he's thinking about how he's going to use Pat Spencer, if he's going to use Pat Spencer as Curry comes back. We'll find out about Draymond Green, whether or not he's going to play or not on Friday against the Timberwolves.
You decide if you're going?
I haven't decided yet.
All right, and are they in town, do you know? I
don't know. They're probably coming in.
So we won't have Finchie.
Tomorrow.
You're not doing your homework.
Yeah,
I got it. It's all good.
We'll see.
Yeah.
It's not something I got to plan 7 weeks in advance. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Again, I'll ask it again, though. You know, I mean, you guys really want to do 10, 15 minutes on the Minnesota Timberwolves?
About 8.
And then what? What's the other 3 or 3
Respond
to 5?
to what we got.
Decision making was diabolical.
All right, I'll see if I can make something happen. But you know, they take their regular season very seriously in Minnesota.
And we don't want our fans, because we do have them, to turn on us. So maybe
why would they?
Bringing on the enemy.
What if the Warriors need a head coach in the near future? Maybe they get to know a future Golden State Warrior.
He don't strike me as a Bay type guy, Stoney.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
These guys don't have any attachment to the cities that they work in. They just get the nicest apartment, and they go from the apartment to the arena, and they don't interact. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, we're giving away the jerseys, the town jerseys today, and also, in addition, a Pat Spencer jersey, specifically going to be given away at 11:45, between 11:45 and 12:15. So next break, I'll give you the first of the 4 keywords during our show to put you in the hopper to win one of those town jerseys. And it is a Warriors Wednesday, which means today's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And that segment was also brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We'll help you find last-minute gifts that don't look last-minute, even if you're still planning to propose. At Shane Company, we'll show you perfect gifts at perfect prices, in stock and ready to give. Like hand-matched diamond studs, 14-karat gold chains, or the ultimate gift, a beautiful engagement ring. We have longer store hours, so you can skip the crowds and shop when you want, or visit us at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
95.7 The Game is proud to be introducing the inaugural Bay Area Host Committee Impact Awards presented by PNC Bank, celebrating those driving change in the Bay Area. We congratulate Kathy Adams, President and CEO of the Oakland African American Chamber of Commerce and winner of the Women's Confidence Award.
This award is humbling because you don't do the work in mind to be recognized. You do the work because you care about people.
Stay tuned this month as 95.7 The Game celebrates all of these prestigious Bay Area Host Committee Impact Award winners.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. Billshappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bay Area, get ready for Evanescence 2026 World Tour on July 20th at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View. Get your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Everyone has a personal agenda committed to winning. It doesn't feel that way.
This should bother you.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You're not a guard.
Yeah, Squirt just texted me that laughing, but dude, I was like, let me be me. I'm out here living out my dreams. And I gave him a pass, hit him in the hands, went out of bounds. And you need to worry about catching the rock. Worry about me. I'm a guard. I think that's jealousy when dudes say, you coaching?
No, it's not jealousy. They want to stay on the court to get exercise. And sometimes when you got guys like you on the floor that are going to compromise that,
I had a good game, though. So I was rebounding.
Did you win?
Yeah, we won 2, lost 1.
That's about all you can play.
And then one dude goes, are you Guru? I go, oh, boy.
Where was this game?
In the Yoon, 24-hour fitness. Well, I felt so good after the wax out of my ears. I just I'm taking this to the court. Might be a little faster.
So the Golden State Warriors play the Minnesota Timberwolves on Friday. Hopefully Curry's going to play. We'll find out about Draymond Green. But I was listening to a Jimmy Butler interview with Monty Poole and Raj Mathai. And Raj Mathai on NBC Sports Bay Area asked Jimmy Butler about what has happened in the past with some of his teams and whether there's some misperceptions about who he is and what he's all about. And I just want you to listen to this because
I haven't heard it.
There's a lot going on here in the wake of Jeff Kent getting inducted into the Hall of Fame in that interview. Just listen to Jimmy Butler here because I want to get into Butler.
Is there a misconception about you from other places you played? Because I've seen only one thing here, and it's pretty bright and hardworking. Is there something that we missed in the last spot?
I wouldn't say that there's something that we missed, but I will say that I'm always about winning at all costs. So when it doesn't stay about winning and it can become about many different things, if it ain't about winning, I'm telling y'all right now, I'm not here for it. Like, it's got to be about winning. Everything we do, it's got to be about winning. If it's about winning, it's about winning the championship. I'm all for it. If it's not, and there are any other agendas, y'all won't like it because I don't care. I'm literally just here to win. That's it. I don't care about anything else.
Wow. That is an alpha male. And any problem with that?
Yeah.
What problem?
Couple little problems.
Give it to me. I'm like that. That's you love Kemp for being a straight shooter. So right between the eyes.
Listen, I like Butler. Okay. I like that soundbite, but there is something to it about where he's all about winning on his terms. That's kind of what it feels like.
What are his terms?
Well, his terms are kind of whatever. So, okay, why did he leave Miami? Let's say money.
That's what I believe.
Okay, right. So that was about money. It wasn't all about winning. Are you really telling me that Jimmy Butler thought that Pat Riley wasn't all about winning? Like, what? And here's the other thing. So he's in Minnesota and he's all about winning, but he doesn't believe in some of his teammates.
And we know that for a fact.
And clearly he doesn't like the way his teammates are getting coached. So, yeah, he's all about winning the way he perceives is the best way to win. And if he doesn't perceive that it's the best way to win, is he going to be the guy that you really, really want?
Now, I will say this to that. There's nothing you said that's a lie. I disagree because I think it's unfair, and you tell me what you think, that now we're going through his resume about his past relationships. It's about the Jimmy Butler we have here now. The Jimmy Butler just less than 2 weeks ago said, our defense is raggedy, guys ain't doing this and that, and I'm part of it. I love that part. But I'll say this about the Miami thing. I thought he felt stabbed in the back. I thought he knew Pat Riley almost what I say about Brock Purdy earning that contract. He already earned it. So Jimmy felt like, okay, I thought we were familiar, and I thought I've shown you who I am. Why is there even a question about the bread? And once he felt betrayed, this is just me, he was out of there. And that relationship is what it is, and now the Warriors are the beneficiaries of a guy that can control a game, but I like that.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's a great soundbite.
If it gets funky,
is Draymond Green all about winning?
No doubt.
Okay.
Well, he's got an infraction on it.
He's got more than that.
Well, I'm talking about the Jordan Poole, but other than that, like it or love it, he polices his team.
Right.
And Jimmy's telling you, I got a badge, and if I got to use it, I'm gonna use it, Steiny. That's how I took that.
Yeah.
Everybody can't do that.
Yeah, I'm just questioning whether, when we talk about Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler and they're all about winning, I question that a little bit That's all. I mean, of course, I think they are obviously among the most competitive players in the NBA.
Man.
They hate to lose, and that's obvious, and they don't like to lose. But are they willing to be here's the other thing. When Jimmy Butler said that, you said, boy, he's an alpha. Does that make you a leader if you're an alpha?
To me, and this we got a great example here with Steph. I think an alpha part of that is I'm going to be vocal with mine. And Steph's an alpha, but he does it in a different way, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm not the alpha police, but to me, an alpha person, or especially when it comes to athletics, is a guy that is going to call your ass out and tell the media what needs to be said, and I don't care whose feelings get hurt. Steph might tell you he's not an alpha.
Who?
Steph Curry.
No,
in regard to leader.
Yeah, I no. I'm just saying. It's easy to say you're all about winning and that's all that matters, but when your track record doesn't necessarily indicate that at every stop, then I kind of feel like that's the easiest thing to say when you're Jimmy Butler and it's on you're yes, you're all about winning, but it's got to be the situation's got to be perfectly set up for you. And then when it's set up for you, you're all about winning. I'm just curious about how we think of a guy like Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green when they say that's what matters most. And I'm just wondering, is it really what matters most?
Now
to Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler.
Let's put it right on the table early, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Do you think there's a difference between Jimmy and Dre and how they lead amongst fans, how they're both perceived amongst fans? Because I see Dre cuss his teammates out or let them know when they make an error on the court. I kind of don't like that. But then I've seen Jimmy do it at times, and I don't like that, but it doesn't hit like Dre. And maybe Dre's been here forever and a day, and that's why it hits different. But, I come down Dre's road. We do many times. But it's most of the time it's about what's off the court, what's said. But what I do know about Dre, like it or not, that's an alpha male, Steiny. And I think the Warriors wouldn't have 4 without him.
888-957-9570 is the number. Just want to get into some Warrior stuff as it relates to Jimmy Butler. Also, the other thing, it's on my mind today, Guru. One of the things is there was a story in The Athletic today. They ranked the top front offices in the NBA, and it was a list that the Warriors used to be a top on, and now they are.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
They're voted 10th. The Warriors are the 10th best front office in the NBA, according to a poll. But here's my question. Mike Dunleavy's been around for 2.5 years now. The Warriors won the title in 22. Then in 23, after the 22-23 season, Bob Myers leaves. And so Mike Dunleavy's been here for 2.5 years. How's he done?
I'm going to give him a B+.
How's Mike Dunleavy done?
I'm going to give him a B+. You pulled off the trade for Jimmy Butler. That changed a lot in a major way. Regardless of what we think about Podziemski, where he was drafted, he's been a hit. The Kaminga thing was before him, and it looks like, and we'll play the sound from Willard and Dibbs where Kerr was on there, that we know where that thing's headed. But I'm looking at Will Richard. That was a Mike Dunleavy special, and I like what I see. So you think I'm being too gracious with the B+? Or, I mean, he's pulled off a trade. I'm counting Pods for just contributing, and also Will Richard. And, you're going to laugh. Oh, and Quinn Post. Don't let me stop. So just with that alone, hey, what would you give him?
I wouldn't give him a B+. I'd probably give him maybe a B-. But I also think that...
What are the areas of improvement if you were...
Well, what's he done? I mean, the teams have made no discernible improvement
the Jimmy
since
Butler
he's been
trade.
here. Right, but they won... I'm just saying, they won...
But that just...
Yeah, but they're the same team. They've been the same team for 3 years. Here's what I'm saying. They won a title in 2022. In 2023, they lost in the second round.
Gotcha.
Boom, Mike Dunleavy's now the GM.
Yeah.
They don't make the playoffs, and then they get as far as they did last year, or they get as far as they did last year 2 years ago, and now this year they're 500.
Now, okay.
So I don't know why I would give them a B+. They haven't gotten better under his watch.
But what about the draft picks and what we've seen?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, and I was thinking about this the other day as it relates to Will Richard, Trace Jackson Davis, and Post. Yeah, they're great second round picks. They're filling out your roster. What else are they doing other than filling out your roster?
Now, again,
I'm sorry, they're not difference-making players. They were nice picks, but for the most part, they haven't changed the fortune of the Golden State Warriors.
Well, all three are still growing, but I'm more excited about the upside to Post and Richard at this point, and I'll leave that there. But we are not as far apart as the Mojave Desert if it's B+, B-. My thing is, what if I told you Mike got the job and he was a slave to what the slogan was going to be? Anything for Steph. So he really can't go get his ingredients. You know what I mean? I got to –
okay, but hold on.
Formula
hold on.
Or a thing that I got to basically abide to.
What do you mean he can't really go and get his ingredients? Like if there's an ingredient out there that can work with Steph Curry, then go get him.
No, but the all-in for Steph is a Joe Lacob, I believe, mandate. Mike D.
Okay, well, you know what?
I'm just saying he took the job predicate. I believe that was the slogan. Nobody's changing it. So I judge him
first of all, if you didn't believe in the slogan, he shouldn't have taken the job. So he took the job. Like the slogan is the slogan, and anything and everything for Steph.
Right.
But
I mean that's what we said.
You've just been treading water for 3 years with Mike.
But you brought in another top
but it hasn't
player.
made you discernibly better, at least at this point.
Well, Stotty, I would say you're judging in the short sample size. They got to the playoffs. It looked like they weren't going to before Jimmy.
What about this year? They're 13 and 12.
And it's evolving. So
that's why I'm not giving him a B+. I can't give him a B+. We're essentially, to me, my way of thinking, kind of in the same spot that we were
13 and 12.
That we were in 2023.
But don't you feel better about things? Because we kind of talked about it.
One more time, Goose?
Don't you feel better about the Warriors?
No.
Remember you were like, Goose, last week you were in the dumps?
No.
And I feel better. Like, I don't know what's on the horizon, but I feel like, we're
So you feel like what happened in the last week or so has
just given the team some clarity,
has made the future look brighter?
And I'm unlike a lot of people, I think when that day does come, and it's coming, it is coming, Tim and Raleigh and Coach and Vallejo, but that they can get something that can help this team right away when they move Kaminga.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Mike Dunleavy's been around for 2.5 years.
I'm curious to see the grades.
And how has he done? I'm going to go through some of the things that have occurred on his watch. And
give me an area of an improvement. No, that's what I was going to throw at you. Like
creativity. Just I don't like the way that they've. Hey, coming up in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm going to give you the first keyword for the town jersey giveaways. All right, so that's coming up in 5 minutes. I'll give you the first of 4 words so that you can have a shot at the town jerseys.
Let's go.
Game jerseys. Mm-hmm. And then we're giving away a Pat Spencer jersey between 11:45 and 12:15. So 5 minutes, I'll give you the first keyword of the day. So I'm judging Mike Dunleavy for the last 2.5 years. That's when he took over.
But I feel like you're giving this year demerit already.
And they're 13 and 12. That's what they are.
But it's not over.
No, they could get worse.
It's like you're giving me my test grade and I got 40 questions.
Well, no, he's been here for 2.5 years. This is just the start of year 3. All right, so the first thing he did was draft Brandon Pajemski. I think that's got to go down as a solid pick at 19.
Right, so we don't disagree there.
Trace Jackson Davis. That's a whatever for me.
Yeah.
He traded Jordan Poole for CP3.
That's a demerit.
It is a demerit.
I think it's his worst move.
But I'm not like that one is the one where I'm not sure he had a choice.
What is that? How?
It was a salary dump. Plain and simple. They wanted to stay out of the apron, and Poole put him over.
But had you used that creativity that you were looking for, Stoney, you could have got something for
no
CP3.
Doubt. I mean, you can.
Oh my gosh,
you can absolutely hold that against Dunleavy, and I do. but I also think that was more of an organizational thing because they thought that if they kept Jordan Poole, they would lose all their flexibility. But anyway, Poole's gone. Right. CP3's here. CP3's not here anymore. You got nothing for him. Re-signed Draymond Green after the 2023 season. Remember, Draymond opted out and then got a 4-year deal.
I love Mike D, but just real quick here, I think there's no way in hell that was his call. That he went and broke bread with the boss, the owner, and I get it. And Mike D, I don't think had any influence into Joe Lacob parting ways with Draymond, especially when we read that article with Tim Kawakami and he says, I look at Dre like a son. You know, I'm like, you ain't breaking that up. I don't care who Mike D was, if it was another GM, you know?
All right, so, like, honestly, we don't weigh the Draymond Green extension and put it on Mike Dunleavy's ledger.
I don't, and that's why he got to be.
And that's where I have to. Like, I
that
have
was part
to.
of everything for Steph for me. It would go under that.
But that's who Mike Dunleavy's general managing for. Or, you know, Steph Curry and keeping it together. Like, honestly, if Mike Dunleavy felt strongly that he wanted to move on from Draymond Green and Joe Lacob said, nah, we're not going to move on from Draymond Green, do you still want the job? I'm sure Mike said, yeah, I still want the job.
Right.
But he's the general manager and they re-signed Draymond Green and he's still on the team and here's where we're at. Yeah. Was it you like it? Was it good? Was it bad?
But there's many GMs, Steiny, that get vetoed by their boss, you know, and that's okay. There's no reason to quit. You know, the owner's like, hey, I love you. I'll see you tonight at dinner, but we're not doing this. You know, that comes with the territory, right?
It depends how you look at it. But yes, I mean, I think we all have to be honest and say Dunleavy's operating with some constraints.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the other thing is he can't shoot through. Like, he's got to pay attention to salary, and Bob Myers never really had to pay attention to salary. He traded Klay Thompson for Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson. Obviously acquired Jimmy Butler for Wiggins and some other players. And in this offseason, he extended Jonathan Kaminga. So that's where we are. And I guess my question would be, you know, they won it in 2022.
All right.
It was unexpected. The next year, they made it to the playoffs and lost in the second round. And then Mike Dunleavy came on board after that 2023 season. Are the Warriors better off now than they were after that championship season? Are they in a better spot now than they were in 2023? If I were to ask you where Mike Dunleavy sits today. And I would say it feels like they're kind of the same.
Wow.
And I know they have Butler. I know they have Butler.
I want to say they're not because I don't see anything, no heir apparent to a future stud. But yet, I love the all-in for Steph mantra, but there's no, especially now that I think Kaminga's gone, UPS, he's going to be packaged. If you allow me to veer off and say, what do we have for the future? Hey, I like the guys, but there's no that dude is in waiting like I thought Kaminga was. And I have no second thoughts about Kaminga being picked 7th that Dub Nation shouldn't even have these thoughts of he's going to be the next. So when I look at it through that prism, I'm down.
Who do you blame for the Kaminga pick? Myers? Lacob?
I don't tell Bob, but I mean, Joe said it's a collective, so Kirk, Joe, and Bob.
Yeah, I mean,
can't put it on Mike's ledger at all.
Hey, Evan, if I were to ask you, the Warriors today versus the Warriors, let's say, entering the 2023 season after they won their title, better, worse, about the same?
Well, they're obviously worse. They won a championship.
Well, no, because Dunleavy came, I think, after the 2023 season. So, in theory, I
thought you said heading into
just 2023.
Since Mike Dunleavy has taken over.
Correct. Since they lost to the Lakers in the second round.
I'd say they're in a better place. I mean, they lost in the play-in the year after.
Right.
And then
what about
they made the second round of the playoffs.
What about your future stud?
Well, he hasn't. I don't think he's made a mistake. Has he hit on a franchise-altering move. I mean, you could say the Butler thing, but
Will Richard early. He's starting. I'm not saying he's a star. I'm hoping.
I'm talking about face of a franchise. It's not Will Richard.
They don't have that. Exactly. Kaminga.
And I don't want to poo-poo these guys, but Will Richard, TJD, Post.
No, I'm with you. They're going to be guys that help. I got you.
I don't know. Like, have they helped
but
so
Pods
far?
wasn't the top 5 picks, Donnie. Where they got him at.
No, but I'm sorry. Okay, Trace Jackson Davis, Post, Will Richard. It's like, okay, he's filled out the roster with back end. Okay. Yeah. Like, those are kind of indistinguishable for me. Like, I don't give him a lot of credit for those kind of guys.
Well, I'm just saying.
Post maybe. The other thing is, Post is getting better. I definitely like him.
I love him.
But what, is he a starting center in the NBA? Is he a 25, 30-minute center in the NBA?
Right now he is for your team, but I don't have those answers, but I got to believe it's trending in the right direction. And the one thing he does is if you want to grade it, is an A in shooting. And again, don't give me the percentages. When he gets comfortable with the other things that he needs to, get stronger and add some muscle. I mean, man, sky's the limit.
He's a role-playing center.
But what has me down is the future. That's where it's lacking.
Well, that's why it's like I can't get gung-ho over Will Richard, Post, Trace Jackson Davis, Pods, Moody, Kaminga, because you're right. There's not a star out there.
Yeah. Do you do the Laker model? And maybe we'll find out January, whatever day it is, where you do the Laker model, and we're talking about another stud in here, a young one.
I don't know how you get another young stud in here.
Let me dream. Let us dream.
Well, you don't.
Man.
So we're just talking about Mike Dunleavy and where this team is right now. And are you excited about where it's headed, or are you more excited about this year?
I'm more excited about this year, not where it's headed, and just about what you mentioned.
I'm not.
That's why I think something's going to pop off January come this trade deadline. I really do.
But what? Like, seriously, what's the biggest move they could make?
Well, package Kaminga, and it could be some other guys with that, and we get a bona fide dude in here. That would outlast the Curry, Jimmy Butler, Dre era.
All right, you still are prepared.
Maybe Giannis.
You still are prepared to give up some picks.
Oh, my God, Snotty, whatever it takes.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Mike Dunleavy, you happy with what he's done since he's taken over for Bob Myers? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. By the way, here it is. This is word number 2, keyword number 2. Keyword number 1. This is the first of 4 today. Jimmy, Jimmy. Text Jimmy to 20357. That's Jimmy to 20357 for your chance to win one of the 3 town jerseys. Right now, we're qualifying somebody every single hour for the rest of the day. And Jimmy, 20357. What's coming up next in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And don't forget the kickoff show this Sunday with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. It starts at 11 a.m. from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. All the early games are going to be on. Great food, great drinks, games in the parking lot, as well as your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game. So come on out. If you're going to the game, we have the free shuttle for you from Laughing Monk to the stadium and back. That's right, a free shuttle. Go sign up at 957thegame.com. First come, first served. So go ahead, get there right now, 957thegame.com, and sign up now. That segment also brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
On January 1st, tolls will go up on all bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
From Carriage House to Glass Aluminum Doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Yes, I do want to put that rat on the table by Atco Pest Control.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is Mike Dunleavy doing a good job for the Golden State Warriors? He's been doing the job now for 2.5 years.
I gave him a B+. You gave him a B-. That's good.
Spadoni weighed in on the text thread saying Dunleavy inherited a play-in team. Then in his second year, they went to the Western Conference semis. He's improved the team he inherited. Well, Joe, love you.
But
Dunleavy took over a team that made the second round of the playoffs when they lost to the Lakers. Then they didn't make the playoffs, and they got to the semis last year. Evan said he thinks Dunleavy's done fine and that he hasn't made a big mistake. I don't disagree with that. I might have done something a little differently.
CP3 is my only mistake.
Mine would have been Draymond. I would have.
Even if he was powerless in that. But I hear you.
How
you
can
got the
GM
job.
be powerless?
Yeah. And let's be honest, he was attached to Dre. He had been around here too. Mike D, it ain't like he was at a Dodge in another team or another organization. He was here.
Right, but yes.
So he's got an attachment.
So part of being a great GM is knowing when to cut ties with guys.
Wow.
And that's the one. I mean, listen, I'm not here to say they'd have more titles if they wouldn't have re-signed Draymond, but at the time, given everything that happened, I thought it was time. Might have been a perfect time. Maybe Steph didn't want it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the one where I probably would have entertained going in another direction. That's just me. Let's go to Steve. Steve's in Alamo. Hey, Steve, how you doing, man?
Great, guys. Love your show.
Thanks.
Couple quick comments. Steph Curry's been quoted as saying he cannot win a championship without Draymond Green.
Facts.
So we're stuck. And I agree with you. I would have moved Draymond, and with his attitude and his turnovers, but we're stuck with Draymond. So you got to play with him.
All right.
Here's my other thoughts.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he's stuck. That's not Dunleavy's fault. It's Steph, and as you said, Steph is controlling the team in that regard. Just a couple of quick comments. I think Kerr's made some mistakes. You haven't talked about that.
All right.
The OKC game where Spencer didn't play at the end when he had brought us back from 20 points down, and he takes them out and puts other guys in, that was a mistake. We could have won that game. The game with Philly, I blame Kerr for not having a good throw-in, timeout play to get the ball to the damn guys so they can hold the ball and win the game. I blame Kerr on that. And Pods played pretty well. And what I'd love to see is Spencer starting or playing point guard. Steph is really a two-guard because of his shooting and his movement ability, and not so much his driving and kicking. And Spencer's fabulous at that. Our best 5 players, in my opinion, on the floor right now would be Spencer at the 1, Steph at the 2, then Jimmy Butler, Draymond at the 4, and then Quentin Post at the 5. And Quentin Post, I think, has done a really good job lately, both with shooting. It's obvious he's a good shooter, but his not his post-up game, but his defensive game and his rebounding and his going to the rack, I think, has been great.
And you're going to see that 5 Friday. I think, Scott, you're going to see that 5 Friday. I hope. I'm with you.
Well, the thing about Spencer is if you're going to play Spencer with Green and Jimmy Butler, he better keep making threes. Because that was the reason a big reason why he hasn't been playing as much. And Steve Kerr talked about how he's been making way more threes than he ever has. But if Pat Spencer isn't the shooter that he's been the last week or so, then I do think that particular lineup misses shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And
Until
then
Melton is ready.
They'll have to figure that out. But speaking of Pat Spencer and Steph Curry specifically, this is Steve Kerr yesterday. He was on with Willard and Dibbs about playing Spencer and Steph together and what that may look like.
I'm not going to take away all of his minutes. I can tell you that. I'm definitely going to play him with Steph some, and we'll see. Some of it will depend on matchups, how well we can hold up defensively. the three guys we put with them, all of that has to be determined. But the way Pat is playing, the way he's impacting winning, the way he's impacting just the competitive spirit of the team, I have to keep playing him. I mean, we're winning. And he's a huge part of that.
That's all you want to hear. My bad.
No, Steve Kerr talking about Pat Spencer.
Yeah.
How long can this continue? Can we put the rat on the table? Sponsored by Atco Pest Control.
If this is his version, Pat Spencer, that is of his Jeremy Lin moment, then it's going to come to an end at some juncture. But if somehow this is who he is and he has staying power, I mean, man, Steiny, for the foreseeable future, he will have a part. If it's coming off the bench when Melton goes into the starting lineup, which I believe is going to happen if he remains healthy, I mean, he can be a viable option for the Golden State Warriors. And when it's all said and done, even then, he would have come out of nowhere.
Speaking of DeAnthony Melton, this is Steve Kerr talking about Melton, what he brings, and what his role is going to be.
He's a two-way player. He's fundamentally sound. You see it with his passing, his ball handling, his footwork. The defense, the on-ball defense, is a game changer for us. You saw the last play of the Philly game. He forced Tyrese Maxey into a really tough shot, and it was, he even blocked it, which caused the air ball, which led to the putback. But that sequence alone tells you everything you need to know about why DeAnthony is so important to us. The ability to stay in front of these quick guys, these great players, and then at the other end to fit in next to any four guys. You can put DeAnthony in any lineup combination because he can dribble, pass, shoot, and process. And when you can do those things, that makes you a two-way player, and that makes you playable at the highest level. I'm talking, playoffs, finals, it doesn't matter. That's why DeAnthony is so important.
All right, that was Steve Kerr talking about DeAnthony Melton.
Yeah, and that was good D on Maxey, too. That was a horrible shot, but then I was like, oh, that was good D.
That was great D. It's interesting that Steve says the great thing about Melton is you can play him with anybody.
And he's a two-way player.
And that leads me to believe that he doesn't have to start Melton because Melton's one of those guys he can put into any situation. And I think one of the problems with the Warriors is they don't have enough guys that can play with enough guys. They have
specialists.
They just don't have enough players that are really, really good complements to their star players. They're either offensive players or defensive players, so if a guy can do both, they stick out. And I think that's why Melton is sticking out, Goo.
Yeah, and before I left the studio, before break to get some French vanilla coffee, Steiny, we talked about, the foot injury to Derek Lively that's going to keep him out for the Mavs. And I was just talking to you about injuries and Bill Walton and how many athletes you just love watching, but their body can't, remain healthy. DeAnthony Melton in 2022, Steiny, played 77 games for the Sixers. But after that, for Philly, 38, 6, and, the last 44 games in the last two seasons. So I love everything I see. Kerr hit it out the park. It's just, can he last? And this team where it's at, and if you think it's good or you think it's on the fringe, I mean, a guy like DeAnthony Melton can go a long way in regard to having this team be a player or not.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get back in action on Friday against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Haven't played since Sunday, so they're getting a good week of practice in, obviously. And I do feel like, and I don't know if other Warrior fans feel this way, I feel like Friday's the start of something. And I just feel like in the course of an NBA season, there's ebbs and flows, and after the Warriors played the road trip like they played, and now they have the break, and now they're getting guys back, I feel like this is kind of a natural starting point on Friday. They should have virtually everybody healthy. We'll see about Draymond. I'm expecting Steph Curry to play, and so the question now becomes what happens Friday with the guys who have been playing, the guys who have been kind of spearheading this good vibe situation with the Warriors, and now you're getting two of your stars back, and how does it all shake out? It would seem to be setting up for this team to begin ascending if they can figure it out, but that's that's what Steve Kerr's job's going to be, is who plays and how many minutes.
Yeah, and it sounds like you're describing a new beginning. And they are 13-12, one game over. But we will find out the answers to the questions that will basically decide the future of this team this year. And it's kind of funny. You know, I foo-fooed or poo-pooed and got mad at everybody that was telling me, even Steve Kerr, about practice and all this and that. But this is the week. You'll never have another week like this outside the All-Star break, right? But this is it to get all that continuity and mesh and all the stuff that you were preaching to me about practice. I mean, Friday's a bit, and you got a fierce opponent in Minnesota, but I'm excited. I wasn't excited a week or two ago.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And, like, that's the one thing I'm also trying to get to the bottom of a little bit is if whatever has happened in the last week has changed your mind about the Warriors, I guess my question would be, is it Pat Spencer? I mean, is that really what it is?
It's PG&E for me, and he's part of it. What does that mean? It's energy.
Okay.
I was watching this team, and Kaminga was a part of it. I'm not one of these hosts or anybody Warrior fan. I can't talk about Kaminga. Everything was lethargic. It looked off. Everybody didn't look like they were on the same page. That's just me. And that had me down in the dumps. But since the inception of Pat Spencer, the energy from Guy Santos and everybody is just kind of like, oh, even if they don't win, these dudes are trying and fighting. And just like I see Quentin Post down there, and Cam came in and shared, our guy Cam came in here and shared, what was the stat about Quentin Post, Steiny? Like, he was top 3 centers in regard to defense. So he's learning and he's growing, but it's PG&E. I'm seeing energy from this team. And you're right. It started that game against OKC.
Yeah, and I wonder if, I mean, this energy, like Pat Spencer's always going to play with energy.
Right.
But is it going to translate to winning if he continues to stay in the rotation? But it's one of those things where this is where I'm behind Steve Kerr. If you're not bringing energy, you can't play. So you got to go with the guys who are bringing energy first. And right now, that's something you can count on with Pat Spencer. And, I mean, apparently it's not something that you can count on right now with some other players on the team.
And I'm wondering if those other players have gotten the message now, if they do get another shot to re-enter the game or games, that they know now that, yeah, you might have thought you were bringing it, but it's a mandate now for you to be out here, because I feel like Coach Kerr with Kaminga has sent a message like, if you're not bringing that energy that you and I are talking about, you're not going to play.
And that's another thing. Will he stay true to that? Will he stay true to that?
Because I told you I wouldn't.
And will he employ those rules with the veteran-type players? Because, like, I'll be honest, it's easy to play Pat Spencer when Kaminga's struggling, Spencer's playing with a ton of energy, but Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Steph aren't playing.
That's interesting.
I want to see if Steve Kerr can commit to Pat Spencer, if that's the direction he's going, because now the big boys are back.
Right.
And we know that he has a tendency to lean on the big boys a little bit. This is more Steve Kerr from yesterday. I think Dibbs asked him a follow-up after he was talking about Pat Spencer and the energy. This is what Dibbs followed up with, and it's kind of telling.
All right.
Is it as simple as those little things like the effort and the want to that maybe has been missing from his game of late?
Yeah, for sure. He has not played well lately, and that's why I went away from him, last game, because Guy Santos came in and really made a huge impact, both Philadelphia and Cleveland games, and the energy and the passing, the connection, all those things that Pat and Guy can provide. That's what our team needs right now, and so I said this the other night. I mean, it's no different from any other player on the team. It's just that JK always gets the most attention from you guys.
Yep.
Yeah, I get it. But, just let's just take it here. What we do, the boss can call us in and say we had a bad show, but when you say you had no energy, which we don't hear much at all, but I mean, right there, that's not even a bad show to me. That's just you weren't even ready to go. That's something you could control.
Yeah, the other thing, I didn't even mention this about Friday, when I felt like, and I'm talking about, Friday feels like it's going to be, another start of something.
New beginning.
If for no other reason than they should have anybody healthy. I didn't even mention it because I'm not expecting much. But, we also have to figure or monitor how Jonathan Kaminga fits into the situation on Friday. With everybody healthy.
This is going to be crazy because you guys been saying, got to let it go. The fact that he has had some success against Minnesota, do you think that increases the chances of Jonathan Kaminga playing that game Friday? Or this Pat Spencer, Steph, and Dre, if he can come back, we're gonna tap into that first, and we'll find out about Kaminga later. Or is he at the bottom of the list? I do wonder.
Yeah, I don't see him. I don't see him. I don't see him getting anything but kind of emergency minutes if they need a body at this point until something changes. And something may change. I mean, guys who are coming off the bench and playing well right now may not continue to play well, and then that'll open something up for Kaminga.
Before you grab this call, is it me or do you feel like last year Jonathan Kaminga wouldn't have gave Dibbs and Willard that answer, or is he being more open about his feelings on what's going on with Kaminga? Because I feel like he's being more open now. Just like, you ask me, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 5 years. And they asked him about the frustrating part of what's going on with Kaminga.
I don't argue with that. It has been a discussion for many years with the fans. And, his role has fluctuated over the years. That's all part of it. I can't argue with any of that. It is what it is. I mean, as a coach, you try to help each of your players get the best of his abilities and succeed, and you have to put together the best groups that are going to help you win. And as I said, there's never a kind of a linear path for any of these guys, and so you just keep working. You keep working with the player, keep working with the team.
Yeah, what did Kerr tell us? Spencer, when we had him on yesterday, Pat Spencer, the Stay Ready program.
Yeah, maybe Kaminga should be in that group.
Like, I ain't laughing at that.
Let's go to Austin in San Jose. Hey, Austin, how you doing, man? You want to talk about Dunleavy?
Hey, man, great conversation. Let me just add a couple things.
Okay, and
Jeff
give us a grade. You got to give us a grade before you let go.
Yeah, I was going to do that at the end. But Jeff Kent made some comments today about, what motivated him. And he talked about the great Dusty Baker and how he motivated and talked to each player differently. And basically told him, I'm not going to treat you the way I treat another player. So I think that's a lesson learned to Kerr, or actually, he should be treating, if he isn't, you treat every player differently. Jonathan, Kaminga, Spencer, whatever, Podge. And so I think where the miss is right now is why hasn't he been able to get something message different across to Kaminga? And you could say, well, it's been 5 years, and hey, you know what, Steiny, if that's true, fine. And why is the guy still on the roster 5 years later? That's an organizational issue. That's not a Kaminga issue. I mean, they could have done something about it. But the whole press conferences every day and tell us, what isn't happening. To me, that's wasted air, man. Fans pay to see the best product. We don't pay to see coaches. We pay to see players. So I just want to add that little bit of nuance as far as you talk about being frustrated. I'm tired of hearing Kerr come on the radio and tell people, why something isn't working. Make it work, man. You get paid $17 million to get it done. Number two, GM, I would give him a C+. If it's me. I don't think he's made bad moves, but I think Tiny alluded to, has he made really any impactful moves? Now, the Jimmy Butler one, I think we still got to see it. The team wasn't very good last year when he came here, if you remember, Guru. They weren't good at all, okay? And they had some of the same players that they have now. So what happened when Jimmy came? All of a sudden they learned how to play basketball? I mean, that's something that somebody should ask her. And number two, right now we're still one game above 500. Not bad, but is that a significant progress? Again, Jimmy didn't pick the roster, so I'm not going to blame Jimmy for the guys that were here when he got here. I guarantee if you ask Jimmy Butler, if he could get other players here, to be honest, he would say, yeah, I'd get other players here. So don't think that Jimmy's satisfied with this roster. I think you'd be surprised at what he might say if you gave him some truth serum. So, guys, that's kind of where I'm at today. Just enjoy listening, and I'll keep listening. See you.
Right on.
Appreciate it, Austin. Thanks for the call. The Warriors right now are 13-12. And, here's the other thing. We're talking about Mike Dunleavy. He's been here 2.5 years. He took over this team the year after the Warriors got to the second round of the postseason when they lost to the Lakers. A year after that, they didn't make the playoffs. And, of course, last year they got to the Western Conference semifinals. This year, we're a third of the way through the season, and the Warriors are 13-12. And we're talking about the job that Mike Dunleavy has done up to this point. And if you gave him a grade, what would the grade be? I would say this, that would I give him a B-?
Yeah, I gave him a B+.
I would give him a lower mark if the Warriors, if he hadn't taken the job at the end of the dynasty. I give him a lot of grace and leeway for when he took over the team and the situation that he was given, because they were coming to an end. It's one of the reasons Bob Myers left. So Dunleavy knew what he was getting into, and now 2.5 years later, I feel like, they're still kind of in the same spot. They're not lousy, but they're not a contender. So I'll give him a B- because he wasn't starting on a level playing field anyway, because he inherited a really old team.
Yeah, but
that's the way I would look at it.
Austin said something that has me thinking about just the acquisition of Jimmy Butler and what was going on for Jimmy to have that big of an impact that he did in regard to the defensive metrics. Everything about the team improved. Everybody was talking about, hey, the Warriors are the team you might not want to see in the playoffs. We're up against it. But I'll tell you on the other side as to it was just the swap of Wiggins for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Mike Dunleavy and what his tenure's been like. How you feeling about Mike Dunleavy 2.5 years into his tenure with the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. Remember, every hour today and tomorrow, we're giving away 3 Warrior jerseys. All 3 are town jerseys. Listen for your chance today, and that's when it ends. And we're also going to be giving away a Pat Spencer jersey between 11:45 and 12:15. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And covering the Bay Area for as many years as I have, I've seen athletes go through it all, the highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com. Because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40. And kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Last January, I got to meet my service dog, Marcia. Marcia helps me open doors. She picks up things that I can't reach. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Big flavor doesn't have to break the bank. Smashburger's $4.99 all-the-time menu is here to stay. Try crave-worthy favorites. You're a bite away from believing. For your chance to win a Smashburger gift card, courtesy of Smashburger, visit 957thegame.com.
I've been Shrek'd. I've never done Shrekking.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It doesn't matter, Guru, when the Chick-fil-A Bowl is, okay? It doesn't matter when the Poolin' Weed Eater Bowl is or the Astro Blue Bonnet Bowl. All right, the only bowl games that matter
are the college football playoffs. That's all you need to pay attention to.
I was asking Evan, when did the Cal Bears play their bowl game, and he told me Christmas Eve.
Oh, so Evan was the one guy who knew.
Listen, I'm going to management, and I want an NDA. The stuff I talk about off air, if you don't get it approved, Evan, cannot go right on air.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Dude, NDAs now.
I just worry about you guys.
No, my ears are fine. Dude, I do feel good.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
And I know what you must be feeling now is a great feeling.
Yeah, it is.
I know.
It affects performance.
It does.
Dude,
it does. We didn't want to
talk.
talk about that but it's been a tough 2 days for Evan and myself.
You wouldn't even know when I was hurt. Stop.
No, we did, and it was obvious.
Well, I was telling everybody. Other than that.
I mean, here's a
energy was on 1,000. Wow, stop.
Yeah, but here's a sample of kind of the way the conversations have been going. Yeah, so Guru, I don't know, man. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, I don't know if they're going to be able to make the playoffs. Hey, Steiny, I'll tell you what, I don't know if Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are going to be able to make the playoffs. What do you think?
I could hear you. I'm going to give you a 1.
Yeah, that wasn't very good. By the way, Kyle Shanahan is going to talk to the media at 11:30, and if he says anything important, we will bring it right to you. Also coming up in 5 minutes, I'm going to give you the second keyword of the day, so you can win the game jerseys.
I know we were going to get back to the Warriors, but I want to shout out Mark Willard. I heard you, Dibs, and Mark yesterday.
Sometime in the next 10, 15 minutes, Goo, I'm going to give that word out, so stay listening. Go ahead.
There you go. And he said he was drunk.
Mark
Willard yesterday doing your crossover, if you remember.
Okay.
You, Dibs, and Mark. And this was just a Niner take I want to get off. And I was listening, and I appreciated him saying he was drunk, I'm paraphrasing, and in love, basically, shout out Yonsei, with the possibility of the Niners moving up and maybe getting a 1 or 2 or 3 seed.
Okay.
From a fan standpoint.
All right.
But what he did and how he hooked me is he says he understands after this Tennessee game, and they can't take him lightly, just how difficult it's going to be to win these 3 games against Seattle, Chicago, and now Phillip Rivers in Indy. And I melted in the caddy driving to the doctors like, that's all one. Like, I get it. And he's thinking about, man, this kid. But he's not overlooking. And I felt like I said that to you 10 times, and you don't say anything. But you're like, oh, Mark, that was great. I'm using you. But I thought that's real. These are going to be 3 difficult games.
Yeah, it's a scared fan.
No, it's not.
It's fine.
Nothing scared.
Yes,
it's your respect the foe.
Okay. Yeah, okay, respect the foe.
Except this one.
Tell you what, Niners really haven't had a bad loss this year. You don't want to start now with Tennessee. Yeah.
Wow.
They've handled.
You would say their whole schedule.
They've handled 90% of their schedule of 3-win teams. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland. Wants to talk about the Warriors. Hey, Leroy, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up,
you got it. Happy holidays, baby.
Happy hump day. So, I'm going to make this short and sweet, man, because we got a lot of callers to hear from.
Yeah, not that many, really.
Popular.
Yeah, not really.
Man, get out of here, man. Hey, the streets be talking. Anyway, I look at Dunleavy and I give him just a straight C. Just a straight C. And I'm basing that on the people who came after his picks. You look at Kaminga, and then Josh Giddey was there, and then Franz Wagner was there, and then Alfred Sengun, and then Trey Murphy and Jalen Johnson. And then and then what I want to touch on is Jimmy Butler. It's like he hasn't lived up to the bill, man. I thought we were getting the 2022 Jimmy Butler. You know what I mean? When he was playing, 64 games, averaging 34 minutes a game. Feel me? Almost scoring 23 a game, almost 6 rebounds, 5 assists. I thought we was 2 steals a game. I thought we was getting something close to that guy. And then every time Curry goes out, it's like, okay, come on, here come Jimmy. This is what we got him for. And then he fizzles out. And so I'm I'm still waiting on Jimmy to take over games. And even this season to me is going to be dependent on how far Jimmy Butler is going to take us. And we've been letting him off the hook. We've been letting Jimmy – I ain't heard nobody get on Jimmy for what he has not been doing. We paying Jimmy Buckets money, Guru. We paying Jimmy Buckets money.
I like that.
So we need to see more from Jimmy. And then I got to get this in, guys, because I think about this often. You guys, man, make me laugh so hard when I think about this. One time, y'all was going at it about, who played who played at Steinmetz.
Yeah.
You was at Camp Hill, right? You say you played at Camp Hill?
Yeah, Camp Hill Prison, medium security.
Yeah, and then you said you was at Santa Rita,
yeah,
right?
The fans.
Steinmetz.
Yeah.
You hit 28. How much did you hit, Goo?
Leroy, probably about a good 5 to 7.
You said 5 to 7 picks.
And Steinmetz, you said you had 28 against Camp Hill?
I had a big night, Leroy. Big night.
Man, that's awesome.
I had the inmates were rooting for us. It's true. I'm dead serious.
I'm laughing. Yeah.
Thanks, Leroy. Appreciate it. If I were to just simply say, has Jimmy Butler been earning his money as a Warrior?
This is why I need a better partner and you to have my back. I'm the guy that called in and said 2 weeks ago, I was about to tell Leroy, I'll tell you because he's listening. I'm the one that said, I need just a bit more. Well, I'm the one that called him out after the Minnesota debacle where he fell on his ass bone. I'll give him that. But he should have been shooting. Jimmy's so great that this team needs what I talked about when I said I saw that graphic of Jimmy in the Minnesota jersey, Chicago jersey, and the Miami Heat jersey. And I thought to myself, I want that Jimmy. That Jimmy, and I know what he's talking about, and I think he can do it, but if his age, I get it. He's not playing bad, but he ain't giving us the 50 M's offensively.
No.
Or
defensively.
Well, I noticed his lateral movement just a little bit, Steiny, as you get older. That thing can wane just a tad bit. But you've always been hinting at or throwing it out there. Jimmy beats it to his own drum, and we played the sound, but I love that, Lee. I'm with you. That's going to be something that could take us somewhere that people think we might not be able to go right now is Jimmy on the juice, on steroids. He can do more.
Yeah, I don't think he can. I think – so we've seen Jimmy Butler play
Give it to me.
I don't know.
By what? How many
coming
games?
Up on a whole season for the Warriors. He's probably up – you know what? I'll bet he has played a full season with the Warriors. If you take into account all his games.
It's got to be 85 games.
Yeah, probably not, but that's why.
That's my guess, 85.
That's why I'm
taking these 20.
Talking about this.
These 25.
I'm talking about this way, watch. You're going to think it's unfair,
okay,
but let's see. He played 30 games for the Warriors last year in the regular season. And 21 this year. So he's played a full season. 51 games for the Warriors.
I'm going to give you a 1.
In essence.
But you add those playoff games, I'm close.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you been happy with, has Jimmy Butler lived up to your expectations? If you're a Warrior fan.
Can I rank
that? No. You can do whatever you want, Goo. Has he lived up to your expectations?
It's yes and no. And the yes is the impact that he had on the team last year and how nobody wanted to see us. That's real.
No, it's
not.
But
now, as stuff erodes around you, it's like Steph can't do it by himself offensively. That's what I think. He's beaten to his own drum where I'm going to give you – you ever heard the old adage the running back told the coach?
Oh.
He said, hey, coach, you need 3 yards? I'm going to give you 2. You need 1 yard? I'm going to give you 2. So that's all the running back was able to give you is 2 yards. But he told you what he could do. I think that's what Jimmy's doing. Jimmy thinks it's enough offensively, but it's not. If this team is going to threaten in the West, he's got to do more. So to answer your question, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say I'm at a 8 on what I expected and how close he's hit. It's there. I just don't understand why I can't get 15 to 25 shots from him.
That's not who he is. But it's never been.
It's never been for this team to reach its goal, man.
He's never been less equipped to take 20 shots in a game.
That's a different story,
because he's
and
old.
I wonder how he would answer that. If you were seriously,
I would
answer.
He's 36.
No, but he might look at you like, damn, this dude's on
Jimmy,
to me.
you head fake more than you take shots.
Man.
See, that's the problem. Everybody wants to kowtow to these guys. Don't be afraid. Oh, would you say it to his? Yes. Jimmy, enough with the head fakes.
That's incredible.
I mean, what do you think about this? Well, first of all,
Leroy
415
hit it out the park.
Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I give Mike Dunleavy a D. He's an amateur, and he's still got a lot to prove. I don't think he's the type that responds well under pressure, which is the definition of a non-winner.
So what about the Jimmy trade? Wasn't that essentially pressure when we thought it was going to be Durant? They were trying to do something. The streets knew it, and they did it.
Okay, what do you give the Jimmy Butler trade?
B+.
Okay.
But now you're asking about the result, and I just want more aggressive Jimmy. And maybe you're right.
What if you're not going to get him? Like, you're just not.
Well,
he's not that player.
If nothing changes on that front, and we have this you throw this question or pose it to me after the season, then things are going to change in regard to the grade. But I'm with you. He is Smokey Robinson. He's not loafing, but I feel like he's cruising offensively.
He can't play 6 months like playoff Jimmy. Like, he just can't.
Well, I saw it in the Minnesota series, if you're going to give him a pass for being injured, and that was a horrible fall he took against the Rockets. But that was Exhibit A for me. A lot of people want to say he was hurt, and I understand it, and I do get it. But if you're out there, am I wrong for wanting you to shoot more or as much as Kaminga? So that's a fact. That's a part of this Warrior team that a lot of people aren't talking about. But if he can do that and we see change, man, there's no telling what we can do.
All righty. Coming up in the next 10 minutes, so you're going to want to keep listening. I'm going to give you a chance, give you the keyword to win the Warriors Town jerseys. That's coming up in the next 10 minutes. I'll give you that next word so you can be registered to win one of those Town jerseys. Don't go anywhere. I'll give you that in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Just a couple updates. Also, we got the Pat Spencer giveaway at 11:45 between then and 12:15. So we're going to be giving away a Pat Spencer jersey as well. This is from Kyle Shanahan. Of course, they're getting ready for the Titans this weekend. Who did not practice today? Tatum Bethune, who had the ankle injury prior to the bye week. Sam Okuwanu, who was also out prior to the bye week. And Nick Martin. Meanwhile, Kyle Juszczyk, who had those injured ribs in the Cleveland game, he's limited today. So some guys coming back for the Niners and a few that remain out.
All right, thank you, Evan. Appreciate that. And if Kyle Shanahan says anything, we'll bring it to you in a hurry. But he's right now just running down who's practicing and who's not practicing. Don't forget, 45 minutes we'll be giving away I don't know, 15 minutes. 15 minutes we'll start talking about the Pat Spencer.
That's big.
Jersey. Let's go to Frank. Frank's in Atlanta.
Frankie.
We're talking about Mike Dunleavy. What kind of jobs he done, Warrior fans?
How's everybody doing?
All right.
Thanks for having me. How's everybody doing?
Doing well.
Dunleavy, it's hard to put a grade on Dunleavy because of the circumstances he's in. I have to give him a C+, because there's two things. There's draft picks and free agents. You can't judge Dunleavy on draft picks because draft picks don't get to play. The only one that's gotten to play is Podziemski. He's an average to below average player. Nobody else gets to play. Free agents, if he was the one who went on the Chris Paul trade thing, that was a miss. That was a miss to me. And then last year, everybody that came in before Jimmy Butler really didn't give us anything except for Buddy. Buddy was okay, but all the other guys that they picked were below average.
All right.
This year, Will, the rookie, is cool. I like him. He's that's a winner. But on the free agent thing, we've missed because you have to remember Dunleavy's tied to Kerr, and Kerr needs older veterans who have an established role that you can just fit them in. So you have to build your roster based on what your coach what your coach's capabilities are. And our cap really prevented us this year from going out and getting anybody.
Yeah.
So you can't blame him for that. You can't really blame him for that.
Hey, and Frank.
Yeah, Frank's
finish up, Frank, real quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead and finish up real quick. I got it.
Give him a C.
Gotcha.
C, but it's not his fault. But
no, I got you, Frank, loud and clear, and that's what I got to put into the equation too. Is when he took over the team. Like if Sam Presti leaves today and I get hired as the GM, I could probably sit tight for 5 years and probably be considered a pretty good GM.
Yeah, probably 10.
But this is from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. How do you give Jimmy Butler a B+? What if we won, and isn't he here for one thing? That's a chip.
Well, he got us in the playoffs. There's no doubt that team was hemorrhaging. I don't know. I can remember the day, and you looked at me with those glasses like, "Goo, what's wrong? We're 26-28. This thing, what's going on?" And Jimmy came to town, changed it all. Steph got hurt, okay? And I just want to correct something that I think Frank missed.
Ooh.
Will Richard is starting and playing, and so is Quentin Post. I know it's the second year, but he played some last year. He didn't start. So, I mean, you got to – I like those. Young guys. He said C+.
When I mean, I know I'm going to sound like a hater.
We were 4 games from the 4 seed.
Goo, if we, I mean, I could just say, well, if Will Richard – was he undrafted or was he late second? So we got 2 late second round guys who are starting, Will Richard and Post. Isn't that an indication of our team more than anything?
What we missed is, hey, my B+ has changed to a B. I omitted something.
Okay.
Horford.
What about him?
This was the last team that he should have been on. How's that working out? And I asked you yesterday, you said, that's come on. If we judge that thing right now,
well, you clearly didn't know where he was at in his career.
Yeah,
and
he
what
was
they
in
were
Boston,
getting.
and we didn't need him. We needed some youth. And that's why, and to come here and, now you got to be a bad boy in regard to, and I'm not saying Al's not, but what he is now and what he's capable of doing, you got to be a bad boy to tell your new team, and I know Boston was living through it, I'm not playing back-to-back. Okay, that's fine, Freddie, but what are you going to do on the games you play? And he's got sciatica.
This is what Leroy's talking about. You don't ask Jimmy Butler that.
No, I'm telling Jim. I'm the one that.
No, my point is Jimmy Butler misses games too.
Well, I'm talking about when he's out there, we need more.
Yeah, I mean, if they would have signed Horford to a 3-year contract at $38 million, I would be like, yeah, that was a bad move. I mean, what's he making? 5? Yeah. They need a body. He's harmless.
He was supposed to be our big when he was out there,
and he is. Don't pick on Al Horford.
No, I'm not. I'm just stating the fact.
See, this is like he's going to the Hall of Fame.
He's too old.
Where is Priest?
See, here's the thing.
I want to check on Priest.
Here's
Call
the thing.
us.
Had Al Horford played the last 5 years or 10 years in Golden State and he were like this, you'd be like, Steiny, he's still really good.
Well,
he's still really good.
Here we go.
Just like Draymond Green and really good. But because he came here from another team, we judge him more harsh.
Nah.
We
need Thundercats. I've been consistent with that, and he didn't meet that criteria, but I was real to step back, and it's early, 25 games, but that thing's been a nightmare.
888-9... No, it hasn't been a nightmare.
To me, it's my opinion.
Why has it been a nightmare?
Because he's given us nothing. And he's got sciatica, so he's not even available. What are you sipping over there?
What are you?
Now
what
you
did
want
you
to defend
expect?
Al Horford. So call the
He's
people
helped
out
him
that
win,
brought him in.
Here's the
Do
thing.
it now.
He's helped him win 2 games.
Call Mike D and Joe Lake about and say that acquisition stunk.
I don't think it does. I think it's a harmless acquisition.
You said yesterday it was horrible.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did. You said they shouldn't have brought him here.
No,
That's
I
what
did
you
not.
said.
I said it's harmless, not horrible.
What's harmless mean?
It means it doesn't matter.
No, you said he was done. You said Al Horford was done.
No, I did not. I said you expected him to be a player
now
who could play every day.
You're scared to call the Warriors out for that. What are you saying that makes Al Horford acquisition good? You can say it could get better, but you said it was
He's helped them win 2 games.
Now, Scotty, sit down.
No.
Sit down lying. Now you're just up there lying.
So
call the people out. That's a failure thus far, Al Horford. I can say that.
I don't think it was a failure.
What is it?
Speaking of people in the crosshairs, might be time for the code word.
All right, time for the code word. Let me get it. 11:35. All right, here's what we're going to do. Keyword number 2, text the keyword DIBS to 20357. That's DIBS, D-I-B-S, to 20357 for your chance to win one of the 3 town jerseys right now, once an hour, every hour, through the rest of the day. Today, you can qualify every hour to give yourself multiple chances to win. That's DIBS, 20357. You can't be a part-time player and it be a nightmare.
He's not even available, and he came here on something I didn't even like. I'm not playing back-to-backs, and you can't even play the front end of the back.
We knew that.
Now, I didn't know it, and they didn't know it.
Then you got to do your homework.
Why are you not saying it's now? Why are you scared to say it was been bad?
Because I don't think it has been.
He's been a 0.
He's helped them win 2 games this year.
Why will you? I've never seen you like this. What are you scared of? Say it was a bad signing.
You're not going to let me say it because you're going to interrupt me.
No, you've already said it.
But this is when Draymond Green was talking about Nick Young in the finals, and he said there were a game when Nick Young changed the game and he helped us win. Everyone's like, okay, well, that's great. It's like Al Horford had 2 games this year where he made threes and he helped them win games. He's never going to help you win every game. He only plays 60. But why are you reserving this disdain for Horford, but not for Draymond, Butler, and Curry? They've all missed games. And we knew Horford was going to miss games. He's here as a mentor more than anything, probably. I mean, I just, like...
Mentor...
He's 40. What did you expect? Yeah. I mean, he's not the reason they're 13-12. I don't think.
It's not a great signing. And I've heard those words out of your mouth.
What's the best it could have been?
Ask Lake up you got his number, ask Lake up and Mike.
He's a role player. He's a 3.
He's on the team right now, and he's got a roster spot. That's what I've seen through 23 games. I don't know what you're politicking for, or his agent, but you're lying to me right now. And I've heard you talk about this. I didn't like the signing when it initially happened.
Okay, well, you're
not good enough to have a guy that can't play.
You should have stuck with your guns.
What guns?
If you didn't like it then.
I'm standing by him. I'm wondering where you went.
I thought he was a 3rd center. You were the one who said he's going to start, and I'm like, how can he start when he doesn't play every game? Like,
I can't get you to say it was a bad sign.
No, not right now. Yeah. Absolutely not. He hasn't lost him any games.
He got the goal, my brother.
Al Horford. Like, they weren't getting the guy from 10 years ago. We knew that. Al Horford. Trade him.
A mid-tour. And you're a playing team. Get the hell out of here. Like, you don't even believe it. You're
I don't believe what?
You just, why will you not say it's been a bad sign?
Move on.
Because I don't need you to at this point. Because
I'm not going to do it after 25 games.
All right.
I just didn't expect. Okay. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Your chance to win a Pat Spencer jersey sometime in the next half hour is coming up. And that segment was brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
He's too old.
On January 1st, tolls will go up on all bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Hey, Dan Dibley here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton Yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County. With over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together, like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Tired of the same old night out? Head to Ghostwood Kitchen, your neighborhood spot for an incredible time. They take pride in their huge selection of in-house craft beer, innovative craft cocktails made with fresh ingredients, and full menu of delicious scratch-made food. From their smash burgers to their unique appetizers. Don't miss their special entertainment nights featuring Wednesday night trivia. On Friday and Saturday night, Ghost Hour is 50% off all drinks, 9 p.m. to close, and featuring a live DJ on Fridays. Find your vibe at Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City, and at ghostwood.com.
Blue and Gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Debs. Brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shaneco today.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Think you can't lose weight during the holidays? Think again. At Jumpstart MD, we make it possible with local experts, clinical support, and access to the lowest priced GLP-1 medications. Whether you visit one of our 13 Bay Area clinics or start online, you can save big this December. Start today for just $25 when you mention radio, because the best gift you can give yourself is your health. Call 855-JUMPSTART. Or visit jumpstartmd.com to book now.
Hey, it's Brian Baldinger. At the Home Depot, Makita tools are built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts, who know the job's only done when it's done right. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year, performance that pays off. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
In Oakland, morning fog, then partly sunny, high of 60 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
For me, it's back to work
and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Coming up this segment, your chance to win a Pat Spencer jersey. When you hear we're going to play it now and then do it that way, Evan?
When you hear Steve Kerr talking about how he's an MFer.
Yes. So you'll hear Steve Kerr say his now famous line about Pat Spencer. And when you hear that, we will give you the contest line, and caller number 5 gets that jersey. So there you go. Go ahead.
I was waiting for you to.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So,
yeah.
Al Horford. How about this? Do you give Al Horford any credit? And the great Cam,
okay, our man,
came in early today and said that there's some advanced defensive metrics that have Quentin Post, the third best center defensive player in the league.
Yeah.
Give Horford any credit for that?
I don't even want to answer that.
The
That's
veteran
a dumb
influence?
question. No. That's
you
stupid.
don't?
No, he's a player.
Okay.
I'll give that to the coaching staff, but you
What
are
about
reaching
Udonis
bad.
Haslam?
You are reaching bad.
And how about
I need
this?
you in uniform, Skip playing. He's got sciatica, and we should have saw it coming.
Well, here's the other thing, Goo, is whenever you talk about Butler and Curry and Draymond, it's always about the playoffs. Like, why doesn't Horford get that same benefit of the doubt? He's got to be ready for the playoffs. That's all that matters for him. He's not playing. He's like Butler. You didn't really pay him to play games in December.
Yeah. Well, oh, man.
I'm just telling you the truth.
No, if we don't see it in November, December, January, how the hell can you expect it in?
Well, that's
hopefully
how
we get to the playoffs because we're the 8th seed now.
Well,
I thought he was supposed to contribute on nights that weren't back-to-back, and we haven't seen it for whatever reason. And the sticker price told you, dude's older, so don't be shocked if he can't go, and it just hadn't been a flow yet.
Yeah, I mean,
man, Valanciunas was out there. Remember we talked about him? And I know you say, "Oh, Goo, he don't fit," but man, if you could have got a guy like that,
why have they not acquired Jonas Valanciunas the 6 times he was available in the last 8 years?
Hey,
they must not like him.
4 or 5 times I understand, but this 6 times down, you're like, damn, dude's like, he's thick, he's tough, man. A great screen setter. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that, but I can let me be disappointed with the Horford signing until we see improvement.
Yeah, I'd be more disappointed in other guys who've been playing more, who've gotten us to this 13-12 record. Like that, and that's the big 3.
Yeah.
Like, see, that's like
somebody's trying to say hello to you.
That's the thing with the Warriors is we have spent the last week talking about Spencer and the 13.
Rightfully so.
We don't talk about Curry. We don't talk about Draymond, and we don't talk about Jimmy Butler. And to me, they are the top 3 reasons why we're 500 right now.
Oh, Stoney, I would say they're the only 3 reasons. There are 3 reasons we are 1 game over 500.
Well, what happened when Butler, Draymond, and Steph weren't on the road trip for the most part?
And that's going to happen. I get that. And it was a 3-game road trip. I'm not defending that, but you're the one that told me, Goo, get ready for 65 games, 17 to 20 games where these guys aren't going to play. But the one positive, and I'm searching, of that 3-game roadie and even the home game against OKC is Pat Spencer has emerged. I'm not telling you Pat Spencer emerging is going to take this team to the Western Conference Finals, but when I got Steph Curry averaging 27, Dre defensively when he's available doing what he's going, like I know what I'm going to get with those guys, but to Leroy's point about Jimmy, I feel like I've been, and it doesn't matter. There's no award for being first, but I'm the one, and other hosts here have said, you know what, I feel like, Jimmy's Smokey Robinson. He's not playing bad. He's too good to play bad, but he's not giving us that extra. And if we can get that extra from him, man, who's to say that can change how far we can go? Or get out of the play-in, because right now that's where we're at.
Want Jimmy Butler to give you extra in the middle of December?
It sounds like
that's
you're
what's
telling me
unrealistic.
Because
he's 36, and
I hope you're so wrong.
That's the problem.
Man. Yeah.
How do you get to the playoffs as a top 6 seed if you have no continuity during the season?
This discussion, I love it, is centered around Jimmy.
Okay.
If you're right, I do feel a tad bit better, but I'm also offended because I'm like, okay, he's cruising and he's pacing himself. But then if you allow me to go back to last year when the chef went down, your best player went down, he did not step up with field goal attempts. So which one is it?
He can't step.
Now that's scary. If you're right and he can't.
But the idea that Steph Curry's not going to be there, so Jimmy's going to take 25 shots.
That's not too hard.
Yes, it is. But that's not that goes against every part of his game. Jimmy Butler wants to go 8 for 13. He wants to go 7 for 7 from the line. He wants no turnovers, 6 assists, and 7 rebounds. That's his perfect game. He is the opposite of a volume shooter.
But he's a savant at the game. Nobody will second guess his mentals. But I'm using last year because I can't let it go yet. That's fine that you want it to be that way when the chef is out there, and maybe you can get away with it. And you had during the second half. But now I feel like I wasn't mad or disappointed enough last year, and I was irate. And there's clips of me going in on why he didn't shoot. And you got to come out your comfort zone if you got the goods, even at this age, Stoney. I think he has the goods.
Who?
Jimmy, to be more demonstrative offensively. When Steph was out, maybe we beat Minnesota.
No chance. Not with those athletes. Butler, there's a reason he struggled against Minnesota. Here's the other thing that I struggle with, because to me it's important. Okay, so let's say Jimmy Butler, okay, the playoffs last year, he wasn't good. Okay, but he was hurt, right? Okay?
Yeah.
Can I say, who cares?
Oh,
these guys, that's part of who they are now. If they have to play when they're not 100% and they're not quite as good as they are when they're healthy, then you have to take that into account, that they're not playing at the level they've played at.
Regardless of why.
Right. I hate to say it, but Curry, he's missed 9 of 25 games. All right. Now, if he comes back Friday and is not good because he's not in great shape or he's rusty and he's got it, let's just say he doesn't play well Friday.
It could happen.
And you get beat. That's part of it. That's part of it right there. Was he hurt? Well, he's coming off injury, so he's not the player. But those games count. That's part of. And it's got nothing to do with his numbers. I don't really care about Curry's numbers. It's about they not only have to play, they have to be healthy when they play so that they're the players they really are. And I think over the course of the last couple years, we've just seen more and more performances from Draymond and Steph and Butler where, for whatever reason, they're not as good as we hope they'll be. Now, Steph's not the main culprit there.
We don't have
but
him.
Butler and Draymond Green, yeah. I mean, they're incapable of playing 33 minutes a night, 74 games a year, and being at the level that they've been most of their career.
Now, I hear you, but I'll say this, and this is what's concerning, and I'll bring it back to Al or any athlete. Stoney, you can prepare. You can think you're doing everything so diligently to where you can avoid the injury monster. You just can't. And you can see guys on back-to-backs. Al, I get it, he's older. But even when he plays, I don't care if he was 25, forget being damn near 50. The bottom line is it could pop off at any time, and it did for the Warriors in the playoffs last year. But, you got to go for it. And if you're telling me, Goo, hold on and prepare because we're going to tread lightly and not exert that much energy, or our big dogs aren't going to do that, then we're destined for the play-in.
Okay, well, then you are, and then that's what's going to happen.
And the reality is that's where we're at now.
Right. It's impossible for the Warriors to have their big three healthy all season, win 50. I think it's
that bet's. I got some for Dibs today. But
you have to sacrifice a part of the season if you're the Warriors because it's too long of a season, I think. And
then when it's all said and done, my operation avoid the play-in was ludicrous.
No, They might be a top 6 team. I don't know, but I do know that with this kind of team, it's going to be hard to just get continuity.
Like Dre's foot's really, I believe his foot's really hurt. And right. Steph had a quad issue. So that's them not balling. And I gave them the Warriors flowers real quick early on about not doing what all these young teams are doing or any other team in the NBA is finessing the system. Remember, I was like, man, these guys are playing. So these are legitimate injuries.
Of course. And they're going to have more injuries. They're going to have more injuries this year, you would think. And even if they don't, if the Warriors don't have injuries this year, you know why they won't?
Tell me.
Because they will have load managed to such an extent that they avoided injuries. But even if they load manage, then they're going to.
My fear is
they're going to have to figure out how to win those games when they load manage. And I mean, I don't see it. They had a nice little road trip, but that's what I don't think is sustainable. Yeah. I don't think they're going to win a lot of games without Steph Curry and Butler and Draymond Green.
Go ahead.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
You serious?
Is that mother? That became clear.
All right.
Is that mother? That became clear.
All right, there it is. You want a Pat Spencer jersey? Be caller number 5 to 415-523-4652. You want a Pat Spencer jersey? Don't call the 888 number. Call 415-523-4652. And anybody who calls the other line is banned.
Pat, is that mother? That became
so there you
clear.
go.
That's beautiful.
Caller number 5 with a Pat Spencer jersey. What if I told you I don't know his number off the top of my head?
Oh, Stoney, come on, man.
So you do?
I'm the black nerd. As I type Pat Spencer's number.
Oh, wait a minute. No. Okay,
well, not his phone number.
I
forgot he has a weird number.
His jersey number.
61.
Do you remember what it stands for or why he picked it?
That's a good call by you. You didn't Google or hit anything.
No, but we can have a fun. What does it represent?
He told us it's because there's 60 picks in the NBA draft, so he was undrafted.
Okay.
And he wore number 7 in college for lacrosse.
That's dope.
Oh, it's number 67.
No, he wore the number 7. 6 plus 1 is 7.
Heaven, I get it.
So it's not 61 because he would have been the 61st player drafted?
There's 2 meanings. One meaning is he was undrafted.
I got you.
Okay, what's the other one?
I got his pen out.
6 plus 1 is 7, and he wore the number 7 in college.
So that's dope.
All right.
Yeah. It's a combo, Snotty.
All right.
Hey, I was going to ask you this because since we played the Kerr news.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and he was great with Willard and Dibbs as always. I hate that I know you, and sometimes when I know you're like changing on air, it bothers me, but you don't even know you're doing it at times. But it's okay.
You don't know what you're listening to at times, but go ahead. That's right.
If you're Steve Kerr,
that's right. I said it.
And you look at this situation now, we don't know what he's thinking, but I'm being real with this question, and I'm going to answer after you go. Would you want to come back to this?
No.
Would you want to re-up?
No.
I got my own complaint.
No.
The reason I asked you that is I think it's yes, and I think that contract will be structured around Steph and Dre, and they ride off all together. I'm just feeling that.
I hope not.
What's your why? You kind of told us in past.
I don't think he wants to coach here beyond this year. It's just going to be
now, when you say here, because of what? Restraints, how the team is, or what?
If the Warriors go 44-38 and don't make the playoffs, but they make the play-in, or they lose in the playoffs in the first round, why would Steve Kerr want to come back and coach the exact same team next year?
Same reason Steph would want to come back and suit up and Dre.
I don't even,
you don't think they're in it together?
If the Golden State Warriors don't make the playoffs this year.
Oh, no, that's okay, they might not ask him to come back.
What do you do? I'm not talking about just with Steve Kerr. I said, what if this team's relatively healthy and they're not a playoff team?
I mean, man.
Then what do you do in the offseason?
Well, that's a whole different.
Bring it back. Can you?
Well, I believe he's a made man. And I believe if that happened, he wouldn't want to go out in this run on that note. That's me.
What note?
of not making the off. That would be a colossal
Well, what
failure.
makes you think they're going to make it next year if they don't make it this year?
Because we got some stuff that we saw what happened at the deadline last year or before the deadline with Jimmy Butler. We got the Kaminga conundrum that could produce something. Who knows, man? I don't think they're up in the front office like, yeah, this is it. Shout out Michael Jackson. I feel like something could pop off. I'm dreaming and hoping, but that is a fact. They did something last year. They told the world, and they did it.
Let's go to Gil. Gil's in the East Bay. Hey, Gil, how you doing?
Incredible. You guys finally called me.
Oh.
Okay, look, it's like this. This is my opinion.
Yeah.
Whoever is the Warriors team doctor should be fired. The general manager should be fired.
Oh.
Sciatica, can't you diagnose that? Sciatica? Is this something you could foresee? Not only that, I would help you guys out because you guys are in trouble. It's OKC and everybody else, okay?
Well.
Guru, we almost agree. It's I have hope also, but it's OKC and everybody else. In the days of Jimmy Butler shooting 15 or 20 or 25 shots a game. No, come on. That's forget about that.
Oh,
that's not going to happen. But this sciatica thing, sciatica? Come on, the team doctor can't diagnose this in advance and say, wait a minute. This guy's got sciatica. Sciatica, you cannot make this transaction. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we love you, Gil. Don't be a stranger.
Thanks, Gil.
I hope Gil and yourself are wrong about the field goal attempts for Jimmy. That's one thing. I'm going to shout out my boy Red Silk Basie. He had the OKC Thunder being a dynasty, and that's what it is. It looks like right now. I think they're going to win more than 73. And I'll let you handle the diagnosis, or you should have seen the sciatica coming.
I'd rather get into Jimmy Butler a little more and kind of what I think of him. And here's what I think is going on with Jimmy Butler.
And you're smiling.
Yeah, because he was never a great athlete, but he was more athletic than he was. One of the things that I've noticed is I feel like most of his points
give it to me
he gets from being clever, having guile, baiting the defense into a foul, but he's lost some athleticism where if he doesn't have an advantage, he can't make a big play or he can't score consistently. And I think when the Warriors run up against a team like Minnesota, he's going to struggle. He's going to struggle because he's 6'6", and he's going to be guarded by guys who are younger at 6'8" and more athletic and smart, and it's just harder for him because he's not the athlete he was.
That's
and he's got to rely on the head fake and the lean in.
The gadgets, the tricks.
Exactly. And I just don't think you can
Wow, man.
You can go where you need to go when it's I think the Warriors in the half court sometimes struggle to score, and that's a problem.
If you are right, and I hope you are not, but I'm going to give you that you need a dap for that one. That's a dap up. That's a handshake, Stoney. Because if you are right, that explains what we're watching. And you and Gil, I'm on Fantasy Island, Tattoo, the plane, in regard to thinking he can do more. But I've noticed that's what it takes. And maybe that's just getting older in the NBA. But, Stoney, I think I want to double back and fight you on he never was a great athlete. I thought him on Miami against Denver and him against the Lakers in the bubble for his size and his the dude could, here we go. I got to be careful. Pods can dunk. But he played above the rim and could get his own shot, I thought.
I don't think he did.
And played the passing lanes.
Well, I'm talking about he's not Anthony Edwards. He's not an athlete like that.
Yeah.
He's not even a Kaminga.
There's nothing to be ashamed about there.
Well, but that's my point, he's not a great athlete for pro basketball players.
If you hit
doesn't mean he's not a great player.
Of athleticism is why he's leaning on that stuff, and I see it a whole lot. And length bothers him, but who doesn't length bother? You could be onto something.
Well, it tends not to bother players who have length and players who have a quickness advantage against guys with length.
That's an interesting take.
I mean, it's harder for Jimmy Butler to score now than in the past. I obviously.
And I'm not comparing him to his counterpart, the Chef, but it seems like it's getting easier.
Who?
Steph.
You
know what I mean? Like no, like
I would have to disagree that like I don't think it's
going to the rack now. And the shooting is the shooting. And he could pull up on us and say, Goo, it's a little more difficult, but wink, wink, you can't tell, hence 27 a game.
Yeah, but okay. I don't know what to tell you there. Like
somebody said here on the text.
I don't know how I can say you're right at 37.
I'm not telling you he's not getting older. I hope that you know what I mean.
I can just take it what you said. And you said you think it's easier for Steph to score now than at any other point in his career.
Nobody's identified how that blender area that he's taking advantage of, Stoney, is still to this day, nobody's mastered it, and it's why he's still having success. That you can meet me halfway or give me.
Of course, but don't tell me he's scoring more easily now than he ever has in his career. I mean, that just flies in the face of logic to me.
I'm fixated on this 27 a game, and I know you're saying he's missed 9 games, man.
And what's the record in those 9 games now? 4 and 5? They might be 4 and 5. About the same as with them.
I'm gonna let you have that.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up on the other side, code word number 3 for the day. So you can win your town jerseys of Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler. So I will give you the word on the other side. And we're talking about Mike Dunleavy. Mike Dunleavy's been in charge of the Warriors for the last 2.5 years. He took over this team in 2023 after they lost in the second round to the L.A. Lakers. A year after that, the Warriors didn't make the playoffs. Last year, the Warriors got to the second round. This year, the Warriors are 13-12. And it's a simple question. How do you think Mike Dunleavy's doing in 2.5 years since he inherited this team from Bob Myers? 888-957-9570 is the number. Are they in a better spot than they were when he took over in 2023? 888-957-9570. Hey, the kickoff show this Sunday with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings starts at 11 a.m. live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. All the early games are going to be on. Great food, great drinks, games in the parking lot, as well as your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game. So if you're going to the game, we also have a free shuttle for you from Laughing Monk to the stadium and back. That's right, free shuttle. Sign up at 957thegame.com. First come, first served. So go to 957thegame.com and sign up now. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family visits.
Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole?
It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties. They're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. Pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tariq Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard if you've been injured and want to win. Visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems. And if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Big flavor doesn't have to break the bank. Smash Burger's $4.99 all the time menu is here to stay. Try crave-worthy favorites. You're a bite away from believing. For your chance to win a Smash Burger gift card, courtesy of Smash Burger, visit 957thegame.com.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
It's bothering me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This just can't be true.
Yep.
It can't be true.
Hurry up. I'm hot. I got to let something go.
Well, go ahead.
I come in here every day. We're family. It's the holidays. Evan, you're in this too. Cam. Damn. What part don't you guys get, man? Tomorrow is not promised. We go 4 hours. We've been here since 9.
Well,
been there
some
late.
of us.
And been here since... It's Sam Loveman's birthday. Thank you guys for telling me. Happy birthday to Sam, the producer extraordinaire on the Morning Roast. It's his birthday, and I wouldn't have known had I not looked at Facebook and got the notification. So happy birthday to Sam Loveman. Jesus, Evan.
I thought it was on Saturday. He had a little get-together. I couldn't make it, but I thought it was on Saturday.
So is he one of those guys?
Hold on. He had a get-together, and I wasn't invited.
What's new?
Are you going to rescind the happy birthday?
Take everything back I just said. Evan, it was Saturday.
Loveman's he's on my bad side, though,
Dude,
too.
Go ahead. I'm hurt.
This can't be true. I need listeners to help me out here. There's no way this can be true. Are you telling me that I cannot get a nonstop flight from the Bay Area to Memphis, Tennessee?
Oh, that's not even a shocker.
Every single one is 1 or 2 stops.
Yeah, no doubt.
Come on, Southwest?
Yeah, I had to stop
Oakland to Memphis?
Nah, when I went to the SIP, I had to do the same thing.
This is a joke.
Stopped in Denver and Dallas.
This is a joke.
That doesn't even sound right. Oakland to Memphis? What were they? Nonstop?
2 Southwest hubs?
Wow.
Wouldn't that, I would have thought 2 Southwest hubs, maybe?
Did you look at SFO?
Yes, and everything's 2 flights.
We got some
you
funny
hate to
people.
see it.
2 flights and a 75-mile drive?
It's all for the green wave.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I was talking.
You're trying to get look at him.
I was talking to my buddy, and he's saying, "Are you really thinking about going?" I was like, "Yeah, but I don't." He said, "You should go." He said, "It's unbelievable."
I
down
told
there.
you that. Oh well, I wouldn't.
I
know
could kill
that.
2 birds with 1 stone because I have an SEC. They're on my bucket list to go see an SEC game.
You did say that,
so I could see an SEC game, and at a place called the Grove in
No, we got one out here.
Mississippi. That's a bar.
Well, the Grove.
It's also a restaurant.
This is actually a Grove, I think, where they tailgate.
I can see you out. Like, when will you know?
El Guapo said, "What about San Jose?" I said the Bay Area.
Somebody saying I probably didn't hear the invite from Loveman. Oh my gosh, that's pretty damn good.
That's a 4.
No, I didn't check San Jose, but
you need to. I mean, what if you check it?
Okay,
and
so it's an
straight
hour
shot?
and a half drive here to the airport. It's just a nightmare.
I want you to go.
I
man.
want to go too. Well, there's another issue too.
We got Evan.
Well,
it's the holiday.
We need more than Evan.
What's going on?
We need more than Evan. So I'd probably have to roll next Friday.
Oh yeah, I got the funeral.
It's probably not happening.
You should go.
We got young Thundercats here. We got a show meeting tomorrow.
Show's doing well.
Healthy. Look at my man silent.
This is
life and death.
This is actually an interesting text from the Boxer and Gershon Work Injury Attorneys text line. Something I kind of thought about a little bit. Fellas, let's talk about the biggest rat on the table.
Uh-oh.
Brought to you by Atco
Because you put
Pest
a big
Control.
one out, Steiny, and I appreciate it about Jimmy and the athleticism. But go ahead.
The young guys lately playing with energy and the return of the old guys who don't play with that same energy. That could be a problem.
Have you thought about that?
Yes, absolutely. Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy have to play at a little bit different pace, don't you think?
Man. You got to be able to, like a good margarita, you got to be able to blend it, right? So we should, so that's crossed your dome.
Yes, it has crossed my dome because I think Spencer, I think Santos, I think Post, Melton to a certain degree, they have brought a level of energy that Moody, Pajemski, and Kaminga haven't been able to reach on a consistent basis. So my question is, will the Spencers and Santoses continue to play, or will they figure out a way to impact Pajemski, Kaminga, and Moody into playing with more urgency?
So we're talking about pace.
And urgency. Like, I do think in a crazy way, like Moody, Pajemski, and Kaminga, They're not crazy about their roles.
Man. Well, there's no doubt.
But they think entitled is too strong of a word, but they think they should have first dibs on all the minutes that the veterans don't play.
Yeah.
But that's not the way it works. If the other guys are playing with more energy, more urgency, and here's the problem. They're playing noticeably harder than most of the guys on the team.
I'm feeling good about it, but do you know what you're saying when you say that out loud, man?
What do you mean?
You're saying that the other guys are insinuating that they're loafing, or because they're older, they're not.
No,
why am I feeling different about the team? Because I said that there's more energy.
What I said was the truth. They seem to play harder with more urgency and more competitiveness. Like, see, this is why I love you, because you're over there going, Steiny. But that's why we've talked about Spencer for the last week, because he plays harder than the guys on the team. He plays harder than the guys like Kaminga, Moody, and Pods. Like, it's okay to say that. He's hungrier. He's got, he's more willing to take risks because he plays more fearlessly. Like, the reason Spencer's been talked about so much is because, to me, the eye test shows that there's certain players in this team that have another level of energy to give, but they haven't been giving it.
But I got to stand up for a guy real quick.
Right.
Hasn't Pods been the Pete Rose of the Warriors since the inception of him? To say Pat's he's playing better, but harder. I mean, man, we can't. I wouldn't put.
I think there's a motive
now
behind why and how people play hard. And that's the thing that shines through with Spencer. He's going to play hard no matter what. When he goes out and steps on the court, the only thing he's worried about is the team. How can he help the team? I still think we're at a point with Moody, Kaminga, and Pods where they're still thinking about their own games, how to elevate their own games, Pods is thinking about how Pods can play well.
How to get the keys.
To affect the team. Like, Spencer's just doing everything he does to affect. Like, I just think his motives are kind of more pure, honestly, Spencer's. Like, it's not about his numbers. But I do think those other guys, not that they're all about the numbers, but they're at a different point in their career where they think they should be emerging. They're not. And maybe one of the reasons they're not emerging is because they're not playing hard enough or with as much urgency.
Well, Steve Kerr told Willard and Dibbs, when you do emerge or you are playing, he's going to go to the hot hand, and hence the whole career of Moody, Kaminga, and Pods as a Warrior. You have your ups and downs. But I want to put a rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control, and it's a good rat. Tell me if it's unfair, A, B, C, and D, however you want to answer. But let's do it. It's no bad answer.
Well, you'll take the easy way out if it's a tough question.
If I asked you right now, who's the better basketball player, Pat Spencer or Brandon Pajemski, how would Matt Steinmetz answer that? And is that unfair to Pods because Pat Spencer has not done as much as Pods for as long? Is that not fair to Pods to even ponder that question? But let's do it.
I mean, based on what I've seen in the last 2 years, I would say Pods is better. But Pods,
his handles aren't better than Spencer's.
But Pods can be his own worst enemy. He just can. Like, if Pods had Spencer's role, he would be trying to do way too much. I think if he were Pat Spencer, then he would say, "Well, I got to do it all."
Role. He had more than Pat's role.
Yeah. And
he was the new flavor of the month.
Right, it's too much role for him. They gave Pods too big of a role.
Pods' handle is not better than than Spencer's. That's for sure.
I think they're both average ball handlers. Spencer and
I
Pods.
thought I'd run that by you.
Like, I think, that's when we talk about Pat Spencer. Like, I got to believe he can be pressured. So let's see let's see if that's the next step for the way teams maybe try to defend.
And you mentioned, can he keep up the shooting, Pat, from deep?
Yeah. This is Nick Friedel.
Nicky.
He was on with the Morning Roast, and where he's asking about Spencer's minutes. Where do they go? Who do they come from? Or does Spencer just not get the minutes?
I think that's what it boils down to, Dibbs, is it's probably Pods is a little lesser and Buddy is a little lesser. I don't think either one of them are going to disappear, though. The guy that, as the shakedown of minutes probably goes, probably may find himself doing a little less in the moment is Will Richard, but they really like Will Richard. I mean, all of a sudden, guys, I remember talking last week. It was like, who's going to be the guy? Who is this person going to be that can get everything together? Pat not only produced on the floor, but I think his story and how he's gotten there, and that clip right there about I'm going to be ready when the opportunity is called. Nobody owes me an explanation.
Nick Friedel,
that was
of The Athletic.
Yeah, Willard and Dibbs down there. I heard them play it after you had left them yesterday. That's he doesn't owe me a damn thing. Like that, man.
Well, if you want
to heavy, man.
If you want to compare Pods and Spencer, like I think Pods is a better shooter. But I don't think Pods is a great shooter. Like I don't think Pods is a great shooter at all. And it's like I'm looking at Pods' numbers and he's shooting in the high 30s, but doesn't feel like it.
Okay. And what about creating your own shot? I'll give that to Pat.
Spencer can take that little fadeaway in the lane and get that off.
Create for others. I give that to Pat. Or you say I'm being too sometimes.
I can't base 4 games.
Okay. But what I've seen.
And say Pat Spencer's better than Pods. I mean, Pods didn't he have a great game against Houston in the postseason, Pods?
Yeah.
Like where he definitely helped them win a game or a couple games.
Many a game.
So
people could be riding around and I would get it. Goo, that's unfair to Pods. But the reality of the situation right now, if this were stocks, Pat Spencer's higher than any of the others right now.
How about this?
We'll see what it does.
How about this?
Yeah.
Look, we all like Pods and we all like Spencer. But if you're a team that's playing both those guys, isn't that an indication of where we're at?
Well, you went there with Post in the Horford side. I wasn't mad at
exactly.
But I was just like, you didn't say what I wanted you to say or what I think I heard. But I got you.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, they play the Timberwolves on Friday at Chase Center. You know what's funny, Goose? I have not looked at the schedule after that.
Dude, this is crazy. Lightning's going to hit us. I was just about to – good.
Next 10 minutes, don't go anywhere because I will give you the third keyword of the day in the next 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Go ahead, Goo.
No, I was just going to pose that same question to you. I know you're like, yeah, Goo, who they have after and they got the Blazers at Portland. And that's
a loss.
Dude,
they can't beat Portland.
We got to share football, the Niners and the Warriors, but they play Portland. It's a night game, but still. 6 o'clock Sunday night. So
in Portland?
Dessert. Yeah, that'll be dessert. In Portland. 0-2 against Portland, as Fitz told us.
310 Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Did Pods get too comfortable with how? Yes, I think he did.
No doubt about it.
I think he has.
Well, that's better than saying his skills have dulled or have gone away or they figured him out. It's all about a mindset. And I'm just going back to Sunday's game. He played a good game, a efficient game. So let's see if he can feed off what the coach has been saying and he goes to the lab and we get more of that. But this pace thing has me, or how they play is fascinating, and we'll find out Friday.
More Nick Friedel on do we have to put –
oh, my God.
Well, here's the thing.
And I didn't say it.
Here's the thing. Kerr's on, Spencer's on, Friedel's on. And I'll be a son of a gun if it doesn't always come back to, what about Kaminga?
I know that there's so much focus, and the three of us have talked about it seemingly all season. It's January 15th. Where I would just caution everybody is, when has a trade ever just taken place on the day that it finally could take place? I think everybody needs to buckle up here, because this is probably way closer to 2 more months of will he or won't he than, January 15th is going to come and we're going to wave the wand and everything's going to be done. I think Kaminga has to play better when he gets the opportunity, and it will come at some point. As Butler said, he's not going to play every single game the next couple months. There are going to be chances, and it is better for Jonathan Kaminga, and it's better for the Warriors if everybody just continues to handle this as professionally as they can.
Yeah, partner, you know where I stand. I've resigned from the JK.
Well, where do you stand today?
I resigned from the JK fan club. I'm disappointed in him. I'm rooting for him. But the bottom line is, this team is too devoid of talent to have his ass just be a bump on the pickle for the I think this was – Curl never say it. I thought he was pouting against Chicago, and there was a price to pay, punishment. But I really believe Friday he gets some minutes. What he does with them, I don't know. And I feel like at this point, if he got 12 minutes and they were good, solid 12 minutes, and he was busting his ass, that could turn into 21 minutes.
Right, and that'll play terrible.
Well, we won't talk about that, but that's where I think you cannot just give this dude a mulligan. We're not good enough.
It's amazing.
What is?
I just can't stand the guy anymore. I love Kaminga.
But you would take
I can't
Ayuk
stand
back.
him.
You would take Ayuk back.
He's done something in this league.
Well, according to you, not much.
Well, he's been on a Super Bowl team that went to. Do not compare Kaminga to Brandon Ayuk.
I'm talking about you.
I don't think that's the point. I think Ayuk's fine. Kaminga's not even in Ayuk's league.
Both got contracts.
I'm not. I don't want to talk about Jonathan Kaminga. But everybody's talking about him.
How can you not?
And that's what life's about.
He could be the key to change.
No, he couldn't. No, he can't.
Because now you're saying he's not going to get you diddly squat. He's going to get us something.
You know what? I'll tell you what. 888. Here we go. Steiner, you going to trash JK? No, I'm not. I don't even want to talk about him. Everybody else is talking about him.
You brought him up.
He's not in this one. He's no factor.
But that's your thoughts. But you can't.
No, he's been no factor for 20 games.
But are you looking across from me? Your hair looks fine. Are you looking across from me and looking in my eyes telling me he will not play anymore?
I don't care if he plays or he doesn't.
No, but there's a yes or no.
The writing's on the wall.
Okay.
He's gone.
But he's still going to play. And that might be this Friday.
Right. And that's a shame because they have totally screwed this up. And now they got a guy on the team who doesn't want to be here, who's not playing hard, who's clearly the rat on the table. And you know what?
A lot of things,
I'm not blaming it all on Kaminga. But
playing hard, you can.
Huh?
Playing hard, not playing hard.
What about him?
You can put on Kaminga.
Yes.
That's just being a pro.
Yeah. But no, and they're in the.
We've never had this issue.
I just. Guru 707. Guru, I'm proud of you for hanging up the JK pom poms. I am too.
I don't want that.
No, take it. It's a good compliment.
Please.
You got one right. You're getting one right.
Hey, listen. Dude's going to be there. You'll be in the building Friday. I think JK plays.
You know what? I'm not going.
I thought it was Ayuk, and Evan can speak for me. I'm not trying to throw you in this. I can fend for myself. But guys like that just bother you. But, man, for you to say he's Ayuk, like there was just something about him before he even got his bread. You didn't like how he just handled his business.
Yeah, I don't.
But he never loafed on the field. And
yes, he didn't block, Guru. He was out of shape, and he didn't block early in his career. But he had a couple good years. 2 more than Kaminga. God love Kaminga. I want him to go somewhere, and I love Kaminga.
And play. No, seriously. Once that happens,
We've seen him play.
Did you just say, I just want him to go somewhere?
Yeah, basically.
I do.
I just want him.
I do. I want him. Here, you know what? I want Jonathan Kaminga to go to another team and be either the worst player in the history of the game or to be, really good.
Okay.
But
I'd you don't hate the guy.
Why would I hate Jonathan Kaminga?
No, it's all it's from a basketball. I'm gonna be honest.
I don't like his game.
I'm being real. I'm putting rats out. I don't care. Call Atco and
Careful
and
here.
Billy.
This is what Zucci was talking about on the text line.
What'd he say?
Just go ahead and I'll try to find it.
I need to hear now.
I'll try to find it.
Hey,
I can't.
It must have been that profound.
No, it was. It was good.
Listen, this thing is so complex. This Jonathan Kaminga situation, and you can't deny he's been a lightning rod. And just hearing his name, and I feel like from fans, forget the organization, and I'll put them in at it to a degree because they're part of it. He's been mistreated. He's been mishandled, and that's why when you bring up his name, it just it's fireworks. So with that said, there's still part of me, Stoney, that feels like if he gets put in the right situation, forget winning a title. We're talking about him putting up numbers, getting 30, 32 minutes a game. He can give you those hollow numbers. There's no doubt. And that's probably what ails him. That's probably what he's sick to his stomach
You realize what
about.
you just said. You said he's Corey Maggette. And I would never want that guy on my team. Because he just doesn't. But
if we talked about Maggette, do you think, was your career fulfilling? He would say, yeah, because I got to.
Was his career fulfilling to the teams that employed him?
No, to him. And that's what he would say. And I'm not saying that's the right way to go about it, but for you to sit here and say what he becomes if he does leave here, let's be honest, 85% of that is numbers.
Exactly, and that's not winning basketball. I have no doubt he could average 20 a game.
What if he said, I got a ring, Stoney,
in the G
I won
League.
one here in the Bay?
Okay, great.
What's our guy in Sacramento? Oh, no, who had Caspi, who had the ring? And you said you wouldn't wear it.
I wouldn't.
At some point, we really, as a show, because we do it, we need to talk about OKC. And the caller got me thinking,
why? This
is unfair. And if I set
but
the number,
you think you can win a title?
If I set the number
it's all
right,
about number
hold
5.
on, just let me get it out.
And that's the
if
part
I
that
set
bothers
the number
me too.
at 4, can they win 4 titles when it's all?
I would say under.
I'm looking at it like I would say over.
Okay.
Anything could happen, but I'm assuming health.
This
thing is
the Bulls
crazy.
never won 4 in a row.
That's a weird assumption.
15 in a row?
Like, that's the other where the rubber meets the road.
And those picks they
the
still have.
The rubber meets the road. Anything and everything for Steph. But we'll pretend Oklahoma City doesn't exist.
No, I'm not.
Let's
done.
pretend Oklahoma City doesn't
This thing
exist.
is out of control. You seen their draft picks?
And you know what's funny? Here's the other thing. If I asked Warrior fans, would you be willing to go the Oklahoma City route? They'd be like, no, never in a million years. Oh, my God. We'd have to have 3 years where we don't make the... They'll keep trying to piecemeal it with fossils.
Championship coming soon.
Yeah.
Well, you were
wanna
defending Horford. I win at that pick. Or that, and then you defended Martin Luther King for him.
He's harmless. Al Horford is harmless.
And that's the problem.
Okay? He's broken.
That's it.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what, though? It's okay when Jimmy Butler sleepwalks through the regular season, but when Al Horford does, we got to get on. Why are we getting on Al Horford? Because he's a role player, and we don't get on our stars. Not here in the Bay. Hey! That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for amazing deals for members. Signature Select Chicken Leg Quarters, Drumsticks, or Thighs Value Pack. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value. Check out your weekly mailer or ad, or visit Safeway.com for more details.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg. Sausage grilling. You busting out of your front door? Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Right now, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get 500 points for logging into their Lowe's app for the first time. Download the app and take advantage of all your pro benefits today. Valid 12/1/25 to 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jackie from San Francisco. The R&S team did a fantastic job. I'm so thankful to Sal, Alexis, and Fred for fixing our garage gate problem. They were professional, friendly, and truly went above and beyond. I really appreciate their great work.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Got a brother balling, so always have games to check out. Unfortunately, no overlap over the last 2 days. We're both off, but yeah.
Hey, where's your brother playing?
He's in Memphis.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yep.
Gets the outlet to Pat Spencer, who looks back to the bench. Spencer on Spencer. They both grinning at each other. Pat Spencer's backing him down. He's backing him down with three. He takes the shot over his brother. Can't find the range. And the rebound to Coward, who heaves it down the floor. And that's it. 131 to 118 is your final.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Of course, Pat Spencer's brother, Cam, a member of the Memphis Grizzlies. Yeah. One thing...
He has another brother.
Don't be afraid to, peruse other teams' rosters to know who's playing for them. I remember that
special moment. It was why do they call Bird? Why? Because he looked like a bird. Yeah. That's what I was trying to do too much, and I got caught up in that family, and I was talking about the third brother. That's what I know you and Evan won't believe me.
No, I don't.
Evan...
You know who else doesn't believe you?
No, Evan looked like I'm onto something with he. Like, I was thinking about the other brother.
You're onto the fact that you're right. I don't believe you.
Wow. Oh, sorry for laughing.
Lubman text me.
Zucci?
No, what did he say?
Cousin Goo.
My man.
I love you. I can't do it.
Well, I could bring it up if you can't.
Yeah, why don't you do it?
8 years together, you can read it.
All right, stop and think about some of the questions you're asking. You shoot from the hip too much sometimes, and this is why you end up reacting to new information, also known as eating your words.
No.
Zucci.
That's our guy.
It is.
Now, what's he talking about?
Good nature.
Expecting or thinking about Butler was going to do more?
I don't know. Probably most of what you say.
Please. You being Johnny Cochran for the Horford signing. That's like Seinfeld, and they title their episodes. That's what today's show is about.
About what?
You defending Horford when you know
I will defend Horford.
Third center.
I will defend Horford when he's getting an unfair amount of the criticism because people are afraid to criticize the more important players on the team.
He's too old.
I agree with
Priest.
You. I'm worried.
No, I am too. Seriously.
All right, let's go to. By the way, Jeff Kent was on with the morning roast. And we were going to play it earlier in the show, but it just didn't fit. But we're going to play. This is a great interview with Shasky and Spadoni.
He was Jeff Kent Unplugged.
We're going to play that at 1.
Good job, fellas.
1:18 next break, and it's really good. In the meantime, let's go to Big Smoothie. Big Smooth's in Oakland.
Smooth,
gentlemen.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to you.
Same to you.
Back at you.
So I was driving the caddy. And I'm hearing Goo talk about who's better, Spencer or Pods.
Yeah.
And I would say I would change the question to who's better for the Warriors. Right?
I like that.
I had a cup of coffee overseas. Everybody in the NBA is really good, really good. So it's not a matter of talent. Everybody's talented. But for the Warriors, I would say Pat Spencer. Like, for example, if you were to say whose presence would we miss the most right now, I would say we would miss Spencer. Because, I think you said it, Steiny, it sure doesn't seem like Pods is shooting that percentage.
I know.
To me, every time he shoots, it's like it's a miss. And when he makes it, I kind of go, oh, wow, he made that. So we have to check those numbers, man. It seems like his shooting percentage is lower than that. And something else I want to add. I said this before. I looked into it. Bobby Portis' contract, he's making $44 million. If we can snatch up Bobby Portis,
man,
I think we really have components. We don't have to go get the big dog. We don't have to get Giannis to gut our team. But, shoot, Milwaukee's about to start – they're about to start stripping everything down to the parts anyway.
Yeah.
Bobby Portis' contract is very doable.
Is that 2 years?
Just keep that.
Is that 2 and 44, I got to imagine?
2 and 44, right.
Yeah.
Pods is a hometown guy. I'm just saying.
I got you.
He's got Milwaukee ties.
One young kid comes back to Milwaukee and makes well, I think that's a good storyline.
Pods and Kaminga for Bobby Portis.
Hey, Big Smoothie, since we're talking bigs and before you leave, can you just give us your initial assessment when the Al Horford signing came? I didn't like it from then. I was giving it a chance. Sciatica or whatever, arthritis, I hate it. What have you thought about it?
Well, first of all, I have sciatica, so he shouldn't be having it. But listen, that signing to me is for the playoffs. I think we can't judge that yet. That signing is for the playoffs. Al Horford plays I don't know, if you go back in YouTube last year, Giannis dunked on him and he fell.
Yeah.
You know what he did? I always respect him. He got up and he took it to the baseline and yacked it on Giannis and then got in his face. That was this last year.
Okay.
It's not 3 years ago. I think that signing was for the playoffs. We got to remember, it's about the playoffs.
And we got to get there too, Smoothie. We got to get there. We got to get there too.
You got to stack up as many wins as possible. That's where the young people come in. That's why now is a good time. And then when the playoffs come, we turn it over to the vets.
Yeah. Thanks, Big Smooth. Appreciate the call.
Bobby Porter, I'd go pick him up. Snotty, you know that?
I know. But would you include picks for Bobby Portis? Is he good enough to include future picks? I was saying this.
I would attach one.
I was thinking about this. Am I the only one out there that it's 2025 and the Warriors have their picks for the most part? Am I the only one who would weigh just as evenly getting some picks as opposed to giving some picks? Like, here's Kaminga, for example. I don't think you're getting anything for him anymore. So I don't think you're going to get a player that's really going to help you.
Are you going to get any picks worth a damn?
That's my point. Is I would be more likely to want to trade a guy or two and get a pick or two coming back than make a trade for a Hail Mary where you give up to, let's say, 2 or 3 future first-round picks. And here's the thing that I don't subscribe to. Well, that's giving up on Steph Curry. I don't think it is. Holding on to Kaminga is it's not the best thing to do for the team. And if you can't get a player in here who can help, then go get a pick.
But the ideology,
even if it's protected,
and what Kaminga was supposed to mean is right now, in the right now, the present.
But he's a zero,
right? So we can't. I want something back that could possibly give us better impact right now. The microwave part.
But what if I'm telling you right now that ain't happening because is what team out there would give up a proven productive player of any kind for Jonathan Kaminga, a proven productive player?
All right, I know this. Zubac is older than Kaminga. But if somehow this thing got so funky in L.A. and they're looking at a 23-year-old, we'll roll the dice and that'll be something better than we even got in our cabinet. What if somehow you could get frisky and get a guy like that back and maybe have to package another guy and some picks? Are you telling me, Goo, don't even dream like that?
I think that
the Clippers have nothing towards the future. Nothing. And Kelsey told us.
Why would they want a player that the Warriors have no interest in for their future?
The same reason, and now this is going to be crazy. I'm not comparing Jimmy and Kaminga, but the same reason Miami wanted Jimmy gone, and the Warriors looked at him as a treasure. Just sometimes the situation.
I could be wrong, but the reality to me is Zubac and Kaminga are not on the same level. Kaminga is not on Zubac's level.
No doubt.
Okay.
But how could I put together a package where Kaminga's a part of it?
Are you giving up future first for Zubac?
I would.
Oh, I'm out on that.
Evan, would you be out on that?
I think Zubac is the type of guy
I love him.
If things weren't perfect here with Curry and Butler, he'd be your center on a team that's not very good.
Well, then I wouldn't make the move if I didn't think he would be a difference maker. I would hope that it's perfect. I'm making the move predicated on it being perfect.
I guess what? Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah.
Weigh in.
I don't know why the Clippers would want to trade him, but
me neither.
It's because he is good. I think he is an impact player, and I actually think if there weren't as many guys on the Clippers who need the ball, he could probably do more.
He is just everything he does, man.
I mean, when I look at the teams that we talk about a lot, the Pelicans and the Clippers, they're going to break it up. All right, well, why would you go after the guy who clearly on that particular team is their best contract and their best asset? Like that.
Doing that because
the problem
of a need.
is Harden, it's Kawhi, and it's all the other guys. It's not Zubac's making 20. That's a good value. Like Trey Murphy's a great value. So that's the guy. Right, but
I know.
Why would you trade? Like it would be like, who do the Warriors have on a great deal?
Moses Moody?
I was going to say him, but Stoney doesn't think.
I think
You think he's overpaid?
It's about what he's worth, probably, in this NBA.
But go ahead. I get the sentiment. Like, part of sales, Stoney, if you're trying to sell something or go Arsenio Hall and get busy, is you got to make the calls. And who knew that Christian McCaffrey was going to be a 49er? But there's different circumstances with that, relationships. But you never know until you ask.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to
Jeff Kent.
We're going to listen to Jeff Kent. He was on with the Morning Roast. He's the newly inducted member of the Baseball Hall of Fame, and he was just absolutely terrific with Shasky and Spadoni this morning. We got to play that for you. In the meantime, let's go to Daryl in Alameda. Hey, Daryl, how you doing?
Man, good afternoon, guys.
Yeah.
Hey. This Kaminga thing, I know I'm beating a dead horse, but you guys are so off track. And I'm putting it on 95.7 The Game as a whole. Sometimes you got to look past the player and examine, hey, are the coaching staff developing our people? Name one player since Kerr has been there that they drafted and developed.
I'll name one, though, but I get Jordan Poole.
One.
Jordan Poole.
No, I beg to differ. This is why. Jordan Poole came in with attitude, and he wanted to get paid, and he wanted to be good. And they were literally, his talent was weighing out to where they couldn't pull him off the floor, even when he was pissing off his teammates. And then your screener was saying, well, couldn't you say that about the other guys? Everybody isn't the same. So you have one person that developed, right? Name someone else.
All right. Well, let's
anyone. Anybody else? Who else?
All right, I'm going to do that. I'm looking at their draft picks. So when did Steve Kerr come? He came in 14?
Yeah.
14, 15?
Yeah, won it.
All right. So I'll just go through their drafts. 2015 is Kevon Looney.
That's got to be a plus.
Okay, I'll give you that one. I thought that was before. I thought that was before. Go ahead.
But no, you're going to be right most of the time. Damian Jones was a 30th pick in the draft.
Oh, no.
Jacob Evans, 28.
No. Okay.
Jordan Poole, Eric Paschall. James Wiseman, Nico Mannion, Justinian Jessup.
Yikes.
Kaminga and Moody. Patrick Baldwin Jr., Guy Santos. Pajemski, Post, and that's about it.
Ooh.
Okay. Now, guys, I'm not putting it on Kerr, but he's also the person that brought in his coaching staff, right? If you can't name more than two players in the time that Kerr has been, maybe you should start examining the their development team, because it's absolutely ridiculous that you have Jonathan Kaminga, who's oozing super athleticism. Let me put it this way. Remember, you guys were saying, well, he needs to play within the system. He needs to acquiesce. And he did, right?
Mm-hmm.
He started off the season well.
Right.
Ask yourselves, what happened? Why did he go out of the rotation? He didn't do anything that was, wrong, right?
Well, a couple of times he got hurt.
I mean, appreciate the call, Daryl. Yeah. I mean, I think Steve Kerr would say a
couple of times he got hurt, though, too, Stoney.
Last year, exactly mainly. What Steve Kerr would say. He would say this about Kaminga.
He's obviously a guy with a lot of ambition, which I love.
He wants to be a star. He's got the ability that, that gives him that hope and gives us that hope. But there has to be a consistent level of play in order to achieve that. And, you've seen Jimmy really take him under his wing this year. And I love what the veteran players have done, Draymond and Steph. And, they're all really fighting for him in his corner. So the potential is there. But there has to be a level of consistency, especially at this level. I mean, we're talking about the best basketball league in the world. And so the consistency has to be there for us. If it's not there, then it makes it much more difficult for me to give him consistent minutes and give him starts. So that's what we're asking for is a more consistent level of production.
I got to tell you this. I mean, it's not like we don't know why Kerr isn't playing Kaminga. We might disagree with it, but we know what his reasons are.
Oh, man. And like I mentioned to you at the start of the show, not odd, but it's obvious where this thing is going. He's being more candid than ever, right?
Yeah, he's been candid, I think, for the last couple of years.
And to be honest, even in the summer when he said J.K. hadn't been around, I remember I was driving up to Walmart, and he was on with Willard and Dibbs. He goes, J.K. hadn't been around in the past summers, and he didn't mean anything by it, but it played like Jay's doing things that aren't in tune with the team.
And we just overlook it. Or do we? Or whose fault is it that we got here? I mean, we've been over it and over it and over it.
Yeah, real quick, this was a throwaway line. And Kerr said nothing wrong. But to me, when I hear, the guy wants to be a star, well, who doesn't?
Well,
you know what I mean?
He's different. Like, I mean, this is where you got to take a guy. Like, he used the word ambition. He's got a lot of ambition. Okay, what does that mean? He wants to be a star, but so does everybody. He's not paying the price.
Exactly.
Okay, well,
exactly.
There it is. Like, when you say he's got a lot of ambition, what I hear is he thinks he's better than he is. We can translate for coaches that want to sugarcoat.
What does Fidel mean by go ahead.
I got a big problem. Yeah. Not big problem, but I got to tell you, the one thing that I think is unfair is when you say during the Kerr era, they haven't developed anyone.
They were a dynasty, man.
Okay. So, first of all, it's hard to develop guys when you're picking 30, 28, 28. Then they had the big misses, 7, 14, and 2.
Those hurt. Oh, my goodness.
But, again, for the 8 millionth time, when your entire organization is all about Curry, Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Bogut, Livingston, Porter, Bielitsa, JaVale McGee, who am I forgetting? David West. When your entire focus is on veteran players, and that's the direction we all knew they were going, they're not going to be able to develop players because there's no playing time for them. So you can get mad at the Warriors for not developing players. I think you got to get upset with the whole strategy then where they didn't put any emphasis on young players because it's who they were. And quite frankly, nobody really seemed to care when they weren't developing players in 2017 or 18.
So, and as much as I love Bob, and that's my guy, our guy, a lot of what you mentioned, Stoney, was like, those dudes were out the league, man.
Antonio's in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
Pretty solid, man.
Good.
Hey.
Yeah, I do agree with you as far as like maybe trade Kaminga for like a draft pick, get something back for that. I'm with you on that. Pat Spencer's as I played Pozinski, it kind of reminds me of the 49ers running back situation. Like they always seems like the lesser drafted running back, a 6th round pick, always outplays the 3rd round pick. for some reason, kind of like that, similar. But as far as like Bobby Portis, the other callers say, yeah, I'm definitely down with that. Of course, I want the Greek Freak. We got to gut the roster, whatever the case may be. But it's like, man, I agree with the other caller though, man. Like, yeah, we haven't really developed nobody, man. Wiseman, come on, man. They drafted that because of need. I was screaming at the TV, Tyrese Halliburton. You don't think Tyrese Halliburton could have got playing time in the Warriors, especially with Klay Thompson injured his knee? Come on now, man. He could have played with Steph. Steph don't need a ball like that. If Steph needs a ball, he was a ball-dominant player, then yeah. But come on, man. Tyrese Halliburton could have ran a point, this, and that, and the third, man. And then Franz Wagner, of course, right after Kaminga. Draymond Green could have been the sixth man. He would have been the sixth man of the year to finish out his career, man. He would have took over Draymond's spot, man. But at the end of the day, we're right in the middle. And you don't want to be right in the middle. You want to be what? Either lousy or great, right? So we're right in the middle right now. And Al Horford, I'm not really I'm not bashing him or nothing. He's a veteran. We do got to get to the playoffs, but of course his high IQ is going to be needed in the playoffs. But at the end of the day, man, we just got to make a trade somehow, some way. But I'm down with the draft picks, Steiny. We got to get one.
Got you. Thanks, Antonio. Appreciate the call.
He was
Steiny, can you say we developed Andrew Wiggins?
No. You put it, I mean.
He was the best version of himself when he was here.
There's no doubt. Okay. So that culture, you could check one off for that. But as far as changing his diapers and doing all that stuff.
I'm just saying, he became more of a complete player here than he ever was anywhere else.
He was an all-star here.
Exactly. But you won't. I mean, it's fair. It's a fair question to ask. I mean, I don't think they'd get credit for
I'm trying to think of
Wiggins.
A parenting analogy, but I can't. So I won't.
Okay.
Shouldn't have said it.
I think that's what Zucci was talking about. Keep some stuff in your holster.
I always have something in my holster. Like you did today, defending
phrasing.
Yeah, and Antonio backed me up. Think about that for a minute. Antonio's the most optimistic Bay Area sports fan we have, and he and I agree on Horford. We look at the positive.
All right, I'll give you that, but I do have to say something. Evan wasn't around these days, but before that draft with Wiseman, we were doing remote radio, and I'll never forget every day looking in my backyard as we would do the shows, you kept saying draft the best player because you didn't know what Wiseman was going to be. So that's why I just double back on, I get it, Stoney. All the other teams didn't have the foresight to draft Tyrese, but had you, just think where they would be. I don't think his growth would have been stunted.
Why?
Okay, but what if he turned out to be what he is now?
Then they'd be in good shape.
And play the ball forever.
But we can't do a show on what if they drafted Halliburton.
No, but it goes to the impact of missing on that pick.
Right, and I'm just telling you right now.
You lessen it because, everybody else missed on him. No, there was a diamond, a stud, and he's still a stud. He was on our TV in the finals last year. He helped Indiana.
Does every team lament that they didn't draft Draymond Green?
Now, but can we admit?
I mean, the Sacramento Kings drafted Halliburton and traded him.
Both those players are extremely different.
And like every time I tell you this,
not a fair fight.
And again, when the Warriors had the Halliburton draft, they had 2 35-minute per game guards in Steph and Klay, and they had Jordan Poole who was developing.
Yeah, but up until draft night, one of those guys was off the board when Klay got hurt. And when they got the call that Klay was messed up.
Well, I mean,
it would never be the same.
I mean, I don't know. Are the Charlotte Hornets saying, God, we could have had Halliburton? Are the Hawks saying we should have had when 10 teams pass on a guy, I usually don't hold it agast the team.
But when you're I'm just saying.
And when you have guards
when you're light years
like
ahead,
Steph, well, you're not. You're not light years ahead. No, you weren't.
Sonny, you were.
You were light years ahead because you happened to stumble on to a franchise with Steph Curry. That's why we're here.
It fits.
Let's see how it fits without Steph.
But that's not upon us yet.
That's my point.
Right now, it looks bleak.
I for the life of me, these people that say oh, well, Joe Lacob's just going to do this, that, or the other thing. It's okay, well, let's see.
Well, he went out and got Jimmy. He's damn sure trying.
All right, you're 500.
One game over.
All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And coming up on the other side, we're going to play the Jeff Kent interview from earlier today. Warriors Wednesdays brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And covering Bay Area sports for as long as I have, I've seen athletes go through it all. Highs, lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm, and whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. It's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 separate times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days, or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes, with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation, all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432. 9432 or WedgewoodHomes.com. The Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Bay Area, get ready for Evanescence 2026 World Tour on July 20th at Shoreline Amphitheater in Mountain View. Get your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Last January, I got to meet my service dog, Marcia. Marcia helps me open doors. She picks up things that I can't reach. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Big flavor doesn't have to break the bank. Smash Burger's $4.99 all the time menu is here to stay. Try crave-worthy favorites. You're a bite away from believing. For your chance to win a Smash Burger gift card, courtesy of Smash Burger, visit 957thegame.com.
I have a new favorite Giant, and I'm not ashamed to say it. His name is Rafael Devers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is he still your favorite Giant?
Yeah, currently, right now, him and Adames.
No. How come you like underachievers so much? And Kaminga, too?
Stop. Not an under. I'm just rooting for the kid. 23, I ain't giving up on him. But, yeah, it looked like it sailed its course here. And my boy Silk Basie texted.
What did he have to say?
Oh, Guru, you tripping. I'm giving Mike D a C+, not a B+.
Yeah. And who was that? Relaford?
Reg B. Silk
Reg
Basie.
B knows.
Yeah.
Silk knows.
You met him.
Silk knows. I love Kaminga. All right. During the morning roast today, Spadoni and Shasky had on Jeff Kent, who's been inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Played 6 years with the San Francisco Giants. And he was on with Shasky and Spadoni this morning, and they started out. This is going to be about 10 minutes. And then afterwards, I'll give you the last keyword for the town jerseys. But the interview started off with Shasky and Spadoni asking him about the trade that brought him from the Mets to San Francisco and what happened after that. Take a listen.
Well, Ned Colletti and Brian Sabian at the top, put that deal together with all those great players. They were good dudes. You talk about the fact that they were good players. Everybody on that was brought in were all good dudes, and we all gelled together. There were a lot of pieces that came together in that year that, in hopes, around Barry, in hopes that we would play well because the team, was struggling to stay in San Francisco. So, we got together with, I think, the best manager in the game, in Dusty Baker. Dusty Baker was able to manage all those different personalities that came in early, manage mine, manage Barry, two different spectrums. JT, Jose Vizcaino was the best middle infield partner that I ever had too. We double play a combination threat that was monstrous. And we ended up playing well because of Dusty Baker. He was, for me personally, Dusty was that guy that took my game to the next level. He just didn't accept who I was. He wanted more from me. He wanted more that pushed, great success for me. He wanted more of my energy. He wanted more talent out of my offensive game. He wouldn't let up. He kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and I was able to respond.
your swing felt so perfect for both ballparks. But I want to go to Candlestick originally. That kind of middle away approach that you have. I mean, you drove the ball so well. What was it about Candlestick where it clicked? Because everyone looks at home run numbers. You hit a ton of doubles in both ballparks, and I think it was your approach, similar to the way Buster swings the bat or used to swing the bat, that middle away approach. Was Dusty a part of that, kind of tweaking that swing?
Well, when I came to San Francisco, I was more of a dead pull hitter. When I got to San Francisco, Candlestick, Dusty said, hey, stop hitting the ball to right field and drive it. He said, there's a jet stream out there at Candlestick in that right center gap. That's a place where you can drive the ball and hit the ball to the wall. So he wouldn't take no for an answer. He says, you want your batting average to increase? You got to go the other way, kid. You got to start driving the ball out there. Don't just hit it, drive it. So I got this mentality from him of just driving the ball, and use that jet stream out there to right center. And my batting average started to go from 250, 270, 280, 300. Just kept creeping up as I evolved as a hitter. And, I took advantage of it. And I was kind of a mechanical type ball player too. You give me reasons why, or if I understand the reasoning behind things, it's more apt for me to do them rather than just accept it because I'm, this big tough guy. I'm just going to battle through it. But, I wanted to play the mechanics of the game, and that was one of them there at Candlestick, and just carried it over to the new ballpark that they built for us in downtown area.
Incoming member of the National Baseball Hall of Fame, Jeff Kent, joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, NL MVP in 2000, 5-time All-Star, 4-time Silver Slugger Award winner. What's your favorite moment as a Giant, Jeff? Favorite moment or moments, if you have a couple of them?
Well, people have been asking me that question over the last 24 hours about what my favorite moment was. Let me better explain it to people. I'm a half-empty guy. I'm always looking at the bad side of things. Always wanting to know what the problem is so I can fix it. And one thing that I could never fix was Game 7 World Series against the Angels. I'm a Game 7 loser, and Game 5 in San Francisco had to have been one of the most favorite games that I've ever played in my entire life. We just kicked the crap out of the Angels in Game 5. The fans were awesome. We had to tell everybody goodbye because we had to go back to Anaheim and play the Angels for 2 games. And we're winning Game 6, and then we lose Game 6, and then we turn around and lose Game 7. And those 3 games, but more specifically, Game 7, when you're taking your jersey off and you're going, I'm done. I just lost the last game. Those are the ones that burn your heart so bad you never forget. Now, yeah, they're great memories, but if you're asking me a question that's not specific to the positive side, what's my favorite memory? It's not a favorite, but it's my most memorable time is taking my jersey off after Game 7 losing. But if you go back just a couple days, Game 5 in San Francisco was freaking awesome.
What would you, two-run homers in that game, if memory serves?
I don't know how many, but 2 home runs, yes, but I don't know how many ribbies came with it. But I remember just kicking the crap out of them, and I knew we had pushed them into the ground. And I don't know what the hell happened in the next 2 games, but we just didn't do it.
I know. Scott Spezio, don't even start me. It drives me nuts. The rally monkey.
I mean,
damn monkey.
Garrett Anderson, Troy Gloss. They were great, but you guys, so frustrating.
I know.
I know. Do you guys ever, amongst yourselves, I don't know who you're texting or talking to on the team, did you maybe want Kirk Reeder to go Game 7? I don't know. LeVon was such a good playoff performer at that point. I don't know. The woulda, coulda, shouldas that you talk about, the losses stick with you forever, and is that something you ever considered?
That they burned me, and you wonder if Dusty wouldn't have taken the ball from Russ Ortiz at the end. That stupid little thing. Those things really didn't matter, but you play it over and over and over in your head, and it never ends. And when the Giants finally won their first, their first World Series with Posey, and then they won it again 2 more times, you're going, oh, why couldn't we do that?
Yeah, I know. I feel you on that. When was the last time you talked with Bonds? You referenced him a couple of times in this one. I think you're one of the great 1-2 punches of all time. You guys were incredible. The way that you would make teams pay for, walking him and putting him on. RBIs are a huge thing. And I know you know this. You're old school. Driving runs in is how you win games. And I think we've kind of devalued it, and it's ridiculous to me. And you were the ultimate clutch RBI guy from that era. When was the last time you guys had a talk?
I don't even remember. It's been so long.
Wow.
It probably maybe we saw each other at a reunion years ago for our team, 2000 team. But I'm trying to think as I'm looking off in the sky. Man, it's been a long time. Barry and I cross paths every now and then on phone call. Not personally talking, but through intermediaries. But I see him every now and then on TV talking. I watched him coach for a couple of years in the big leagues, and it's not for any reason. It's just he lives in California, I live in Texas, and if you'd asked me how many times I talked to some of my other teammates, probably just as much as I talked to Barry. So it's not a Barry thing. It's just his life was stayed in California, and I left it and went back home.
Yeah, no, I get that. I was warmed to see so many Giants fans remember the great times and really they were standing ovations. It was great to see. And look, you go to the Dodgers, everyone's going to lose their minds. You know this. And there was a lot of love, no love lost. Let's just put it that way for a period of time. Has the reception, though, has the reception from Giants fans, has that warmed you a little? I know you said you're kind of a pessimist by nature, but I'm happy to see Giants fans give you your just due because we do still love you.
No, they always did, and I expected them to boo me. One of my favorite moments in Major League Baseball is I believe it was opening day where the Giants played the Dodgers, and I was in the opening day lineup for the Dodgers. And I got introduced out on the line, and they booed the piss out of me, and it was fun. I loved every minute of it because I knew all those people, if they were to come down on the field, they'd hug me. They'd probably rip my hat off and jersey off and then hug me. But that's what I appreciated about the San Francisco fans is they knew who the enemy was and they knew who their love was, and I had no problem with it. But all those people have been great. I haven't heard from many of them yet. I've stayed away from the media other than just talking and doing radio stuff in Orlando yesterday. But no, I'm matching. I have love for them. I know they got some love for me, but there may be a little bitterness there because I wore a couple other jerseys. But I tried to stay. No big deal. Going back to LA too was a thing. No, that's where I grew up. I grew up as a high school kid down there. And what I was trying to do is I went down to LA and I was trying to end my career in front of my parents. And that's what I got to do. It just so happened to play, I just so happened to play for 4 years down there.
That's really cool. I lost my dad a couple years ago. So, doing stuff for your parents means a lot. And you get a chance to see your kids. Did you, during any of the recruiting process, cross paths with Tony Vitello, with your son? I don't know, like the new Giants manager?
No, Tony, son of a Tony. The reason why I say that is because I'm sitting in the stands and my boy A&M lost to Tony's team, Tennessee, in the College World Series. Oh. That's the only reason why I have a problem with Tony. But let me tell you about Tony. I wanted my boy to play for Tony. Not at the beginning. Caden wanted to go to A&M, didn't want to play for UT, didn't want to go to Texas. He wanted to play for A&M. He went and played for Schlossnagle at A&M, and then they ended up going to the World Series in Tennessee. A&M won the first game, best of 3 series, won the first game in the College World Series in Omaha. And then Tennessee, Tony fired their team up, and he's such a firecracker. I was nervous, man, because I knew Tony would fire his players up, and he did. They beat A&M 2 games in a row. The boys lost. So I could tell my boy, you're a Game 7 loser too, brother. Tony did it. I'm happy for Tony. I would have bet my house he wasn't going to go to San Francisco. So Posey pulled this one out of his hat, which is impressive to me. But I got a feeling Tony is smart enough to know that he needs to make some professional adjustments, deal with these professional attitudes because we got them. And it won't surprise me if he's able to do that and get the best out of his players. Tony's got a lot of fire. He loves the game. I saw him the other day in Orlando. I actually hugged the guy. That's how much I appreciated him and wished him luck. He may need a haircut rather than a hair clip, but other than that, he's a good dude. I like him, and I think he's going to do well if he makes those adjustments. Because college baseball, SEC baseball is crazy. Now you take that, which he knows well, you take that straight to the big leagues without any professional experience. It's a different animal, but it's still baseball. Still got to coach the game. And I imagine he's smart enough, and this is what I appreciate about him. I imagine he's smart enough to make the adjustments.
All right, that was Jeff Kent on with Spadoni and Shasky. Good stuff, and it's amazing how different guys are when they're done playing.
Man.
And we can see a little lighter side of them.
I'll say this, though. You know, I haven't personally had the pleasure of meeting one Dusty Baker, but to hear Jeff Kent talk about the impact that Dusty Baker had on him and his life and his pro career, I mean, it just speaks to how special Dusty is.
Wow. And also, it sounds to me like what we found out today is Dusty Baker could develop players.
Man, I hate he gave that ball to Russ Ortiz, man.
What were the details of that? It's been 23 years.
He's making a pitching change, and he gives him the ball like as a memento. We got this locked up.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
That was a jinx.
What? So the Giants won Game 5 here, and then they went down and lost Game 6, and then Game 7.
It was over before it even started. Game 7 for me. The fact that they blew 6, like Buckner with the Red Sox, it was like, yeah, you guys can show up. This thing is over.
All right, coming up in 5 minutes, I'm going to give you the last keyword for your chance to win one of the town jerseys of Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. This will be the last keyword on our show, but then Dibbs and Willard will do 4 more each hour of their show. So in 5 minutes, I'll give you the last word of our show to text into our number, and you can hopefully win the jersey, the town jerseys. And I really do like that color, Goo.
And they're wearing them. Wore them on the road. Shocked me. I thought they were just a home thing. But yeah, I like them. I said I didn't when they first came out, but they're fire.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, a couple other pieces of news. 49ers. I thought I wrote it down. Evan had that injury stuff. Bethune not practicing. Use check limited. See if I can do this off the top of my head. Go. I can't. Evan, do you remember? Thank you. Go ahead, Goo. You can talk. Just say anything.
All right, for practice today, Tatum Bethune, ankle, won't practice. Samo, ankle, won't practice. Nick Martin, concussion, won't practice. And Juice, ribs, limited.
All right. Thank you, Evan. Appreciate that. 49ers, of course, play Tennessee on Sunday here at Levi Stadium. 49ers 9-4. 4 games left.
I think 11 for whoever gets the last spot. If the Niners don't jump up and grab the 1 or 2, 11's got to will be the 7th spot in the NFC. So that means the Niners just got to go 2-2.
And you figure they're going to win Sunday against Tennessee?
You want to? I don't know who has the easier game. You tell me what
the
you think.
49ers always have the easiest game.
The Raiders, the Eagles
49ers.
Against the Raiders. Or the Niners against the Titans.
I would say the Niners game actually is tougher. Because at least Tennessee played Cleveland tough last week.
They have a pulse. Yeah.
Exactly.
But I am coming around. You asked me. I'm just letting it out. I'm going home to watch these Cup games, Spurs, Lakers,
no, you're not.
And Suns, OKC. Bastani, right now, today, and I know I'm the guy that told you Denver was going to be a dynasty when they won.
Right.
This thing has the ingredients of getting out of hand. Like the Bulls 6 might be in trouble. Like, no, with these draft
they didn't win
picks,
6 in a row.
I know, 2 3-peats, but I'm just telling you. And they would have won 8 had Jordan not left.
Would you like to make a bet?
No.
Okay. I think this is what Zucci's saying. You know what I'm saying? You know, you shoot from the hip, and
I
you
don't
just
give a damn about no Zucci.
Well, you just predicted
folks.
6 straight titles for the Thunder.
No, I didn't say 6 straight. I said when it's all said and done, they would have more than 6.
Okay, and I'm saying I don't think they will. And would you like to put a wager on it?
Not after you dogged me yesterday when I left.
So that means SGA would be better than Curry, right?
What are you?
You don't even know what you're saying.
Would also be greater than Kobe.
Yep, Tim.
Might be better than LeBron. 6 rings for SGA?
Just say it.
LeBron got that Jerry West.
Steph
Rest
was
in
never
peace,
this
finals
good at
record.
Shea. How old Shea?
I think he's like 27.
Oh, my God. Steph wasn't at this level at that point.
Pat Spencer a little older than I thought. Remember, I was like, "Goo, he ain't 21."
He's in his prime. That's why he's playing.
That became clear.
They
That
need players in their primes.
That is a bar. He is that, you know what.
All right, I'm over that, though.
Have you ever been called that by a coach?
No.
I was in the
I gotta
Mormon
tell you
League
something.
Not in that way.
No, I got to tell you something. We just didn't throw around the F-bomb like that. We just didn't do it.
Well, it was the M-bomb. But, yeah.
The MF bomb, it's just,
But
listen,
he let you know how he felt. Come on
Doesn't
now.
it sound good rolling off the tongue?
I was in the Mormon League, Stoney, and I was referred to. I was the ringer, so I played in all their sports, softball, hoop, and flag football. Shout out to Gary Alexander, Union City.
I have no idea what you're talking about
No,
now.
it's my life.
What's a Mormon league?
Sports league. I had the Mormon, and you go to the church on Sundays, and then you get
You
to
went
play.
to the Church of Latter-day Saints.
That's the only way I could play in the league, so I would go. Shout out Kevin Danes. And I worked it for his dad. He owned Tidewater Associates in Hayward. They had bread. But I had to go to church, Evan, to play, and they referred to me as...
Did you learn anything at those services?
That I said I don't want to commit, and they tricked me and called me up in front of everybody.
You tricked them.
To give me that.
You used their
I'll
church to
never
play
forget
pickup
that.
basketball, and you had no interest in the faith.
No,
you
I
just
didn't.
wanted the ball.
I love all people, Stoney, so I went and just, everybody's good.
You're not a man of God. That's true.
Stoney, I was there. They
That's
tried to
true.
get me to commit. And I was like, oh, my gosh. You've never been in that position.
What
Stand up
position?
where you want to, they try to get you to be a part of the church. And I said specified, I don't
See, you
don't ever do this.
You don't even know what you're talking
and
about.
they did it, Evan.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
I had my Stacey
When I
Adams
was in
on.
high school, Father Connaughton and
boy.
Father Lawrence believed that I had a calling. I'm serious. They thought
I'm
I had
laughing already, but go ahead.
I'm dead serious. They thought I had a calling to the priesthood. That means they thought I might be a priest.
You were their Kaminga.
Think about that for a minute.
You were their Kaminga.
Yeah, I was an idea. I was the idea.
When did they give up on you?
Oh!
They gave up on me when I graduated high school and said, I'm going to college.
They traded you to the pagans?
I'll tell you what. I don't think anybody would disagree. I could have been a hell of a priest. I would have been, oh God, I would have been a great influence on the younger generation. I'm big on following rules and being productive members of society. It might have been a little bit of a tough love situation, but
I think you'd be disappointed with the
I'm an
answer.
Old Testament guy, so I don't mind that. But the bottom line is, Father Steinmetz, I could have made a difference.
It doesn't feel that way. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, man. Could you imagine?
Could you imagine my sermons? First of all, they'd be very quick. They'd be very short. If I were a priest, we'd have 19-minute masses.
Man.
Bless me, Father. That's confession. Name of the Father, Son, Holy. Last confession was a week or two
So
ago.
how did that go away? Like when they told you or told your mom, hey, he's got some action.
I don't know. Maybe when I started to like girls, they were like, maybe he's not going to be a priest. I don't know.
I'm going to give you a 4.
Maybe they took into account my general overall demeanor and said he probably won't fit into that kind of lifestyle. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, last word. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, for the town jerseys. Curry, C-U-R-R-Y. Text it to 20357. That's Curry, C-U-R-R-Y. You should know that by now. He's been here for 17 years. 20357 for your chance to win one of the 3 town jerseys right now. Once an hour, every hour, Willard and Dibbs will have 4 more chances each hour to win those town jerseys. So that's good news. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We've got crossover next, and I'm looking forward to the crossover, but I'm not going to tell you why, but I am. I'm looking forward to it because I think somebody promised something, and we'll see if they can deliver or not. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
It's been a problem for a month. What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This is Jessica Smith with Hot Yoga Republic. Join us on Saturday, December 13th at our Strawberry Village studio for our first ever pet adoption day with Marin Humane. Marin Humane works every day to rescue kittens, cats, puppies, and dogs, helping each one find a safe, loving home. Not ready to adopt? You can still change lives. Marin Humane urgently needs fun, loving foster families just like yours. A huge shout out to our friends at Cartelligent, proud sponsor of HYR's Pet Adoption Day. Visit hotyogarepublic.com for details.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Get more and spend less on groceries at Smart & Final this holiday season. Shop low prices on everything you need to eat, drink, and be merry. Smart & Final. Where else? For your chance to win a gift card courtesy of Smart & Final. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I'm a journalist with words.
I'll go deep into my bag.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. And
I'm mad at both.
Take it away, Guru.
So I'm in the car driving to get my ears fixed yesterday, and I'm listening to my guys and my mentor, Dan Dibley. Okay. And you taught me the word bit when it comes to radio. We have bits. Yep. Some good ones, some bad ones, some that stick around, some that fail. But the way you guys just talked about me and this getting bullied into gambling, but the way you got to hear it. Oh. So I got to hear it, the little that I could hear yesterday. And Dibs, you come in, and I tell you this all the time. You kiss his ass. That's how you start. You kiss Steiny's ass. You butter him up. You talk about how long you guys known each other. And then you put him on this pedestal like he was Suge Knight on just jigging me on these bets. And I want to tell the station and the listeners, now we got to produce a list of the bets that you guys think I get suckered in, because I got a good one with him in L.A. That came up. Yep, but Dibs, the way you were saying, I've known you, you've never were like that, as if he were robbing. I'm the dog of the show, but the way you just put it hurt me.
Okay, and that's fair.
It cut,
and,
Dibs.
I mean, it cut. Bryan Adams cuts like a knife. Couple things here, actually more than a couple. One, when you were out Monday, who in the room reached out to you?
You did. You always reach. I didn't say that.
Monday?
And no, Friday.
Okay, I mean,
and Will.
Who else?
But it's not a contest.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Again.
Yes, because you call us out every time when we don't.
Well, see, now you don't mean it. You just do it so you don't get called out.
No,
but go ahead.
I'll start with that. And the second thing is, everybody in this room has to be spoken to in a different way. And if I come down Steiny's Road all the time, and
we had a show together.
I'm thinking about a show about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and even when we had our show, 51 weeks of Steiny, Guru, and Dibs.
Yes, sir.
And I was probably a little too aggressive. We all were remote, and I was rebuked repeatedly in show meetings with the boss. And so
I remember him.
I've understood that, when you approach Steiny, it's easier to attract more bees with honey than it is with dung, for example. The third piece is he owns you on these bets. He lures you in like a fly fisherman in a river.
But that's
that runs
my
through
job, is to make the bet for the betterment of the show. I know it's kind of uphill.
Make better bets.
I won the Warriors 38. How many wins on the road a couple years ago? And then Willard, for you to say, does he pay? You just said, does he pay? Yeah, I pay.
I don't know that you two all go out together when you're supposed to go out together.
Yeah.
No matter who loses the bet.
Well, once a week we're together.
I understand that, but that's not paying off bets.
Right.
But we do.
Do you?
And we owe you guys one. And I'll be there. I'll be there.
And by the way, if you want to feel better about something, we didn't question that. We even talked about it, just the two of us.
Yep.
We know you'll be there.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he's going to be there.
Yeah. He'll be. He might drop
he might drop $50.
I'm going to be there.
50.
I know you'll be there.
I'm going to get soup and salad and a cocktail. 50 might only get us to the entree.
This is going to be
portion.
We're going to find out a lot about these two guys.
Yeah. We're going to find out a lot about you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, and for the people who don't know, we had a bet about 3 months ago, will the Chiefs make the playoffs? And Mark and I were no, and Steiny and Goo were yes.
Hell yes. Now it looks
with pointing and laughing at us.
Right, and especially they were doing the Macarena.
Yep.
They were mocking us about 6 weeks ago, and come to find out,
I didn't
the
even want
Chiefs
to make
are.
the bet. Guru talked me into it.
We talked about it off air.
Whatever happened, and the bet was dinner and drinks at wherever.
We're going.
Drinks
I'm
with an S.
Original Joe's. Let's go.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Come on.
What? No, I'm not going to
Joe's
skim.
special.
But I'm not going to Original Joe's.
Why? How come?
Go to the ship. That's fair. It's moderate.
Oh.
These guys, no.
It's a home game.
Okay, well, let's go to...
House of Prime Rib.
No.
Look at him.
What's that little place right around the corner from the ship? Back, down toward the water.
The steak place?
No, the other direct. Yeah.
No. That's a no.
Kakari's great.
Yeah, I know it is.
Is it good? I haven't been there.
Kakari is the jam.
His eyes got. I gotta check it out.
Either a current Michelin star or a former star.
That is
it's Greek food, and it is.
Wow.
You know what?
And they know that.
I gotta go.
They know the station too.
You know what?
They know the station.
They do know the station.
Yep.
We know a lot of people that work at Kakari.
You can walk in there with your chest out.
Yeah.
Man, that's where he gets down at, huh?
Let's go to
a lot of
Kakari.
servers.
Let's go to Kakari. We won't kill you.
Let me go in first to see if I can plant some seeds.
See how this week's
I do
games
want to
go.
go there. I hear it's
See
unbelievable.
how this week's games go, because we still got a chance.
Yeah.
That's true.
So you're saying there's a chance?
No, it's not over.
But who do we got this week?
They playing the Chargers, and this
that's
is
good,
a
though.
very.
But that's okay.
But the coffin's closed.
No doubt. But at least the Chargers won against the Eagles.
And before we switch the subject,
short week for the Chargers, and it's in Kansas City.
I'll say this at my presser:
right.
I wouldn't take that bet back. The Chiefs mastered undefeated in one-score games last year, and for whatever reason this year in the games that we're talking about, even Dallas, something's changed and they just can't. They could have beat Houston.
Right.
It was there. Kareem Hunt drops a ball right in his face mask. You would have ran it in on that Vonda defense. They just have the black cat, and I think it has a lot to do with Taylor Swift's husband.
Oh,
I think he is done. He's at the Al Horford stage.
He's old.
But it happened fast.
I remember this is such a great. I think this is a great sports lesson for everyone. When he lost the Super Bowl, and there were retirement rumors already.
Okay, they got blown out.
And whenever somebody does this, I'm not going out like that. I'm like, oh yeah, you are. You're probably going out worse. Like, what a weird thought to lose the Super Bowl and think, well, I can't leave now. We got to come back next year so that we'll definitely win the Super Bowl. Like, do you know what the chances of that are? So,
but they were a modern day quote unquote dynasty, so I can understand that.
But they had just been given the business in that game. And to your point, they had every break. Every break went their way.
I don't take the bet back.
And that's the only reason Dibbs and I bet that. Like, maybe we've gotten some breaks this year, but there was no way the Chiefs were going to get that. Like, what they did last year, not sustainable.
Well, and think about the opener where they're going to lose to Baltimore, and Isaiah Lively, he catches the ball, and he's got 9 toes in and 1 toe out. You lose,
that feels
Chiefs
like
win.
Man.
And one thing that I learned from a former co-host of mine, and I'll just name him quickly because he didn't teach me much, Joe Fortenbaugh. There's a certain amount of regression to the mean in 2 things: one-score games and turnover margin. So when the ball bounces your way, and Chicago this year has been banana in the turnover margin.
It's incredible.
Don't
expect them to be a plus 17 next year. These things have a way of working themselves out.
I got
and
you.
so Kansas City, I believe, won 17 straight one-score games. And you got to this year, and talent-wise, they're not as good, and so those things are going to even themselves out.
The last thing about the Chiefs, they were on fire in that game. They're at their own 40, and the Chiefs' defense was on fire. You could just see they're taking over this game. It's tied 10-10.
You're talking about Sunday night.
Yeah. Help me out.
Andy.
And Andy was desperate, but it was about the whole season, and he went for it. And I said the football gods were like, boy, you should have punted.
Terrible decision.
Just terrible.
Just a terrible decision in a case where
broke the defensive side.
First time he's ever done that in his career.
Like the Texans couldn't move the ball. And so as they're lining up to go for it, I go,
they're playing.
The Texans' only chance of scoring is you doing this. You are potentially giving them the ball already in field goal range. And then they did it. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it. Yeah, that loss was on Andy Reid.
No doubt.
Not
I don't know
Travis
if you
Kelce.
remember the Palladium in downtown San Francisco.
I used to live there. Come on now.
The desperation that Andy showed was the same level of desperation I showed at the Palladium in the early 90s.
Wow, man.
Like,
that was uncharacteristic for him, man, to me.
Not for me.
Oh,
I took a lot of L's in the Palladium, but, that was the level of thirst and desperation that Andy showed, and I mentioned this briefly before, but he had never gone for it in his own end in a tie game on fourth down his whole career.
Wow. Why would you?
Put the ball.
Right.
But so he was letting the outside stuff get
if
to
you're
him.
down without time. Like, it hasn't even
he was
happened
feeling
once.
it, Will.
Where they were down and he had to go for it.
No, but the stat was in a tie game.
Yeah.
It was tied.
Like
Stoney.
he's never done that before in his career. And why would
Defense
you?
was playing.
What's the scenario where you go for it in your own territory of a tie game?
Like, how long would you say this kind of new model has been going on?
I don't like
at least
3 to
7,
5.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
Man.
Yeah.
And the Analytics in the moment,
That's a 4.
thank you, were that if they went for it, they had a 51% chance of winning the game. So, 51.
That's not enough.
That's not enough.
Yeah,
And
not
remember,
enough.
it wasn't 4th and 1. It was 4th and 4.
Yeah.
They needed
I
half
couldn't
the
believe it. I
sticks.
just was like, whoa.
Well,
This is bad.
that's that stat I'm kind of curious about is if you go for it on fourth down, but it's not in field goal range. So, in other words, they get it, let's say.
Yeah.
Well, what happens then?
Now you need 2 more first downs.
What happens
Wow.
then?
Yeah.
I mean, congratulations, you got it. You're still not in field goal range, and you better not turn it over. So I wonder about that, too. Like, when you go for it on fourth, it's one thing when you're out of field goal range, but if you're in field goal range, then you have to get a touchdown.
It's like
to make it
Sirianni Monday
worthwhile.
night. You had a field goal win you the game. Why are you throwing the ball?
What was the exact situation of that?
No, but the
They
field
were
goal
down.
only would have tied.
Yeah, okay, got you.
Yeah, and there's only 3 minutes left.
They
That
were down
condensed-
3.
Some of the
Yeah.
Eagles are down 3.
Feels like there's been a million of those
and
this
they've
year.
moved the ball really well. Goddard had just gotten a long catch. You're in easy field goal range,
It
but a
felt
field
like
goal
being greedy, though.
But a field goal only
Yeah,
ties
I
it.
got you.
And in fact, if you kick a field goal there, you're almost guaranteeing that a tie is the best you're going to do. Because there's 3 minutes left in the game, and you're giving the ball back to the Chargers.
Yeah. We're talking about kissing butt. I'm going
You're
Westbrook.
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk
But I'm going to
Studios.
kiss yours, Will, and I brought it up on the show. You and Dibs were talking yesterday, and from a fan standpoint, you were Michelangelo when you described how drunk, I think that's the word you used,
I did.
with where the Niners can finish, but you still understand and respect after the Titan game how difficult it's going to be, those 3 games. And
No
that's
doubt.
all. Like,
No
I
doubt.
appreciate, I keep telling him, like, those aren't going to be easy games. Chicago, Detroit, and the Seattle game that I believe is going to be flexed.
Brock Purdy's 3-0 since returning, but let's be real. They were 3 bad teams, and in one of the games, he looked bad.
That's something Stoney was saying.
Yeah, like I don't think the Niners are swaggering around. And by the way, they're going to beat another bad team this week. And so I am pretty
All you
sure.
need is one more, I think.
I know, but I'm not worried about them making the playoffs. But Lucas was asking us yesterday, we were talking about playoff expectations. And I hate a non-answer, but I was like, I can't tell you what my playoff expectations are until I know what seed they are. Are you playing home games as the 1 or the 2? Or are you on your way to Lambeau week 1? That wouldn't that change everybody's expectation? You always have hope.
Well, to me, it's not. Sure, they'll have a better road one way or the other to theoretically win the Super Bowl, depending on their seed. But I do think this year now, and I was thinking about this too, the expectations. It's like, how can there be any at this point?
They've exceeded them.
No.
To
It's
me.
just they're going to make the playoffs.
That's exceeding it,
ideally,
yeah.
but then anything can happen, it feels like, right now, just because of the way it's set up.
Yeah, but as far as expectations, Dibs, after the injuries, they've exceeded them just by qualifying, and I mean that for me.
But that can go away with 131-10 loss in the first round of the playoffs if you're the 1 or 2 seed.
By the way, I can still see, I don't want to look at it, but I can see a scenario where, like, now we're all sitting here talking like, so they're going to the playoffs for sure. Okay, let's say Detroit
I get it.
beats the Rams this weekend. And then the following week, the Niners lose at Indy on Monday night, whether it's Rivers or anybody else.
I love that story, but yeah.
What if they lose that game? And so now you're 10-5.
Go ahead, Will.
And you're staring at the Bears and the Seahawks. These are two quality teams, and the Lions could be clipping right at, like,
it's real.
It's not guaranteed yet. They've got to win.
I appreciate
they
that.
have to win this weekend and at least one more, and I certainly think they will.
11's going to get you. You got to get to 11.
Yes, I think so, to feel good.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Depending on what happens this weekend with, Chicago and Detroit.
Big games.
Those are games that are big for them. I don't worry about Carolina or Tampa. One of them will win the South. The other one will be out. And so it really comes down to Seattle and Chicago, and I guess to a lesser extent Green Bay, if Chicago jumps over Green Bay at that spot. But yeah, 11, I think you are absolutely a lock, and it starts this weekend. You're 12.5-point favorites at home, off a bye against Tennessee. So what I've been saying is, if you lose this game, well then, I
heard you yesterday.
Forget it all.
Sure.
But at the same time, if they do get the 1 seed, and there's a path to them getting the 1, so if you get the 1, my expectations, they change, because then you get another bye, and you're home against the worst of the winning teams in the wild card round. So Mark's right about expectations. For me, right now, I expect you to be in the playoffs. And if you're the 7 seed, it's different than if you're the 1.
What would we set the odds, real quick, the odds at for them to get the 1 seed right now, if we're being honest?
Odds, like a percentage
plus
play?
Or, the minus or the plus 500?
Probably. It's a little higher than that.
Oh, I was going to say 10%. Okay. Can you do the math?
I would
that
say
would be 10 to 1.
Yeah, I would say lower than 10%.
Lower?
Yeah, it's better than that. And
you got to win yours, and then they got to lose 2.
Right. Well, the Rams just need to lose 1.
They need to lose 1, but actually I'd like to speak up on that because I was mistaken yesterday. I thought the Rams only needed to lose any 1, and that conference record would favor the Niners.
Okay.
Turns out, I was wrong on this, and I want to appreciate a couple listeners pointed this out to me, that common opponents comes before conference record. Wow. So it goes head-to-head, then division record. So let's say the Rams lose to the Lions but then win out, and the Niners win out, Rams would have the tiebreaker because common opponents comes third, then conference record. So that's where the losses to Houston and Jacksonville would bite the Niners. But if the Rams' 1 loss is to Seattle, then the Niners and the Niners would have the tiebreaker. Yeah, so that's the bigger one, and that game comes a week from tomorrow night.
And that's what I played out, and I had it. The Rams lose to Detroit and Seattle, and they wind up 12-5, and Seattle beats the Rams, and they beat Indy, they beat Carolina, but then you get that last game, and you're talking about a flex, and it may be, and then the Niners would win that game, and they'd win the tiebreaker, and they'd be the 1 seed.
Has any team, I should know this, but I could hear Stoney saying, ended the season with 3 primetime games? Or do you feel like, we could find that, Grandy could find that in 2 seconds, it just happened 3 years ago? Because if they play Monday, Sunday, and then that
Sunday, get the Sunday
3
nighter,
prime timers that ended, damn.
It tells you something. Tells you obviously that they're in a crazy race, and it tells you also that they're a big brand.
The Niners, Steiny, are plus 900 to be the 1 seed.
Wow.
So the implied odds would be 11%.
Oh, so I was close.
Yeah, damn close. Yeah, the Rams are minus 110, which would be 55%, and the Seahawks are plus 220, which would be.
What about the leader of the Packers division?
That's the Packers.
Yep, they're plus 650.
And they're half game behind the Niners right now?
No. They're a half game ahead based on the tie that they have.
Half game behind the Rams and Seahawks.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Right, and half game ahead of the Niners.
Their schedule's bananas also, though, the rest of the way.
It feels like this could be futile because there are a lot of games that the top 7 or top 8, I should say, kind of playing against. Everybody's got at least a game or two against the top 8.
This is going to be such a great month. I mean, Green Bay's next 2 weeks are
it's on.
At Denver, at Chicago.
I feel like the Rams have started.
The Rams play the Lions and the Seahawks in the next 8 days.
Yep.
And then the Niners obviously get kind of,
Yeah.
I mean, we keep saying it like this and it's rude, but they get kind of a pass at least for another week and a half. Maybe we'll see what's happening with the Colts. But
Tampa Bay's playing a playoff game tomorrow night against the Falcons.
Right.
You would think they handle business, but boy, you lose that.
And then the Niners are going to get theirs on back-to-back weeks with the Bears and Seahawks both coming to town.
Man. I'm with Dibs about Carolina and who's the other? Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah.
Like the second best team is no factor.
Yeah.
That whichever team wins that division, and we've been doing this the last few years, right, is likely to be a home dog week 1 of the playoffs
against the top
as
wildcard
they
team.
as they host someone.
And those two teams actually play each other twice down the stretch.
Do you guys like it that way,
Tampa
or
and
should
Carolina.
you do NBA just like the NBA does it, just straight through?
I think that if you have a better record, then you should go ahead and get the home game. But the NFL has been steadfast about divisions. And if you think about it in the NFL, it's a little bit more fair that way because, like, the South will play 6 of their 17 against each other. And in the NBA, the association, you've got games where you almost all play the same schedule. I know that the Pacific Division teams will play each other 4 times instead of 3. And now with the NBA Cup, maybe it's 5 times. It's a little bit more balanced, but in the NFL, I do think that they cherish the whole idea about you win your division, and that matters.
All right, I got one for you before we get out of here.
Jeff Kent.
No, not Jeff Kent.
Yeah.
No, it's going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute or two response from
it. It better take 4 minutes.
Generations
actually.
Healthcare.
Who gave you that?
Dan Daly.
Dr. Darby Clayson would be the correct answer.
He was in on it.
I know. Thank you.
Anyway,
that's a 4.
Here's the. I just brought. So he was bringing up the Thunder. What are they? 23-1.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
And I said, if you're a Warrior fan, don't you absolutely want them to win 74 games and then get beat in the playoffs?
Hell no.
Why not?
I want to be in the record books, and I know how to differentiate we were up 3-1, leave that there. Dibs, we had the best regular season ever. I don't want that to go away. And we were up 3-1. If you read the tea leaves, they gave him a stimulus package.
Yeah, it reminds me of my late father, Dwayne Dibley, rest in peace, who I think it was 1957. He was a student at College of Marin, and he won a contest. It was not a beauty contest. It was the ugliest student contest. And he won, I think, about, might have been $25.
You couldn't have that today.
And so he got the win. He got the win. But you won a contest as the ugliest student. And that, to me, is like the 73-win Warriors. Yeah, you had the best regular season ever. But then you lost in the playoffs, Dwayne.
But we're not talking playoffs, Will. We're talking about that. We had the best regular season win total ever. I can cherish that. I wouldn't want that going by the wayside.
I think I lean in your direction on that. I get it. I get what both of you are saying. You're saying, hey, that's still an achievement.
And if we have the conversation, let's stop at regular season. Forget what happened.
Right, but then Steiny's saying that kind of takes some of the stink off of what happened next if someone else does it too. I think I lean in your direction, which is overtime.
73.
It's still a cool achievement.
New England Patriots, 16-0. What'd that get you?
Yeah, look at you.
I mean,
you got beat then.
Seattle Mariners.
Let me say,
was it
122, I think.
Oh, my Lanta.
But here's the thing.
What'd that get you?
But actually, I'll say something, and you just proved it. Because what will people say when you don't win the title? They'll go, no one's going to remember your regular season, and then you just remembered all of them. So you do remember. You do.
Right.
You do remember a great regular season.
I'm remembering it on Mount Chokemore with Jean Van de Velde as the 4th member of the Mount.
Giants win 107 and lose in the first round.
Oh, my.
Worth anything to you?
Not really.
See, I mean, that was a fun
Cody
year.
Bellinger.
It was a fun year.
The 73-9 year, if you can separate it, that regular season was unfreaking believable.
Unreal.
It was a joke, is what it was. They were unbelievable.
Luke Walton had touches.
I was going to say.
They blew teams out. They got behind in one. They won so many games that year in exciting fashion. It reminded me of like when the Giants were in their run, and like something happened every night. Ishikawa hits a home run. Lincecum pitches a no-hitter. Jonathan Sanchez pitches a no-hitter. Cody Ross has a bit. It's like just kept coming, and that was the year I remember with the regular season of the Warriors.
I mean, it brought you Durant.
That's the other thing.
Brought you Durant.
People were sad for about 9 days.
Dibs and Willard, I did weekend shows, and people were saying it was worth losing the championship because we got Durant.
Well,
and I hated it was worth losing the chip. Never.
But you got 2 more.
But I didn't like how we got them.
Well, that's fine.
And I was robbed of watching that team, the 173, come back and extract revenge. That's the Warrior part of the book. What chapter
they
we'll
had
never get.
as many losses in the postseason as they did in the regular season.
And don't forget, it was Draymond who acknowledged they weren't good enough because he picked up the phone
allegedly
and begged Kevin Durant to come to the Warriors to help out this flailing.
But you know that's a myth. Rumor has it Harrison Barnes saw the courtship and Bogut of one Kevin Durant during the regular season, and that's what turned up. So it wasn't that. Oh, we need help. It was happening during the season.
I'll never forget Bogut because that's how I found out something was up on the Durant thing. About a half hour before the Durant news broke, and this I was still living in L.A.
Yeah.
But a listener down there DM'd on Twitter and goes, "What is this?" And it was Bogut's account. And he had switched everything from the Warriors to Team Australia.
Oh.
He goes, what's going on here?
Wow.
And I was like, oh, that does look fishy.
4th of July.
Half hour later, bang, Kevin Durant's a Warrior.
Yes, sir. And then we became the flagship. We were the flagship, weren't we?
I don't think yet.
I'm mad I don't know.
We would become.
Actually, you know what? Yes, because that year that they didn't win it, they were on the other station, and the Warriors weren't thrilled about that because they got preempted by.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Great call.
Tuesday against the D-backs or something.
That's a big game.
Yeah,
Out of bed.
That's right.
You know where you didn't hear that baseball game?
Where did you not hear it?
95.7.
Been looking for that for 5 minutes.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yo, let's do this. Can't you feel the week turn toward the second half?
No doubt.
I just want to get this off my chest real quick. We're having a good time this week, and everybody can sort of feel the holiday coming, right? It's 2 weeks from tomorrow. Get your shopping days are getting, but it's great. The Warriors need some rest, and it's great. The Niners got some rest. I woke up today. I'm like, anybody gonna play a game anytime soon?
I mean, please.
What? Right? We had those Warrior games over the weekend. It's like I didn't even notice this on the schedule. Dude, we get no games.
Right.
We get no games.
It's a sports desert.
I'm having COVID flashbacks this week. I'm going home and having to talk to people. It's rough out there.
And much like COVID, soccer or football, if you want to partake, is still hitting really nice.
Yep.
We had Champions League today, so if you really need your fix of, something,
no, but that doesn't,
you can watch grown European men kick the ball and fall down.
No, there's some. I don't mean that there's not stuff, but there's not fandom stuff. There's nothing I'm a fan of.
Much like COVID, where I became a fan of
Last Dance,
of Union Berlin, because the Bundesliga was the only league that actually was playing that in the KBO.
KBO, yes.
KBO, Last Dance, and the Bundesliga.
People were betting Korean baseball at 2 in the morning. It was crazy.
So you're watching German soccer, Korean baseball, and even cornhole wasn't even happening. So
cornhole.
I mean, that's kind of what this week has been, though, Mark.
Yeah, so anyway, Thursday night football will, for me, kind of count, even though it's just the Buccaneers and the Falcons.
And
but
the pick is in.
Oh, you sound very hesitant, lacking
Defeated?
confidence. Yeah,
Deflated.
You sound
fade.
Downtrodden.
Wait a minute, you know what you sound like right there. What was the name of I changed the name of my fantasy team last week for you.
The Mopey Donkeys.
You sound like a mopey donkey.
Fade.
Yes, which is also known as a sad A blank blank.
Yeah,
I don't even know if I could say that. I probably can.
You sound like someone who doesn't.
Oh,
like you want to call in sick tomorrow.
I might.
Wow.
The sick is in. The pick is in.
Man.
Your boy's on a little bit of a skid.
I can make you feel better.
Please.
It has nothing to do with picks.
Oh.
It has to do with your job as a professional interviewer.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I've never been called that before.
I thought you nailed one with Steve Kerr yesterday.
Thank you.
I thought you nailed one. All of us, and if you were listening yesterday at 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr came on, and everybody in the room, and I could only imagine some of you all listening, were a bit, I don't know if taken aback is too strong, but we certainly noticed that Steve did not hold back at all. He was very keep it real about the situation surrounding Jonathan Kaminga. And so we're going to play a little bit of it for you all, and we can sort of pull it apart and figure it out. But there was one thing in particular that stood out to me, and it was coming off of a question that you asked, and I'm going to be straight honest with you. I'm sitting here in the room with you, and as you're asking it, a thought goes through my head. I go, this is a good question, but Steve ain't answering that. He's not answering that.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a loaded question.
Yeah. And
that's a good question.
Obviously, we know Steve. Steve he's not going to just be like, I'm sorry, Dan, I'm not going to answer that. So Steve,
did we lose you?
Steve is brilliant. He's going to say something, but I was like, he's not. It's kind of like, hey, John Lynch, is Brandon Ayuk playing this year? Well, we're open to it, Bobby.
Right.
No, you're not. I thought Steve was going to give you one of those, and he didn't. He answered it, and I was like, I'm actually shocked that more has not been made of this since 5 o'clock last night, because to me, this feels maybe not a death blow, but my gosh, it's close. It's so close, because this isn't even about fit. It's not even about a basketball player. It's about the way someone's wired, and that to me is unchangeable. We can learn things, but don't try to change people with the way they're wired. If you've ever been married, don't try to change people with the way they're wired. It's going to blow up in your face every time.
Yep.
So check this out. And the reason for Dibbs' question was because Pat Spencer had come on Steiny and Goo earlier in the day and sort of coined a phrase, I think. He had said, we call ourselves the Be Ready crew. Did I get that right? The Be Ready crew?
Stay Ready, yeah.
Stay Ready? Sorry, whatever.
Yep.
The Stay Ready crew. Pat Spencer, TJD, you know the characters that are over there at the end of the bench. So with Jonathan getting a DNP over the weekend, you asked Steve, could Jonathan be a part of the Stay Ready crew? And listen to this exchange. This has the question in it. And listen to what Steve says.
Pat Spencer joined Steiny and Guru earlier today, and he talked about being part of the Stay Ready crew, where you just never know when you were going to tab them to come in and play. Is Jonathan Kaminga cut out to be one of those Stay Ready guys in case that he happens to fall out of the rotation?
Well, he's obviously a guy with a lot of ambition, which I love. He wants to be a star. He's got the ability that gives him that hope and gives us that hope. But there has to be a consistent level of play in order to achieve that. And you've seen Jimmy really take him under his wing this year, and I love that what the veteran players have done, Draymond and Steph. They're all really fighting for him in his corner. So the potential is there, but it's there has to be a level of of consistency, especially at this level. I mean, we're talking about the best basketball league in the world. And so the consistency has to be there for us. And, if it's not there, then it makes it much more difficult for me to give him consistent minutes and give him starts. So that's what we're asking for is a more consistent level of production.
Okay. As per usual with someone who I think is as comfortable in his own skin as Steve Kerr, you can often gather the entire answer from the first second and a half of his response. So it's kind of like that playful thing we've always done, when I hey, and I can't even remember what the question was, but it was like, it was something along the lines last year of, do you think that Jonathan can fit with this?
Right.
And
I do,
but watch the first 2 seconds of his response to you. Granny, you want me to hit it again? Okay, Granny's going to just the first 2 seconds. Listen.
Pat Spencer joined Steiny and Guru earlier today, and he talked about being part of the Stay Ready crew, where you just never know when you were going to tab them to come in and play. Is Jonathan Kaminga cut out to be one of those Stay Ready guys in case that he happens to fall out of the rotation?
Well,
oh, there you go.
Well,
he sighed. He sighed.
Yep.
Well, and then he goes into the aspirations that Jonathan has, and you know what those are, by the way.
And Jimmy, it's an aspiration sensation.
Exactly.
And also the fact that Jimmy has taken him under his wing, and that's also important.
So there's nothing wrong with all of that. And I know, by the way, I see your text, like someone's like, is this going to be a full another day of Jonathan Kaminga? Actually, no, it's not. No. It's not going to be a full another day of Jonathan Kaminga. I'm not going to promise that Jonathan's name's not going to come up because, let me see, checks notes, it already has.
Yeah.
Right.
And all roads.
Yeah. And Greg Cosell's going to be on in 45 minutes, and we got some football stuff for you. We got, all kinds of things today. I do believe it's likely, not confirmed, it's likely, 5 o'clock hour. I'm going to leave names out of it right now, but somebody who plays basketball for the Golden State Warriors, probably going to be on the show. Don't forget, that we've got, we got the jerseys and the keywords again every hour, and these are the final 4 hours, the final 4 keywords. We got a lot going on. But here's where my mind goes when I hear that, because that is clearly, to me, that's very damning. That's very damning if you are immediately saying that, no, we've got this player that we're having a hard time working with, and he's having a hard time getting into the game and getting consistent minutes. And then you ask him, well, is he wired to just sort of totally be ready and be all about the team, even though it's not going the way he wants? And Steve clearly was like, not really. And I think that is a massive gut punch to any player. But what's my takeaway? My takeaway is this. You've clearly held on to him too long. I hear constantly, as do you, from fans who believe that Jonathan Kaminga has never really been given a chance. And I'm going to argue that he has been given too much of a chance. That's what I'm going to argue. This is year 5. This is year 5. And so the concept I'd love to get into is, how long is the right amount of time to stick with, whether it's a first-round draft pick or a no-round draft pick? How long is the right amount of time to stick with someone? Because I bet everybody can agree you could have got more for him 2 years ago, no?
Maybe. I mean, but the salary was low, though, so I don't know what you could have gotten for him then based on the salary that you were going to send out. And so I think that they looked at it now and they rolled the dice and thought, all right, we'll pay him 23, we'll pay him 24, and we can get $24 million back in player as long as he can be good and tradable.
Okay, so 888-957-9570. We're going to go through a bunch of people. Did you kind of keep them too long? Did you let him go too soon? Because to me, what that says right there is that the Warriors, whether they're right or not, they felt a certain way about Jonathan now for a few years, and they've held on to him. And it is now to everybody's detriment. Okay. Not only do we have the final chances to win the town jerseys, we've also, between 4:45 and 5:15 today, we got a Pat Spencer jersey to give away. More details on that, 957thegame.com. We'll lay all that out for you as the 2 o'clock hour unfolds. We're taking your calls right now, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and they are deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals, and in this case, it's me, and it's my goals. I've been a client now for more than 7 years, and I'm proud that they also want to empower my community and all the communities that they serve. They got 21 branches throughout the Bay Area, and they started back in 1964 with the one branch in Fremont. Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue is where it currently resides. It's the epicenter of Fremont Bank, and they built not only a bank, a good local bank, but also a local ecosystem that is supporting relationships that benefit all of us here in the Bay Area. They're a proudly independent bank. They're not a big box bank. They're a good local independent bank that cares about good local independent people, and they reinvest money that you deposit into businesses, organizations, activities, philanthropy, home ownership, everything else that makes the Bay Area so great. Your money stays here, and it supports people that you know and people that you love. Get involved and be a part of Fremont Bank. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line.
Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't.
Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games.
I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Big flavor doesn't have to break the bank. Smash Burger's $4.99 all the time menu is here to stay. Try crave-worthy favorites. You're a bite away from believing. For your chance to win a Smash Burger gift card, courtesy of Smash Burger, visit 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Greg Cosell, 45 minutes. If you want to win a Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the Town Brown jersey, we're giving out the keyword you need to text to 20357. Coming up here, the next 10, 15 minutes max. Okay?
Sounds good.
Keyword 2 o'clock hour. We'll do it once an hour for the rest of the show. 4 more chances to qualify for these jerseys, and then a Pat Spencer jersey to boot between 4:45 and 5:15 this evening.
Yeah, throw that thing in there.
Toss that in the hopper.
Yeah. And the price going up.
Yeah.
You
know. So here's why that caught my ear for 2 reasons. What we just played for you, and we'll play for you again. First of all, I think it's very, very eye-opening in terms of how the Warriors view this situation. And for me, that's what I'm getting at today. Like, I don't really care at this point to have another conversation about what each of us thinks about Jonathan and the situation. What's interesting to me is what the Warriors think about this. And I think I could easily argue that the only reason Jonathan still is getting chances is because he was the number 7 overall pick, and because he flies, and because he flashes, and all of these things. In other words, they've given him a very, very long leash through some frustration because he's a big-time athlete and he's a big-time draft pick. Same thing happened this week, somewhat under the radar, with the San Francisco Giants. They absolutely, without argument, held on to Marco Luciano way too long. Because remember, they're evaluating behind the scenes. They know what they think. This is the advantage any organization has. You know your player better than everybody else. So you have to find the right time to either stick with or give up on a player. And you have to me, you got to weave into all of that. What does the rest of the league think? What might you be able to get for him? If you were out on Marco Luciano, then the Giants absolutely should have been looking to deal him 2 years ago, because you could have really gotten the league interested. They hung on. He's got a cement on his hand type of a glove, and the next thing you know, they're releasing him outright, and he's getting picked up by the Pirates for nothing.
And they got nothing for him. Yeah. They got nothing back. Even though he had his best year last year as a minor leaguer, he had 23 home runs and he drove in 66. He had an OPS of 749. Not great in a hitter-friendly league, but he did enough to where you could have at least pretended that you liked him and, could have gotten something for him. And you're right about that. The Kaminga one for me is different because now he's making enough money to where you can trade him if you keep his value at a point where some team would want him. And I do think that there will be teams that want him just based on the fact that not all 29 other teams are run very well. So there's going to be a team, whether it's Sacramento or Brooklyn, somebody that's going to be completely enamored with the ha-ha, and they're going to think that, oh, man, we can use him the way they're not using him.
Maybe, yeah.
So I do think that he's got more of a resale, a trade value than Luciano did.
Oh, no doubt.
A guy who never even came in the bigs and did anything ever.
No doubt. But I think that intrigue that you're seeing from other teams, that you have to sort of like, and I'm not saying this is easy in the moment because everybody's emotionally attached and you don't want to make the wrong move. You don't want to give up on someone too early. Zach Wheeler. You don't want to get rid of someone.
Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, you don't want it. Well, that one, that's TBD. I'm talking about you give up on someone and then they become a star. That's everyone's fear, right?
Sure.
You give up on someone. If Luciano, if he's playing left field for the Pirates in 2 years and hitting 30 bombs a year, we got a problem. You get a problem.
Yep.
Because that hurts. That hurts an organization. But I don't think that and I understand the salary matching thing. There's no doubt in my mind that 2 years ago, you could have gotten the league really excited about a 21-year-old flying Jonathan Kaminga. If you had come to terms with the idea that you were out on him. And they didn't. And they weren't. And I understand that. But we're obviously on a fast track now to that being the wrong decision, holding on to him too long. And again, that's because he's a first-round draft pick. Like if Pat Spencer had come in these last 4 games and played like crap, then how much longer is his leash going to be? It's going to be very, very short.
Right.
Again, listen to this. So yesterday, this is with Dib's question with Steve Kerr, following the Pat Spencer comment that he's part of the Stay Ready crew.
Pat Spencer joined Steiny and Guru earlier today, and he talked about being part of the Stay Ready crew, where you just never know when you were going to tab them to come in and play. Is Jonathan Kaminga cut out to be one of those Stay Ready guys in case that he happens to fall out of the rotation?
Well, he's obviously a guy with a lot of ambition, which I love. He wants to be a star. He's got the ability that gives him that hope and gives us that hope. But there has to be a consistent level of play in order to achieve that. And you've seen Jimmy really take him under his wing this year, and I love that what the veteran players have done, Draymond and Steph. And, they're all really fighting for him in his corner. So the potential is there, but it's there has to be a level of consistency, especially at this level. I mean, we're talking about the best basketball league in the world. And so the consistency has to be there for us. And, if it's not there, then it makes it much more difficult for me to give him consistent minutes and give him starts. So that's what we're asking for is a more consistent level of production.
I mean, these conversations get political. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
I mean, did the 49ers, did they move on from Trey Lance at the right time?
Probably.
Or did they wait too long?
I don't think they waited too long.
I got a 5th rounder for him.
Right, which is probably more than you would get now if he still was there.
That's fair.
I mean,
That's fair,
I think that what they got was way more than what I expected them to get. And the 5th round pick is not a lot.
Was it
but
5th
it's
or
a
4th?
thing.
Was it 5th or 4th?
I think it was 5th.
I thought it was a 4th, but when you say 5th, it actually resonates that actually
I'll look it up.
was the right move. And you could look at James Wiseman in the similar way. And yeah, did they move off of James Wiseman too soon or too late? It was probably about where it was going to be. The interesting one for me, though, is Jordan Poole, where they got a 4th?
Fourth round pick.
I mean, that's awesome. That's a win.
Yes,
that's a
is.
win.
Yes, it is.
I believe the pick became Alec Mustafa eventually.
No way.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice.
That's actually pretty slick.
That's a win for Lynch right there.
Anyway, as you were.
Oh,
go
no,
ahead.
Jordan Poole, like you traded Jordan Poole. Was it too soon or was it too late? It probably was right where it had to be because of everything else that took place. And you ended up attaching 2 picks to it and Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins, and you got back Chris Paul. So the trade itself was a loss, but you did the deal when you did the deal because you kind of had to.
You got out from under the salary is what you got.
You did.
I know people still want to say.
But you took on Chris Paul, and then that turned into nothing.
For a year.
So, yeah, you ended up giving up 2 players, 2 picks for a Chris Paul rental, which, got you nowhere.
Right.
So, but as far as your point about the timing,
it released the salary though that allowed you to get Jimmy Butler.
Right, but the timing of the trade was such that you kind of had no choice. This time with Kaminga, could you have done it a year ago, 2 years ago? Maybe, but now I do look at the same thing you're talking about with salary. The salary slot that you can get back is a real thing.
I mean, I look at this entire subject matter, and to me, it is very, very tied to, for example, what you and I have called draftism surrounding Brock Purdy. And here's what I mean by that. The reason I find Brock Purdy to be so polarizing is because there are so many people who still want to sort of massage their own original opinion. And I get this. This is very human being-esque. We all have an opinion, and we want it to be right. So when it starts getting proven wrong over time, we start looking for evidence of, no, it's still right. And so when Brock gets passed over a bunch of times and becomes a 7th-round draft pick, it's a very slow process for him to convince the world that he's actually good. And then there's the opposite. The reverse is true about first-rounders. They will come in and you're like, that dude's going to rock this league. And it's a very slow process to the realization of, no, he's not. That's why a first-rounder, Trey Lance, 3rd team already. If Trey Lance had been drafted in the 5th round, do you don't want to know what he'd be doing right now? Not football. Not football.
I mean, he might be.
I doubt it.
He could be a practice squad guy, or he could be a backup.
But you have to show something. If you're a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th rounder, when you come into camp, you have to show them something right now. You have to prove the original opinion wrong in order to stay. The opposite is true if you're a 1st, 2nd, 3rd rounder, or whatever, or in NBA circles, a 1st rounder, or maybe even just a lottery pick. You almost have to repeatedly prove them wrong before they're going to move on from you. So that's why I get to this point where I'm sort of done hearing from all the people who are like, gosh, they just won't give him a chance. I'm like, he's still here. And now he's making $23 million. They actually have been very stubborn to give up on him, is the argument I would make.
Well, they've been smart to not give up on him because you're not going to get anything back for him. If you trade him last year and you a sign and trade or whatever, you're going to get half the value. So at that point, you were pot committed, in my opinion. And if you really wanted to get something for him, you would have signed him to an extension after year 3 and then traded him like you did Jordan Poole, which is why the Jordan Poole thing, even though it looks like a catastrophe, you give up 2 picks, 2 players, and you got Chris Paul, big whoop, a salary slot. You still gave up more than you got back. And you could have done the same thing with Kaminga, but you didn't. And maybe because Kaminga didn't want to sign, or maybe you still thought that, hey, he's got that ha-ha. And the thing about Kaminga is at his best, he gives you something that nobody else on your team can. At his best. He can do things that nobody else can do.
I'll agree with that.
And so that's where it becomes so tempting.
It's intoxicating. Yep. There's no question. But I would go back even further than that. I don't think, like, you're talking about Jordan Poole, and that one was a situation where the whole league knew, boy, they're all in trouble there. Nobody's getting along, and there's a lot of tension. Go back to before the restricted free agency with Jonathan. Dude, people would have been very excited to acquire a 21-year-old with that kind of raw athleticism and intrigue attached to him. You probably would have been the team receiving the picks in return, especially because the salary was so low. You probably could, and I get why the Warriors didn't do it. I fully understand, but I'm also, I'm looking at now, and the bottom line is the bottom line. I can sit here and understand why you made the move, but the bottom line is the bottom line. You held on him too long because now the value is going down. Now the questions are coming up, and we've even had those conversations with people in the know who are saying, for example, Miles Turner. That came up a couple times this week.
Yep.
He makes only a couple $1 million more than Jonathan Kaminga. Guess what you would need to do now in order to
attach picks?
You got to attach picks now.
Yep.
You're the one that's groveling for the deal as opposed to the other way around. That's all I'm talking about. This is a very inexact science with all of these situations. It's very tough, but when you're an early round draft pick, a team is very prone to holding on to you too long and giving you too many chances. And I base that not on your opinion or mine. I base it on theirs. That's what matters here. What matters is what does the organization think about the player? And Steve admitted to us yesterday, this has been going on for 3 years. They've been having these thoughts.
Right. I mean, Brandon Ayuk, same thing, where you held on to him too long.
Yep.
And so put aside the injury, although that is a big part of it, but you gave him a contract and he, finally came in and he played about 3 or 4 good games and he got hurt. And then now his rehab was not to the point where you liked it. And so now you voided his deal and no one's going to trade for Brandon Ayuk at this point. So you're going to get nothing for him.
This has gone on almost seemingly at every trade deadline with the Giants that I can think of. People will suggest, you trade Mad Bum, trade Rodon, trade whoever, trade Robbie Ray because you're not going anywhere. And sometimes those things are proven absolutely correct. All right, let's do the 2 o'clock hour here. If you want to win a Steph Curry, Draymond Green, or Jimmy Butler, the Town Brown Warriors jersey, here is the key word for the 2 o'clock hour. It is Warriors. You remember that one? Text Warriors to 20357. Text Warriors to 20357 for your chance to win one of the 3 jerseys right now. We're going to be giving out a different keyword every hour, so that's this hour's keyword. We'll do it again, 3 o'clock hour, 4 o'clock hour, and 5 o'clock hour. This is the final day of the contest, and this is the final show of the contest. So text Warriors to 20357, and then we've got 3 more keywords coming at you. All of the details here at 957thegame.com. And again, we're adding into this whole thing a Pat Spencer jersey between 4:45 and 5:15. Greg Cosell's joining us in about 27 minutes.
It's exciting. Yeah, let's get ready for week 15. We're down to 64 games, Mark, in the NFL season. 64 regular season games, and then
I hate when you do that.
I mean, this is the one where it hurts, where you get through all the bye weeks, and everybody's now played 13, and so everybody has 4 to go, and then you play your 4, and then we'll find out who's going to the playoffs, and then at that point, you've got 13 games, so we've got 64 games, and then 12 playoff, and then 1 Super Bowl, 77 games, and then it's, oh boy, okay, Warriors at Washington on a Wednesday, which we love.
No, because actually, we're going to come out of that NFL, and you know what it's going to be. It's trade deadline.
No doubt.
There's going to be some stuff going on.
Should be.
There's going to be some stuff going on.
Yeah, and I wonder if Jonathan Kaminga gets traded before or after the Super Bowl, because the Super Bowl is before the deadline, but it's after JK Day.
That's a good prop bet.
Yeah, I wonder what you think.
It's not as good as the prop bets that came out yesterday with regard to Phillip Rivers.
Pretty fun.
My favorite one was his first completion yardage.
Yep.
What's a bigger number, the first completion yardage or the number of kids that he has?
It's a good one. He has 10 kids. And the other one was his longest rushing carry or the number of grandkids he has, which is one.
That one's actually easy. That would be the number of grandkids that he has.
Yeah. You don't think he's gonna boogie for 2?
Dude,
push him for a deuce?
That guy, who's the most immobile quarterback in the league right now?
Oh,
who's the
Aaron
biggest
Rodgers?
statue?
I mean,
makes Phillip Phillip makes Aaron look like Lamar Jackson.
Wow.
He was that way when he was young. Now he's 44. By the way, I do think he's going to start this weekend.
I don't think he's going to start this weekend.
I do. I think he's going to start for the Colts.
Looking at some reports, and a lot of people are saying, maybe next weekend, and maybe you go with you go with Leonard or you go with Rippon.
I think Leonard's hurt.
I think
he's hurt.
I don't know how hurt.
The update today is that it looks like he's going to be available. We'll see if they turn to him as the starter.
Where else are they going to turn?
I mean, it's either Riley Leonard or it's
I think Leonard.
Phillip.
I think Leonard's going to be out. I think Riley Leonard's going to be hurt. But anyway, I actually want to talk to. Will you let Greg Cosell know? I don't know how quickly he can pull this. I'd love to ask him what he thought of Phillip the last time Phillip played. 5 years ago. How was he doing?
Possibly.
Possibly. He can answer it. Possibly.
Well, he's obviously the best quarterback to ever play the game.
There you go. Speaking of holding on to things too long, good Lord, Phillip Rivers 44 years old, Colts quarterback. But anyway, 888-957-9570. We can keep chatting this out a little bit to the degree that I believe that is one of the hardest things, but one of the most important things for any organization to do as it's sort of assessing its talent. You have the added edge of knowing things that the rest of the world doesn't know, and you know how you feel, and you have to sort of blend that up against what you think the rest of the world feels. Because that's where you can for sure agree with me on that, right? The rest of the NBA had probably a more interested view of Kaminga, for example, a year and a half, 2 years ago than they do now.
Even 9 months ago, when he was out there, playing every game and he was starting and he was putting up, 18 and 22 and he was really in the rotation, and it was before Jimmy came, and then he got hurt and he came back and it was DNPs, and then he really flashed in the playoffs in the 4 games that Steph was hurt, and they lost all 4, and then everything happened in the summer, and here we are today. So, yeah, if you want to go back a year from today, the league probably thought, man, okay, he's coming into his own, year 4, here comes Kaminga, lottery pick, didn't play any college, he had 1 year of the G League Ignite, and yeah, it's going to take him some time, but man, he's starting to really cook, and Kaminga, boy, it's somebody that many teams would want, and here we are a year later, and I don't know what the market's going to be. I do believe that there's a sucker born every day, and there's going to be at least 1 or 2 sucker GMs out there who are going to think, man, I can fix him.
They might be right.
Yeah, they might be.
Don't call them suckers yet.
Well,
they might be right, but
I think about Ryan Rollins, who went somewhere, and then he went to Milwaukee.
Went somewhere else.
And, yeah, now in his second stop post-Warriors, now he's suddenly going to cook.
I mean, who we should bring into this conversation is Bryce Eldridge. And this is the thing. Like, we've watched it. I've watched it, I believe, with so many of our listeners, so many Warrior fans, still to this day with Jonathan Kaminga. You are emotionally attached, and you are happy drunk based on some of the sparkly skill sets that he has. And I completely understand it. I don't know that it is ever translated to what the Warriors need in terms of X's and O's in basketball. I don't know that it ever will. Maybe it will. Maybe that'll be somewhere else. But let's talk about Bryce Eldridge right now. Whenever you are some teams or your favorite team's number one sort of future hope, it is next to impossible to get the fan base to be in lockstep with you if you are trading that person. I think if you traded Bryce Eldridge right now, the fan base would go nuts, which is crazy because the fan base has actually never really even seen him play.
Right. And he might not be that great.
He is exactly what Luciano was 4 years ago. I mean, look at the recent history of the Giants' number one prospect. Not too good.
Right.
Not too good. And that's now Bryce Eldridge. But we've all decided he's going to be the next big thing. I don't know what the Giants actually at their heart of hearts think. But if they're not as high on him as the outside buzz, dude, deal him. Deal him. He's at the height of his trade power right now.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, unless he goes out and hits 35 home runs this year.
I don't know what they actually think.
Right.
It's Warrior Wednesday. It's brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570, the number. Cosell's 20 minutes away. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Whether you're gifting, decorating, or treating yourself, Lowe's December deal drops are here to help you save more all month long. Get up to 50% off select holiday decor. Plus, get up to 45% off select tools and accessories. Shop new December deal drops every week this month and get so much more out of your holidays. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Joe Shasky here for Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Consider their Stockton Yard as the go-to resource for building professionals in San Joaquin County, with over 40 acres of premium building materials available to the public. For bigger jobs, you can count on Golden State's large fleet of trucks for timely delivery. It's their goal to keep your project on time and on budget. Building a better Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Jack here with the sound of a freshly cracked egg, sausage grilling, you busting out of your front door. Oh, hey, no rush. My 2 for $5.50 sausage croissants are available all day. Get so much more. Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via. Just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's Cars with a K.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No! Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to Willer and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
And Laughing Monk is righteously brewed in San Francisco, by the way. Greg Cosell in 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, and I get it. I don't want to get into the whole, but what about pods? Oh, yeah, well, what about pods? Maybe they're making a mistake with that one, too. I don't know.
It's early.
I mean, pods was apparently, if you listen to, I think it was obviously more than this, but Warriors didn't want to trade pods for Lauri Markkanen, right? Anybody want to redo that?
Right. I mean, because it would have been that simple.
No,
just pods for Markkanen.
No, it would have been 1,000 picks and a bunch of other players too.
Right.
I don't know what the whole thing would have looked like, but Kaminga, I'm sure, was in that deal too.
Absolutely, as he was in the Kevin Durant deal.
Yeah. So when you sit here today, and I hear people say that they have not ever given Jonathan a chance, I push back. They have given him too much of a chance, and I said, I'll never the whole he's a young player. He's 23 years old. These things are all true. He's also a fifth-year veteran in the league. And I would argue with any of the big JK fans out there, give me a comp. Give me a comp of somebody who gets 5 years through what clearly his organization feels is not quite up to par. Then they re-sign him to a bigger contract. And then we're still stuck with, boy, you haven't given him a chance. To me, what's happened here is the Warriors and Joe Lacob they're trying to justify the number 7 overall selection of the NBA draft.
I don't even know if they're trying to justify it. I think that they're now positioning themselves to be able to get something for him at the trade deadline or before the trade deadline, where you wouldn't be able to do as much if he was on the qualifying offer, which, by the way, comes with a no-trade clause for Kaminga. And so even if he went that route, well, then you couldn't trade him at all. So I think you got through the offseason and you got to a spot where you realize, okay, we're willing to try and see if it's going to work. And it worked for about 2 weeks, maybe 3, and then it hasn't worked since then. He got hurt again, and then he came back, and it hasn't really worked. And Steve said what he said yesterday on our show, and yeah, it's gotten to the point now where it may not work again. It still may work in a short stint. We don't really know, but if it doesn't work and you get a month down the road, a month and 5 days, and you actually can trade him, now he's much more tradable for you based on the fact that he makes $23 million.
I get that. That evolves as it goes. That's asset management in this particular offseason, and I understand that. But my point is that by then, when you get there, you've waited too long. You have arrived at a spot where you think you've got an asset, and the rest of the league, what they're offering you, you don't like.
Well, we don't know that yet. So
that's been reported.
I'm not willing to say that.
They were offered trades. They didn't like them.
Right.
Kings, Suns.
Whatever trades you get offered now, they might be the same. They might be better. They might be worse. We don't really know.
Right. And they might not like them this time around.
Right.
But to me, that's kind of a definition. If you're trying to trade someone and you don't like what's being offered, that's the world telling you that you like your asset more than we do.
Well, you may like your asset less than you did back in October when you signed him, or September, whenever it was, October, when you signed him to this new deal. You may like him less now than you did then, because you may have thought 2 months ago, yeah, we think it could work. And I believe that they thought that it would work better than this. And so, yeah, your asset, it's a fluid thing. It's not just a finite, in concrete thing.
Correct. I mean, what you just said makes me think of Brandon Ayuk. The 49ers literally didn't like the deal 10 seconds after they signed it. And I would basically say the same thing that I have about the 49ers and to the 49ers about Brandon Ayuk as I would with regard to Jonathan Kaminga. Y'all need to do a better job of following your gut. Like, your gut was clearly telling the 49ers, we probably shouldn't do this. Like, you're in a full-blown, summer-long fight with Brandon Ayuk. Rumors about trading him at the draft, you don't do it. You hang on to him. He starts going to social media and Jaden Daniels and showing up in the wrong shorts, and I know that was after the deal. But all of these things are happening, plus all of the things behind the scenes that we don't know. Kyle Shanahan widely reportedly super frustrated with everything that was going on at the facility regarding Brandon. How'd you handle it? We gave him $30 million. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Follow your gut.
And there was a trade reportedly that was on the table
Totally.
that they could have gotten a couple of picks for him. And I think about the Deebo Samuel trade where the Niners got a 5th-round pick for Deebo Samuel. And they probably traded him too late. They probably should have dealt with that a year before they actually did, but they were in a Super Bowl window, Super Bowl or bust, you remember, and it turned out to be a bust, and so you busted the thing up.
I mean, and think about this through the eyes of a coach or even through the heart of a coach. You've coached, whatever level, it doesn't matter. We all look at other human beings the same way, right? Like, what do you think how does this make you feel if you're a coach? You literally asked the coach of the Warriors yesterday, hey, that guy that you benched, he's staying ready for you, though, right?
Pat Spencer joined Steiny and Guru earlier today, and he talked about being part of the Stay Ready crew, where you just never know when you were going to tab them to come in and play. Is Jonathan Kaminga cut out to be one of those Stay Ready guys in case that he happens to fall out of the rotation?
Well, he's obviously a guy with a lot of ambition, which I love. He wants to be a star. He's got the ability that gives him that hope and gives us that hope. But there has to be a consistent level of play in order to achieve that. And you've seen Jimmy really take him under his wing this year, and I love what the veteran players have done. Draymond and Steph, and, they're all really fighting for him and in his corner. So the potential is there, but it's there has to be a level of consistency, especially at this level. I mean, we're talking about the best basketball league in the world. And so the consistency has to be there for us. And, if it's not there, then it makes it much more difficult for me to give him consistent minutes and give him starts. So that's what we're asking for is a more consistent level of production.
I mean, the answer sort of evolved into him talking about, like, why Jonathan isn't always playing, but I think the beginning is what we're kind of getting at. Like, do you know what that does to a coach in an organization if you ask them, hey, when things aren't going their way, they're staying ready, right? Attitude's in a good place?
Yeah.
Well,
and the big sigh.
Dude, that is...
I do, but...
That's a kick in the you-know-whats to me, to an organization, and to the value of any player. Any player. I don't care who you're talking about. That is a major black mark. If a coach has a hard time saying the word firmly yes, if the coach is asked, hey, that player will stay ready for you, right? Stay ready.
I mean, you're damn right. Like, he's champing at the bit.
Yeah,
he can't wait to get in there.
That, to me, that's a rough one. Like, what went through your mind when he said this? I couldn't believe he answered that the way that he answered
Two things. One, I think that he was speaking the truth that we all see, but the other piece was, the shock that he actually answered it the way he did, which was, his opening sounds, not really his words, were like, God, you guys, what I was hearing him say without saying it is, you guys see it, No, he's not part of the Stay Ready crew. He doesn't have that hunger. And then he went on to say that he's got ambition. And that's the thing that kind of struck me because everyone has ambition. Pat Spencer's ambition is to be an NBA player and make enough money to where he can, probably afford things that he otherwise wouldn't have. Guy Santos, same thing. I want to stay in this league. And if you're Kaminga and you're making 23, your ambition is get me out of here so I can go somewhere and cook and show the world how good I am.
And that's fine, but I do think that rubs, maybe not everybody, that rubs a lot of people the wrong way. You're making $23 million and your coach can't firmly answer that you'll stay ready when he points at you.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who's right or wrong. That's a bad characteristic.
No doubt. And you had me thinking about Jawan Jennings through all this because he was a 7th-round pick, and when he came in, he was on the stay ready guys. Like, he was not a starting wide receiver, and there were injuries and there were spots. Okay, you get to come in and play as a rookie, and the next year you play a little bit more, and the next year you play a little bit more, and by the next year you were 3rd in Jawan. And so now you get to a spot where his ambition is greater than what it was, but he still is in that stay ready mode.
We love those stories.
Right.
Like, this isn't personal, y'all. We love those stories in sports. They're everywhere. Pat's 29. Yaz, 29 when he gets to the big leagues.
Ryan Vogelsong had to pitch in Japan for 7 years or whatever.
We love these stories. We love it when somebody hangs the frick in there.
Whoa.
And then it works out. It works. Give me that story all day over the highly touted millionaire who's not having it go exactly the way that they want it to go, and then, calls Shams because he didn't like the way it's going. Come on, what kind of story is that?
Or the agent face palms on Twitter.
Yeah. All right. Greg Cosell's jumping in here. Yep, we got some football stuff for you for sure. I would like to know what he saw in Phillip Rivers the last time he played.
Work on your material.
That's what we're doing. And how big of a mismatch is Niners-Titans based on what we've seen from these teams so far? That and much more with Cosell in a sec. We got the final chances today. 3 more to go for you to qualify for the Brown, the Town jerseys, Steph, Jimmy, Draymond. So that keyword is coming up later on this hour, and then a Pat Spencer jersey between 4:45 and 5:15. Sponsored by California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. Cosell next, Willard and Dibbs.
My mom, my dad, works for Caltrans. On the freeway, right next to speeding cars. Please be careful. Flashing lights mean move over.
Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro? Are you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or our homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops?
Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deals. But a lot of people were out of town or too busy to take advantage of the special pricing. So, how about a redo? Right now, you've got a second chance to save big on many of the top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs. Where? At Video Only, where the smart shoppers go. So, don't miss out. Check out Video Only now, or
you'll be sorry.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Work on your material.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Some might argue it is, at minimum, among our favorite times of the week.
No doubt. It's basically our own personal halftime show. Because when he comes on,
that's a good point.
We go from the first half to the second half. I'm not saying that he's Prince in the Rain or Bruno Mars, but damn close to that.
I don't know, River Island's guest line. How do you feel about that, Greg? Like, when we talk to you, it means that we're officially able to start, like, getting ready for the game. That's kind of what it is.
I'm a little, I have to admit, I'm a little offended. You said among your favorite guests of the week?
Well,
come on.
I didn't want to put that kind of pressure on you, Greg. I felt like, I didn't want to make you feel like this had to be.
I parse every word you say. I listen to every single word.
Yeah, and for us to really make a fair analysis, we'd have to go to the tape, Greg, as you know, and listen to all of our interviews again.
Actually, we should do that one week, Greg. How did you feel? Did you look at the tape of last week's performance? How did you feel about it?
Last week's performance of who?
You
on this show.
Oh, no, I don't. I don't watch myself, guys. It's a very, it's. Well, you hear not that I'm an actor by any means, although I'm sure some people think that's what I do. But it's like some actors say they can't watch themselves. I don't go back and listen. I'm very hard on myself, so I always feel like I know exactly how I feel about what I said, what I did when I shoot my matchup show. When I walk out of the studio, I have a definite feeling about how I did. Okay. I don't want to watch it. I don't really want to spend a lot of time watching it.
That's fine. I'll let the audience know. We're looking at you right now. And if those of you want to get to YouTube, you too can not only look at Greg Cosell, but you can look at the setting behind your right shoulder, which is a bulletin board of all kinds of pieces of paper and note cards and things. Yeah. It makes you look like you are, I think, exactly accurately as you are, like just constantly organizing and just grinding through things.
Well, just so you know, and by the way, the YouTube part's really interesting because there's no question I have a face for radio. But the interesting thing, which you probably don't know, is each week with all the games that I watch, that I look at the coaching tape, I probably have 35 to 40 typewritten pages of detailed notes each and every week.
What did you write down about Jalen Hurts on Monday night?
Well, it's funny you say that because I actually thought that the Eagles' passing game was conceptually the best that it's been all year. They actually ran a lot of concepts that you really like to see that most NFL teams run, which the Eagles haven't done much at all of this year, which has always led me to the question of why. That's always been my question because I don't know why they haven't done that, because they're basic concepts that every team runs. And I actually thought Jalen Hurts made some very good throws in that game. And for people who just look at a sheet and see 4 interceptions, which obviously you can't have 4 interceptions. But as I've told you guys when we've talked about Brock Purdy numerous times, I tell you that each interception has to be looked at as an isolated play, not as a number on a stat sheet page.
And when you look at that game, it just was kind of a crazy back and forth of a turnover-laden slop fest. When you look at Philadelphia beyond just that game, what are you seeing on tape, Greg, from a Super Bowl team to now a team kind of fighting for its life?
Well, one thing I've spoken about a lot, and a lot of people lose sight of this. Look, I think there's a sense from many people, and maybe I'm in a little different category because I'm studying tape and seeing how teams really play. But there's a clear sense of 3 things that go together, that go A, B to C. Number 1, quarterback's the most important position on the field. Team wins, quarterback's great. I think there's a sense that that's the way most people think. But I've talked to people many times about the fact that even a year ago when they won the Super Bowl, and Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl champion and a Super Bowl MVP, but in 9 or 10 games a year ago, he didn't even throw for 200 yards. So they were not a passing team a year ago. They got an historic season from Saquon Barkley. Their O-line was maybe the best in the league a year ago. This year it's in the bottom half of the league, by the way. So Hurts, obviously what he just did was very out of character, but he rarely turns the ball over. And they do a lot of things. I'm going back to last year. They did a lot of things that were very difficult to defend and made teams have to defend them differently, but they were not a passing team. They didn't win because he was going, 27 for 38 for 350 yards. That's not the way they played offense.
He is the executive producer over at NFL Films, Greg Cosell, and he joins us every Wednesday here on Willard and Dibs, and it is our favorite 25 minutes or so.
There you go.
Of the absolute,
now we're cooking.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness.
Now we're cooking.
I start to get sad halfway through it, in fact, because I know I'm going to have to wait a whole nother week for it to happen again.
Well, it's like that Jerry Seinfeld bit where he always talked about, when you get somewhere, you're already thinking about how you're gonna leave when it's over.
I know.
I get it.
I mean, Dibs just said there's what would you say, 77 NFL games left?
64 in the regular and then 13 in the postseason. 77 games left.
That makes me very sad.
Yeah, well, then I jump right into watching college players and evaluating them. So really for me, people think when the season ends, guys, that I just sit, on my desk with my feet up smoking cigars. Really, the season doesn't end for me until after the draft.
I mean, you know that you can watch film and smoke cigars.
Yeah, but I don't smoke cigars.
Yeah, neither do I. I'm just letting you know that you can.
It's tough to see the screen through all that smoke,
I get it. All the smoke.
Right.
All right. So, Greg, here's a weekly tradition in all sports. A coach comes to a podium and someone asks him about the lead player on the other team. And then that coach just starts throwing all kinds of praise at that player, no matter how good that player is or not. It happened today with Kyle Shanahan, and he was asked about Cam Ward. And I'm not telling you that Cam's not good, but he's a rookie, and obviously they're not winning football games. Can you give us the actual review of Cam Ward so far?
Well, I'll give you an overview, and then I'll get into the weeds a little bit. The overview is that he's on a bad football team in terms of overall talent. The O-line, which actually has a strong pedigree, has played poorly. It's probably played in terms of pass protection as one of the 3 or 4 worst offensive lines in the league. And prior to last week, when they ran the ball well, maybe for the first time all season, their running game has been incredibly poor. So you're dealing with a quarterback that has the 5th most dropbacks of any quarterback in the NFL, which is the last thing you want from a rookie quarterback behind a poor pass-protecting O-line. So that's just a little bit of an overview of their offense and their team. In terms of the player himself, I think Cam Ward, and I thought he was clearly the best quarterback prospect in the draft. Now, he's a guy with a really good arm. He can make a lot of throws. There's a couple of throws every game where you go, wow, that is a really big-time NFL throw. But I think there's things that clearly need to be worked on from a fundamental mechanic perspective. And normally you can't get to do that during the season because you're so focused on game planning. But he needs a lot of work with his lower body mechanics. He needs to just speed up everything he does. He's a little deliberate. And I'm talking about even the physical stuff, his drop into the pocket, get your you-know-what back there and be ready to deliver the football. In college football, you guys, I'm sure, watch a lot of college football as well. You see a lot of quarterbacks, they don't really drop back. They kind of dance back there, because the college game is totally different than the NFL game. You need to get back there, plant your back foot, be ready to deliver, be on balance. Too many throws off balance, which lead him to be not as precise with his ball location as is required in the NFL. These are fixable things, but it's going to take another offseason. And I think the most important thing that they have to do, and I learned this actually from Dick Vermeil, who I'm sure you know, he's a Northern California guy. He used to come in and watch tape with us when I worked with Ron Jaworski for years, because obviously they're very close, because George was his quarterback in Philly. Dick Vermeil said something years ago that's always resonated with me. When you draft a quarterback number 1, the whole point of everything in your building, from the janitors to the owner to everybody in the building, must be to make that guy an all-pro. So that whoever they hire as a coach, that is going to be a really, really important deal. Because if Cam Ward doesn't become a great player, those same people are getting fired again in 2 or 3 years.
No doubt. And you look at 9 touchdowns in 13 games for the team, and he's been sacked. Yep. They've been sacked 49 times. And I wonder about the Niners pass rush, Greg, and what you've seen over the last couple of games, especially. What is Robert Saleh doing now that's allowing the Niners to be at least a little bit marginally better getting after the quarterback?
Well, I think, Huff came back, and Huff has played well as a one-on-one pass rusher. He missed, 3 or 4 games? I can't remember the exact number, but he missed some games. And he's played much better, just as a one-on-one pass rusher. He's not a big blitzer, but I think he's been a little more selective with when he does that. We've seen, and I know he's hurt. I don't know if he's back this week because they're coming off a bye. What's Bethune's status?
I don't know that we've got anything definitive on him yet. Yeah. I'm not expecting that he's going to be back, but we're not totally sure.
But I mean, he was used a little bit before he got hurt as a blitzer, and he showed some ability to do that. So, I think when players can start winning some one-on-one matchups, it changes everything about your pass rush. When guys don't win, it just seems like, I almost feel like it makes your whole defense seem not so good. Sometimes I use a baseball analogy that if you have bad starting pitching and it seems like you're down 6-0 in the 5th inning in every game, it makes your whole team look really bad. Even if your whole team isn't bad, it might just be your starting pitching. But if you can't rush the quarterback with 4, boy, does it make your defense look not really good. And don't forget, they're still playing with a second-year, first-year starter at one corner spot in Green, a player I like, but he's a first-year full-time starter. And Lenore is the other outside corner. And in an ideal world, I would bet if you got truth serum with Robert Saleh, he would probably tell you in an ideal world that Lenore's a slot, but he can't be a slot on this team. He has to play outside, and Stout is their slot. So, it makes everything, it has an effect, a domino effect, if you can't rush the quarterback efficiently with 4.
No practice today, by the way, for Tatum Bethune.
Okay, so he's not going to play this week.
Doesn't seem like it. I mean, sure, he could practice tomorrow or Friday, but after a bye, you would think he'd be ready to go today if they were planning on having him play. One of my favorites to ask you about always is Ricky Pearsall. Since he came back from the injury, he's not been all that involved. Do you see that more as like they just kind of got into a flow without him, or do you see him as not playing at 100% still?
Well, that I can't tell. I mean, if a guy's out on the field, it's not like he's running around limping. I can't tell, how he feels, overall. But, we've talked about the fact, but it is a little extreme that he hasn't been targeted very much. I will agree with you on that 100%. But I don't think they think in terms of, we better get Ricky Pearsall involved or else. You'd like to think now as they've had the bye and they've had a chance, one thing teams do, and there's no question Kyle Shanahan and his staff did it because he's, fanatical about all this stuff. I guarantee they did some major self-scouting, and it'll be interesting to see. Nothing will dramatically change. It's not like they're going to have a whole new offense. That won't happen. We know what Kyle believes about his offense, but it'll be interesting to see if Ricky Pearsall becomes more involved. Oh, and by the way, remember when you asked me a couple of weeks ago, what's your feeling about Brock Purdy? And I joked and I said he's the best quarterback, to ever play the game. People thought I was being serious, and people started tweeting at me what are you kidding? He's not it was unbelievable. They thought I was being serious.
Wait a minute. You were joking?
There you go.
Some would say you need to work on your material.
I'm heartbroken, Greg. I thought we had something going on this. Oh, boy, that's rough.
No. That's tough. Hey, Greg, I wanted to ask you about the Shanahan offense when Juszczyk's not out there, and he was limited today with the ribs. He's got, either broken or fractured ribs. We don't know if he's going to play. When Juszczyk's not out there, what does Kyle Shanahan do that you see on tape to try to mitigate the lack of a fullback?
Well, it'll obviously be a Ricky Pearsall game then, won't it?
Yeah. I mean, since he's paired with the greatest QB ever, yeah.
Right. Well, I assume you're going to see more 11 personnel. They could play more 12 personnel with 2 tight ends, obviously, because they do have those players on the roster. So, you won't see another fullback out there because they don't really have one. So you'll see different personnel packages. I don't think anybody can do exactly what Juszczyk does in certain areas. There, obviously, in the run games, certain blocking techniques other tight ends can do. Obviously, that wouldn't happen with 11 personnel on the field. So you'll probably see just a little different run game in terms of the concepts if Juszczyk is not out there. Boy, I hope he plays. He's a fun player to watch. But ribs, I guess it all depends. How serious it is. You can pad those up. But if they're broken or displaced or whatever, then you're getting into the pain issue. Because I've had displaced ribs back in the Stone Age when I played basketball, and boy, they hurt. I don't know if you've ever broken or displaced ribs, but they hurt.
How did you displace your ribs, Greg?
Playing basketball, I was running through the lane, and some guy gave me a really wicked elbow, and he caught me right in the right spot. And it hurt, and I kept playing. And then afterwards, when I was, showering and the whole deal, all of a sudden the pain hit. And then I went home. This was a long time ago. My oldest daughter, who's 36, she might have been 2 or 3. And I walked through the door, and she yells, "Daddy, Daddy." And I go to pick her up, and the pain, I thought I was going to drop her. And it's that kind of pain is, you can't sleep. You have to almost sleep sitting up. It's excruciating.
So this is after you were a dad. This is like rec league or something that you were playing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I played Well, I played in college, and then I played basketball in leagues and in pickup until I was 35, and then I went cold turkey because I just couldn't play the same way. And I used to come home and be upset, and my wife would say, "What's wrong?" And I'd say, "You don't understand." And then I finally realized it was me that didn't understand because I was not 18 playing in college anymore.
So you hung it up at 35, and yet this weekend we may see a quarterback coming back at 45, Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? And Mark was curious earlier. What did you see on tape last time he played? You might have had broken ribs. It's been so long.
Well, yeah, he played in 2020. I guess Joe Montana was unavailable. Did they reach out to him?
That's right. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Unconfirmed.
That's good material.
Right. I love Phillip Rivers. I thought he was basically Peyton Manning. He just never got to a Super Bowl. I thought the way he played was the same way, controlling the game, super intelligent. But his last year playing, he just couldn't throw the ball very well at all. That's just the reality. That's because I remember watching him and just sort of feeling like, Phillip, you were so good. I think, hey, Father Time catches up to everyone, So I can't imagine his arm is any better. He hasn't played football. I know he's coached it. So, he's been on a football field. I'm sure he's tossed around a football. And what could your body be like after not playing football for 5 years? I can't imagine. More power to him. It looks like he might even play. I don't know if it's going to be this week. I think he practiced today and went through a full practice from what I understand. Who knows? Maybe he's playing on Sunday.
He might be playing on Sunday. And if not, if he does wait a week and then play, you know who he's playing against, right?
The Niners.
That is correct, on Monday Night Football leading into Christmas.
Wow. I didn't realize that was the Monday night game.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where is that game?
It's in Indy.
Oh, it's in Indy. Okay.
I to listen to you say that, it blows my mind when you're talking about how 5 years ago he wasn't throwing the ball any better.
No.
How is this the best option for the Colts in this situation? How's that possible?
I wasn't in their meetings. I can't answer that, but it doesn't make sense to me. But obviously, I didn't get a call from their GM asking my opinion.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense. He hasn't played in 5 years, and he just couldn't throw it. When he played the last year. So and I loved it. Believe me, he was one of my absolute favorite quarterbacks. So this is not. Well, you guys know nothing I say is personal anyway. But this is no knock on Phillip Rivers. I loved him.
Hey, Greg, I got two quick things for you before we got to run. And one, since we asked you about the Eagles, I want to ask you about the Chiefs as well. Are the Texans the best defense in football? And what are you seeing from a 6-7 Kansas City Chiefs offense that just can't seem to find its flow?
Two things stand out with their offense, and I'll try to make it quick because, I know we're getting near the end. Number one, they don't really have a truly viable run game on a week-to-week basis. A couple of weeks ago, they ran out 90 plays and Hunt did have 30 carries. But for the most part, they don't really have a viable run game. And the more I watch Mahomes, and there's no question he's great. I almost feel like I have to qualify by saying Mahomes is great. But the bottom line is, over the last couple of years, increasingly, what's happened with their pass game is it's more and more Mahomes improvisation, and he's great at it. He has great spatial awareness, great vision on the move, but there's less and less pocket technician play. And I think at some point, if you cross over that sort of middle line into most of what you do being improvisation, it's very hard to be consistent. Keep in mind, the last 2 years, they've only averaged about, now I'm not counting this year because I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but the last 2 years, they've only averaged about 22 points a game. Mm-hmm. This has not been the juggernaut offense that we were used to seeing prior to that. And it's just, there's no continuity and stability when you're playing like that. When you don't really have a viable run game, and the plays your quarterback makes, even though he may be the best in the league at it, are all improvisational plays.
All right. And then the other thing, as much as you may want, we're not going to let you get out of here without doing the big pick. Okay, Greg, it's Niners and Titans. Who you like?
this one doesn't seem like a hard one, guys.
I mean, we can put the spread in if you want. The Niners are minus 12.
I don't deal with that stuff. I don't even know what that means. Although I will tell you this, they don't have a lot of really good players on defense. But Denard Wilson, who's their D coordinator, does a really good job with what he has. And every once in a while, there's a game where I come away from that game going, wow, they played some really good defense. Now, they do have the guy who I think's been the best defensive tackle in the league this season in Jeffrey Simmons. And this guy is a man's man. I'm telling you, he is unbelievable. If they had a good record, he'd be in the running for Defensive Player of the Year. He is a big-time player, and he always has been since he came into the league. But, the Niners are going to, how do you not pick the Niners in this one?
Fewest touchdowns in football.
I think you do.
Look, obviously you have the best quarterback who's ever played,
That's
how do you
true.
not pick the Niners?
That's a great point.
And the Titans have scored the fewest touchdowns of any team in the NFL, so there's that as well.
Yeah, and I think they're the worst third down team in the league. I think they may be the worst in terms of yards per game.
Ooh.
There's just not a lot of offense so far.
Greg Cosell emphatic that the 49ers will roll this weekend.
Liquidate all assets. It's Cosell's lock of the week, everybody.
It is. Perfect. Hey, Greg, we're already looking forward to next Wednesday, our favorite hour of the week.
There you go. Now we're talking.
Yeah,
all right, guys. Appreciate it as always. Have a great one.
Yep. All right, you too. There he goes. NFL Films, Greg Cosell. Remember, the 3 o'clock hour keyword has not been given out yet.
Oh.
And we will as soon, coming up next. So the town, the Brown, Steph jersey, Draymond jersey, Jimmy jersey will give you the keyword for the 3 o'clock hour coming up next. So stay tuned for that. Plus, we need to let you hear what it sounded like on radio, WIP in Philly, after that Jalen Hurts performance on Monday night, and then ask a bigger question about it as it relates to both Brock Purdy and some other quarterbacks around the league. So all of that is around the corner. This is Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, Willard and Dibbs. All right, and it's Willard with this message and a question, actually. Do you ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends. You know who we're talking about. The dynasties, systematic warriors. They are disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. In a legal sense, that's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, and of course you do, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Thinking about selling your house but hesitant to move during the holidays? Imagine finalizing your sale now, enjoying the holidays, and move later. Call Wedgwood Homes to discuss your options. Do you want to downsize, relocate, or selling an inherited property? Does your house need repairs or updates? Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is. No repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Secure your future plans and move forward with a no-obligation, all-cash offer from Wedgwood Homes. Close in as little as 3 days. Or enjoy the holiday season and move after the new year. Skip the stress of a traditional listing that can be slow and unpredictable. Lock in your sale now with a firm offer from Wedgwood Homes with no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 415-888-9432 for your no-obligation all-cash offer. 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432. 9432 or WedgewoodHomes.com, the Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. And love what you find.
Drink responsibly.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you could check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
Oh, this is one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. We got the S, we got the F, we got a couple of San Francisco landmarks. This is that brand I love to wear, Haka hat. So for those who care, which is very few of you, but Joe Shasky seems to be one of them. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Brown the Town. Here's your 3 o'clock hour chance to text in and win. The key word is Chase. Chase. Text the keyword CHASE to 20357 for your chance this hour to win one of the 3 jerseys, and that leaves us 2 more chances. 4 o'clock hour, 5 o'clock hour, and then that will be a wrap. And then also remember, we're throwing into this whole clam bake a Pat Spencer jersey. 2 of those have already been given away today on 95.7 The Game. 1 more to go. 4:45 to 5:15. So about an hour from now, we open the window on the Pat Spencer experience.
That's so good.
And you can win a jersey.
Yep. Exciting. Yeah, Pat Spencer, I don't know if he's going to start on Friday, but he's definitely going to get those minutes. Steve Kerr told us yesterday, he's been playing well and we've been winning, so why would I take him out?
Well, you know what Steve said that was interesting there, I thought, was when we were like, there's this guy, Steph, that might come back and play point guard for the Warriors. What happens to Pat there? And one of the first things he says, I'm looking forward to putting them out there together.
Yeah.
Which I didn't necessarily foresee. But Steve was very, very pointed to put that in there.
And why not? I mean, Pat Spencer's a guy who can play off the ball. He's a guy who doesn't turn the ball over a lot. He doesn't really need the ball in his hands to be successful. So he's actually a natural fit with Steph.
And obviously Steph can play off the ball as well. And so who knows? Maybe Steph actually sort of plays a concocted 2-guard, if you will, and Pat brings the ball up. I don't know. But anyway, 888-957-9570. Wanted to experiment with this a little bit at the quarterback position. I was a little eyebrows up with what Cosell just said about Jalen Hurts. He kind of was like, their passing game was pretty good the other night. And this is the difference between someone like Cosell, and I'm not saying either side is perfect. Maybe Greg Cosell runs the risk sometimes of almost knowing too much. And then there's a lot of us out here who will look at a performance on an internet box score, and we didn't even watch the game. But Greg is looking at concepts and basically seeing things that either could have worked or should have worked or what have you. Not all interceptions are the same. Sounded to me like he was not all that turned off by Jalen Hurts' performance at all, despite 5 turnovers in the game.
Yeah, and 4 interceptions. And we talked about this with the Brock Purdy game a couple of games back where he threw the 3 interceptions against Carolina. And everyone's, over an 8-play stretch, he threw 3 interceptions. And, one was late. The other one was a bad throw. And then the other one, he got absolutely duped on an amazing play with a terrible play design. And he got the ball taken away from him. So every interception is not created equally. And Greg and we had him on a couple of years ago, and we talked about the famous game against Baltimore where Brock threw 4 interceptions, the team threw 5. And, Greg has always said, 2 of those balls were deflected. And, one of them was deflected at the line. The other one was deflected down the field. So anyway, any play, any interception you look at, you have to look at it from more than just, 4 picks. He must have been bad.
Do you consider deflected balls the quarterback's fault?
When they're at the line of scrimmage, and again, every pass is different. When, if you set up to throw and you look left and you got a guy open and you throw it and the offensive lineman was either supposed to cut the defensive lineman or he was supposed to block him and he didn't, and you throw it and it's deflected at the line, it might be the offensive lineman's fault.
Could be.
It might be the quarterback's fault for stepping there and telegraphing where he's going to throw.
Or I hear a lot of people seemingly blame, for example, the greatest quarterback ever, Brock Purdy. They blame Brock Purdy for tipped balls, not because they were bad throws, but because he's short.
Right, and that's certainly part of it, and that's where Kyle Shanahan has to design other ways for him to be able to get out and not have to throw through 4 6'5" defensive linemen.
I don't know that you can scheme your quarterback. You're going to have to throw from the pocket.
At times.
You have to throw from the pocket.
But you're also going to have to be able to get out of the pocket and by design and be able to throw through cleaner spots. And so it just depends. Every play is different. In general, you can't look at a deflected pass at the line and say, offensive lineman's fault, great play by the defense, bad throw by the quarterback. They're all different.
Yeah, of course they are. And, sports talk radio in general, my opinion, is way, way, way too focused on fault. Fault and blame.
In football especially.
In all sports. In all of them. Fault and blame. As if there aren't, I mean, it's kind of what you just said. There are, and a fan doesn't look at it this way, and that's fine because we're fans, and so I get it. But we only look at these things through the perspective of our team. There are highly paid millionaires on the other team as well. And I think it was Simmons that Cosell was just talking about, like even the Titans. The Titans are not a good football team, but they got a few players, and they'll probably make some plays at times this weekend.
No doubt.
But check this out. Jack Fritz is a host on WIP in Philadelphia. This is a legendary sports radio station. And I wanted to throw this. This is their afternoon show in Philadelphia following that turnover-riddled performance by the Philadelphia Eagles and Jalen Hurts on Monday night in their loss in overtime to the Chargers. Check this out.
I think we're in the middle of the Jalen Hurts tailspin. I think it's already started. I think, I could have said that this is the beginning of the end of Jalen and Philly, but I actually think we're right in the middle of it. I think that it has already started, and last night was one we're going to look back on, just like we look back at Carson in 2020 and say that was one of those games where we knew. We're in the process of this happening, but when he doesn't have the best defense, the best offensive line, the best running back, he's just not a guy that you can put the game on and say, go win it.
Right.
Sound familiar?
Sounds like you could say that about any and every quarterback in football.
Thank you. Thank you.
Josh Allen. If he doesn't have the best offensive line and the best skill guys and the best defense, well, there's a reason why that they're not 13-0. Josh Allen's been amazing, but they lose games because they don't always run it well. They don't have a consistent wide receiver core, and their defense basically stinks.
They've never been to a Super Bowl.
Right.
They've never even been.
Joe Burrow threw for, I think, 5,000 yards last year, and they weren't very good because it's complimentary football. And so, yeah, Jalen Hurts not having a great year. You know who else is not having a great year? Saquon Barkley, their offensive line, Nick Sirianni, and even you, Big Dom. I don't know why you'd say that. I just stand here and look big. They're all having a down year relative to last year.
Well, first of all, I'm so glad you're saying this. There's so many phrases. This is right at the top of the list that I would love to see banned in sports talk. Absolutely banned.
Like Mitch in Jersey.
I would.
Am I banned? You banned me?
That was so in the weeds. I can't believe you said that.
I can't believe I'm banned. You banned me?
There's literally
you better be careful.
There's two of us who know what you're talking about right now. It's still funny, but yeah.
You and me, and actually Nahigian too. He banned me. Am I banned? If you've been listening to sports talk radio for more than an hour, you know about Mitch and Jersey.
Yeah,
but anyway, ban the phrase. Not the caller.
I would love to ban the phrase. How do I want to say the phrase? Basically, put the team on their back. That's the phrase I want to ban. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. And if you do want to get that by the goalie, it better be in the NBA, and you better be talking about a generational lead dog type player. Outside of that, even Madison Bumgarner back in 2014, right? That was 6 innings out of a 7-game series. Nobody puts the team on their back and carries them by themselves. I can't stand that phrase. I can't stand it. So when he says, yeah, Jalen's just not that kind of player, you're right, because it doesn't exist. So, yes, you need to have a good defense. Yes, you need to have a good run game. And what every quarterback really super duper ooper needs is an offensive line. Just go look at Patrick Mahomes the other night. How'd it look? How'd it look? Best defense in football, 3 hurt offensive linemen. How we doing? 3 picks, bucket full of sacks, 10 total points on Sunday Night Football in your home building, and a big old fat L in a must-win game. That's how it looks for the quote-unquote best QB of his generation.
And take it to Philadelphia, where your Hall of Fame center retired and multiple offensive linemen have gotten hurt. Your running back is coming off a monster career, legendary year, and he hasn't been as good. Your wide receiver, your wide receiver 1 has been mostly disgruntled. Your wide receiver 2, you don't throw him the ball very often. Your tight end is really sturdy and solid, but in general, your head coach has made some head-scratching decisions, and you're having a little bit of a Super Bowl hangover if we want to talk about phrases that we don't love. This for Philadelphia is a Super Bowl hangover. You played into February, you had departures, and you have now injuries, and you've got a lot of scrutiny and all the rest of it. And so, yeah, you're playing differently than you did last year. Greg Cosell mentioned it. Last year, they ran the ball 200 more times than they threw it. This year, there are 3 teams that are running it more than they're throwing it, and it's Buffalo, Seattle, and Baltimore. Those are the 3. Buffalo, great run game, and a quarterback who, loves to run it.
And he runs it a lot himself.
Seattle, similarly, they have a good, solid run game, and they don't have a lot of plays that they run. And then Baltimore is the other one where elite running back and a running quarterback who hasn't been great, but most teams aren't doing what Philly did last year.
I also think Baltimore, it gets kind of skewed because Lamar was out for like 4 weeks, and they just had people who were like, let's just give the ball to Derrick Henry and try to shorten the game because we didn't have much of a chance to win. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. And we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Also, into the 4 o'clock hour, therefore, we've only got 2 chances left, 2 keywords to give out for you to text in and win the Town, the Brown jerseys. So we'll have that later on this hour, and 45 minutes from now, we'll open the window on the Pat Spencer jersey as well, 4:45 to 5:15. So keep it locked right here to your boys in the afternoon, Willie and Dibby on 95.7 The Game. All right, so if this is the beginning of the end for Jalen Hurts, and yes, like that's just in and of itself, it's funny. Like he was the Super Bowl MVP 12 minus
9 months ago.
10 months ago.
Yep, my bad.
Okay, yeah. 10 months ago, he's the Super Bowl MVP. Now this is the beginning of the end. We'll see. He references Carson. He's talking about Carson Wentz. Can we bounce around to a few quarterbacks? And you tell me, and I'll tell you, and you all can tell us, 888-957-9570, who has maybe their best days in front of them and who has their best days behind them. And obviously the number one we want to get is Brock Purdy. You think Brock Purdy has his best days in front of him or his best days behind him?
In front of him, hashtag he'd better, because his 53 per hasn't even kicked in yet. And the Jalen Hurts part of it, and maybe we'll throw that out there as the launching point for all of this, but just looking at his contract, if you want to go ahead and be done with him, WIP radio host.
Oh, you're screwed.
Well, if you want to do a post-June 1st release, the dead cap is $72 million next year and $45 the year after. So your cap hits, your cap gobble is a Joey Chestnutian day at the office with hot dogs.
Okay, so that's obviously really, really bad. But back to my point that I've constantly made that you like to make fun of, which is cap schmap.
Right.
One team recently did this. They recently went, you know what? We hate our quarterback so much that we are just going to eat a big pile of cement and we're going to deal with it. We'll deal with the consequences. We're going to be paying bajillions of dollars for absolutely nothing. It's going to mess up our cap, but he can't be our quarterback, so we've got to do something else. That team is called the AFC 1 seed. That team is the Denver Broncos. They are 11-2. They found a quarterback on a rookie deal who they are at least doing some good things with. I know Bo Nix has been a little polarizing, but I still live in the world of you can do anything you want. You can do it. It just puts you know what into it.
Yeah.
It's not, I'm not saying it's ideal, but you can do it. And I don't know if the Eagles will do it. That is a very fickle town, obviously. But yeah, I'll agree with you there. Best days are ahead of Brock Purdy. I don't know if team result best days. I don't know if he's ever going to go to a Super Bowl again. I hope so. Right now, I'm more focused on just better health days ahead for Brock Purdy, more consistency in terms of availability. But I don't know. Look at this. What if we went? How about if I said Mahomes? Best days in front of him or best days behind him?
I'd say behind him, honestly.
I agree with you.
His best days, does that mean that he can't still be a top 7 quarterback? Of course not. But his best days were days where he was the best quarterback in football and he won 3 Super Bowls. So if you want to look at his best days, I don't think that anybody's best days outside of maybe Montana and Brady, has anybody's best days ever been better than his best days? I mean, Bradshaw, whatever. We can play the Troy Aikman game of people who've won bowls, but the greater point is his best days are among the best days in the history of best days. So how could you not think that Mahomes' best days were behind him? Is he going to win 4 Super Bowls from now to the end of his time? I don't think so.
He's had his 30th birthday.
Yep.
I mean, not that that's like the end of days by any stretch. Certainly not at the quarterback position. Hell, the Colts might start someone who's 45, 44, 45 years old. But I agree with you. I like Patrick Mahomes has probably had his best days. And I wonder if anybody will ever transfer that thought that you just heard WIP share about Jalen Hurts. I wonder if anyone will ever do that. Like Travis Kelce's going to retire. He's going to retire.
Eventually, maybe this year.
Are we going to hear, boy, I tell you what, if you don't give Mahomes a great defense and a great tight end and great receivers and a great running back, I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem to work anymore. They're 6-7.
Right.
They have a losing record
at
week 14.
They have a 10% chance, based on the metrics I was looking at, 10% chance to make the playoffs.
And you know what they can't claim? I know that they lost a few O-linemen this week. They cannot claim that they've been crushed by injury. Can't do it.
Not relative to other teams.
Nope. Not
even the Chargers, who've lost multiple tackles.
Everybody loses people to injury, but not the way that basically teams who have really had one of those outlier seasons, like the 49ers last year, or even like what you're seeing. I don't know how you can say it. They're 9-4, but even like what you've seen this year. They can't do that. He's just 6-7.
Right.
He's just got to wear it.
Well, it's because of what we talked about, and this is why I was so adamant in our preseason conversation, and you and I talked about the regression. They were 12-0 last year in one-score games. 12-0 in the regular season and the postseason combined. This year they're 1-6 in one-score games. Now, that's a dramatic market correction. 12-0 was, I think, the best one-score season ever, and 1-6 is really, really bad. Probably not the worst ever, but the truth lies somewhere in the middle. And so the regression from 12-0 to 1-6 is dramatic, but that for me is a big reason why I was going to fade the Chiefs this year.
I think Lamar Jackson has his best days behind him.
Fade. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, this year is a real kind of bucket of cold water on the Ravens. I think Lamar's hurt. I think he's going to be better someday, and I'm a huge Lamar Jackson fan. But with his style of play and what it looks like when he does not have elite speed, I think that you'd be pretty fearful right now of where the second half of Lamar Jackson's career is going to go.
Yeah, what about Baker Mayfield? Would you say that his best days are still there? There'll be brighter days ahead because he's been awesome. Baker's probably 29,
30, just turned 30.
Okay,
yeah. Well, I'm looking it up.
No, I know
he's 30. That's a pretty good guess.
I mean, yeah, I didn't think he was 28. I didn't think he was quite yet 30. But
Baker Mayfield, I think Baker's. I think his best days are in front of him.
Yeah, it's a tough one because he's right at that spot. He's played a lot of football, and he's been playing well now for a few years. And, what would be the next level, the next gear for Baker? It would be sustained playoff success.
Yep. Yeah. I don't even know about sustained. How about just a run?
Yeah.
Like, let's just take a run. Like, stop winning a division with 9 wins, and let's take a run.
The other one that I was thinking about as a bubble person would be Jared Goff.
Yeah.
I don't think he's 30. I think he's 29. I might have gotten that one wrong.
See, no, I think he's on the other side of 30 would be my guess. Jared Goff is 31.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, he's 31.
Just turned.
I think Jared Goff's best days are behind him.
Yeah, wow.
I don't have like a ton of evidence on that. He's still got good years left. But Jared Goff, to me, feels like a guy who, just based on math and probability, he probably missed his best chances. Went to the Super Bowl already once with the Rams, lost. And then, I don't know, there was this game where he had a 17-point halftime lead in the NFC title game.
Well.
And they lost it.
And again, they had a 17-point.
Right. But like that.
And he made multiple throws that were to his own team that were dropped.
Oh, I don't put the loss on Jared at all. But the bottom line is the bottom line. Like, y'all had it. And I don't know if they would have beaten the Chiefs or whatever, but they had it.
Yeah. What about Sam Darnold at 28? Another one of these. Like
Sam is such a
We can look at like Bo Nix and Drake May and Jordan Love. Okay, your best days are in front of you. I get that. But to me, it becomes interesting when you look at guys like Tua and Darnold and, even Calamari.
Tua definitely behind him. Kyler Murray behind him. Sam is such a tough one. Sam's going to need to do something to where some team is going to be like, let's stop dating. Everybody's dating Sam Darnold. When are you going to be
like a movie? Dating Sam Darnold.
Dating Sam Darnold, at least a reality show. Even now, what's the contract? What do you get in Seattle? 3 years?
Yeah, 3 and $100, I think.
Okay, that's nice. That's
you can date me for 3 and $100.
Yeah, that's the Baker contract, but it ain't 50.
Nope.
It ain't 60, and it isn't 5 years. It's 3. We're sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's. 888-957-9570 is the number. The 4 o'clock hour keyword around the corner. The 5 o'clock hour keyword, obviously that's at least an hour away. The Pat Spencer jersey window opens in about a half hour. And we are loosely, maybe, expecting a member of the Golden State Warriors to give us a buzz a little bit later on today as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
With T-Mobile, we don't miss out on any family business. Hola, mija, ¿cómo quedó el mole? It turned out great.
This holiday, switch to T-Mobile and stay connected with los tuyos. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with no trade-in needed, plus 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store at T-Mobile.com or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits and imbalance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $800 required. Not for extended international use. You must reside in the U.S. and primary usage must occur on our network. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family. Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind. knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
More sunny weather like this in the East Bay again tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Big flavor doesn't have to break the bank. Smash Burger's $4.99 all-the-time menu is here to stay. Try crave-worthy favorites. You're a bite away from believing. For your chance to win a Smash Burger gift card, courtesy of Smash Burger, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable. Questionable concern.
All right. On 95.7 The Game.
Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Buckets. We got a Brown the Town jersey for each.
Okay.
Okay? You know that by now. Good Lord.
Yep.
Keyword, I would say I will promise within the next 17 minutes.
17 minutes, okay. 17. All right, the keyword, and only one more keyword to go after that.
All right, keyword this hour, then the keyword next hour, and then starting in 26 minutes.
Okay.
Pat Spencer jersey window opens.
I love it.
How much is that jersey in the window?
Pat Spencer.
Yeah, it's free. Hey, Pat.
It's a good one.
When you do 7 hours on a Wednesday, do you know that I miss him?
Yeah. It's Uncle Scott from Sunday.
I miss him. I do. It's Wednesday evening. You call it halftime. I miss Scott.
Well, and
it's Uncle Scott from Sundays.
I'll just say this about last Sunday. What the hell's going on, Red Zone?
Oh, God, right. What was that? Thank you for bringing that up.
7 minutes.
And then it cut to NFL Network or whatever else that was.
Seriously, I'm like, do you not have an emergency break glass? The audio is down. How many of you called a friend or like logged on your phone or
I went
your laptop?
to Twitter and I checked my feed. I was like, this might be a me problem because my other channels were working. I went over to FanDuel TV. They show horse racing and down the stretch they come. I'm like, okay, it's not me. And then I go on Twitter, and a guy named Ryan Glasspiegel, I don't know if you follow him.
Okay. I know. Yeah, I know the name.
He's a guy.
Yeah,
he's like
a guy.
one of us from another market. And he was like, oh, my God, this red zone, right? And I was like, okay, it's not just me.
Yeah, don't you get relieved, though? That's the first thing you do.
Totally.
Lovely Christy changed the channel. She's like, boop. And you're like, okay, we're good. Like, my TV's not broken.
Yep.
Because that's like a whole different ball. Dude. Good impression of either what happened to Red Zone or that thing that the dentist sticks in your mouth to suck all the water out. Yeah. That's what it sounded like.
Oh, it did, yeah.
Yeah, it sounded exactly like that.
Can you close your mouth for me?
I think we're good here. No, remember, like it made a lot of people change the channel on Sunday. You don't need them to do that
right.
now.
That's right.
Yeah, let's we're fine here. Audio is check 1, 2 sibilants.
I changed it and changed it back 12 times, and finally, it's Uncle Scott.
Yeah,
I was like, thank God.
I logged on the phone, and my
We got
phone,
a lot of touchdowns to watch together.
But we missed a few of them. But anyway, my phone was doing it. Then I even called my daughter. Ella was at home because I was like about to head back home and watch with her. I'm like, hey, is Red Zone audio kind of funny? She's like, yeah, it's all fuzzy. I'm like, okay, so this is happening globally right now. And then my next thought is, what kind of operation are we running here? Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
It was almost like the people who went camping and just like, or glamping and you got no generator.
Oh, boy.
Like you gotta, come on.
No
this
tent.
Is Red Zone here. You're just going to run it like this for 10 minutes? Then I thought this was my last thought. Red Zone is so flippin' great that I guarantee you what all of you did, instead of just changing the channel, y'all just hit mute.
Yes.
And kept on watching.
Kept on watching, but as I'm doing that,
no sound.
I was realizing that it is so much better with the sound because you get the broadcast crews and then you get Scott Hansen and then back to the crews. You get so much more. I was watching it on mute and I was thinking, this is not, it's not fulfilling, especially it was about 10:08, so nothing was really, really dramatic happening yet. But I was thinking, I miss, Kevin Harlan. He's at the 20, and all the other announcers.
That's
I like
a gain of 3 right between the tackles.
You had a Nance and Romo. You had all kinds of combos, and so I was kind of bummed.
I bet Romo predicted a play, and we didn't get to hear it.
Yeah, he doesn't do that as much anymore.
Well, not in the first quarter.
Right.
He will do it in the fourth. He'll straight interrupt Jim. Jim will be setting it up. And Romo's going to be like, we're going to go to the slot receiver over the middle. Like, he just cannot stop himself. And I don't want him to.
It's pretty funny.
I love it. I think it's hilarious.
To go to what you're talking about, Willard, my experience was when they figured out that they were having those audio issues, they then, multiple times, they switched to NFL Network.
Right.
And whatever their, like, game day live show is where they kind of hop around and go through the highlights, nowhere near the level that Red Zone does. I don't know why they thought that was better, because I just wanted to watch Red Zone on mute, not having to change the channel or watch anything else.
Like it is one of those shows, probably one of the few shows in the history of shows where you're like, it's not as good, but still works.
Yeah.
I can't watch Seinfeld without sound.
But
like, I can't watch Game of Thrones without sound.
True.
I can watch Red Zone without sound. For a short period of time.
No doubt.
Like, I get it. I see what's going on here. And I can follow along. It's okay.
I just was wondering what the audio challenges were. If it was getting the feeds from the stadiums, then just have Scott narrate.
Right.
So
but it clearly...
It was a multitude.
Yes. It was clearly back at headquarters.
Yep.
So, anyway, glad they got it fixed out because it didn't ruin my Sunday.
Right.
So, that was great. But, yes, it's Wednesday night. I miss him.
Yeah,
I miss you, Scott.
He'll be back soon.
Man.
Not soon enough.
Not soon enough. We do need to do Bucky Irving night tomorrow first. But anyway, you called it unfulfilling. Kind of like a wild card playoff spot. Kyle Shanahan today was asked about the 1 seed. Number 1. And Kyle was not happy about it. Check it out.
No, everyone tries to with me, and then I usually snap at them. You can just as easily lose 4 games in a row as win 4 games in a row, and so it's 4 games is a long ways away, and there's a lot of things that can happen, so I don't reflect at all.
Super boring, but he's 100% right. Do you want to know what's really dangerous for 49er fans right now? We've already decided that they're in. That's it. We've decided.
They better be.
Oh, and you can feel that way, and I agree with you. And but they're not. It's not over yet at all. Let me pull these standings up right now, and let's play this out.
Okay.
The Eagles or the Cowboys, but the Eagles are probably going to win that division.
NFL.com has them at 92% to make the playoffs.
And what are the Cowboys at?
The Cowboys are in the also receiving votes, and they are, man, I got to scroll all the way down. They are like at 15%?
See, I would have guessed even lower. But just by virtue of the fact that it's at 15%, you can't forget about them yet. They're at 500, 6-6-1. The Packers and the Bears, I would imagine right now, are both at a very high likelihood to go.
Packers at 94, the Bears are at 65%.
65 is, okay, that's interesting. By the way, same record as the Niners at 9-4. Now keep an eye on these Detroit Lions. They play the Rams this weekend. This becomes a really weird game, I've decided, because I want to mention again, I appreciate the listeners who pointed out to me last night an error that I made on the show yesterday.
You hate to see it.
Well, no, it happens. So the Niners, I thought, would win the tiebreaker over the Rams if the Rams simply lost one more game. It's not true. That game, if they're only going to lose one, that game has to be the game against Seattle for the Niners to win the tiebreaker. Because right now the Rams do have an edge on the Niners. They have an edge on the Niners in common opponents. And that would come before conference record. Division record would be the same. Obviously, they split their head-to-head. So then it would go to common opponents and the Rams would win. But if they lose to Seattle, then the Niners have the edge because the Niners will have the better division record. So let me ask you this without a snap reaction. The Lions play the Rams this weekend. Who you rooting for?
You are rooting for the Lions.
Are you?
Absolutely.
I'm not 100% convinced on that.
I am, because it gives you a straighter line to the division and a home game. If the Rams keep winning, you're a wild card and you're going to be the 5 seed at best.
But as I said, a loss to the Lions does not give the Niners the edge on the division.
It gives you an edge.
You still need the Rams to lose again.
To Seattle.
But if they lose to just Seattle, that does the same thing, in other words.
No, and if you run the table and they go 2-2, you win the division,
right?
And you're the 1 seed.
But you win the division if you run the table and they go 3-1, provided that one is against Seattle. And my point in asking the question is that if the Rams beat Detroit, I don't have a calculator and all of this in front of me, but I have to believe that the Niners' playoff odds, not division odds, but their playoff odds go up if the Rams win, because it knocks out the number one competitor from behind in terms of someone who could catch you, because the Lions would fall. That would be their 6th loss. They would be 8-6.
The NFL.com has them at 50% right now.
The Lions.
With the win, they go to 72%. With a loss, they go to 40%.
There you go.
So not a dramatic plummet, but their odds would go down. Detroit's got Pittsburgh, at Minnesota, and at Chicago as their last 3.
Here's my point in saying this. The Niners have the Lions on conference record, which would be, since they don't play each other, that actually, correct me if I'm wrong, will you check on this, Grandy? If it's not a division foe, like the Rams and Niners, if it's the Lions and Niners that ended up tied at the end of the year for a wild card, do they go to common opponents first, or do they go to conference record? Because the Niners have the Lions on conference record. I'd have to look up common opponents. I don't even know exactly what they are, Obviously, the Lions are playing the Rams.
It's head-to-head, then it's percentage in conference.
Okay, conference.
And then it is percentage in common games.
So here you go. The Niners have the Lions on tiebreaker. I can almost for sure already. The Lions already have 4 conference losses. The Niners only have 2. And if the Lions were to lose to the Rams this weekend, that would be 5 conference losses. You've got them. You only have 2 conference games left.
Right.
So you have the tiebreaker on the Lions. That would be their 6th loss. You would effectively eliminate them from getting that last wild card spot simply by winning 2 more games. That's it. 2 more games, and that's it. You have the Lions. So I hear you, but I wonder. I'm
thinking bigger than just.
I know you are.
Let's just get in.
No, I know you are, but I don't. I guess I don't know how much the Lions beating the Rams. Sure, it doesn't hurt, but the Seattle one is the one you need. That's the one you need.
Right, and I do think that if you want to get by the Rams, you're going to need the loss to Seattle, but you also need Seattle to beat them. So when you beat Seattle, that you hold the tiebreakers over everybody. Yep. So I'm thinking more about the 1 seed than I am just thinking about, let's just get the 5 and let's keep Detroit out of it. And I think that this Detroit-Ram game is a very interesting one, even though it's in L.A., a little Jared Goff revenge game. And as we talk a lot about on this show, the Ram home field advantage isn't really a home field advantage.
Not much of one. No, they'll be chanting Jared Goff inside the Ram Stadium this weekend. There's no question, and that's fun. It's a good dynamic. Though it's weather controlled. It's 2 really good offenses. I think the ball's going to be flying up and down the field. Rams for sure. You give them the edge just because Detroit doesn't offer a whole lot defensively right now. So the idea of the Rams not scoring 30 in this game is almost laughable to me. I think that they for sure will. It's just a matter of whether the Lions, it's no different than that Cowboy game the last time we saw the Lions play. If you can score 40, you can win. But you better, because the Rams are going to score 35. I'm almost sure of it.
And Rams, Detroit rather with that extra rest, having played on Thursday, and the Rams in a little bit of a tight spot where things have gone their way. And the fact that Amon-Ra St. Brown played through an ankle injury, and he was able to play and look good.
Yeah, and now long rest. So he should be, as far as I know, he should be good to go. I haven't even seen any Lions practice reports today, but I think that they're, at least offensively, I think they're pretty whole. I know Laporta is out for the year, and they've had a bunch of people lost on defense, but they should be good to go. And a little bit of a trap game for the Rams because they do go to Seattle the next week. And so everything that you were talking about where, for the Rams, it's about the Seattle game for the division more so than it is, the Detroit game. Then they go to Atlanta. They host Arizona. So for the Rams, you're looking at really 2 more games in your season. I mean, the Atlanta one at Atlanta can be a funky game.
If Atlanta's still playing for something.
Right, but I mean, look, remember what happened 2 weeks ago? It would have been like, oh, Carolina, yeah, right. And they beat them. So, and I think that actually goes to Kyle's point. Let me play it again. He's asked if he's thought about the 1 seed at all.
No, everyone tries to with me, and then I usually snap at them. You can just as easily lose 4 games in a row as win 4 games in a row, and so 4 games is a long ways away, and there's a lot of things that can happen, so I don't reflect at all.
I know it's easy as a fan to blow off what he's saying as a bunch of coach speak, but he is so right. There has never been a 4-game stretch that I can think of in the history of the NFL where we don't see it differently after it's over than we did 4 weeks earlier. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
The whole league turns over. If I go back 4 weeks ago and ask you about the Colts, what are you going to say?
They're heading toward the 1 seed, and they might be the best team in football.
And they're now in 3rd place, and there's a 44-year-old running around at practice. So, that is what can happen in a month's time in the NFL. So, Kyle is not wrong at all. I don't even want to think about all this stuff. We shouldn't have to. We know. Fred Warner's out, Nick Bosa's out, and just because we've already had more than our share of injuries with the 49ers does not mean we can't have more again. It can all change in just an instant. So from that perspective, while I share your hopes and goals for the 49ers, I think, And boy, this can be a tough conversation at my house because my daughter gets really mad if people aren't like rooting for the right things.
Yeah.
Like if you have a Ram on your fantasy squad, she gets really ticked off at you. Really ticked. I'm not even kidding.
It's just business, Ella.
I know, exactly. I'm over here trying to win.
Right.
Like, why can't the Rams lose 35-30 and Devontae Adams has 2 scores? Why can't I root for that? No, Dad. It's wrong.
We're not doing that.
She gets so ticked. But I got to think about this. I think I might be rooting for the Rams to win this one because it goes a long way in really bolstering the Niners' chances to just get in the tournament. And that's goal 1, isn't it?
Sure, it's goal 1, but I think that you already have the mindset that they're in. Now, things can happen and collapses can happen. And to win the division is a bit of a long shot. I'm looking at the NFL.com numbers.
Yeah,
and
what's it say?
The Rams to win the division, 55%. The Seahawks, 35%. The Niners are at 10%.
Interesting.
And a lot of that will be predicated on Seattle beating the Rams. Niners run the table, and I ran this before. Rams go 2-2. Seattle goes 3-1 with a win over the Rams. You go 4-0, you win the division. And you're likely at 13-4, the 1 seed.
But you said Rams go 2-2. If Seattle beats the Rams, 3-1 is fine also. 3-1, if the loss is against Seattle and the Niners run the table, the Niners are the 1. They win.
Yeah.
They win the division.
Which is fine.
So the Rams can actually beat Detroit. And again, it's that Seattle Rams game a week from tomorrow night. It's a monster. What a monster.
Right. The Rams can go 3-1 and beat Seattle, and I guess at that point, would they win the division?
They would win the division.
At 13-4, because they'd hold the tiebreaker over the Niners,
Correct.
the common opponents.
Correct.
Yeah, so everything
Correct.
comes down to that game, Seattle against the Rams.
Right, so why not root for the Rams to go ahead and win this one, because that knocks Detroit down. And what if things don't go so great? What if you don't beat the Bears? What if you don't beat Seattle? That's totally possible. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I don't know how much you gain by the Rams losing to Detroit in the chase for the division. The only thing you gain by that
is the 1 seed.
No, you don't.
Yeah, because if they're 12-5 and you're 13-4, you get the 1 seed.
Right, but
if the Rams go 2-2,
they need to lose to Seattle either way. Even if the Rams are 13-4, if you're 13-4, if they lose to Seattle, you're in. You're the 1. So I guess my point, the Detroit thing, the only way the Detroit thing matters is if the Niners don't run the table. Let's say they go 3-1, it opens up the possibility that the Rams lose again. Like if they were to lose in Atlanta, for example.
Oh boy,
then you would win. But, I mean, that is so unlikely. You're asking for a 3-game losing streak for the Rams? And
the Falcons are already eliminated, so it's going to be the Kirk Cousins Bowl. Kirk's going to be out there running around trying to do things.
Well, they were tied with Seattle at half.
Yeah.
They looked like they were going to give them a game.
Well, it's 6-6.
I mean Seattle, but they were actually the aggressor in the first half, and then Seattle came out and ran the opening kickoff back.
Yep.
And then it was just like everything started rolling downhill. Anyway, yeah, you do you. I'm going to root for the Rams this weekend.
Yeah.
I think it helps the Niners.
Okay. I'll be rooting for Detroit plus the 5.5 because that's the pick that I made. So
okay.
I think that the Lions are a very live underdog in that game in LA. And I think you're right about the type of game. It's going to be an offensive shootout. And I'm rooting for Jahmyr Gibbs because of fantasy purposes.
I can root for my friend to get Detroit plus 5.5 and the Rams to still win the game. Rams by a field goal.
Give me Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs scores
one of those,
2 tutties.
2.
Yeah.
I'm looking for 3 or more. I mean, he had quite a month.
I got to check and see if I'm playing against him this week.
In one of those other leagues, yeah.
I don't think that I am.
That's
Thank
fine.
God. There are a couple players around the league where it's just like, I can't stand rooting against them is so futile. Like, I was playing up against Josh Allen last week.
Yeah.
You're in snow. Everything's going wrong, and you still look up at the end of the game, and it's like he scored 40 points. God, it's annoying.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
It's like I don't want anything to do with that at all.
It's fantasy in a nutshell.
Yeah.
I'm sitting with the 3rd pick, and I had a choice of Saquon Barkley or Jahmyr Gibbs, and my whole season basically swung.
We all remembered it was on the air.
Yeah, it was great. It was one of my proudest moments.
Jahmyr Gibbs, click.
Yeah. It's the way that had to go.
It was.
It's the way that went.
You don't even know how many conversations there were after that over like, bastard! I love you! I had so many people who were like, but Shasky did this, and Dibs, and then Shasky, and I'm just like, it's Jahmyr Gibbs. It's fine.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Everything's fine.
Yeah. I mean,
it was a good pick, Dibs.
I like the pick.
I like your pick.
I like the player.
Yeah, Dibs, I like your picks.
It worked out.
It did.
Yep.
It did. Even though I had to take you behind the woodshed over the weekend.
By 2. Stop, Grandy.
It was by 1.
1 and change, yeah.
What did I do?
That's how, I mean, your entire season last year was winning by 0.8, 1.3.
Yeah, you and the Chiefs, same thing. Anyway, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Brown the Town jerseys. Keyword, 4 o'clock hour. Let's ride. Here it is, Jersey. That's today's keyword here in the 4 o'clock hour. Text Jersey to 20357. Text Jersey to 20357, and you're entered again this hour. 1 more to go. 5 o'clock hour. Pat Spencer window opens in 5 minutes. Don't want to miss any of that. It's a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. If you have a thought that you want to get in on the NFC playoff structure, we would love to take that call. Matt, we see you. You'll lead us off. 888-957-9570. And then we'll get back to the Warriors situation. There is Steve Kerr commentary from our show yesterday that both of us, all of us here in the room, feel is not only important, but man, it was eyebrow-raising. Goodness gracious, the things that he was willing to say yesterday. And so we'll get into that, and we are hopeful and optimistic, because that's the way I roll, that a member of the Warriors roster is going to give the show a call within the next 45 minutes as well. Okay?
Awesome.
All right, so that's all coming up, and it's Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and Showroom. They reach far and wide across the Bay Area, and their Newark location is the go-to resource for professional builders and homeowners in the East Bay. Their expansive facility offers convenience with their full-service lumberyard and well-stocked hardware store. With on-site milling services, you make the perfect cut every time. And Newark maintains the Bay Area's deepest inventory with specialty items that most others don't stock. And their large fleet of trucks ensures timely, flexible delivery, keeping your projects on time. Be sure to see Newark's new and improved 10,000 square foot showroom, offering a great selection of siding, windows, and custom door options. You'll also find decking displays featuring Trex, AZEK, and TimberTech. If you have questions about decks, Newark's decking specialist is on hand to help you make informed decisions. For more details, just go to goldenstatelumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-830-4914. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-830-4914 or biglou.com. That's 800-830-4914 or biglou.com.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibbs, your picks stink.
I can see that one coming a mile away.
Yeah, you got to get back on the horse tomorrow. You got to get back. I want you to get back on the horse.
The horse.
Yeah, man, make a pick for crying out loud.
I make a pick. It's just, it's been a struggle.
And get a win.
The pick is in.
Hey,
I say he's an idiot.
That's Boach. Hey, Mark, it's Boach.
Hey, Mark, this is Boach.
All right, and now it's time to go. Bye.
Right.
Yeah. Riddle for you. Riddle me this.
Okay.
What is Pat Spencer?
What is Pat Spencer?
What is Pat Spencer?
I mean, he is.
Well, that's a great question.
He's a former lacrosse player of the year.
You're cold.
Current NBA point guard.
Still cold.
He is a 9-to-5 cold calling salesman. If you follow any parody accounts,
you're colder than your picks.
He's a mustachioed Golden State Warrior.
I mean, that's a tiny bit smidge warmer.
He's the brother of a Memphis Grizzlies.
Give me a couple more tries. What is Pat Spencer? He is.
He's that mother jumper.
Yeah!
Thank you, Grandy. Grady's in there pounding his chest. I finally got it.
That mother jumper.
Man.
That's what Pat Spencer is.
I meant to ask Steve about that. Like, Steve, did we lose you? Like, he doesn't often swear in press conferences, but he just let that one fly.
You can tell how uncomfortable he was with it, though. He kind of looked around and paused, and then he's like, ah. So anyway, thank you, text line. Someone wrote in all caps, that mother jumper. And yes, not actually jumper.
Right.
So anyway,
Tucker.
The reason I bring that up is because when Steve said that is going to be the sounder. So
people think it's already the sounder.
I know. All he had to do was like the minute I said,
please stop calling. Please
stop calling, people. You're all nuts.
You can't call that line right now.
You cannot be that caller. Like
he cannot be that guy.
Relax. We love you. Good Lord, you're all just chomping.
You cannot be caller 5. Something about that cut I just love.
Oh, it's so good. But anyway, boy, some of you are really good listeners. Like, there's been 4 hours since this was even a thing.
Yep.
But yes, that's the sounder. Don't call now. But here, Grandy, give everybody, because some people might not be that tapped in. This is what it sounds like.
Pat is that mother.
Okay.
That became clear.
Yeah.
That became clear.
That is.
Don't call now. Don't call now.
Don't call now. That is the sounder that you're waiting for, though. And sometime over the next 25 minutes, because we are in Pat Spencer's window. And sometime over the next 25 minutes, you're going to hear that. And that's your cue to call in at 415-523-4652. Don't call now.
Oh.
I know, people. Gosh, y'all listen like my kids.
I'm listening now.
Oh,
my 3-year-old. No, you're not.
You literally just said they were such great listeners.
No, they're great listeners of the show.
Right.
They're not great listeners in terms of conduct.
Directions.
Right.
Yeah.
It's my 3-year-old.
Yeah.
I'm listening now. You're actually not listening.
You're not listening, Mila.
I've asked you 17 times to do something, and I asked you nicely, too.
Now I'm about to ask you not
Now you're
nicely.
on timeout.
That's right.
I'm listening now. I don't want to be in big trouble. That's been her latest one. Well, then, listen. I don't want to be in big trouble. Mila, you're going to get in big trouble. And that's my 3-year-old for those of you new to the show.
Oh, that's so fun.
Mila, you're about to be in big trouble. I don't want to be in big trouble. Nobody wants you to be in big trouble.
Nobody wants to be in big trouble.
Right.
All right. So, you're all in big trouble if you call. But when you hear it again, then you can call.
Stay tuned.
It's not hard, right? Like, no. I'm not speaking another language right now, am I?
No, I understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Thank you. So again, when you hear that again, you mother jumpers, then you call our contest line, which is 415-523-4652. And at that time, if you are caller 5, you will be donning a Pat Spencer jersey.
Man.
Okay? And then, yes, one more keyword coming up in the 5 o'clock hour as well, with regard to the Brown the Town, with Jimmy and Steph and Dre.
What a difference a couple months makes, where if you would have done this, if we would have talked about this in October, the definition of a booby prize, like, okay, are you guys... Is this what it's come to in major market radio? You're giving away a number 61 jersey?
I think a couple years ago I was watching Let's Make a Deal, late night TV, and they're like, do you want $1,000 or what's behind door number 3? And they opened up door number 3, and it was a Pat Spencer jersey.
Seriously? Yeah,
that's a fake story. That's not real.
No, and Let's Make a Deal. Usually, one of the doors has a mopey donkey behind it. There's always like a random. Oh, you want a donkey?
It'd be fun if it was like a happy donkey. What if they put you want a happy donkey at your house?
Right. You have a 2-bedroom apartment in the city. What are you gonna do with a donkey?
That's actually the Price is Right buzzer.
Yep.
But I don't know what the Let's Make a Deal. Do they have a buzzer? They're like you lost.
I'm not sure.
Did they make you take the donkey?
I don't think so.
What do you get then?
What is going on here?
I'm just asking questions.
It's a game show.
It's where my mind goes. It's 5 o'clock.
And I was on Wheel of Fortune and I won $4,000. And I'm sure that I didn't have to take the $4,000, but I did. You know, even though it turned out to be about, $2,100 after taxes, whatever.
Yeah.
Cost me $1,000 to bring the family down. So it was a little bit better than break even.
Okay.
But I don't think I had to take the 4 large. I could have just went to the exit.
Yeah, I don't know. Remember, didn't they say on that show, once you buy a prize, it's yours to keep?
That's way back, dude. Now you're... I'm not even as Granny if he remembers that.
Carousel that would come around and people would be like, I'll take the Dalmatian. Remember the Dalmatian?
Yeah, I'd like the porcelain dolphin for $85.
Oh, my gosh. That's so way back machine. That's ridiculous.
Very far back. Okay. All right, let's go shopping.
All right, yeah, exactly. Wonder what that boardroom was like the day they decided to do away with that. I think people just want money. It's kind of what happens with your kids at Christmas when they become teenagers. Stop shopping for me.
Right.
Just give me money. Like, that's not fun.
No.
Yeah, it's way more fun to go break our back running around and going online and getting things shipped and wrapping them so that the next day we could do it again so you could take it back. It's way more fun.
Yeah. I am the Marco Luciano of spousal gift buyers. I'm going to go 1 for 5 with a couple of errors.
I probably will too, but that's part of the deal. And that's, in our situation, that's as much her fault as anyone else. Because she will not give a list. She'll look straight at, she'll give it no list. Because if her kids ask for something, she's like, I don't want you buying me anything. And then if I ask her, she's like, you're supposed to know me. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. You're supposed to know me.
Hey, well, all right. I got you a porcelain donkey.
That's right.
Yeah. Let's go to Matt in San Rafael. Hi, Matt. What are you doing?
I'm actually buying a Christmas tree, but there's a stupid car alarm going off here.
Oh, there it goes.
Did I win the Pat Spencer jersey? I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, good try. You still can.
I have. That's all right. I've got an idea for you guys, for you, Mark, in particular, for the Christmas present.
Okay.
Buy something that you want.
Well, yeah.
Just buy something you want.
Yeah.
If she, and then what you might wind up doing is each of you buys what you want and then give it to yourself. That way you don't have to deal with lists or thinking or anything like that.
Yeah. What if I wrapped up a piece of paper that had ideas for me on it?
Well, I think that's a little different. But
Okay.
if you got yourself, say, like a Brock Purdy, throwback jersey, she might actually like that one.
She might like it.
Anyway,
I don't know if she wants size large, but anyway, Matt, I get the idea. I'll run it by her, but I'm actually probably too confident in my gift giving ability. And then the role that she will play is she will make me think that she likes it, and then she will secretly do something different with it much later in our lives.
I was going to say, you'll say, oh, what happened to that sweater I got? Yeah, I don't know. I lost it somewhere.
There actually was a conversation a week ago where I'm like, I can totally buy clothes for you. I bought you those sweaters, and you love them. And she's like, have you seen me wear them lately?
Yeah. Oh, man.
well, you used to. Anyway, go ahead, Matt.
Willard's confidence is not well placed. You were talking about the playoffs, and Mark, I totally side with you, and here's why. It would be great if the Niners ran the table. It would be great if the Niners went 3-1. I don't think you can count on that happening. I would love it if they went 3-1, but you got to be worried about teams that are potentially competing for the wild card spot if they don't win the division. And Detroit is, believe it or not, I was pulling for Dallas to knock Detroit out, but now that Dallas is out, my next hope is that Detroit gets knocked down another peg, because it's going to be tight, man. I don't know if 11-6 is going to do it.
Well, but if the Rams beat Detroit, then I'd argue it definitely would. So, Matt, I get it. Listen, in some ways, if you want to be an optimist, thanks, Matt, you can't lose if you're a Niner fan this weekend, because somebody you want to lose is going to lose, right? If the Rams were to lose to Detroit and Seattle, and the Niners did have a blemish somewhere the rest of the way and go 3-1, the Niners, as long as Seattle is one of their 3 wins,
right,
the Niners would still win. They would win the division. So it's not that if the Rams lose this weekend, it's not productive at all. I just think that maybe in this moment, the Lions' loss might be a little bit more productive, certainly in terms of, boy, what you really don't want is to maybe go 2-2 the rest of the way and then miss the playoffs entirely.
I don't really see that happening unless Detroit runs the table. They go 12-5, and even at that would mean they beat Chicago, and that would give Chicago a 5th loss. And if you beat Chicago, that would give Chicago a 6th loss. So it would be really hard for the Niners at 11-6 to go 11-6 and miss the playoffs, just based on
probably
what else would have to happen. Like Detroit would have to win 3 of 4, and likely that would include a win over Chicago. It doesn't have to, but Chicago would then, they've got Green Bay, they've got Detroit, and the Niners.
I'd have to run all kinds of math on this, but I think if the Rams beat Detroit this weekend and the Niners win their next 2 games, that's it, just their next 2 games, I think they clinch a playoff spot before the Bears game even happens. The Cowboys and Lions would not be able to catch them. The Panthers cannot catch them. Like, I think they clinch a playoff spot if they just beat the Titans and Colts if the Lions lose one more game.
If the Lions lose to the Rams, for example, then you would be, the best they could be would be 11-6.
And you'd have the tiebreaker over them.
Right, but you still have Chicago and Seattle, and I guess that would be...
But there's room for all 3.
Right. I guess the only other one, and Dallas can't catch you in the wild card. Dallas can catch Philly, but if they catch Philly's got 5 losses, so...
The only other team that could catch you in the wild card would be, in theory, Tampa, because they'd have the head-to-head on you, but that's not possible, because if Tampa runs the table, they'll win the division. And Carolina will be out, because they play each other twice.
Yes, they do.
So I think that math is correct. Rams beat Detroit, Niners win the next 2 games, clinch, playoff spot.
Yeah.
You're in.
I mean, that would be awesome.
That's, that would be great, right? And then you can use those Bears and Seahawks games to really start shooting for the moon if you want.
Either go for the 1 seed, or if the Rams had already won those 2 games, maybe you realize it's kind of out of reach, and so you play Chicago hard, and then you shut it down against Seattle, or who knows what, based on how that would go. But yeah, I'm trying to look at my sheet here and find the permutation where that wouldn't be the case, and I do think you're right though, because if you just go 2-2 and you're 11-6, and the Lions have 6 losses, then that's pretty much it. Yeah,
you win, and the Cowboys can have 6 losses, but they also have a tie, so they would be 10-6-1. You win.
I think 10-6-1 is better than 11-6. Is it not, based on
10-6-1 is better than 11-6?
No, maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking about 10-5-1.
11 is a bigger number than 10.
Right, and you have the same number of losses, and winning is better than tying. You're right.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Okay, all right, people. You got to listen to this now. You got to listen to this. And I'm sorry if, I'm sorry if this bothers you. I really am. And we've had this conversation for so long now. And I do know, I get it. Some of you feel like this is, a victory lap for people who are against JK. I don't even like that label. I'm not against Jonathan Kaminga. I simply see this situation a certain way. And my opinion is that the last 72 hours have actually been rock bottom for JK and the Warriors. Because this DNP is built differently than the previous DNPs. Those previous DNPs were high-leveraged situations, playoff games, play-in games, all of that stuff. This time it was just Sunday in Chicago. And you and I talked about that yesterday, and you seemed to agree. And then after that, listen to these 2 questions. Dibs, you crushed it yesterday.
Thanks, partner.
2 home runs. Kapler would have benched you in the 5th inning.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Listen to these 2 questions and what Steve Kerr, how he answers them right in the middle of afternoon drive on 95.7 The Game. So here's the first one, and this is with regard to following up Pat Spencer's appearance on Steiny and Goo when he referred to himself and TJD and some of those other guys as the Stay Ready crew. So take a listen.
Pat Spencer joined Steiny and Guru earlier today, and he talked about being part of the Stay Ready crew, where you just never know when you were going to tab them to come in and play. Is Jonathan Kaminga cut out to be one of those Stay Ready guys in case that he happens to fall out of the rotation?
Well, he's obviously a guy with a lot of ambition, which I love. He wants to be a star. He's got the ability that gives him that hope and gives us that hope. But there has to be a consistent level of play in order to achieve that. And you've seen Jimmy really take him under his wing this year, and I love that what the veteran players have done, Draymond and Steph. And, they're all really fighting for him in his corner. So the potential is there, but it's there has to be a level of consistency, especially at this level. I mean, we're talking about the best basketball league in the world. And so the consistency has to be there for us. And, if it's not there, then it makes it much more difficult for me to give him consistent minutes and give him starts. So that's what we're asking for is a more consistent level of production.
Okay, so there's a second one that we're about to play. Warrior fans would really love to know how these 2 responses make you feel. Okay? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls throughout this 5 o'clock hour. 888-957-9570. So the first one right there, you asked him, can he be part of the Stay Ready crew? And his answer is kind of like, his ambition. Basically, his ambitions are a little bit too high for that.
Yeah, his ambitions are to start, play a lot, 25 or 30 minutes, and be featured, and that doesn't really go along with being a Stay Ready guy.
No, and I think that is a horrible characteristic to have for any athlete. Your coach has a hard time saying that, yes, you'll stay ready in every moment. I think that's a very bad characteristic. And then check this one out. Another question that you asked, and this one is simply about effort and trying and want to. And is that a part of why Jonathan is now not playing? Listen to this back and forth between Dibbs and Steve Kerr.
Is it as simple as those little things like the effort and the want to that maybe has been missing from his game of late?
Yeah, for sure. He has not played well lately, and that's why I went away from him, last game, because Guy Santos came in and really made a huge impact, both Philadelphia and Cleveland games, and the energy and the passing, the connection, all those things that Pat and Guy can provide. That's what our team needs right now, and so I said this the other night. I mean, it's no different from any other player on the team. It's just that JK always gets the most attention from you guys.
And we cop to that. There's no question. Jonathan Kaminga is the number 1 most polarizing situation of 2025 in Bay Area sports.
Right.
Brandon Ayuk won the award last year. He will be on hand at the award show on New Year's Eve to hand it over to Jonathan this year. That's the way it went. So, sure, we're guilty on that, just like everybody is.
We are.
All of you listening too.
Right, and we got to that spot in the interview, and I was asking him a loaded question that was designed for him to say, no, I wouldn't say it's effort or want to. I just don't think that the combinations and the connectivity and the fit right now, we still love JK and what he can bring to our team, blah, 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 blah. But instead, Steve, is it the effort? Is it the want to?
And he goes, yeah. And then he says, for sure.
Right.
Yes, for sure. He's not playing well.
He's not playing hard.
That's a direct quote.
He's not playing hard. The want to is not there. And those were my words, which, anytime you ask a question like that, you're looking for the coach to have a chance to not say that that's the case. And this time he's like, that's actually the case.
Yeah.
That was what was shocking. And I looked at Grandy, and he looked at me, and he's like, I can't believe he answered that like that. And I was thinking, I can't either.
Speaking of Grandy.
Pat is that mother. That became clear.
All right, there it is. Okay, there it is. That's the sounder. Boom. Pat Spencer jersey time. Be caller 5, 415-523-4652, and you win. It's that simple. Caller 5 right now, 415-523-4652. Good luck, and if you don't win, remember, one more keyword still coming up this hour for you to try to text in and win the Brown the Town, Curry, Butler, and Draymond jerseys later on this hour, okay? 888-957-9570. So to me, this is all kind of like laying in the weeds under the radar. But he gets a DNP on Sunday, and people are sort of like, oh, we're back here again. No. This is way worse, in my opinion. And this, I'm sorry to say, this is exactly what I was worried about all summer long. We are here. This is what I was worried about, and this is not for me to pile on JK. The point that I actually have today is this is a failure by the Golden State Warriors to correctly assess when was the right time to move on, because I believe that time has now passed. It doesn't mean that they won't. It doesn't mean that they won't get anything in return. It just means that it's not optimal. It's not an optimization sensation is what it is, because the Warriors have clearly felt this way for a while, and all summer long it was wait, and then they do this contract that, let's be honest, feels a little bit like putting a square peg into a round hole, because they wanted to try to maximize the asset, and maximizing the asset probably means doing something 2 years ago.
Well, and I don't think that they, at that point, were ready to, quote, give up on Jonathan Kaminga. And I look at this past summer, and I don't think that that was the time. We went round and round all summer on this idea of the qualifying offer, the sign and trade, what Kaminga wants, who might want him, what's the package. We all kind of ground ourselves into submission over the same thing over and over and over. So I'm going to withhold judgment on the right time or the wrong time based on how this ends, because they might get to the deadline or when they can move him January 15th, and they might still get a nice, nifty package back from whoever for Jonathan Kaminga. Sure. So we don't know that, and I don't think that the summer was the right time. And if you want to go back a couple years, well, I think that's a little unfair, because before Jimmy Butler came and before Kaminga got hurt, he was playing his best basketball. And they weren't always winning those games, but he was showing you the player that he thinks that he is and that they thought that he could be. So circumstances led in a certain direction. He got hurt, Butler came, he got DNPs and all the rest of it. But I do think that if you go back to last year, it's unfair to say that, the team should have seen this end game, because he was playing well.
Yeah, but first of all, I think you said something key in there. You're still not winning a whole lot of those games. You were winning some, but it's not like it was translating to winning. And secondly, you do have to go back further and remember, like, there was a rebounding issue against the Kings in the playoffs 2-3 years ago. Like, the organization for a long time, whether they're right or wrong almost is not even my issue right now. Their assessment is that there has been a problem in terms of style of play, and now we're in the space of effort. Now we're really in an offensive space. This is really an offensive space. Like, how would you all feel if, give me a young player for the Giants. How about Bryce Eldridge? You want to know what Steve Kerr just said yesterday? Bryce Eldridge is in the opening day lineup for the Giants. And 3 games in, they send him down to the minors. But it's because he keeps hitting ground balls to second base and then not running to first. Would all of you stand up and be like, you have to give Bryce a chance?
It was a little bit like Doval, I think, when
very good call.
He was closing, and then he was a little bit chaffed that they had him come in games that weren't safe situations, and he got lit up, and then he kind of went into a funk, and it's like he's not the same pitcher he was the year before when he was an all-star. So he got sent out, came back up, pitched well, and then some of those things kind of percolated again, and he got dealt.
Yep.
So I think that's a fair comp.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair comp. So these are, to me, this is, I don't know. I know a lot of people are like, oh, same old story. I think this is different. This is very different than the playoffs last year. in my opinion. And to have Steve Kerr openly agree with you or confirm your question by saying yes, effort, want to, these are problems right now, I think it's a big deal.
Yeah, and I think what you said about the timing of it is what makes it so just kind of head-scratching, because it's not a high-leverage game. It's just a game in December, just another one of these NBA games, and he didn't get to play at all?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's go to Pert in Hayward. We'd love to hear, Warrior fans, how did these responses from Steve Kerr make you feel? He says yesterday, yes, desire, want to, effort have been an issue, and then also hesitated to say that Jonathan Kaminga could be part of the stay ready crew that Pat Spencer has nicknamed the bench players who sometimes don't play. Pert in Hayward, you're first up. Hi, Pert. Thanks for the call.
Hey, guys. Love the show. I just wanted to weigh in on the Kaminga situation. I think we're way past, giving this kid a chance. And we have to, really, you have to trust Steve Kerr. There's so many fans, divided. But, when you really think about it, when you just put it in plain, terminology, it's like you have it or you don't. This is like the NBA. This is like the best basketball players in the world. We're 5 years in with this kid, and his trajectory, his career basically has been, potential. All right, he starts playing well. Oh my God, he's playing lights out. Boom, he gets injured. He goes out for a while. Then he comes back. Where's my role? What am I doing? He's got to find his game. He still has not found his game. And you look at everybody in the NBA who becomes superstars, right? They have it right away. You see it. The eye test is there. And lately, and every now and then, you see JK. He's just he loses confidence, he loses interest, and it's just you know what? You got it or you don't. And in this highest level, it is the mental aspect, and clearly JK does not have that mental aspect. Maybe, you have to give him a chance. He's only 22, but for me, I'm out on him. It's dude, we got to move on, and fans and people who are love to blame Steve Kerr. It's what would you do if you were in Steve Kerr's shoes? Okay, you've won championships as a player, as a coach, and you know what you know. Okay, Jonathan Kaminga, he doesn't know yet what he doesn't know. He thinks he knows that, but I don't know if that's making sense. But if you've been in the league with Steve Kerr, what would you do? You have to go with the guys you trust, the guys who could make a shot, the guys who are just mentally prepared. And people ragging on Pods and he's not doing. Pods, he came after JK, and yep. He's still trying to find his game. So that's basically all I gotta say. I'm out on JK, and that's nothing no offense to him. It's just you know what? Again, you either got it or you don't. And in this case, it's we got to move on.
Bert, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm not going to remove the possibility of players being kind of late bloomers, especially when you're Jonathan and he doesn't come from that kind of structured college basketball background. So I hear what Pert is saying. I don't think necessarily you can always see it right away. I just had my antennas go up yesterday because the conversation changed from fit to effort.
Yeah.
That to me is people want to know what's new in the JK situation. Well, my opinion is that the conversation that we had with Steve Kerr yesterday, to me, was a conversation changer. And that's the quickest way for me to say it. We've been talking about fit, and now we're talking about effort. And there's no lower thing that you can accuse a player of than lacking effort.
Especially when that was a big talking point throughout the summer. And even last year, we had our exit interview with Steve, and I asked him about, can it fit? Can it work? And he said, yeah, I'd like to think so, but I do. But it was going to be, we need him in camp, and we need to work on it, and we need to put our heads together and figure out how it can work. And you look at the start of the year, and it did work. He was playing with effort and force, and it was working. And Jimmy had that big article, I think it was Anthony Slater in ESPN, and talking about taking him out to dinner and putting his arm around him and, big brothering him and all the rest of it. And from then to now, it's only been maybe 3 weeks or 4 weeks of time since that article. And now we're back to DNPs and talk of effort.
Yeah, 888-957-9570, the number. Again, the last keyword of the week for the Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler Brown the Town jerseys is coming up here in just about the next, 10 minutes or so. But we'll keep taking your phone calls for sure. Dave in Fresno is next. Hi, Dave. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I just, with Steve Kerr's comments, I'm like, come on, I'm tired of the bashing of JK. I know you guys are not doing that and piling on. I think the bigger conversation is just the Warriors' mismanagement of these picks of JK, Pods, the tall one, what's his name?
Wiseman.
To me, that's the bigger issue, in my opinion. I think the mismanagement of JK. We're at this point now. Question is effort because they mismanaged it from day one, and to me, that's the conversation that needs to be had, not where where we're at now.
Dave, can I interrupt? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Can you tell me the mismanagement part? What did the Warriors? I can get with the idea of they made a bad pick maybe, but in what way did they mismanage him? In your opinion?
In my opinion, if you bear with me, I'll be as quick as I can. In my opinion, to me, it's similar to the Trey Lance situation with Wiseman, Kaminga, and Trey Lance, where I think they drafted guys who were very raw, and both teams had a timetable, I think, of championship window mode, however you want to describe it. And I think both cases, I think these players were probably not drafted in the right situation where the team was really, in a rush that didn't have time to develop the player, to let the player work through their struggles and, get on the field or court and trying to figure it out. And then you got veterans who are established veterans who are probably not going to sign off on a project. So the head coach has to, kind of balance. Do I want to develop the player or I'm trying to win, but he's making mistakes? Like, I don't have time for that. So I think in all these cases with these picks, I think the Warriors find themselves a hard time trying to, work through the growing pains of a player who you drafted who's very raw from a different country, young age. And it's like, you're mad because you bought some oxtails, right? Oxtails take a long time to cook. The Warriors trying to microwave it, and you taste it, and you're mad it don't taste right. Well, if you're going to buy oxtails, you gotta let it. You gotta cook it slow, man.
Yeah. So
food analogies always will work here on Willard and Dibs.
Dave, thanks. So here's the thing, though. I think Dave's got great points.
Yep.
I wouldn't use the word mismanagement. What I would say is that strategically, it's the wrong pick. Not just it's the wrong pick. He's a bad player, bad guy. None of that stuff. Like, that's the number one thing I'd love to remove for this conversation. He even said, like, the JK bashing. It just isn't. I don't see it that way. It's not Jonathan Kaminga bashing. It's nothing personal against it. It is a situation where we're looking at a basketball team and one of its high-level picks that are not working out, and we got to figure out why. And if you do want to go back to the beginning and say the Warriors thought that their championship run was done, so they went with a project, and it turns out their run wasn't done, I think that's a very fair criticism. I also don't think that's a very nefarious mistake, though. Like, that's, you know what I mean?
I do think it's one born out of hubris, and I don't know if it's a Laker production, but the whole two timelines thing, which is a mythical ideology, but it reeks of two timelines where you've got a team of veterans and you're thinking, all right, we're going to go young with projects and think that in 3 to 5 years, when our old guys are old, these young guys are going to be ready to pop and flash, and we're going to turn the page into our whole new group.
Yep. I think this is a great point. I really do. Like, that makes a whole lot of sense to me. But when you get to the more modern level of this, when you get to now, when you get to the last 20 months of this story, I don't think the Warriors have mismanaged it. I think that Jonathan Kaminga has not taken advantage of the opportunities that he's been given, and he should absolutely be thankful for those opportunities because it's year 5. And now you've got a coach questioning effort. and an NBA dignitary. Like, honestly, like, the JK side of it is one thing. The other side to this that really stinks is a multi-time championship coach has somehow got a portion of the fan base thinking he's a jerk, thinking that he is stupid, thinking that he should be fired. Look, if you think that, you think that. But people with 4 rings usually don't kind of get treated that way, because I don't think that this is as personal as everyone has liked to have made it. JK's been given opportunities, and he has not done what he needed to do with those opportunities. The more modern opinion, I get what you're saying for 5 years ago.
Right, but you can also say that the opportunities he was given was not as much of a leash as other players have gotten, and part of that is because of what happened in 2022 when they won the title. So you continued to be a team in a title window because you went out and you won the damn title when he was a rookie. So because of that, it changed, I think, a lot of their approach. And, Steve Kerr might not be good at developing young players. That might be something he's not good at. He's not a perfect coach. No coach is perfect. One thing he's been able to do is take a good veteran group and a number of different veteran groups and win. And young players have played here and developed. Kevon Looney is one. And I don't know about Pods. He's in year 3. We're going to find out how much better
jury out
he'll get. And also, I do think that Pods is the 19th pick in his draft. It's not the same as being the number 7 overall pick. So I do think that you have to put them in different buckets. But it's possible that Steve Kerr and his staff just aren't good at developing young players.
Maybe. I don't necessarily really see it that way, because we've actually, when you're in a dynasty, you get very, very few chances to bring a supposed blue chipper into your system. How many top 10 picks has Steve Kerr had as a Warriors head coach?
I believe
Wiseman,
2.
Kaminga.
Yep.
Thanks for your list.
That's about right.
And James Wiseman has already proven that was not a development issue. Isn't that good?
Yeah, that was a misappropriation sensation is what that was. Yep.
And if Jonathan goes somewhere else and he's amazing, if that happens, then Steve Kerr and the Warriors will rightfully get egg on their face. But if he goes somewhere else and is not good, then what do you say?
Well, I think that development is a two-way street also, where
100%.
Like Kaminga, he probably needed more on-court playing time to fully develop, but he also needed to be in the lab and get better to where he forced his way into spots where he would get more minutes. It's a little chicken and the egg. I also think it's a two-way street where you as the individual player have to get better. He's gotten better, but clearly it hasn't gotten to the spot where now in year 5, he got the bag. You've got an old team that's kind of been injured a fair amount early, and yet the coach still doesn't feel like you should be out there. And by the way, in that game where you DNP'd, you won the game.
They won the game by a lot.
With a lacrosse guy,
right,
a 25-year-old 7-footer, and a guy who was picked in the 50s.
Blew someone out.
Right.
On the road. And by the way, for all of the Steve Kerr doesn't develop players, wasn't Jordan Poole's, not only did he develop, wasn't his best basketball as a Warrior? If you can't develop young players, then why does Jordan Poole make over $100 million? And why is he sucking in other cities?
Yeah. I mean, has he even played this year? I know he's been hurt.
He has, but not even half the games. Not even half the games. And I know he's with 2 bad organizations. I get it, but that's kind of my point. Like, if he's not succeeding elsewhere, then you have to give the Warriors entire, because it's not just Steve, their entire development program has to get some sort of a nod for that. He went from the 27th pick and a G Leaguer to having pool parties named after him, averaging 20 a night, helping win a championship, then leaving and not having an effect anymore.
Right.
Like, I don't know. Can't have it both ways, can you? Drew in Sunnyvale next. Hi, Drew. What's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I know this video came out when you guys were probably on the air, but do you guys know a channel called B-Ball Breakdown? Have you heard of that YouTube channel?
No, I have not. Grandy is nodding yes, but no, I've not watched it.
Okay. Well, he usually does breakdowns on actual basketball, but sometimes he goes into a couple of other things, and this is one of those times. He did a video on what might have happened to J.K. on the bench during the fourth quarter in Cleveland, and basically what he goes into is that J.K. was basically pouting in the corner and not being a part of the team huddle and having a long conversation with Draymond Green, who was obviously in street clothes. He didn't play. And then during the last minutes of the fourth quarter, he's not on the bench. He is in the tunnel, and he only comes out for the last couple of seconds when Guy Santos is starting shooting those free throws that eventually wins the game. So what he thinks is that the Chicago game was a sort of suspension, a silent suspension for doing that. And I think this brings up the bigger point, which is that some people have said that J.K. has been on his best behavior during this time. I sort of beg to defer. Like when you go to the media twice with stories that like your head coach is not like taking full advantage of you and your ability when you haven't shown that on the court, and then when you do stuff like that on the bench. Like, yeah, he has done a couple of things that have rubbed the organization the wrong way. And, like, Steve Kerr has every right to, like, not give into that and not play, especially when the team is winning without you. So, I mean, that's where I stand with JK. I mean, his encore play is one thing, but it's not like he's completely innocent off the court. He has had his share of bad behavior, and I think I think his time with the Warriors has come to an end because of that. So I mean, so that's where I stand.
Yeah, interesting, Drew. Thank you. And by the way, I have not watched that whole breakdown.
I'm just looking at it right now.
I'll go find it tonight, and
it's like 35 seconds of bench shots and. He's not there, and then he comes back, and he's not there.
I mean, maybe there's some smoke to it. Maybe there is. Here's my thought. I don't know if the Warriors were punishing Jonathan on Sunday or not, but if he was pouting, my God, dude, you were 1 for 10. You were 1 for 10 in the game. What right would you have to pout? Like, just that stat alone. You're in a close game on the road. Why would you be mad if you get benched when you're 1 for 10?
Maybe he was in the tunnel working on the ha-ha. Getting some shots up. There's a Nerf hoop back there.
That'd be fine. I got no issue with what you need to do to get ready. But if you're not in the get ready crew,
right?
You were 1 for 10.
Yeah. And
that's like you don't, right?
Well, you don't do that too, because if something were to happen to Guy, who was out there cooking, and, all of a sudden you might need to get popped back in the game. And I'm looking at the box score here. He played 2.5 minutes in that fourth quarter, and then he came out, and then he wasn't seen on the bench, and that becomes a problem.
How many total minutes for the game?
For the quarter, it was 2:33. Right, for the game, 21.5.
21.5.
7 rebounds, which is what you've asked him to do.
That's great.
His agent told us if you play him, he'll rebound now.
Oh, boy, ain't that comment coming true.
And, I mean, he played 21 minutes. He grabbed 7 rebounds, 6 on the defensive side, 3 assists, a turn.
And 1 for 10.
I mean, sometimes it's a make-or-miss league.
I get it, but, I think anybody who's cold shooting, I'm not mad at you, but, you can't be mad if the coach is like, you're not in the finishing lineup.
Yeah, and it was more than the finishing lineup. You played 2.5 minutes, and then Guy played the final 9:27. So it was Guy for JK, and that's the way that went. And Guy was a -7. Kaminga was a +2.
Okay. Plus or minus.
I mean, come on, Kerr. Do you even care about winning?
Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler.
I got my own complaint.
Yeah, I bet. The Brown, the Town, Warrior jerseys. This is the last key word, y'all. If you want to win, give yourself one more shot. Text the word Reggie to 20357. Text the word Reggie to 20357. This is your last chance to text in and give yourself a shot at one of those 3 jerseys. And thank you, each and every one of you, for participating in this all week long. Good luck to each and every one of you. I do not have information in front of me into how this is going to be selected. I think we'll probably just look through all the numbers and decide which of you that we like the best. No, I'm kidding.
You're so reckless with the contest rules, and it triggers me.
I know. I'm kidding. I am curious. Do we know when? When will people find out? Do we know?
I don't know.
We don't know. Okay, I'm gonna try to find out if we know at least when.
When I see the entries, I'll take a look.
Okay. All right. So anyway, good luck. That's the last keyword. Text Reggie to 20357. Hey, looky who? It's BPA, everybody. What up, BPA?
Hello, how are you?
Oh, good. How are you?
Brian, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think the thing is he's not a very good basketball player, right? Like, if you want to assess it by the numbers, is he a good 2-point shooter? No. Is he a good 3-point shooter? No. Is he a good ball handler? No. He's an okay defender when he's engaged, which isn't all the time. He's an average rebounder for his size and position. So, there's not, he's just not a very good player, right? It's pretty simple stuff. Why is, and I would say Lakeup's drafting of lottery players and the players he falls in love with is the culprit, in my opinion. Why James Wiseman's out of the league, right? Has there ever been a player that was on the Warriors that escaped the Warriors to become gangbusters some other place? Not one time, in my estimation, except Ryan Rollins, maybe.
Rollins is the one who's threatening right now.
I don't think you can blame.
No.
You can't blame. Ryan Rollins was he was not a legitimate guy at that point. And by the way, that he went down to the G League and he made himself a player. He earned it, right? And Kaminga just doesn't seem to think he needs to earn it. And, having a stretch of 5 games and playing well and then taking 10 or 15 games off, that's not the real deal at this level. So that's my take. He's just not a very good player. And his stands need to stop blaming Kerr or moving the goalpost or doing whatever else. You lost. It's a stone cold L for his stands. You guys need to stop. It's pathetic. All right, have a nice night.
Okay, BPA, thanks.
Bye now, Brian.
I'm actually not ready to go all the way to he's just not a good player, because I think that, you could pick all the things where maybe he struggles a little bit. There's some athleticism, obviously. There are times where Jonathan Kaminga has done some very good things on the court for the Warriors. I don't think his story is fully written. My issue is in the approach of all of this. That's my issue. Because I think that I can fairly accuse Jonathan of being so aspirational to be a star that it has potentially made him unwilling to be really good at what he could be really good at now. And that's what Steve is saying right here, in my opinion, when he answers your question and says, I don't really know if he can be part of the Stay Ready crew. You need to be part of the Stay Ready crew.
And if you're going to be part of the Stay Ready crew, you can't be in the tunnel.
Right. And you need to give max effort. And your effort with that athleticism will bring something positive to the floor every time. But if you won't bring it, then it doesn't. And now you've X'd yourself out of a coach even being in a position to cape up for you. There's nothing a coach can do if you won't give effort.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's Steve Kerr, Newt Rockney, Dan Dibley. It doesn't matter. Adam Sandler on Netflix. Any coach you want, it can't do a damn thing if you won't try, like your teammates.
Yeah, especially in that spot where you're trying to pull one off against Cleveland. You don't have Steph. You don't have Jimmy. You don't have Draymond. It's basically QP and the Stay Ready crew. That was your team, BP, QP, and the Stay Readies. Yeah. Sounds like an old 70s R&B group, right? Exactly. Totally. And the Stay Readies, they were ready, and GP2, totally. 10 minutes. Gee played 9.5, and the Stay Ready players, they came out there and they got the damn thing done.
Yeah.
So he's in the tunnel. They rally with the Stay Ready crew, and I'm sure after the game, Steve Kerr was thinking, the staff is thinking JK, we took you out and you disappeared.
Yeah.
So, not only did you not stay ready, but Draymond had to talk to you to try to coax you back.
I don't know if Sunday was some sort of a punishment for Saturday. Some will look at Friday and be like, let's see if he's back in the rotation at all. But I would also say this, if the Warriors feel that strongly that he was pouting and that a punishment was needed, is one game enough? I don't even know if that's enough. Like, you're getting back to potential full strength on Friday night. Like, Steph and Draymond might be back.
That's right. And, Al Horford won't be probably with the sciatica, but you hope that, you have Jimmy. And so we talked about this earlier in the week. You start to think about minutes and who gets them and who doesn't. If you're a guy who played 2.5 minutes in the fourth and then disappeared in the tunnel, you're not going to be in that rotation in the next game, I don't think.
Steve Kerr hesitates to say that Jonathan can be in the stay ready crew. Steve Kerr answers Dan Dibley's question, is this effort and want to related? Yeah, for sure, was Steve's answer. How does that make you feel, Warrior fans, with this entire conversation that's been so ongoing? 888-957-9570, the number. Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. This is Willard and Dibbs.
In 2023, 1,355 people were killed in alcohol-related crashes throughout California. Driving under the influence of anything is dangerous, illegal, and has serious consequences. Don't be the I in DUI. Go safely, California.
The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever. Homes are sitting longer, prices are falling. Have you inherited a home and want to avoid the stress and hassle? Call Wedgwood Homes first to discuss your options. Inheriting a home can be overwhelming. Probate paperwork, multiple heirs, property taxes, repairs, and maybe even an existing mortgage. With Wedgwood Homes, there's no need to clean or clear out the house, and no repairs or updates. We buy as is and provide a reliable all-cash offer with no commissions, no hassle. The Wedgwood Homes team can guide you through the process with experts in probate, trusts, and shared inheritance. Wedgwood Homes' offer is firm. No last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Close in as little as 3 days or on your timeline. Let Wedgwood Homes ease the process so you can help your family move forward. Call 415-888-9432 today for your free, no-obligation cash offer. That's 415-888-9432. 415-888-9432 or wedgwoodhomes.com. The Bay Area's trusted home buyer.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Mama Bear, I hear our old Fast Track tag won't be saving us money on bridge tolls anymore.
That's because bridge carpool rules are changing on January 1st. But don't worry, Papa Bear. I got a new Fast Track Flex tag. Huh? See?
Mama, what are the numbers for?
Well, Baby Bear, that tells the system how many people are in the car, so we can get a discount when there are 3 or more of us. We are 3 bears, and we're setting our tag to 3+. So it's just right.
So now we'll keep saving money on tolls?
Mm-hmm. You bet your cushy driver's seat, Papa.
That'll make up for this cold takeout porridge. Yeah.
My breakfast burrito is just right.
Starting January 1st, 3 or more people are required for carpool discounts on all bridges. A Fast Track Flex toll tag set to 3+ is required for discounts on all bridges except the Bay Bridge and the Golden Gate. Visit getfasttrack.org for details.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in the Bay Area. And our more than 110 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. VapoCool.
There you go.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
We had good Cosell laughter today.
We did, yeah.
A lot of it. A lot of it. He told a story. Told a story when someone displaced his ribs.
Yeah.
And I was thinking he was going back to high school or college.
Me too.
He was talking about that damn 35-year-old rec league.
Yeah, and then he had to you had to hang him up.
Yeah, you got to check yourself.
Yeah.
You're going to rec league yourself.
I hold my breath every time Guru tells a story about going out there at his age because
it's insanity.
Basketball is
shut up.
It's a dangerous little game now, Goo.
No, I mean if you want to play, do it. But like good,
the world would be my lab.
I remember playing. I can't remember if I had turned 40 yet, but I was doing the same thing, night or two a week after work. Head down to the local gym, bunch of other dudes that weigh too much. And all this stuff, posting each other up and boxing out and everything and acting like their high school days are still here. And you're just like, I came home limping. I snapped something. I don't even know what the hell, something in my foot or whatever. And it was brutal. Like I couldn't walk for a few weeks. And I remember telling you, and I've told Guru this story. A buddy of mine who's an orthopedic surgeon. It's just like, what are you doing? He goes, my entire office is just a line of people our age still trying to play basketball. And Guru is a good solid years north of how old I was at that time.
I was 32, tore my ACL on tax day, hadn't done my taxes.
Oh, good day.
Came back about 4 years later and tore my labrum in my shoulder, both playing basketball and career over.
Scene.
Yeah.
Woo.
Stupid game.
Kickoff show Sunday. Niners host the Titans. Loneal, Evan Giddings, 11 a.m., Laughing Monk, Sunnyvale. Early games on. Food, yes. Drinks, you better believe it. Games in the parking lot, got to see it. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game. So you got to be there. And then, of course, that free shuttle that'll take you right over to the game. You do need to sign up 957thegame.com, first come, first serve, and that thing does fill up, so get over there right now.
And that thing is a party. And
dude,
we had fun when we were down there.
Yeah.
And this Sunday, we got an Octo Box at 10 a.m. 8 games.
Yeah.
Octo Box. So
I miss
get
you,
there
Scott.
early, get a seat, get some breakfast, enjoy your Octo Box, get on the shuttle.
It's Uncle Scott from Sundays.
I love that.
This is just the best. All right, back to the phones. 888-957-9570, Paul in Oakland. Hi, Paul. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for the show. Can you hear me all right?
Got you.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks for the show. Appreciate y'all. I love oxtails from a few callers back.
That was
amazing.
strong.
Let's see. Point number one. I have the Stay Ready players on vinyl. I've had that, so it's already in my collection. Point number two. Kaminga was never Kerr's pick. Okay?
Yep.
And it shows. And there's culpability on both sides. Absolutely culpability on both sides. Point number three. If you want a player to become your third leading scorer, you have to play him. And so if we take a look, what are Kaminga's minutes per game, average minutes per game per season for all of his seasons? Has it been enough for him to grow effectively, efficiently? All right. And then last point, Steve Kerr is NBA royalty. Everyone says how smart he is. I agree, and I also think he's too smart to let a player tarnish his legacy. Steve Kerr's a legacy guy. So a good coach can design a player's demise if necessary to kind of clear the fray and get any tarnish off of their shine.
That's an interesting one there at the end, Paul. Yeah, Paul, thank you. Appreciate it. That's a fun call.
I think his legacy's pretty much intact.
I also don't think he's a legacy guy. I think of Steve.
He doesn't even know where his championship rings are.
Right. Great point. Thank you. It's behind the cumin, as it turns out.
Right.
Those of you who heard the interview yesterday know what we're talking about. I don't think Steve Kerr gives a rip what anybody thinks about him. Steve Kerr is as comfortable in his own skin as anyone I've ever met in my entire life.
Right.
So this idea that he's going out of his way to mess with JK's career, he's also like, I know nobody maybe wants to hear this. Steve Kerr is a very kind human being. He is not going to railroad a young man's career because he wants you to think nice things about him. That is just so not Steve Kerr. And Paul said one other thing. You need this amount of development if you want him to be your third scorer. I don't know that the Warriors ever said that. Like, that's a chicken and the egg thing for me. Like, you have to become that. I don't think the Warriors care who their third scorer is. If he shows that he can do that, then they will put him on that path. If they don't feel like he's showing that he can do that, then they're going to try to go do something else.
And when he has shown that he's doing that and doing the things that they expect of him, he plays. He plays a bunch. Yep. And that was last year. He played a ton of minutes. He played a lot of 30-minute nights, and then he got hurt. Jimmy joined the team, and things went a little sideways. And this year's a microcosm of his whole career. It was good. He was out, and then it was bad.
Kev in Pleasanton is next. Hey, Kev, what's up?
Hey, guys. Listen, so, no, Steve Kerr doesn't care. Steve Kerr is a diva. He's not worried about his legacy or anything like that. Steve's royalty, and that's it, hands down. But it's also kind of to the detriment. Again, this is the same coach that sat Jason Tatum. So Steve doesn't care. Steve's going to do what Steve's going to do.
Yeah.
Good and bad, right? Willard, you are an excellent interviewer because at times I know you wanted to say something else, but you said it very eloquently and got the information out of Kerr that he probably didn't want to talk about at different interviews at different times of the year last year. So I do want to say this, though. A coach, however they feel, this has nothing to do with basketball. A coach can hide a player. A coach can show a player's strengths and also show a player's weaknesses. Pajemski, or Pods, I'm probably pronouncing his name wrong. Pods, I can make Pods look like the worst player in the NBA if I wanted to.